Chapter 1: Regret and the Divorce Agreement. In a cramped bedroom, Yichen stared blankly at his phone, where a female streamer was captivatingly dancing, enticing viewers with her alluring movements. Have I been reborn? I'm alive. I truly am alive. Yichen jolted awake, but his gaze fell upon the divorce agreement on the table, leaving him in a state of shock. In his past life, he had a blissful family and a beautiful wife, who had blessed him with a lovely daughter. However, during his wife's pregnancy, he became infatuated with a streamer, lavishly showering her with gifts and losing himself in her intoxicating declarations of love. From that moment on, he became ensnared in the world of gifting during live streams. With a mere tap on his phone, he could send extravagant gifts worth hundreds. His savings dwindled, and even the money meant for his child's formula was squandered. Completely entranced, he resorted to borrowing and mortgaging his home, ultimately spending over $1 million within a month to reward the streamer. When the gifting ceased, so did the affection. The streamer, upon discovering his financial ruin, severed all ties with him. Now, Yichen found himself on the brink of selling his possessions, watching his wife plead on her knees for him to break free from his obsession. By the time he regained his senses, it was already too late. In his previous life, he lost everything, his family shattered, his wife and daughter gone. He was left devoid of the will to live, ultimately taking his own life. Yet, unexpectedly, he had been granted a second chance. Mayun. Yichen called out his wife's name, clutching the divorce agreement as tears welled in his eyes. At that moment, the door swung open, and a woman dressed in a khaki suit entered. With a slender figure and an innate air of elegance, she was Yichen's wife, Qin Mayun. Yichen, sign the divorce agreement. We will split the debts of $1 million evenly, but I have one demand. Tong must stay with me. Qin Mayun's voice was icy as she looked at the divorce agreement in Yichen's hands. She was utterly disillusioned with him. During her pregnancy, he had pilfered their savings to lavish gifts on a streamer, neglecting his job and losing his stable position. Even the funds for their daughter's formula had been squandered on frivolities. More detestable than a gambler, Yichen had abandoned his wife and child for a mere streamer, selling everything they owned and incurring massive debts. To escape their creditors, Qin Mayun had to hide with their daughter, living in constant fear. Her heart had been irrevocably shattered. Wife, I was wrong. Please give me one more chance, just this once. I will no longer give gifts to those streamers. Considering how well I treated you in the past, just this once. Having returned from his rebirth, Yichen was desperate not to miss this opportunity again. It's impossible. You swore countless times to deceive me, repeatedly hurting me and Tong. Do you know that our daughter has never owned a new piece of clothing, always wearing hand-me-downs? Even her kindergarten fees were borrowed from my parents. And you, for the sake of another woman, squandered tens of thousands. Have you ever thought about how your daughter and I live in fear of creditors? I cannot endure this life any longer. Yichen, if you still possess an ounce of conscience, let me go. I beg you. At this juncture, Qin Mayun knelt down in tears. Yichen was momentarily frozen, his mind blank, a cacophony of thoughts overwhelming him as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Yichen, for our daughter's sake, let us divorce. That I no longer desire the promises of eternal love, nor do I wish for the dreams you painted for our future. I want nothing, absolutely nothing. As she spoke, tears streamed down her beautiful face, etched with despair. In that moment, Yichen felt as though he could scarcely breathe, his heart aching. He realized he had been a beast. The girl who once looked at him with adoration was now a mother, enduring hardships with unwavering strength. She couldn't even bear to replace her tattered underwear. Their daughter's meager meals and worn clothing were a testament to his failures. Every misfortune was of his own making. What use was this second chance if it was already too late? If only he could return to the happiest moments, he would do everything to salvage his marriage. I agree to the divorce. Tong shall stay with you. With his head bowed, Yichen surrendered. He understood he was unworthy of this marriage. As he attempted to utter his daughter's name, pain gripped his heart, the words caught in his throat, unable to escape. 30 minutes later, at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yichen and Qin Mayun emerged, clutching the divorce certificate. Yichen's expression was one of despair. Daddy, please don't send gifts to those Andes anymore, and don't secretly eat instant noodles. I've hidden a jar of teddy bear cookies under your bed and forget to eat them. At that moment, a 6-year-old girl with adorable pigtails, dressed in clean but faded clothes, stood before him. Her innocent face was filled with reluctance. That was his daughter, Tong. Hearing her words, Yichen felt his heart shatter. Okay, Daddy will listen to you. Tong, be good and listen to your mother. Daddy will earn lots of money and build you a magical castle. making you the happiest princess in the world. All right? Yi Chen squatted down, yearning to embrace his daughter, but Qin Meiyan stepped in first, lifting Tong Tong into her arms. Tong Tong, say goodbye to Daddy. Qin Meiyan's expression was devoid of warmth. Daddy, come back soon. Tong Tong misses you. As soon as Tong Tong spoke, Qin Meiyan hurried to the roadside. Suddenly, a BMW X3 came to a halt. The middle-aged man opened the car door, ushering Qin Meiyan inside. Upon seeing this man, a shadow fell across Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen, do not disturb Meiyan any longer. Your absence is the best protection for her and your daughter. You worthless fool, wallowing in your own degradation, do not drag others down with you. From now on, if I see you meddling, do not blame me for being uncivil. The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Cousin, let's not waste time with him. Let's go. Qin Meiyan, from inside the car, expressed her impatience. The middle-aged man climbed in, started the engine, and drove away. Through the glass, Yi Chen caught sight of his daughter Tong Tong, leaning against the window, her eyes bright with unshed tears, gazing at him with longing. In that moment, his heart felt as if it were fracturing. Since heaven has granted me this chance at rebirth, I must not let it slip away. For the sake of my daughter, for the sake of Meiyan, I am determined to live a better life. I shall earn money and transform our current circumstances. I can no longer afford to languish in mediocrity. Yi Chen suddenly clenched his fists, resolutely deciding to embark on a significant venture. He would show his wife. This time, he would not allow himself to miss the opportunity with both mother and daughter again. Chapter 2. Clairvoyant Foresight. A Life Redeemed. At that moment, a delivery courier passed by Yi Chen. A sharp pain pierced Yi Chen's mind, and a vision flashed before his eyes. Yi Chen lunged forward, intercepting the courier. Do not run the red light at the next intersection, even if you're pressed for time. Think of your family. They are waiting for your return. Yi Chen implored, standing in front of the courier's vehicle. The courier paused, momentarily stunned, but then, recalling the impending lateness of his delivery, he angrily retorted, "Get out of the way. Are you insane?" With that, he revved the engine and sped off. Yi Chen merely watched him go, sighing deeply. In a flash, the courier noticed the red light ahead. Checking his phone, he realized he was running out of time. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to run the light. But then, the words of the man who had stopped him echoed in his mind. Think of your family. In a split-second decision, he released the throttle. Just as he was about to enter the intersection, a deafening roar erupted nearby. A certain brand of electric car, seemingly out of control, hurtled past the courier, crashing into 3 other vehicles before finally coming to a halt. The courier's eyes widened, his entire body trembling in shock. He was paralyzed. The spot where he would have been was precisely where the vehicle had impacted. Had he not heeded the stranger's warning and slowed down, he would have been annihilated. A wave of terror washed over the courier. He was overcome with gratitude. A deity has descended. Without hesitation, the courier turned around, abandoning his delivery. He wanted to find his benefactor, but when he returned to the spot, the man was gone. Ring, ring. The phone rang, and Yi Chen tensed. It was the loan shark, a call demanding repayment. He couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, they would harass Meiyan. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chen answered the call. Yi Chen, are you trying to die? You dare to hide. The interest for the past 2 weeks is not ready. I said last time, if you don't pay back the money, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Your wife took away 500,000 debts for you from the principal of 1 million. It's really a waste of your beautiful wife. You're such a waste. How much money have you raised? The voice on the other end of the line belonged to Xiao Tianhao, the boss of the loan company. In Longzhou, he was a notorious underworld figure with a powerful influence and a ruthless group of subordinates. That was why he dared to engage in the high-interest lending business. Brother Hao, give me 7 more days. After 7 days, I will repay you with interest. Yi Chen pleaded. However, the response was a cold laugh. Yi Chen, you've said that too many times. Do you think I'm your foolish wife, easily deceived? I'm warning you. You must pay today, or I'll have you killed right now. What makes you think you can negotiate with me? Xiao Tianhao scoffed. Just as Yi Chen was about to beg, a sharp pain shot through his head, and a flood of information poured in. He froze. The scene of the near accident he'd warned the courier about replaying in his mind. Clairvoyant ability. He was certain. After his rebirth, he had gained the power of foresight. Damn it. Hurry up and talk. Are you mute? Xiao Tianhao roared, breaking the silence. Yi Chen snapped out of his daze and, summoning his courage, said in a deep voice, Brother Hao, there's something I need to tell you. Speak your mind. I'm very busy here. Xiao Tianhao's impatient and vulgar voice came through the phone. In 10 minutes. The CEO of Haitian Group will be looking for you to discuss a cooperation project, requiring you to invest 10 million. Do not invest in it, or you will lose everything. Yichen wasn't sure if the information that had flashed into his mind was accurate, but the premonition, that sixth sense, was incredibly strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say it. Are you out of your mind? What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Baiqiang, the CEO of Haitian Group, is a tycoon. Why would he come looking for me? Stop making things up. Xiao Tianhao scoffed, disbelieving. Brother Hao, if you don't believe me, let's make a bet for 300,000. If I lose, I'll give you an extra 300,000 on top of the principal and interest. Do you dare? Suddenly, Yichen's sixth sense intensified, growing clearer and clearer. A surge of confidence welled up within him. Huh, so you've become tough now? Xiao Tianhao taunted. I'll ask you one last time. 300,000 is nothing to you. Do you dare to play with me? Yichen asked, glancing at the time. Xiao Tianhao paused for a moment, then sneered. All right. Do you think I'm afraid of you? With that, Yichen hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at Jipu Loan Company, Xiao Tianhao had just lit a cigarette when the phone rang again. It was the receptionist. He answered casually. Mr. Xiao, Chen Baiqiang, the CEO of Haitian Group, is here. He says he wants to discuss a collaboration with us. This is great news. Xiao Tianhao was stunned, glancing at the time. It was exactly 5 minutes later. Let him in. Xiao Tianhao hung up the phone, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. What the hell? Chen Baiqiang, the financial magnate, is really here? Just then, the door opened. The female secretary led a middle-aged man into the room. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a bulging belly, and exuded the aura of a powerful figure. What brings you here, Mr. Chen? Please, have a seat. Xiao Tianhao greeted him warmly, then instructed his secretary, Lu, bring me my best Da Hong Pao tea. No need, Mr. Xiao. I'm here to discuss a project with you. Chen Baiqiang waved his hand impatiently, sat down in a chair, and said, looking anxious. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao was shocked. Could it be that the kid Yichen was right? Was it just a coincidence? How much money does this project require? Invest 30 million for a 30 stake, or receive 1 million in interest each month. As Chen Baiqiang finished speaking, Xiao Tianhao stubbed out his cigarette, his expression turning serious. This was a big deal. Investing in shares, the year-end dividends surpassed the interest by a considerable margin. Yet, the interest is substantial as well. 1 million every month is no small sum. Even the highest of loan sharks wouldn't charge such exorbitant rates. Xiao Tianhao felt a surge of temptation. Such a significant deal. One like this hadn't come along in a year. Securing it could yield a net profit of 1 million each month. However, he was abruptly reminded of Yichen's words, plunging him into uncertainty. Mr. Chen, you know well that my modest business lacks the capital for such an investment. Most of my funds are already lent out and yet to be recovered. Perhaps. Xiao Tianhao hesitated, his resolve wavering, feeling a pang of regret. Before he could finish, Chen Baiqiang, growing impatient, rose to leave. If 30 million is beyond your reach, 1 million will suffice. Here lies a lucrative opportunity. Do not take it lightly, he remarked, adjusting his attire nonchalantly. 1 million. Xiao Tianhao felt a sharp intake of breath, caught in a dilemma once more. Very well, if you are unwilling to collaborate, I shall seek others. With that, the other party turned on his heel and departed, leaving Xiao Tianhao without any chance to respond. Watching Chen Baiqiang walk away, he leaned back against the sofa, exhaling heavily. Damn it, have I truly missed this opportunity? Yet, how could that useless Yichen be aware? It was too uncanny. Exactly 30 million, not a penny less. What a coincidence. With that thought, Xiao Tianhao picked up the phone and dialed. On the other end, Yichen answered. Chen Baiqiang has indeed come, and he is eager to discuss collaboration, a 30 million project. If I acquire shares, the year-end dividends would yield at least 10 million. Even the interest alone would net 1 million each month. In just 2 months, it would be pure profit. Yichen, what on earth is going on? You must clarify this for me, or I stand to lose significantly. Xiao Tianhao inquired earnestly. Meanwhile, Yichen, having his predictions validated, felt an exhilarating rush within. It appeared that his foresight was indeed genuine. Suppressing his excitement, Yichen replied calmly, Brother Hao, tonight. Pay close attention to the news, and the truth will reveal itself. With that, he ended the call, left with conflicted thoughts. Xiao Tianhao took a moment before contacting the front desk. Secretary Lu, keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the Haitian group. Inform me immediately of any developments. Chapter 3. Don't accuse me of not giving you a chance. At that moment, Yi Chun had returned home, gazing upon the familiar yet desolate room. The dilapidated house still retained the essence of his wife, Qin Meiyun. He entered his daughter's room, and upon seeing the toys scattered on the floor, he could no longer restrain his tears. Smack! Yi Chun delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Bastard! I've squandered such a wonderful home. Meiyun, Tong Tong. Just wait. I will undoubtedly forge a path to success, ensuring you both live a life of unparalleled comfort. You, my cherished mother and daughter, shall become the most blessed individuals in this world. Yi Chun, with eyes reddened and fists clenched tightly, uttered a subdued roar. Empowered with prescience, he was confident that his resurgence was merely a matter of time. The key lay in how he harnessed it. Moreover, he could sense the profound potency of this prescience. Be it topography, climate, fortune, or the vicissitudes of life and death, there were no limitations to what he could foresee. Even the destiny of the nation. With a mere thought, a flash of inspiration would illuminate his mind, revealing the prescient information. Yi Chun approached the bed, bending down to retrieve a tin of biscuits from beneath it, and then proceeded to the window. He gazed upon the fiery sunset, consuming the biscuits one by one, his thoughts drifting to his daughter. As night descended, Yi Chun wandered the streets, resembling a homeless vagrant. He arrived at the riverbank, where he was met by a gust of wind, when suddenly his phone rang. It was Xiao Tianhao. He answered it without hesitation. Yi Chun, you were right. The Haitian group is finished. It's currently under thorough investigation due to fraudulent contracts that deceived numerous corporate executives. Chen Baiqiang, that scoundrel, has absconded with a staggering sum of 10 million, fleeing overseas. The Haitian group has been utterly annihilated, bankrupt. Those imbecilic investors are likely weeping at home right now, huh? Over the phone, Xiao Tianhao's jubilant voice resonated, filled with both shock and schadenfreude. Had he not placed that bet with Yi Chun today, he would have undoubtedly been one of those weeping imbeciles. Brother Hao, regarding the 300,000 we discussed earlier, could you possibly transfer it to me urgently? I'm in dire need. Yi Chun inquired tentatively. Sure, give me your card number, and I'll transfer it to you right away. You've essentially saved my life, kid. Otherwise, with an investment of 30 million, I'd probably be contemplating jumping off a building. As for the money you owe, forget the interest. Just repay the principal whenever it's convenient for you. Xiao Tianhao sighed, genuinely grateful to Yi Chun. This good-for-nothing had actually saved his life. He was more astonished by how Yi Chun had acquired insider information. The Haitian group's dramatic downfall had occurred without any prior warning. Even the sagacious magnates, far more astute than himself, had fallen victim to the deception. This was where Yi Chun's brilliance lay. Thank you, Brother Hao, Yi Chun exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy, relieved that Xiao Tianhao wasn't attempting to welch on their agreement. Soon after, the call ended, and Yi Chun received a notification confirming the transfer of 300,000. He promptly hailed a cab to the Haitian group's headquarters, where he found a chaotic scene with people everywhere. Creditors and shareholders alike were present, as the chairman's embezzlement had left countless shareholders trapped. Chen Baiqiang, the old devil, had single-handedly ruined thousands of families. Hundreds of individuals had besieged the corporate offices, making it impossible to enter. Yi Chun opted to stay at a nearby hotel for the night. He bought 2 steamed buns early in the morning and made his way to the stock exchange. He glanced at the Haitian group's stock, which was, as expected, in a dismal state, with all the numbers displayed in red. Many shareholders were venting their frustration. Yi Chun proceeded to the counter, placed his bank card on the surface, and declared, 300,000, purchase Haitian group shares. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, the surrounding shareholders cast peculiar glances at him. Even the clerk at the counter wore an expression of astonishment. Sir, are you certain? The clerk thought she had misheard. Yes, I'm certain. Please proceed with the purchase. Yi Chun replied, glancing at the time, realizing that there was only an hour left, and any further delay would result in him missing the opportunity. Buddy, are you insane? The Haitian group is on the verge of bankruptcy, and the chairman has absconded with the money overseas. You still dare to buy this dead stock? Exactly. So many people have been driven to contemplate suicide due to this scam, and you're willingly walking into the trap. Have you lost your mind? 2 shareholders mocked him, assuming that Yi Chun was a lunatic. However, Yi Chun paid them no heed and entered his password. 300,000 was debited from his account in an instant. Sir, the purchase has been successfully completed. Here is your card. The clerk, still bewildered, handed Yi Chun his card with both hands. Only then did Yi Chun retrieve his card with satisfaction and depart from the stock exchange. Standing outside, he lit a cigarette and took a drag. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Shortly after, Xiao Tianhao's boisterous voice echoed from the other end of the line. Hello, Yi Chun. Do you have the money to repay me so soon? Xiao Tianhao was merely joking. Yichen likely had only 300,000. And even if he went to a casino, he wouldn't be able to win 1 million in one night. After yesterday's events, he had no intention of pressing Yichen for the money he owed. It's not about repaying the money. This time, I can help you make a fortune. Yichen took a deep drag from his cigarette before speaking. Judging from his tone, he wasn't joking. After the previous incident, Xiao Tianhao became serious and asked, "Tell me, how much capital do you have at your disposal right now?" Yichen inquired. "Well, approximately 3 million. Xiao Tianhao was being somewhat evasive. In reality, he had over 5 million at his disposal. Right now, by Haitian Group shares. There will be a pleasant surprise on the afternoon of the third day. Yichen nonchalantly discarded his cigarette, and said, "Haitian Group shares? Chen Baiqiang is already finished. Are you crazy to buy them at this time? Or am I hearing things? You helped me out yesterday. Are you regretting it and trying to scam me?" Xiao Tianhao's loud voice boomed from the other end of the line. Yichen quickly moved the phone away from his ear and said, "This is a one-time opportunity. It will be too late if you don't buy now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's up to you to seize it." With that, Yichen hung up the phone. Having verified his prescience multiple times, he was confident that the information asymmetry he possessed could allow him to rise swiftly. However, his initial capital was somewhat lacking. He intended to use Xiao Tianhao to accelerate the process. Whether Xiao Tianhao could succeed depended on his courage. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianhao, after hanging up the phone, fell into deep thought. "Brother Hao, you seem preoccupied?" A middle-aged man with a mouth full of gold teeth approached, his hands adorned with glittering gold jewelry. This individual is one of the shareholders of Jifu Loan Company, much like Xiao Tianhao. It's not so much a concern, rather an inquiry from Laoli. "Do you think if I purchase shares in Haitian Group now, you would call me foolish?" Xiao Tianhao scratched his head, earnestly seeking an answer. "Not foolish. It's downright senseless, a sign of a muddled mind." What a jest. Even a novice investor knows that Haitian Group has collapsed. Not even for free would anyone want the shares, and you still contemplate buying in? If you proceed with this folly, I will divest my shares and cease our collaboration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhao cast a disparaging glance at his companion. He then pulled out his phone, accessed the stock market, and located the purchase option for Haitian Group shares. Upon checking the time, it read 12:47 p.m. Xiao Tianhao was plunged into deep contemplation, and after a moment, gritting his teeth, he remarked, "Yichen, you truly possess an uncanny influence over me." At that moment, Xiao Tianhao made a decision that contradicted the wisdom of his ancestors. However, after impulsively acquiring 1 million shares, he exhaled deeply, feeling his heart race with an ominous premonition of impending losses. Yet, he could not fathom the source of his earlier impulse that led him to heed Yichen's dubious words. It was over now, everything was lost. A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Tianhao's brow, his heart heavy with despair. 3 days later at this moment, Yichen stood at Nanhai Square in the city center. He glanced at the time, precisely 1 p.m. The moment had arrived. He raised his gaze to the large screen, which suddenly flickered to life, showcasing a news broadcast. Chapter 4, The Stock Market Source. Our station reports the latest news. 3 days ago, Chen Baiqiang, the CEO of Haitian Group, fled overseas with a substantial amount of money, leaving the Airbus company with nearly 100 billion in debt. Chen Baiqiang's shares in Airbus have become unwanted stocks, abandoned by all. However, according to the latest updates, the leading enterprise in our city, Shengshi Group, has made a bold investment of 100 billion to fully acquire all of Haitian Group's assets. With Shengshi Group's powerful intervention, Haitian Group stocks have hit the limit up for 3 consecutive days, heralding a significant upheaval in the stock market. As the announcement concluded on the giant screen, a roar erupted from the crowd in the square. "Damn it! 3 days of limit up. Why didn't anyone say anything sooner? I sold all my shares. I'm so regretful." The crowd murmured. Shengshi Group actually acquired Haitian's assets? Who could have predicted that? Tomorrow, the stocks will surely skyrocket. I lost a fortune on my few hundred shares. If I had held on for a few more days, I could have bought a new car. How blind is fate? Amidst the chatter, someone exclaimed, "Wait. Look, there were actually buy records this morning. One for 300,000, another for 150,000. Who on earth could that be? A divine being? How could they possibly foresee the acquisition by Shengshi Group? Unbelievable. That 150,000 investor has doubled their wealth in an instant. And the 300,000 investor has also made a considerable profit. I'm envious beyond measure. This is fate, pure fate." At that moment, Yichen merely smiled faintly upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Tianhao had shown a bit of courage, albeit only investing a small amount. Yet, One could hardly expect anyone else to dare invest even 10,000. Yichun immediately deduced that the second investor, who had bought 150,000, must be Xiao Tianhao. To his surprise, that old fellow really went through with it. Perhaps it was due to the valuable information he had provided previously, leading to a certain trust. Otherwise, unless Xiao Tianhao was a fool, he would never believe in Yichun's words. Suddenly, the phone rang. Yichun glanced at the screen and saw that it was a call from Xiao Tianhao, the corner of his mouth curling into a smirk. He answered casually, "Brother Hao, calling me this late. Did you see the news?" As soon as Yichun finished speaking, a boisterous voice erupted from the other end. "Yichun, don't call me Brother Hao. You're my father, my real father. This is unbelievable." Shengshe Group not only took over the mess, but also released insider information, starting to recruit like crazy. Clearly, they are gearing up for something big, and our stocks will surely soar tomorrow. Just now, the secretary of the vice president of Shengshe Group contacted me, wanting to purchase my shares. Guess how much they offered for the shares? Xiao Tianhao's voice trembled with excitement, his exuberance nearly overwhelming the phone's speaker. Before Yichun could respond, Xiao Tianhao burst out. "They offered 6 million to buy my 150,000 shares. Did you agree to sell?" Yichun finally managed to interject. "Of course. A net gain of 5 million. How could I let such a great opportunity slip away? I've already signed the agreement, so you should act fast." Xiao Tianhao chuckled heartily, his excitement palpable. Yichun exhaled deeply, realizing that Xiao Tianhao's vision was still rather short-sighted. The stocks were bound to surge tomorrow, brimming with potential, a veritable cash cow. Consequently, being lured in by an offer of over 6 million would ensnare him. Yichun could foresee that this stock would continue to climb. A 30,000 increase on a 300,000 investment daily would yield a substantial profit once trading commenced. Xiao Tianhao's 150,000 shares, if not sold, would undoubtedly be worth far more than 6 million as the stock skyrocketed. Nevertheless, this fellow had some loyalty, promptly notifying him of the good news. "My funds are limited for now. I'll wait until tomorrow, and I'm sure to make a profit. It's just a matter of how much. Once the funds are in, I'll treat you to a meal." Yichun smiled, choosing not to reveal the harsh reality. After all, that would be too cruel. Don't, Dad. You treat me to meat. How can I let you foot the bill? Tomorrow at Kyer Dun Hotel, I'll reserve a table. Just show up, don't be polite." With that, the call abruptly ended, leaving Yichun both amused and bemused by the awkward title of Yi Dad. That night, upon returning home, Yichun gazed at the empty room, and familiar scenes flooded his mind. Once upon a time, his daughter played with toys in her room while his wife busied herself in the kitchen, tears streaming down her cheeks, her lovely face marred with bruises. Meanwhile, he lay heartlessly in bed, sound asleep. To support that female streamer, Yichun resorted to deceit and borrowed money, tarnishing his reputation, often indulging in gambling. There was even a time he lost so badly that he pawned his wife. This led to her being harassed daily by a gang of thugs. Reflecting on those moments, Yichun clenched his teeth and slapped himself across the face, filled with regret. Tears welled in his eyes as he entered the room and picked up a tattered doll. This toy was dirty and worn, a remnant salvaged from the garbage by his daughter, discarded by other children. He recalled a time when they passed a bakery, and his daughter, gazing longingly through the glass, licked her lips but hesitated to ask for anything, ultimately receiving a beating from him instead. "Damn it, beast. Yichun, you are a beast." Cradling the toy, he sank to the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Regret surged within him, irrepressible. "Tong, may and I, Yichun, swear to provide you both with a life free of worries, to indulge you in luxury, to buy everything you desire." The former Yichun was dead, gone forever. Crouched on the floor, clutching the toy, he gently caressed it. At that moment, the phone rang again, and Yichun hurriedly answered. The call was from Tong. He wiped his tears and quickly picked up. "Tong, why aren't you asleep yet?" Yichun softened his tone, eager to inquire. After a moment of silence on the other end, just as Yichun's anxiety peaked, Tong's sweet voice came through. "I miss you, Daddy, but I'm afraid you'll hit me." Upon hearing those words, Yichun felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped by an unseen force. "Daddy once he hit you, Daddy was wrong. From now on, Daddy will never hit you again. Is it true? But Mother won't let me see you. I secretly called you. Mother will be back soon. Yet I miss you so much. What should I do?" Tong's voice was soft and endearing. "Father will come to see you tomorrow. It's too late now, and you should rest." Yichun felt a surge of anxiety within him, yearning to see his daughter at that very moment, but Mei Yun would not permit it. "Tong, be good and rest first. Wait for father tomorrow, Yichen reiterated. Suddenly, there was a knock, knock, knock. The sound from the phone puzzled Yichen. Tong Tong. What are you doing? He inquired. Knocking on my phone. Tong Tong replied, sounding aggrieved. What are you knocking for? Yichen was even more bewildered. To hit you. With that, there was silence on her end, and she hung up abruptly. Yichen put away his phone, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. His heart warmed. Suddenly, he recalled the old screensaver on his daughter's phone, which seemed to be a picture from their trip to the zoo. An inexplicable ache gripped his heart as he lay on the floor, closing his eyes. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face. In his slumber, a smile graced his lips. He dreamed of his daughter. Chapter 5. Do not hit my father. The following day, Yichen was roused from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Groggily, he retrieved the device. Who could be calling at such an early hour? As he squinted at the screen, he saw that it was Xiao Tianhao. Father, I regret it immensely. I am consumed by remorse. How could I have been so foolish? The stock market has surged today. Tycoon Group's shares have reached their zenith, up by 10%. If I had not sold my shares, I would have been reaping tens of thousands daily. Xiao Tianhao's lament echoed through the phone. Last night, in celebration of a windfall of 5 million, he had reveled with a few massage girls, indulging in a night of excess. In the course of his business dealings, he had never garnered such a fortune. He had become a veritable nouveau riche. However, upon awakening today, he was horrified to discover that the stocks were still climbing, representing a certain profit. His previous investment of 1,500,000 would have yielded continuous gains had he not sold. Yet, he had already signed an agreement, making it impossible for him to retract his decision. The anguish he felt was palpable, nearly triggering a heart attack. Enough with the wailing. Who told you to be so impulsive and unable to hold back? In the future, exercise more discretion and observe the market trends. With the commotion surrounding Shengshi Group, isn't the aim to see a surge in stock prices? Moreover, the price they offered was not low. It was a fixed price that undercut you. After all, stocks can also decline. Yichen offered a casual consolation before rising from the floor. He made his way to the bathroom, switching his phone to speaker mode as he began washing his face. Father, I was wrong to disregard your guidance. I incurred significant losses. By the way, you haven't sold your shares, right? You could make a fortune. Please don't sell. I suspect Shengshi Group will surely approach you for acquisition. Xiao Tianhao urged from the other end. Once Yichen finished washing his face, he replied, in due time. I shall sell the stocks and transfer the money I owe you. What are you saying, father? What debts? Please don't frighten me. Xiao Tianhao exclaimed. His eyes widening in disbelief, his tone exaggerated. Debts are easily settled, but favors are harder to repay, Yichen insisted, shaking his head. No, you cannot say that. Father, you saved me once, helping me avoid losses of millions. Now, you've guided me to earn millions more. Altogether, that's a fortune. If I were to ask for your money again, would I still be considered a man? If this gets out, how would I ever show my face again? Xiao Tianhao's resolve was unwavering. Stop being so stubborn. It's settled. I'm transferring you the money now. Yichen prepared to end the call. Father, you treat me as if I am inconsequential. If you insist on returning the money, then I shall give you the 5 million I earned. This money was made possible by you. I want you to take it. Xiao Tianhao replied, his tone tinged with irritation. He understood the distinction between a fleeting feast and a consistent bounty. Yichen's brilliance lay in the sudden influx of mysterious information, an almost divine foresight. As long as he could cling to Yichen's coattails before he fully ascended, there was a chance to alter his fate. All right, fine. Do as you wish. But please, refrain from calling me father. It sounds rather unpleasant. From now on, I shall call you brother, and you may refer to me as such. Yichen perceived Xiao Tianhao's sentiments and recognized his loyalty. He could indeed be of assistance. Great. When are you free? I'll introduce you to someone significant tonight. Xiao Tianhao said mysteriously. Connections. Yichen immediately made a mental association. To rise swiftly, one's ascent would inevitably rely on relationships, especially in matters of social capital. Wealth alone could not suffice. Otherwise, even with foresight, one could encounter developmental limitations. All right, call me tonight. I have matters to attend to. So I'll hang up for now. Yichen concluded the call and turned his attention to the stock market. It was the trading window. He contemplated the transaction of 30,000. He decided to hold on to the remaining shares, as he foresaw that Tycoon Group's stock would remain stable and appreciate over the next 6 months, with minimal fluctuations. After the 30,000 was transacted, he marveled at the figures that appeared before him. In his previous life, he squandered tens of millions, leading to his ruin. Now, he effortlessly earned nearly 30,000 daily. This time, he held the cards for a comeback. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Checking the time, Yichin stepped out of his home, first visiting a toy store, then a bakery, purchasing an array of items before finally taking a cab to his destination. Half an hour later, Yichin stood before a door, hands laden with gifts. After ensuring no one was around, he knocked. "Who is it?" A youthful voice emerged from within. Hearing this, Yichin's face broke into a smile. "Tong Tong, it's Daddy. I've brought you a cake and a Barbie doll, all brand new." "Really?" came the astonished reply from inside, and he observed the lock stir slightly. Yet, silence quickly followed. "Is there really cake? You're not deceiving me, are you? And if I eat it, will you hit me?" The timid inquiry reached his ears, filled with anticipation, yet laced with caution. At this, Yichin felt a pang in his heart. "Never. How could I ever hit you? It was I who was wrong in the past. Tong Tong, do not be afraid." His voice trembled with emotion as he recalled the times his daughter had looked at him with hope, yet fear. In his previous life, he had been nothing short of a monster. "Last time, I merely glanced at you, and you struck me. It hurts so much. I think I'll wait for Mommy to return. Can you stay out here for a moment?" Clearly, the child bore scars from past experiences. Torn between her desire for cake and her fear of punishment, something so simple had become a luxury for her. "All right, Daddy will wait here. I want to go in." Yichin understood that regaining his daughter's trust would require patience. He could not afford to be hasty. After all, he was the architect of his own misfortunes. "Do you have a place to sit? The ground is rather cold. Mommy will be back very soon. You won't have to wait long." The voice from within indicated her concern that he might leave. "Fear not. Daddy is fine standing," Yichin reassured with a smile. At that moment, the entrance door swung open, revealing a middle-aged woman carrying a basket of groceries, humming a tune. However, upon seeing Yichin, her expression shifted to one of shock, quickly morphing into rage as she charged toward him. "Yichin, you scoundrel! What are you doing here? Haven't you caused enough misery for Mei Yun and her daughter? Get out! Leave now, or I shall not be kind." A stout woman rushed forward, seizing Yichin's collar and forcefully pushing him. This robust lady, known as Li Liping, was a vegetable vendor from the market, often referred to as Fat Sister. She possessed a fiery temperament and a direct nature, yet her heart was kind. Particularly, she showed great care for Mei Yun and her daughter, often bringing vegetables to support them, having taken pity on their plight. Upon learning of Yichin's previous misdeeds that had incited public outrage, she erupted in anger upon encountering him. Yichin did not resist. His back collided with the railing, but he refrained from crying out. "Auntie, please don't hurt my daddy. He has come to bring me a cake. I beg you, Auntie." At that moment, the voice of Tong Tong emerged from within, prompting the stout woman to halt her actions. Chapter 6. A genuine transformation. "Annie Pang, please, if you must, strike me. I acknowledge my past transgressions," Yichin expressed with a contrite demeanor. "If your anger persists, feel free to use a rolling pin or a rod. Spare me your insincere words. Look at Tong Tong, such a sensible child, yet you dare to lay a hand on her." Auntie Pang retorted vehemently. "Mei Yun is beautiful, capable, and devoted, wholeheartedly sharing her life with you, even assisting in repaying your gambling debts. Yet, you indulge in online streams, showering them with gifts, leading to financial ruin. Do you possess any semblance of humanity? If you have an ounce of decency, leave them be, or face my wrath. I, Auntie Pang, wield considerable influence in this neighborhood. I've erred, Auntie Pang. I genuinely aspire to make amends to them, with no further expectations," Yichin sighed. "Make amends? With what means? Tong Tong is overdue for kindergarten. Yet she remains confined at home due to a lack of funds. When Mei Yun was carrying Tong Tong, she couldn't even afford fruit, resorting to purchasing discarded remnants at the market while heavily pregnant, peeling and salvaging what she could. Now, she juggles work and side hustles to repay your debts, collapsing from exhaustion on multiple occasions. Tong Tong suffers from malnutrition, stunted in growth at her age, all due to your misdeeds. How do you intend to atone?" Auntie Pang jabbed Yichin's chest, her voice booming. Observing Yichin's silence and apparent sincerity, Auntie Pang's fury subsided. "Auntie Pang, I understand your skepticism, but I will prove myself. Grant me one more chance, just this once. By the way, you advanced 3,000 yuan for Tong Tong's hospital stay last time. Please accept this, along with these 2 bottles of liquor for your elder brother." Yichin produced 3,000 yuan and 2 bottles of liquor. "Keep it. Instead, use it for Tong Tong's tuition and to improve their living conditions," Auntie Pang sighed, dismissing the money with a wave, scattering it on the ground. She paused, witnessing Yi Chen stoop to gather the scattered bills. Yi Chen meticulously arranged the money, then, with a renewed smile, pressed it back into her hand, stating, "I may have failed as a husband, and I am unworthy as a father, but my sole focus now is to earn money and provide a better life for them." Nothing more. Auntie Pang fell silent, sensing genuine sincerity in Yi Chen, not mere pretense. Her judgment was usually accurate. The former Yi Chen was an utter beast. But this Yi Chen seemed genuinely transformed. "Very well, I'll accept it for now, but I expect you to keep your word and not harm them again, or you'll face my wrath." With that, Auntie Pang turned and entered her home. The door opened, and Qin Meiyun, pushing back her hair and wiping sweat from her brow, staggered in, carrying a bag of rice. Yi Chen rushed forward to assist, but Qin Meiyun recoiled instinctively, her gaze filled with apprehension. As Yi Chen reached out, her delicate eyes twitched, her head tilting slightly, a conditioned response from past abuse. She was afraid of being struck. "Stay away," Qin Meiyun cried, her eyes red-rimmed. Yi Chen's hands fell limp, and he silently stepped aside. Qin Meiyun carried the rice home, her head lowered, noticing the toys and snacks on the floor. She frowned and moved them aside. "Take these away and don't come back. We don't need them," Qin Meiyun said firmly, placing the rice down. "I'll leave them at Auntie Pang's. Could I see Tong Tong for a moment?" Yi Chen began. "No, there's nothing more to say. We just want a peaceful life." Qin Meiyun interrupted, her tone resolute, glaring at Yi Chen. Now divorced, she no longer feared him. If he dared to strike her, she would call the police or fight back. "Don't be angry. I'm leaving now. Tell Tong Tong that Daddy ate the bear-shaped cookies, but we'll buy her 3 more cans." Yi Chen sighed, turning to leave. Qin Meiyun was too sensitive. He couldn't rush things. Seeing Yi Chen depart, Qin Meiyun sighed in relief. Auntie Pang emerged from her home. "Meiyun, it seems Yi Chen genuinely wants to change. Perhaps you should give him a chance, test him for a while. It's not easy for a woman to remarry, especially with Tong Tong. If you find a good stepfather, fine, but a bad one could be dangerous. If he's truly remorseful, give him a chance. If he's faking it, his true colors will eventually show." Auntie Pang, a leopard doesn't change its spots. Yi Chen is rotten to the core. I gave him 7 years. He swore countless times, repented, only to deceive and abuse me repeatedly. If not for Tong Tong, I would have ended it all. His addiction to online streams and gambling. Abandoning his family, taking out loans, and selling the house, it was hell. He's beyond redemption. I barely escaped that demon. I can't go back. Qin Meiyun leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face. Her suffering had been bottled up for too long, unspoken but evident in her eyes. "Think it over carefully. I just feel he's sincere and different from before. Don't worry, if he reverts and bullies you again, I'll skin him alive," Auntie Pang said, then went inside. Qin Meiyun composed herself and opened the door to find Tong Tong standing there, her face beaming. "Mommy, you're back. Did you chase Daddy away?" she asked, her eyes fixed on Qin Meiyun. Her mother was her entire world. "Never mind him. We don't have to be afraid of him anymore," Qin Meiyun said, taking the rice inside. She noticed the gifts and a gourmet cake, hesitating for a moment. Tong Tong, sucking her finger, stared at the cake and a large strawberry bear. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Meiyun smiled and brought everything inside. But when she opened the snack bag, she was shocked to find 3 stacks of bills, 30,000 yuan. Her expression changed. What elixir does Yi Chen conceal within his gourd? Her countenance was frigid, and an unsettling anxiety gripped her, leading her to believe that it was certainly not a favorable matter. Chapter 7. I told you, you're in trouble. On the other side. Amidst the night, the Golden Palace stood tall, the most luxurious hotel in Longzhou City. As Yi Chen stepped out of the taxi, he spotted Xiao Tianhao, a cigarette dangling from his lips, engaged in conversation with a stunning woman clad in black stockings. Upon noticing Yi Chen's arrival, Xiao Tianhao hastily discarded the cigarette and rushed over, excitement radiating from him. "Goodness, Brother Yi, you finally made it. That esteemed guest has been waiting for quite some time. You nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were going to stand me up." In that moment, Xiao Tianhao shed his demeanor of a lone shark. Resembling a humble junior, his face adorned with respect. To him, Yi Chen was akin to a deity. "Let us proceed inside. By the way, who is this esteemed guest you mentioned?" Yi Chen inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "The esteemed princess of the Wanding Group, Miss Han Yaxuan. From our Longzhou's jewelry industry," Xiao Tianhao declared proudly. "Wanding Group, how did you manage to establish a connection with them?" Yi Chen's expression mirrored his astonishment. It was common knowledge that Wanding Group was a true industry leader, having ascended to the realm of 100 billion super conglomerates. Being a leader implied that they were at the forefront of their field. The Han family originated in the jewelry business. It was said that the old master Han amassed his wealth through antiques, becoming extraordinarily rich. To Yi Chen's surprise, Xiao Tianhao had managed to forge a connection with such influential figures. A slight smile graced Yi Chen's lips. This was indeed a positive development. Hey, I merely spoke of your capabilities, and they came seeking you, wanting to witness the prowess of this extraordinary individual. Xiao Tianhao rubbed his hands together, his enthusiasm palpable. Yi Chen cast him a sidelong glance, but chose not to comment further. As they walked and entered the elevator, they ascended directly to the 6th floor. Upon opening the private room, they beheld a woman with short hair, seated gracefully in a chair. She possessed a delicate beauty and an exceptional aura. Clad in a fitted white shirt and wide-legged trousers, she exuded youthful vitality. However, at that moment, there was an air of nobility about her, creating an aura that felt almost untouchable. As the two entered, the woman merely glanced up momentarily and returned to conversing with a gentleman beside her. Miss Han, I hope we're not interrupting? Xiao Tianhao, sensing the awkward atmosphere, took the initiative to greet her with a smile. Not at all. Please have a seat. The server just inquired about the dishes, but I saw you hadn't arrived yet, so I asked them to wait while I discussed work with my friend, the woman replied, turning to them with a smile. As Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao settled in, her gaze shifted to Yi Chen, examining him closely. So, you must be the extraordinary individual that Xiao referred to? Hello, I am Yi Chen. You flatter me, he responded courteously. Indeed, this is my brother, remarkably talented. My stock investments were guided by him, netting me millions. If I hadn't sold, I would have been raking in large sums daily. Xiao Tianhao began to promote Yi Chen's abilities as if he were a salesman. Is that so? At such a young age, you are indeed a remarkable stock savant. Han Yashuan remarked with a slight smile. At that moment, a burly man beside Han Yashuan interjected with a rough voice, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. So, Yi Chen, how did you know that High-End Group, facing insolvency, would undergo such a remarkable turnaround? The news of Chen Baiqiang's escape was kept from the police. Moreover, the acquisition of High-End Group by Shengshi Group was an internal secret. I'm curious about your source. Xiao Tianhao quickly introduced. Brother Yi, this is our local beverage tycoon, Feng Tianhai, the exclusive distributor of Maotai and Longzhou. Yi Chen felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. These two individuals were indeed significant figures. Both Han Yashuan and Feng Tianhai were top-tier elites, wielding immense influence and wealth. In his previous life, he would have had no opportunity to associate with such individuals, let alone share a conversation. If I were to say it was calculated, would you mock me, Mr. Feng? Yi Chen replied in a calm tone, his expression serene, maintaining an air of composure even in the presence of such prominent figures. Haha, what era are we in? You're still clinging to superstitions? You crack me up. It's 2023, brother. We launched the Zhurong spacecraft. Feng Tianhai shook his head, his face a mask of derision, laughing heartily as if he had heard the greatest joke. The atmosphere became quite awkward, and Xiao Tianhao grew anxious. Yet, Yi Chen remained unfazed, his face betraying no emotions. Enough laughter, let us discuss serious matters, Han Yashuan intervened, steering the conversation back on track. While Feng Tianhai ceased his laughter, his gaze towards Yi Chen grew increasingly contemptuous. Mr. Yi, I apologize, Mr. Feng enjoys jesting. Let us delve into how you acquired this information. I am genuinely intrigued, Han Yashuan inquired, her interest in Yi Chen's insider knowledge evident. I previously mentioned, it was calculated, Yi Chen replied, his hands open in a gesture of nonchalance. Upon hearing Yi Chen's response, Han Yashuan's expression turned icy, and the room seemed to drop in temperature. Mr. Yi, I have already apologized. There is no need to continue jesting. I mentioned that Mr. Feng enjoys humor, but I do not. There should be no repeat offenses, Han Yashuan stated, her tone growing serious. Yi Chen's brow furrowed, his expression also turned cold. If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. It seems there is no need for further discussion. I apologize, I shall take my leave. He stood up, preparing to exit, leaving Xiao Tianhao at a loss for words. Stop right there. At that moment, Feng Tianhai rose, his expression fierce. Miss Yashuan asked you a question. You have yet to respond. Who gave you permission to leave? Who do you think you are? You think you can just make predictions? Huh. You must be joking with a child. Enough with the nonsense. Where did you get your information? Feng Tianhai's expression was scornful, his demeanor imposing. Brother Hai, please calm down, Xiao Tianhao interjected, attempting to mediate. Mr. Yi, please stay. Han Yashuan sighed, her tone grave. Yi Chen paused, halting his departure. Mr. Yi, since you claim to possess the ability to calculate, could you assist me in discerning my recent fortune? Should your predictions prove accurate, we shall extend our apologies for the earlier incident. Conversely, if they do not hold true, we would appreciate your divulging the source of your insider information. How does that sound? Han Yashuan blinked, her enchanting phoenix eyes radiating both charm and an imposing aura. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun turned his gaze back, observing her momentarily before responding with a smile. Miss Han, I foresee considerable troubles ahead for you. Misfortunes shall befall you. Your endeavors will meet with obstacles, and you may incur substantial financial losses. Most critically, you have inadvertently offended a significant figure, as Han Yashuan displayed a contemptuous smile. Yi Chun continued, Miss Han, did you not recently spend 170 million to acquire an esteemed painting, a genuine masterpiece from the Tang dynasty by Master Wang, intended as a gift for a certain influential individual? As for the identity of this personage, I shall refrain from disclosing it. If you desire that parcel of land in Beihai, you must gain this magnate's approval through the gesture of gifting to ensure their satisfaction. However, regrettably, the artwork you purchased at such a hefty price is a counterfeit, deliberately placed in your possession by a rival. When you present it to the esteemed individual, it will be exposed on the spot, rendering you a subject of ridicule. At that juncture, not only will your aspirations for the Beihai land dissipate, but the reputation of the Han family may also be irrevocably tarnished. As Yi Chun articulated these words, the previously disdainful smile of Han Yashuan gradually faded, replaced by an expression of grave concern. Chapter 8. You're nothing but a charlatan, exposed. Evidently, everything Yi Chun had articulated mirrored the internal deliberations of the Han family's conclave, currently being put into action. Securing the North Sea land for a resort hinged on a pivotal vote from a venerable general. How did Yi Chun gain this knowledge? It was a secret confined to the Han family's inner circle. Still skeptical? Perhaps a re-evaluation of the painting is in order, Yi Chun suggested with an enigmatic smile. One moment, Han Yashuan responded, retrieving her phone and initiating a call. Assistant son, retrieve Master Wang's authentic piece and request a re-examination by Elder expedited. Enlist the expertise of other masters as well. Concluding the call, Han Yashuan gestured with a faint smile, Mr. Yi, please, take a seat. I trust the results will be forthcoming. Yi Chun resumed his seat, a smile playing on his lips. The atmosphere grew tense. Feng Tianhai, nursing his drink, scrutinized Yi Chun with derisive eyes. Growing restless, boy? Afraid of impending embarrassment? Feng Tianhai sneered. Yi Chun remained impassive, responding only with a subtle smile. Minutes elapsed. Suddenly, Han Yashuan's phone chimed. She placed it on the table and activated the speaker. Miss, grave news. The painting. A voice, breathless and agitated, filled the room. The speaker was overwhelmed. What about the painting? Speak plainly. Han Yashuan, her composure shattered, pressed urgently. It's a forgery. A sham. 3 masters have jointly determined that the painting's edges bear traces of unraveling. Upon closer inspection, the signature is merely burnt ink, not the genuine article of Master Wang. Mississippi. We've been duped. Han Yashuan was stunned into silence, collapsing against her chair, lost in disbelief. Secure the painting. Contact the patriarch immediately. Seek a replacement from his collection. An appropriate substitute must be dispatched by tomorrow without fail. Han Yashuan commanded before ending the call. Her gaze fixed on Yi Chun, her face etched with astonishment. Every word Yi Chun uttered had come to pass. Could he truly possess such prescience? To discern the painting's falsity without even casting a glance was uncanny. Mr. Yi, my apologies for my earlier impoliteness and skepticism. Please accept my sincere apology. Han Yashuan rose, her expression earnest, and offered a humble apology to Yi Chun. Her emotions were still in turmoil. The means by which Yi Chun achieved this feat were beyond her comprehension. In effect, Yi Chun had averted a disaster for the Han family. The painting was intended for a highly influential figure. Though retired, this figure still wielded considerable influence. The Han family could forego the North Sea land, but presenting a fake painting would have unimaginable repercussions. Yi Chun had saved the Han family. Han Yashuan's demeanor shifted instantly, now radiating respect. I have encountered a true master, and my eyes have been opened. Miss Han, your graciousness is unnecessary. It was a mere trifle, Yi Chun replied casually. He remained seated, unaffected by the gratitude. In his view, the acknowledgement was his due. Had the Han family presented the painting, they would have not only forfeited the North Sea land but also incurred the wrath of a formidable figure, a consequence that would have been devastating. In his vision, the Han family's offense would lead to the abrupt termination of all projects within months. Malicious rumors would circulate, severing ties with other commercial entities. Within 2 years, the Han family would plummet from a leading enterprise to insignificance, ultimately facing financial ruin. Mr. Yi, please, do not be modest. The consequences of presenting that painting. Han Yashuan trailed off, feeling the chill of cold sweat. Excuse me, Mr. Yi, I must visit the restroom. Please await my return. Tonight, we shall celebrate until we are thoroughly inebriated. Han Yashuan approached Yi Chun, offering a slight smile and a profound 90-degree bow, displaying utmost humility. Yi Chun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such sincerity. Xiao Tianhao, standing nearby, was filled with envy and awe, regarding Yi Chun with the reverence one might reserve for a deity. Incredible. That is Han Yashuan, the Ice Queen coveted by countless men in Dragon Province. As expected of Father Yi, this is too brutal. A single meeting, and he has the goddess submitting. Xiao Tianhao's admiration for Yi Chun had multiplied exponentially. He vowed to cling to this remarkable figure. After Han Yashuan departed, Feng Tianhai regarded Yi Chun with a complex expression. Could it be that you merely guessed? And your guess was correct. Feng Tianhai remained defiant. Miss Han's matter is manageable. Offenses can be rectified. But your situation, that is more problematic. Yi Chun turned his gaze to Feng Tianhai, responding calmly. Young man, what are you implying? Are you casting aspersions on me? Clarify your words, or face the consequences. Feng Tianhai rose abruptly, feigning anger. Yi Chun scoffed, stating, recently, you acquired a shipment of 2008 Roman Econi wine at Robert's estate. A vessel containing over 1,000 bottles, purchased at $19,999 per bottle, totaling $23.99 million. Am I correct? Given the timeline, this shipment should have departed from the Golden Eagle State and is expected to arrive at Haikou tonight. I advise you to contact them immediately and cancel the order. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai slowly resumed his seat, his eyes narrowing at Yi Chun. You expect me to abandon my meticulous preparations based on your word? Do you know the resources I have invested in securing a live-streaming guru? Millions have been spent on advertising alone. This order was secured after intense competition with Western tycoons. Why should I capitulate to your demand? Feng Tianhai declared resolutely. Despite the recent events involving Han Yashuan, he remained uncertain. However, he refused to alter his plans based on Yi Chun's vague pronouncements. To rescind the goods would render all preliminary advertising investments, along with the remuneration for the live-streaming guru, utterly futile. The financial detriment would be substantial. If word spread that we capitulated so readily due to a mere utterance, we would become a laughingstock. Furthermore, I would never be able to face the patriarch's scrutiny. A tempest is brewing tonight, escalating into a typhoon, and tomorrow may even witness the closure of the seaport. This marks your initial tribulation. A significant portion of your vessel's liquor will be lost. However, this pales in comparison to the catastrophic repercussions should your liquor be sold. Yi Chun, with an air of serene detachment, pronounced these momentous words, plunging Feng Tianhai into contemplative silence. An oppressive stillness descended upon the chamber. Ha 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 ha, you charlatan. You cannot deceive me. The weather forecast has consistently predicted a fortnight of drought. My employees suffered heat stroke this very afternoon. Yet, you dare to assert that a tempest is imminent? There isn't even a zephyr stirring this evening, and you have the audacity to utter such preposterous fabrications. With these words, Feng Tianhai arose and approached the window. He flung open the curtains and threw open the casement. The outside world was placid. A sardonic expression now graced his countenance. Feng Tianhai was eager to witness how much longer this impostor could maintain his facade. Chapter 9. Utter Conquest. At this juncture, Xiao Tianhao tensed up considerably. Notwithstanding his profound trust in Yi Chun, forged through numerous trials, he found himself perplexed by Yi Chun's preceding remarks. He furtively consulted his mobile device to ascertain the prevailing atmospheric conditions, confirming a temperature of 32 degrees Celsius, with no precipitation anticipated for the ensuing week. Not even an overcast sky. Should Yi Chun's prognostication prove erroneous, the consequences would be dire. Feng Tianhai remained unconvinced, poised for a decisive confrontation, leaving Xiao Tianhao in a quandary. However, in the ensuing instant, a thunderous reverberation echoed. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the nocturnal firmament. The window panes trembled violently. A tempestuous gale howled, accompanied by torrential rainfall, which cascaded through the window aperture, drenching Feng Tianhai. Feng Tianhai's countenance underwent a drastic transformation. As he hastily extended his hands to secure the window, Xiao Tianhao promptly joined him, and together they managed to latch the window shut, restoring a semblance of tranquility. Oblivious to his disheveled state, Feng Tianhai retrieved his mobile device, his hands trembling with trepidation. Secretary Li, has the liquor over there been loaded onto the vessel? Feng Tianhai inquired urgently, his voice bordering on a shout. Director Feng, it is on the verge of completion. Departure is scheduled in 10 minutes. Secretary Li's voice emanated from the other end of the line. Unload it all immediately. Feng Tianhai commanded abruptly. Director Feng, why? The loading and unloading process here is notoriously unscrupulous, and storing it in a warehouse would incur thousands of dollars in overnight expenses. Furthermore, any breakage during handling would result in substantial losses, and unloading and reloading would entail additional costs. Secretary Li responded anxiously. Cease your prattle. I have instructed you to unload it, and unload it you shall. Furthermore, return the entire consignment, without exception. Feng Tianhai roared. Director Feng, this is highly sought-after merchandise. Procured after half a month of diligent effort and a year-long reservation. Other merchants are vying for it. Returning it would entail significant losses. This merchandise, once resold via live stream or offline channels, would yield profuse profits. Are you truly willing to relinquish it? Secretary Li was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend his superior's erratic behavior. Secretary Li, are you incapable of comprehending my directives? I reiterate, return it all. Unload it. Unload it. Should you dare to bring back even a single bottle, I will ensure your demise. With that, Feng Tianhai terminated the call. He then approached Yi Chun with a solemn demeanor, his hair still dripping with rainwater. His attire was soaked, yet he remained unconcerned. Mr. Yi, I merely seek clarification on one matter. This tempest may persist for a mere 2 or 3 days. But why is it imperative to return the liquor, rather than merely storing it? This time, Feng Tianhai's inquiry was devoid of petulance, marked instead by earnestness. His countenance displayed a fervent desire to comprehend the rationale. It is rather elementary. That consignment of foreign liquor is counterfeit, adulterated with toxic substances. To be precise, your esteemed secretary has been bribed, with the intention of swindling you egregiously. Once it is brought back and sold, the consequences. Yi Chen paused, refraining from elaborating further. According to his prescience, more than half of Feng Tianhai's liquor consignment would be smuggled ashore and sold, resulting in fatalities among consumers. Not merely a solitary victim, but a multitude. This incident would have calamitous repercussions, devastating countless innocent families. Feng Tianhai, a successful entrepreneur, would be transformed into a capital offender. His family's liquor conglomerate would collapse in short order, becoming the object of universal scorn. Although the case would eventually be resolved, his perfidious secretary would remain at large in the Golden Eagle state. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai's countenance registered a mixture of incredulity and apprehension. He retrieved his mobile device and initiated a call. Amlin, do not retire for the night just yet. Retrieve the 2 bottles of foreign liquor I brought back and expedite them to the laboratory for analysis. It is imperative that you act swiftly. With that, Feng Tianhai terminated the call. In less than 5 minutes, the phone rang. Feng Tianhai seized it and answered hastily. Tianhai, dire news. The 2 bottles of liquor you brought back contain egregious levels of toxic substances, including industrial alcohol. Just now, Technician Wang conducted an experiment on a laboratory mouse, which resulted in immediate death. Feng Tianhai's wife's voice emanated from the other end of the line. Abruptly, the mobile device slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. Feng Tianhai sank to his knees. At that instant, Xiao Tianhao was also dumbfounded. Han Yashuan, who had just donned a Qinghua porcelain cheongsam, was equally astonished by the scene unfolding before her. What is happening? Why is Director Feng kneeling on the ground? Han Yashuan inquired. Her delicate features contorted with surprise as she stood transfixed. Feng Tianhai shook his head despondently, devoid of concern for anything else. Yi Chen had spared his life. To be precise, he had safeguarded his entire family. Had those wines been brought back and sold through the live streaming platform, the consequences. Unthinkable, utterly unthinkable. The mere contemplation of such a scenario sent shivers down Feng Tianhai's spine. Please rise, the floor is rather cold, Yi Chen remarked with a faint smile. However, Feng Tianhai shook his head vehemently. No, I was rash and ignorant, and I offended Brother Yu. I, Feng Tianhai, am indebted to your immense benevolence. With that, Feng Tianhai delivered a resounding slap to his own face, declaring, I was unappreciative. I was arrogant. Brother Yi, you are my benefactor, the benefactor of the entire Feng family. Had it not been for your timely admonition, I would have been. At this juncture, Feng Tianhao shuddered with lingering trepidation. The elation of having narrowly averted disaster permeated his being. In that moment, Yi Chun was elevated to the status of a venerable ancestor in his eyes, indistinguishable from a living Buddha. Such pronouncements are unnecessary. Your belief in my words is a testament to your affirmation and recognition. Had you remained skeptical, even the most eloquent entreaties would have been ineffectual in preventing the impending calamity. Rise, lest I depart forthwith, Yi Chun declared, extending his hand. The other party had knelt for an extended duration, demonstrating sincere remorse. At this juncture, even Xiao Tianhao interjected, Brother Feng, please rise. Brother Yi has stated that he is unperturbed, or he may genuinely depart. Han Yashuan also added her voice to the chorus of entreaties, prompting Feng Tianhai to grasp Yi Chun's hand and slowly rise to his feet. However, his countenance remained etched with profound gratitude. Han Yashuan was also curious about the events that had transpired during her absence. Xiao Tianhao leaned in and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon learning the truth, Han Yashuan was once again deeply moved, her gaze toward Yi Chun suffused with a myriad of emotions. Director Xiao, Brother Yi, is he betrothed? Han Yashuan inquired softly, lowering her gaze. Ah, this. Xiao Tianhao immediately discerned the underlying implication. It was evident that Miss Han harbored affections for Brother Yi. This would be an auspicious occasion for Yi Chun. Ah, yes. My brother Yi Chun has recently undergone a marital separation and is currently unattached. Xiao Tianhao articulated after a brief moment of contemplation. Chapter 10. The arrogant Li Yaoyang. I have a former wife and a daughter. Yi Chun added with a smile while drinking with Feng Tianhai. In his heart, there was only Qin Meiyun and their daughter, Tong Tong. There was no room for anyone else. He could sense that Han Yashuan was somewhat interested in him, although it was just the beginning of a liking. Even so, he wanted to eliminate all external factors. He had already lost his wife once and had experienced heart-wrenching pain. He couldn't do anything to betray his wife and daughter. Xiao Tianhao nodded awkwardly. As for Han Yashuan, she merely smiled and said, Brother Yi is not only exceptionally capable, but also very loyal to his family. In this materialistic era, it's rare. I truly envy sister-in-law for finding such an outstanding man. However, why did you two divorce? Sister-in-law doesn't know how to cherish him enough. Don't worry, Brother Yi. It won't be long before sister-in-law realizes her mistake and comes back to you. She will regret the divorce. Han Yashuan said in a very earnest tone. She already regrets it. Yi Chun picked up his wine glass, downed it in one gulp, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. See, I knew sister-in-law would regret it. Where else can you find such an excellent man? Han Yashuan said with a smile. No, I'm the one who regrets it. Back then, I didn't cherish them enough and lost my wife and daughter. Now I'm trying my best to salvage the situation, but I don't know if I still have a chance. Yi Chun finished speaking and sighed deeply. When he thought of Tong Tong's innocent face and Mei Yun, who had endured humiliation and been hurt all over by him, his heart began to ache again. Ah, Brother Yi, don't be sad. Now that you know where the problem lies, resolve it diligently, and sister-in-law will come back. We believe in you. Keep going. Han Yashuan waved her hand with a smile. That's right, Brother Yi, don't get agitated. With your character. We all believe that sister-in-law will definitely forgive you. Making mistakes isn't scary. What's scary is not knowing how to repent. Having said that, Feng Tianhai also stood up and respectfully raised his wine glass, saying, Come, bottoms up. We won't leave until we're drunk. Immediately, the atmosphere at the table livened up. Everyone raised their glasses and began to drink heartily. Suddenly, an abrupt knock on the door sounded. Who is it? Xiao Tianhao, who was closest to the door, got up impatiently and opened the door. Immediately afterward, a man in formal attire, with a Rolex watch on his wrist, walked in. Excuse me, is Feng Tianhai, Mr. Feng? Here? I'm Li Yaoyang, the investment manager from Lantian Company, here to request cooperation. Li Yaoyang said with a sincere smile. His gaze swept across the people in the room and finally landed on Yi Chun. His expression faltered. Feng Tianhai was about to open his mouth to ask what the other party wanted from him. However, Li Yaoyang went directly to Yi Chun, a mocking smile on his face. Oh, isn't this Yi Chun? What kind of person are you to be in such a high-end restaurant? I heard that you divorced that slut, Qin Meiyan. Ha ha ha. I knew it all along. You trashy good-for-nothing. You spent your daughter's milk money on gifts for female streamers. You even took out loans to gamble so you could be a top fan. How embarrassing. Back in college, weren't you so amazing? You were a famous campus heartthrob. How did you turn into a pile of mud after entering society? Ha ha. What's the use of being a campus heartthrob? You're just a poor wretch. Li Yaoyang thought he had entered the wrong room and accidentally ran into Yi Chun. Immediately, jealousy took over, causing him to curse mercilessly, disregarding their classmate friendship. In college, Qin Meiyun was the campus belle, and Li Yaoyang, who was rich and powerful at the time, had pursued Qin Meiyun in the plaza with countless people watching, but she had cruelly rejected him. Yi Chun was the campus heartthrob, with the best looks and grades in the entire school. However, Qin Meiyun also had pride, and neither of them was willing to submit to the other. Initially, they disliked each other. Who knew they would end up together and even get married right after graduation? Envied by everyone. Later, Li Yaoyang, upon learning that Qin Meiyun had gotten married, didn't attend the wedding but instead went abroad to develop his career. Now he could be considered successful and had returned in glory. Especially after learning that Yi Chun and Qin Meiyun had divorced, he became even more smug. At this moment, Yi Chun still wore a smile on his face, but a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had originally wanted to greet the other party, after all. They were old classmates and hadn't seen each other in many years. But he didn't expect this despicable person to still hold a grudge. That was fine. But this dog actually insulted his wife so much. Li Yaoyang, did your parents die early and not have time to teach you how to speak? I'll teach you. As he spoke, Yi Chun grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it angrily at the other party. Li Yaoyang instinctively raised his arm and blocked the wine bottle. But he still let out a scream. Fuck your mother. Yi Chun, are you fucking crazy? You dare to hit me. Why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? What do you think you are that you dare to hit me? I'm going to kill you today. Just then, Li Yaoyang roared, and immediately, two burly men rushed in behind him. Beat him to death. You motherfucking idiot. Along with Li Yaoyang's curses, the two burly men were about to attack. Xiao Tianhao's fiery temper instantly ignited, and he swung the chair in his hand, throwing it at the burly men rushing in from the door. Fuck your mother. Everyone, shut the fuck up. Are you giving me face? Today, whoever dares to touch my brother, Xiao Tianhao, I'll take his life. At the same time, Feng Tianhai also stood up abruptly, holding a wine bottle, ready to fight. However, Li Yaoyang had an arrogant look on his face and turned around to shout outside, "Someone, come here, everyone." As he shouted, a chaotic sound of footsteps came from the corridor. Immediately afterward, a dozen burly men, wielding machetes and iron rods, rushed in. They all flooded into the room. The leader was a crew-cut youth. That youth had a scar on his face and tattoos on his neck. He clearly wasn't a good person. Who's so bold as to cause trouble in my golden palace? Are you tired of living? Don't even ask around about my name. Wu Hao. The youth tilted his head, his face full of ferocity. Clearly, these were the people Li Yaoyang had called. At this moment, the other party had the advantage in numbers. Han Yashuan gave Feng Tianhai and Yi Chun a look, signaling that she would handle it. Han Yashuan smiled slightly and asked, "Isn't the Golden Palace Zhao Wuchang's property? When did it change to the Li family?" Her tone was dignified, as calm as a still lake, without the slightest hint of panic. "Yo, this little girl looks pretty good, and she even knows my uncle's name. Seeing how radiant you are, give Hao a kiss, and you can leave. If you can sleep with me for one night, I guarantee you'll have a life of luxury." When he saw Han Yashuan, Wu Hao's eyes lit up, and he instantly had dirty thoughts. "Huh, your audacity is quite amusing. What exactly do you amount to, that your very presence doesn't fill me with revulsion?" Han Yashuan instantly lost any inclination to parley with the individual. She had initially entertained notions of the other party possessing some modicum of competence. Thus she intended to engage in discourse, dissuading them from meddling in the affairs at hand. However, their very first utterance betrayed their limited scope and standing. Chapter 11. The Price of Arrogance. "Little wench, I dare you to repeat that." Wu Hao bellowed, his eyes bulging. Just then, Li Yaoyang, with a malicious grin, pointed at Yi Chun and said, "My dear brotherly, let's take care of business first. It's just a girl. I'll bring you any type you desire later." He urged, "Help me deal with this kid first. Let me tell you, his wife is absolutely stunning. A vision of ethereal beauty, practically a fairy." Wu Hao's eyes widened as he listened, pressing, "Really? No kidding? A guy like this actually has such a beautiful wife? Kid, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Call your wife over to entertain me now. If I'm pleased, I'll spare your life today. Otherwise, I'll cripple you," Wu Hao said with a lecherous grin. At that moment, Yi Chun's gaze turned glacial, practically radiating murderous intent. He was seething with rage. Though he had become more composed and detached since his rebirth, his emotions spiraled out of control when his wife and daughter were involved. Qin Meiyun and his daughter were his soft spot, his true Achilles heel. Just as Yi Chun was about to risk everything to take down Wu Hao and Li Yaoyang, Han Yashuan's voice cut through the tension. "Brother Yi," she exclaimed as she approached. "Don't worry, leave this to me. You'll have your chance to vent your anger later. Give me a moment, trust me. Don't let these scoundrels taint your hands." Han Yashuan's tone was earnest and resolute. Yi Chun, his face still a mask of ice, glanced at Han Yashuan. After a moment's pause, sensing what was to come, he offered a faint smile and lowered his fists. Seeing this, Han Yashuan lifted her gaze to Wu Hao. Wu Hao, is it? I will pursue this matter to the end. I'll have to call Zhao Wuchang and inquire whether Golden Palace wishes to remain open. If not, then let it be razed to the ground. Han Yashuan's exquisite face was a study in frosty resolve. Haha, little girl, who do you think you are, calling my uncle? My uncle is the big boss of Golden Palace, a wealthy tycoon who rakes in money by the day. Do you think you can just contact him as you please? Do you even have his number? Why don't you beg me? I might just tell you, haha. Wu Hao retorted with a sneer, ignoring his taunts. Han Yashuan pressed the dial button. A gravelly voice resonated from the fruit phone in her hand. Miss Yashuan, you've graced my humble establishment with your presence. My dilapidated place is truly honored. Miss, feel free to charge anything to my account. It's all on me. My apologies for not being able to personally attend to you. It's a lapse in my hospitality. The voice was hearty and generous. Director Zhao, I wouldn't dare. It's not about charging anything. I'm hosting a distinguished guest. And our dinner has been disrupted. A group of people barged in, intent on targeting my friend and me, and they've been uttering insolent remarks. Director Zhao, have I? Han Yashuan offended you? Are these tactics from Golden Palace now being employed against me? Han Yashuan said with a cold laugh, her tone laced with undisguised menace. Silence descended on the other end of the line, followed by a sharp intake of breath. Wait, Miss Yashuan, give me 5 minutes. If I'm not there by then, you can chop off my head and use it as a football. With that, the call abruptly ended. What audacity! The man is blind. Daring to cause trouble for the Han family's scion in my establishment is tantamount to courting death. Zhao Wuchang roared, leaping to his feet from the adjacent gambling table and flinging his cards onto the felt. Boss Zhao, you had a straight flush. Are you quitting? One of the portly gamblers inquired. Playing your mother. My entire livelihood is about to go up in flames. Zhao Wuchang cursed, his heart pounding with anxiety. Without even bothering to put on his shoes, he rushed downstairs, heading for his establishment. Little wench, you're quite the actress. You almost had me convinced. Enough with the theatrics. Everyone, kneel down before me. In the private room, Wu Hao brandished a club, spewing insults. Yi Chun, aren't you quite the big shot? Thinking you can challenge me just because you know a few people. Are these nobodies you associate with even worthy of being seen in public? And you? Who the hell are you? You were about to attack me earlier. You think you're so tough? As he spoke, Li Yaoyang approached Feng Tianhai, poking him in the chest with his finger. Feng Tianhai was about to retaliate, but Yi Chen cast him a subtle glance. Remembering Yi Chen's uncanny ability to predict events, Feng Tianhai gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Associating with Yi Chen means you're all a bunch of paupers. Looking at your sorry state, I doubt you can even scrape together 10,000. Yi Chen, my casual collaboration with Fengtian Winery is worth millions. Can you even imagine that? It's beyond your wildest dreams. Li Yaoyang was at the zenith of his arrogance. Hearing this, Yi Chen interjected with feigned interest. A collaboration with Fengtian Winery? Director Hai, he's looking for you. At this. Feng Tianhai sneered. Li Yaoyang? If I recall correctly, you represent Blue Sky Winery and wish to collaborate with my company, correct? As of now, that project is terminated. With that, Feng Tianhai retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. Is this the general manager of Blue Sky Winery? This is Feng Tianhai. I wasn't aware that your company was so formidable. Your recruitment manager is so arrogant, poking me in the chest and calling me a nobody. That's it. The collaboration is terminated, and there will be no further possibility. Feng Tianhai then activated the speakerphone. Li Yaoyang, you've got a death wish. Not even recognizing Director Hai and still trying to negotiate? You're fired. Go back to the countryside and till the fields. A tirade of abuse erupted from the other end of the line. Li Yaoyang, hearing the familiar voice, was dumbfounded. It was indeed his own general manager. Could it be that the person before him was truly Feng Tianhai? Li Yaoyang staggered to the door of the room, rubbed his eyes, and scrutinized the room number. His mind reeled as if struck by lightning. He had indeed come to this room to find Feng Tianhai, but had subconsciously assumed he had entered the wrong room upon seeing Yi Chen. Who could have imagined that Yi Chen, a debt-ridden gambler, a wastrel who showered gifts on female streamers, could be on such familiar terms with a magnate like Feng Tianhai? The more Li Yaoyang pondered, the more horrified he became, his scalp prickling with dread. Why, you're really Director Hai? Li Yaoyang stammered, his face ashen as he returned to the room, his voice barely a whisper. What else would I be? As Feng Tianhai's ominous words echoed, Li Yaoyang's phone rang. He answered it hastily, his complexion growing increasingly pallid. Beads of sweat cascaded down his face. General Manager, let me explain. Before Li Yaoyang could finish, the other party hung up, their attitude resolute. Knowing his boss's volatile temper, he knew he was finished in the industry. Li Yaoyang's face was ashen, drenched in a cold sweat. At that juncture, realization dawned upon him that he had committed a grave error. Immediately thereafter, the chamber door was forcibly breached, and a bald-headed man entered. Upon witnessing the scene, his countenance darkened ominously. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Wu Hao stammered, taken aback by the sight of the man, hastily approaching him for an explanation. The bald man was none other than Zhao Wuchang, the proprietor of the Golden Palace. "Spare me the familial address. You are no kin of mine," Zhao Wuchang retorted, delivering a resounding slap that sent Wu Hao sprawling onto the floor. "You dare provoke those whom even I dare not cross, you audacious fool." Wu Hao's eyes widened in bewilderment. "Uncle, what is the meaning of this? Out of my sight. You witless cur," Zhao Wuchang bellowed, kicking Wu Hao away without a second glance. A servile grin spread across his face as he scurried towards Han Yashuan. "Miss Yashuan, I offer my sincerest apologies. Had I known of your arrival, I would have instructed the staff to await you at the entrance. Had I been forewarned, this unfortunate misunderstanding could have been averted." Zhao Wuchang's brow was beaded with perspiration as he groveled obsequiously, leaving Wu Hao's mind reeling in utter disbelief. Chapter 12, Settled. Zhao Wuchang, a veritable kingpin of the underworld, possessed such influence that his every whim caused tremors throughout Longzhou. Wu Hao had never witnessed his uncle abasing himself before anyone. Yet here he was, acting with utmost deference. This instantly brought to mind Han Yashuan's earlier words, filling Wu Hao with ashen-faced despair as he realized he had sorely miscalculated. "So, Mr. Zhao, are you implying that I am at fault? Am I now required to seek your permission before coming here?" Han Yashuan questioned Zhao Wuchang with a frosty smile. "Oh, my esteemed lady, you are beyond reproach. Whoever dares suggest otherwise will face my wrath," Zhao Wuchang fervently declared with obsequious nods. "I shall ensure you receive satisfactory recompense for this matter." Han Yashuan narrowed her phoenix eyes and stated icily, "I require no recompense. However, my esteemed guest deserves an explanation. Should he remain unsatisfied, I foresee the closure of your Golden Palace." With emphasis on the word esteemed, she stepped aside, gesturing towards Yichun. Instantly, Zhao Wuchang's gaze fell upon Yichun. His mind raced, desperately trying to place the unfamiliar face, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Though unacquainted, the young man's evident importance to Miss Han Yashuan suggested a person of exceptional caliber. Without hesitation, Zhao Wuchang approached Yichun and implored, "Brother, please forgive this offense. I am at your disposal. Dictate the terms, and I shall comply without question." His words dripped with supplication. "I am a reasonable man," Yichun replied calmly. "A simple breaking of his legs will suffice." In truth, he harbored murderous intentions towards Wu Hao, but he felt compelled to moderate his response due to Miss Han Yashuan's intervention. Upon hearing Yichun's words, Wu Hao, who was slumped on the floor, turned deathly pale and instinctively clutched his legs. "No, I was wrong. Yichun, sir. I was blind and foolish, utterly unworthy. Please, spare me this once, I beg you." Wu Hao pleaded desperately, devoid of his earlier arrogance. However, Yichun remained impassive, showing no hint of pity. "Very well, brother. I shall break this cur's legs immediately," Zhao Wuchang responded with ruthless resolve, his eyes gleaming menacingly. Even his own nephew would not receive preferential treatment. He seized an iron rod and advanced towards Wu Hao, raising it high. "Uncle, great-uncle, no. I was wrong. I will never do it again. Please give me another chance." Wu Hao trembled uncontrollably, wetting himself in terror. "Wu Hao, don't be a fool. I'm trying to save you," Zhao Wuchang roared, his face contorted with fury. "Offending such a magnate warrants far more than a broken leg. Remove your hands, or I'll cripple them as well." At that moment, Wu Hao gritted his teeth, averted his gaze, and reluctantly released his grip. With a sickening crack, Zhao Wuchang brought the iron rod down on his legs. The sound of shattering bone echoed through the room, causing Wu Hao to convulse in agony before losing consciousness. Witnessing this, Li Yaoyang was utterly petrified, his eyes glazed over, saliva dribbling from his mouth. "There's another one over there," Yichun remarked casually, pointing towards Li Yaoyang. "Yichun, we are old classmates. You can't do this to me," Li Yaoyang cried, instantly reduced to a groveling wretch. "It was my loose tongue, my utter lack of judgment. Had I known of your success, I would never have dared to show my face. Please, I beg you, spare me for the sake of our past friendship." He kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. However, Yichun simply grabbed a wine bottle and smashed it against his mouth with brutal force. Aya! Aya! The piercing screams reverberated throughout the room. Li Yaoyang's mouth was a mangled mess, his teeth shattered, blood gushing everywhere as he writhed on the floor in agony. Good. This matter is now settled. Should anyone speak ill of my family again, I will end their miserable existence, Yichen declared, dusting off his hands as he turned to leave. Following closely behind, Feng Tianhai stepped over Li Yaoyang's prostrate form. Xiao Tianhao trailed behind him. Finally, Han Yashuan picked up her purse and prepared to depart. Miss Yashuan, please wait. May I inquire as to the identity of that Yichen? Zhao Wuchang asked cautiously, hurrying after her. What? Do you intend to seek retribution and cause him trouble? If you plan to harm him, you will have to contend with me first. Han Yashuan retorted, her brow furrowed in displeasure. My lady, you misunderstand me. I must remember that gentleman's name to avoid offending him in the future, and to warn my subordinates accordingly. Otherwise, further transgressions would be tantamount to suicide. I must issue a cautionary directive. Zhao Wuchang explained hastily. That's more like it. Remember, his name is Yichen. Whoever crosses him crosses the Han family. With that, Han Yashuan turned and left. Zhao Wuchang stood rooted to the spot, gazing after Yichen's departing figure, deep in thought. It seems he is a dignitary from out of province. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him. Heavens, that esteemed person also bears the surname Yi. Could he be a relative of that great man? It must be, he exclaimed inwardly. Even Han Yashuan and Feng Tianhai hold him in such high regard. It can only be that great man. The thought sent a jolt through Zhao Wuchang's heart. He spun around and barked orders to his men. Listen up, all of you. From now on, if you ever encounter that Master Yi, give him a wide berth. Anyone who dares to provoke him will face the annihilation of their entire family. Understood, boss? Yes, sir, boss. A chorus of voices erupted from the assembled thugs. Meanwhile, Yichen, having bid farewell to Han Yashuan and the others, arrived at the Korean fried chicken shop and purchased a deluxe combo for 200 yuan. Then, he dialed a number on his phone. After several minutes, the call was finally answered by a sweet, childlike voice. Daddy, why did it take you so long to call? I miss you. I finished all the snacks from last time. I'm so hungry. Hearing Tong Tong's voice melted Yichen's heart. How could he have ever laid a hand on such a precious child? He was nothing short of a beast. Yichen could not forgive himself. Hee, Tong Tong. Can you guess what Daddy is doing? Yichen suppressed the quiver in his voice and smiled gently. Turning away, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Are you playing mahjong? He inquired. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Suddenly, Tong Tong's spirits plummeted, and her voice began to tremble. In the past, Yichen would immerse himself in mahjong for an entire day or even through the night. With Qin Meiyun at work, Tong Tong often found herself alone at home, enduring hunger and resorting to chewing on uncooked rice to stave off her appetite. On 2 occasions, she had even fainted from starvation. When desperation struck, she would cautiously call Yichen, but each time met with a torrent of rage and harsh curses in return. No, please don't hang up. Daddy isn't playing mahjong and won't do so again. Yichen reassured her in a gentle tone, hastily clarifying. I'm at a Korean fried chicken place, and I ordered an extraordinarily large meal. The waitress even gifted me a little teddy bear. Chapter 13. Misunderstanding and a Broken Promise. Really, Daddy? Upon hearing about the food, Tong Tong was overjoyed. She was growing and had been feeling peckish for quite some time. Indeed, but to whom should all these delicacies be bestowed? Yichen said with a smile. To Tong Tong. Of course, Daddy. Bring them quickly. I'm famished. Tong Tong was every bit the child, unable to resist the allure of delicious food. And what about the teddy bear? Your aunt mentioned it was meant for the most adorable child. Who might that be? Yichen couldn't help but tease Tong Tong again. That's me too. Mommy always says Tong Tong is her precious little darling, who always listens to Mommy and Daddy. Daddy, please come quickly. I miss you so much. Oh, this little one has learned to be cunning, clearly wanting the food and toys. Yet she claims to miss her father. Yichen couldn't conceal the smile on his face as he softly said, Ask your mother if I can come in. I'll leave the items at the door if I can't. Tong Tong, it's late. Why are you eating fried food? Have you forgotten what happened last time with your stomach? At that moment, Qin Meiyun snatched the phone and said, We must correct Tong Tong's habit of snacking at night. Stop tempting her with late-night treats. Upon hearing this, Yichen quickly nodded, saying, Then I'll leave it at the door, and she can have it tomorrow morning. It won't spoil. Silence ensued on the other end of the line. After a moment, Qin Meiyun relented. Fine, just leave it at the door. We're about to sleep. With that, she hung up. Yi-chun was elated upon hearing this. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the store, hailed a cab, and headed to the residential complex where the mother and daughter lived. However, upon reaching the entrance of the building, Yi-chun discovered it was securely locked. With a sigh, Yi-chun lit a cigarette and squatted on the ground, hoping someone would return late at night and open the door, allowing him to slip inside. Yet, 1 cigarette, 2 cigarettes, 3 or 4 cigarettes later, not a soul appeared. What to do? Mayan already feels I've broken my word. But I can't leave the stuff outside. What if someone throws it away, thinking it's trash? Yi-chun checked the time on his phone. It was already 2 in the morning. He couldn't call and wake them. I'll wait a bit longer, he thought. Yi-chun curled up in a corner, clutching the food, leaning against the wall, and drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, Aunt Pang, donning her fishmonger's apron and gloves, stepped out of her home. As she pushed open the building's entrance, she saw Yi-chun, head tilted, still asleep against the wall. Her eyes widened slightly as she noticed the KFC meal in his arms. Hey, kid, what are you doing sleeping here? Wake up, Aunt Pang said, puzzled as she reached out to rouse Yi-chun. Yi-chun opened his bleary eyes and yawned. Upon seeing Aunt Pang, he quickly stood up and greeted her with a smile. Aunt Pang, off to the market so early? As he spoke, Yi-chun rubbed his eyes. I've gotten used to it over the years. How else can I make a living if I don't start early? By the way, why are you sleeping here? Aunt Pang inquired. I came to bring food for Tong last night, but the building entrance was locked. It was too late, so I didn't want to disturb them. I was planning to wait for someone to come so I could follow them in, but I fell asleep without realizing it. Haha. Yi-chun said, grinning. Aunt Pang nodded, her expression softening. It seems you're a bit different now, but you must persevere and be consistent. Don't just be good for a couple of days. I believe if you sincerely repent and truly realize your mistakes and treat them well, Mayan will forgive you. She's kind-hearted. I know her. Aunt Pang nodded approvingly, seemingly pleased. It appeared this rascal, Yi-chun, had indeed changed, at least in a way that contrasted with what Qin Meiyun had described. He had waited all night, sleeping outside, to avoid waking the mother and daughter. It was quite chilly last night. Aunt Pang, I don't want to make any promises, nor do I expect Meiyun to forgive me. I just want to do everything I can to make amends. Yi-chun said earnestly. All right, it's enough that you have the desire, Aunt Pang said, patting Yi-chun's shoulder. Aunt Pang, you go ahead and get busy. I'll deliver this to Tong and head back. Yi-chun said, shaking his head. All right, I'll go ahead then. Aunt Pang nodded and left. A few minutes later, Qin Meiyun emerged in a skirt suit. Upon seeing Yi-chun, she frowned, her face showing a hint of coldness. What are you doing here? Her tone was cold and stiff, quite different from the previous night. I came to bring food for Tong. You haven't eaten either, right? There's quite a bit here. You should eat some before going to work. Yi-chun said, gazing at the woman before him, whose natural beauty was still striking. He inwardly cursed himself for being such a scoundrel back then. Qin Meiyun, once the belle of Longzhou University, was first-rate in figure, temperament, and looks. But since marrying him, she had been reluctant to buy clothes, using only inexpensive cosmetics or those left over by her girlfriends. She barely acquired 2 new pieces of clothing a year. Even her shoes were the simplest and ugliest kind. She used to adore high heels. But now, the more Yi-chun thought about it, the more his heart ached. Why was I so foolish back then? Eat it yourself. I have to go to work. Move aside, Qin Meiyun said coldly. Sensing Qin Meiyun's emotions, Yi-chun instinctively stepped aside. However, Qin Meiyun didn't leave immediately. Instead, she opened the building entrance and slowly turned her head, saying, go in. Don't lie to her about coming at night next time. Don't make promises you can't keep. Seeing Yi-chun grasp the building entrance, Qin Meiyun tossed her head and left. Yi-chun watched her receding figure, sighed, and then went inside. He went to the door and knocked a few times. Who's knocking? Is it Mommy? Tong's childish, slightly slurred voice came from inside, as if she were brushing her teeth. Tong, it's Daddy. I've brought you something delicious. Yi-chun quickly said, but there was no movement inside. Tong, why aren't you saying anything? What's wrong? Yi-chun panicked instantly, pacing back and forth in front of the door, desperately trying to peer through the crack. Bad Daddy. Suddenly, Tong's grumbling voice came from the room. Through the peephole, Yi-chun saw Tong wearing a small vest, holding a cup in her left hand and a cute bunny-shaped toothbrush in her right, pouting her lips. Her little face was full of grievance, her eyes brimming with tears. Tong, it is all my father's fault. He was in the wrong. Yi-chun, consumed by sorrow, did not hesitate to admit his mistake. Indeed, it was your error. You naughty father. You promised to bring me food in the evening, yet I did not have a proper meal and waited all night. You deceived me. You deceived me. Tong raised her small hand, pointing towards the door, and retreated 2 steps. What? Yi Chen's eyes widened in realization. It turned out that Tong Tong had been waiting for him all along. No wonder she was so angry. Chapter 14. The Truth Revealed to Qin Meiyun. Yi Chen envisioned his daughter, Tong Tong, gazing at the clock, her chin resting in her hands as she sighed. A simple-minded little girl, she stayed awake, eagerly awaiting her father to bring her delightful treats. After a long night of hunger, she must have felt deeply wronged and profoundly disappointed. In an instant, Yi Chen felt a surge of anxiety as he explained, Tong Tong, it's all my fault. I came yesterday, but it was too late. If I had called you, we both would have been scolded. So, I waited for your mother to leave for work, intending to sneak in and bring you some delicious food. I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me this time, all right? All right then, I forgive you, Daddy. I'll open the door for you, Tong Tong replied, her tone quite haughty. Indeed, children are remarkably trusting and straightforward, unlike adults, who often harbor complex thoughts and misunderstandings. As the door swung open, Tong Tong instinctively took a few steps back. Though she initially questioned him, upon seeing Yi Chen in person, she instinctively darted behind the wall, peeking her little head out after a while. Daddy, just put the food there. I'm afraid you might hit me. Tong Tong trembled, her voice quaking with apprehension. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen felt his heart wrench in agony. Such incidents had occurred before. There was a time when a female host had not contacted him, compounded by his losses in gambling, which soured his mood. In a drunken stupor, he had stormed into Qin Meiyun's workplace, causing a ruckus that forced her to take a leave of absence. Yet, his reckless heart was undeterred. He had followed her home, cursing and kicking the door. Qin Meiyun, terrified, had locked herself inside, weeping in a corner. Yi Chen had resorted to bribing Tong Tong with snacks to get her to open the door. At that time, Tong Tong was not yet 4 years old. She could not fathom such intricate matters. When the door finally opened, it was a scene that was all too vivid in his mind. Yi Chen dared not dwell on it further, his heart aching almost to the point of numbness. Tong Tong, the food is here. It's all your favorites. Daddy has to go now. I'll come back to see you another day. Yi Chen's voice trembled. To avoid frightening his daughter, he turned and walked away, gently closing the door behind him. In that fleeting moment, he caught a glimpse through the crack of the door, Tong Tong cautiously running out, her little face lit up with joy. At that moment, Yi Chen leaned against the door, his body sliding down to the ground. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun hurried off to work, crossing paths with the plump woman who was indulging in soy milk and fried dough sticks. Good morning, fat sister. Qin Meiyun greeted. Meiyun, I've been waiting for you. I brought you breakfast. You shouldn't go to work on an empty stomach. It's not good for your health. The plump woman smiled, handing over a warm meal. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Meiyun accepted it. There was no denying the kindness of the plump woman, who understood her financial struggles and always prepared breakfast to hand to her as she passed by. Whenever Qin Meiyun attempted to refuse, the plump woman would sulk. Such unwavering warmth and goodwill were hard to resist, so Qin Meiyun graciously accepted, silently noting her gratitude. Once she received her salary, she would also treat the plump woman occasionally, maintaining a delightful exchange of favors between them. Fat sister, I heard your son is getting married and preparing for a new house. That's wonderful news. When my salary comes through this month, I will definitely give you a generous red envelope and wish you a speedy grandchild, Qin Meiyun said with a smile. At this, the plump woman wore a bittersweet smile. It's tough. The wedding house is so expensive. It costs over 10,000 per square meter, easily exceeding $1 million for a whole unit. My husband and I have been working at the fish market just to make ends meet, not to mention paying for our child's education. We haven't even managed a down payment yet. My daughter-in-law refuses to get married without a house. I've borrowed from all my relatives, yet still haven't gathered enough. Let us not dwell on it. It's too distressing. By the way, I saw Yi Chen sleeping at the entrance this morning. He really came last night. It appears he is genuinely trying to change his ways. Fat sister, you saw him? Qin Meiyun, who was in the midst of munching on a fried dough stick, suddenly froze, nearly choking. Yes, I saw him as I left. He was sleeping against the wall. That fool really waited all night, saying he wanted to bring food to Tong Tong, but didn't call because he worried about disturbing your sleep. The plump woman chattered on. In that instant, Qin Meiyun halted, turning back to glance in the direction of her home. Her heart felt a mixture of unspeakable emotions. It turned out she had wronged Yi Chen this time, believing he had stood her up the previous night. She longed to return and take a look at him, but glancing at the time, she realized she was running late for work. Fat sister, I must hurry. I'm off. Qin Meiyun called out, swiftly making her way to the bus stop. Take care. Don't trip, the plump woman kindly reminded her. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yichen arrived at the stock trading hall. He raised his head to observe the market trends. The situation looked promising. After a peak yesterday, there had been a slight dip, but it quickly rebounded. Currently, he was earning at least tens of thousands every day, and within a few days, his capital plus earnings had reached 570,000. After deducting the 30,000 he owed Mayan, he was left with 540,000. He had no intention of touching this sum, as he predicted this stock would continue to yield profits for the next 6 months. However, Yichen was not content with merely maintaining the status quo. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Before long, someone answered. Brother Yi, is there a good deal lately? Hurry and let me know. On the other end, Xiao Tianhao eagerly inquired. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao held Yichen in the highest regard. He had lost interest in the loan companies and now waited by the phone, eagerly anticipating Yichen's call. Actually, I need to borrow some money. Yichen felt a bit awkward saying this, considering he hadn't yet repaid his last debt. Oh, so that is what it is. I have a few million on hand. I'll transfer it to you right away. Xiao Tianhao replied with great enthusiasm upon hearing this. Then, he quickly arranged for his subordinates to prepare the transfer. Wait, I can't just borrow your money for free. Let us be clear. You give me 2 million, and in 3 days, I'll return you 220,000. Don't rush to object. If you don't want to, I'll seek help elsewhere, Yichen stated with unwavering resolve. Chapter 15, Prophetic. Brother Yi, I've come to a realization. You haven't truly regarded me as a confidant. To haggle over interest between us, it's rather undermining. Lamented, not in anger, but feeling aggrieved, as if viewed him as an outsider. I anticipated this reaction. A loan is a loan, and repayment is repayment. For our relationship to endure, financial clarity is paramount. Even among kin, clear accounts prevent disputes. Explained succinctly, prepared to forego future loans from if the sentiment wasn't understood. Damn it, why didn't you articulate this sooner? Brother Yi, had you clarified, I wouldn't have misunderstood. Very well, I'll transfer the funds immediately. Exclaimed, relieved and delighted at words. Reassured of their camaraderie. He was amenable to any arrangement. No need to transfer. We'll utilize it directly on hand shortly, responded with a smile. Brother Yi, another venture brewing? Mind if I join in? Inquired, a grin spreading across his face, probing's willingness to include him. I only require 2 million. Retain the remainder as seed capital for your own endeavors. Tell me, do you have access to Matai? The older the vintage, the better, those standard varieties will suffice. Post. Foreseeing an imminent grand state event, he anticipated that numerous locales would emulate this significant ceremony, hosting smaller, similar events. Matai, emblematic of China, would be in high demand throughout these occasions, potentially exceeding supply. A surge in Matai sales was imminent. Given the event's brevity, even expedited factory production would be insufficient, rendering existing stocks highly coveted. For that, one should approach. Previously, he might have ignored us, but now, with a mere word from you, he'd personally deliver it with glee. Chuckled, his anticipation palpable. It's best I remain uninvolved. You can approach him directly, countered, preferring not to incur a favor from, seeking to preserve their existing rapport. Very well, I'll confer with. What quantity would be prudent to acquire? Inquired. The current market price for Fatian Matai hovers around 2,001 or 2. Secure 1,000 bottles for me, ideally for 2 million. As for your own acquisition, gauge your available funds, advised. He surmised that after lending him 2 million, would be left with a mere 2 million or so. A dwindling sum given his company's capital needs and his daughter's medical expenses. This predicament likely drove his foray into the loan business. Each family has its burdens. Everyone faces their trials. Brother Yi, can Matai's price truly appreciate further? Questioned, his tone thoughtful and incredulous. It's been stable for 2 years, particularly stagnant in recent months. He sought clarification, not doubting, but driven by curiosity. You'll soon see. Act swiftly. Neither of us will rest easy until the liquor is secured, concluded, ending the call. Subsequently, contacted, cutting to the chase after brief pleasantries. What's your current Matai inventory? Just received a shipment, though sales have been sluggish recently, and prices are declining. If it's for personal consumption or gifting, I can deliver a couple of bottles. But I'd advise against stockpiling. It's a risky investment. As you've observed, Matai's price has been flat this year. Invest only when there's volatility, otherwise, it's futile, advised, leaning back in his office chair. The recent visit from Matai's sales director, complete with gifts and price reductions to 1,500 per bottle, underscored the unfavorable market conditions. Difficult times. I'm actually considering a small stockpile with some idle funds. How about this? Humor my rash investment. I have 4,300,000. Can I get 2,000 bottles? Proposed boldly. Was taken aback. Are you mad? Or simply burdened by excessive wealth? No, absolutely not. We're acquaintances. I can't exploit you. What would think? What kind of person would I be? Vehemently refused. In truth, this order is for Brother Yi. Secure 2,000 bottles for me. I'll transfer the funds. I'm relying on you. With that, ended the call. Was left in contemplation. 2,000 bottles. What's the purpose? Perplexed, he instructed his assistant to gather all available Mutai stock from the warehouse and deliver it to his company. 3 days elapsed swiftly. The streets were adorned with festive decorations. The banks of the moat were lined with liquor and offerings. Recent news reports announced that the city's mayor, in a bid to foster economic growth, had released numerous land parcels and forged partnerships with dozens of real estate firms. On this day, the Chamber of Commerce hosted a grand banquet. Countless foreign dignitaries attended, creating a lively atmosphere. The lavish feast, lasting 3 days, welcomed the arrival of overseas trade associations. Feitian Mitai, favored by both domestic and international guests, became a symbol of prestige. Simultaneously, Feitian Mitai was in short supply. With the market depleted and prices soaring, still asleep, was awakened by a phone call. He answered it groggily. Brother Yi, your foresight is uncanny. You're practically a sage. The Feitian Mitai you had me stockpile has skyrocketed. Aha. I've replaced the statue of Guan Yu with your photograph and kowed out to it every morning. We procured the goods at a remarkably low price of 1,791 per bottle from High. Now, the price has skyrocketed to over 7,800 per bottle. From the other end of the phone, the fervent and exhilarated shouts of Xiao Tianhao echoed, nearly shattering the speaker of the mobile device. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Yichen felt a surge of delight and quickly sat up. Old Xiao, you must have made quite a fortune this time. Yichen leisurely lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and casually inquired. Chapter 16, Brother. Let me earn some money too, I beg you. Brother Yi, your 1,000 bottles have appreciated several times in value, grossing 7,800,000, and after deducting costs, you netted 5,800,000. It's exhilarating, simply thrilling. I've rounded it off to 6 million and transferred it to you. Brother Yi, let us not get caught up in trivialities. Let us overlook the minor details, shall we? Xiao Tianhao shouted with great enthusiasm, his excitement palpable even over the phone. His voice trembling with exhilaration. Old Xiao, you've accumulated a bit of savings. Perhaps it's time to consider a career change. After all, engaging in usury is rather detrimental to one's moral standing. Think of it as an opportunity to accumulate virtue for your daughter. Of course, that's merely a suggestion. The decision rests with you. Yichen responded after a moment of silence, his tone calm. Usury, particularly in the form of student loans, is exceedingly predatory, ensnaring those naive students who lack a grasp of financial matters, leading them into a quagmire from which only their families can rescue them. It is profoundly damaging. Yet, Yichen acknowledged that his own debts, incurred for a female streamer, were of his own making. He could not blame anyone else. Sighing, Xiao Tianhao lamented, truth be told, I've long wished to cease this. Each day, seeing my daughter's condition pains my heart, and I feel its retribution. Tomorrow, I will withdraw my investments. Rest assured, Brother Yi, even without your prompting, I had already planned to retire from this business. His tone shifted to one of serious contemplation, devoid of jest. Consider it wisely. I'll hang up now, Yichen said, concluding the call, only to be greeted by a notification of the transfer. A full 6 million had been credited to his account. Additionally, he had already amassed over 80,000 in the stock market. Combined, his wealth had soared to nearly 7 million. It was time to embark on a significant venture. A faint smile graced Yichen's lips as he began to strategize. Suddenly, his phone rang again. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was Feng Tianhai. Yichen couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. It seemed Feng was coming to confront him. He answered the call while rising from bed, making his way to the bathroom, and switched to speaker mode while splashing water on his face. Hello, is this Brother Yi? Feng Tianhai's hoarse voice came through the line, tinged with a hint of agitation, as if he were nervously puffing on a cigarette. I'm in the middle of washing up, Yichen replied succinctly. Brother Yi, you've been rather inconsiderate. I genuinely admire and appreciate you. Yet this time, you partnered with Xiao Tianhao to make a fortune without even a word to me. What do I lack compared to him? I admit I've made mistakes before and crossed you, but that is all in the past. Feng Tianhai's voice carried a note of grievance. Yichen, hearing this, abruptly ended the call. Almost immediately, the phone rang again. After several rings, he reluctantly answered, "Brother, please don't hang up. You've misunderstood. That is not what I meant. It's quite normal for you not to take me along to make money. I'm not upset about that, nor do I have the right to be. It's just that Xiao Tianhao got lucky. Knowing you first, timing is crucial. I understand. I'm not particularly short on cash. It's just that I envy the bond you share with Xiao Tianhao. Brother Yi, it truly pains me not to be considered your friend. It makes me feel like a failure." Feng Tianhai rushed to explain, fearing Yi Chen would hang up again. "Didn't Xiao Tianhao remind you?" Yi Chen wiped his face dry and began to shave. "He did, but I thought he was just joking. This is too bizarre. It's been over a year without a ripple, and who could foresee the sudden surge in Feitian Matai? I genuinely didn't catch on. Brother, I firmly believe I am not lacking in friendship, but you must also give me a chance to prove myself. Next time there's an opportunity, please let me know." Feng Tianhai's tone was filled with grievance, yet he refrained from being overly dramatic, resembling an aggrieved spouse. Yi Chen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. "All right, I thought you'd look down on this small sum of money. You mentioned earlier that you're not in need of it," Yi Chen said as he finished grooming and stepped out of the bathroom, slipping on his clothes and shoes. Today, he had important matters to attend to. "Wait, Brother Yi, I was wrong. Please don't take it seriously. Honestly, I might seem well off, but I'm actually struggling. My father provided me with 20 million to start a business, and now I'm nearly bankrupt. You know, we run this liquor group, which appears stable, but we're barely getting by. I just want to prove to my father that I'm not useless. Heh, brother. Next time there's a chance to earn, please take me along." The final plea was crucial. Feng Tianhai spoke with a tone of desperation. Yi Chen chuckled. Confident and assured, he knew Feng Tianhai's background well. Although his father was an ordinary businessman, his grandfather was a formidable figure. The former lord of Longzhou City, a person of significant influence, akin to a governor in ancient times. Such a person was worth befriending. "All right, enough of this chatter. I'll take you next time. I have matters to attend to. I'll hang up now." With that, Yi Chen ended the call and exited his home. After a moment's contemplation, he visited a nearby upscale restaurant, ordering a variety of seafood and desserts before heading toward the neighborhood where his wife and daughter resided. Upon reaching the entrance of the building, Yi Chen took out his phone and dialed. Moments later, Qin Meiyun answered. "Meiyun, I bought some food for Tong Tong. Could you please open the door? I'll leave it at the entrance and be on my way." Yi Chen's voice lowered as he spoke. "Come in." "I've unlocked it," came the reply before the call ended. Stepping inside, Yi Chen found Qin Meiyun waiting at the door, and beside her stood their daughter Tong Tong, her cherubic face alight with anticipation. "Daddy, you're here to bring me food again," Tong Tong exclaimed, eager to greet him. Though Qin Meiyun pulled her back with a stern expression, Tong Tong, astutely aware that her father would come, was ready to welcome him. "Look, Daddy brought you something special." Yi Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but smile wryly as he placed the bags on the ground. In the midst of their conversation, he produced a beautifully wrapped box. Inside lay a pristine pink smartphone, a brand new Huawei P40. It was exquisitely charming. Qin Meiyun stood frozen, astonished at the sight. "Wow, is this a new phone? It looks splendid. Thank you, Dad." Upon seeing the phone, Tong Tong joyfully accepted it. "Why would you buy such an expensive phone for a child so young? This phone costs at least 7 or 8,000, not to mention the previous 30,000. Where did you acquire such a substantial sum of money?" Qin Meiyun remarked, furrowing her brows. Chapter 17. Introducing you to my father. Rest assured, this money is earned through honest means. If it were illicit, I would have been apprehended long ago. The phone that Tong Tong uses was, in fact, utilized by her grandfather for 3 years. Its battery and hardware are no longer functional. The screen is shattered and unclear, which is detrimental to Tong Tong's eyesight, especially with the frequent call drop issues. Encountering an emergency would be disastrous. Yi Chen wore a radiant smile. His happiness was derived from witnessing his daughter's joy, his face beaming with delight. However, upon hearing his explanation, Qin Meiyun remained unconvinced, her brow furrowed with concern. Each sum of money weighed heavily on her heart, reminding her of Yi Chen's past misdeeds. Could it be that he has returned to gambling? The mere thought of this caused a knot of anxiety in her chest. Yet, even if she wished to return the money, she was uncertain where to do so. Yi Chen, with this newfound wealth, should prioritize repaying debts, alleviating his parents' worries. They have no income and have depleted their savings to support his education. Had he successfully secured a position as a civil servant, they could have enjoyed a comfortable life. But, never mind, since you have the means. Just settle your debts. Do not flaunt your wealth. I shall manage my own obligations. Do not expect anything from me anymore. Qin Meiyun turned her head away. Her expression stern. She had resolved to no longer concern herself with Yi Chun, viewing him as a bottomless pit. As a human being, I have failed in the 3 significant roles of father, son, and husband. Do not worry, I will take care of my parents. I will do my utmost in the future, Yi Chun asserted seriously. Why share these thoughts with me? You should discuss them with your parents. By the way, I may need to return to my grandmother's company soon, and it is possible I will be moving. If you wish to see Tong Tong, perhaps do so less frequently. Qin Meiyun replied flatly. The Qin family once operated a family business, but her father, lacking business acumen, withdrew to become a long-haul truck driver. She felt compelled to expedite her debt repayment by seeking a sales position at her grandmother's company. She yearned for independence, desiring to rely solely on her capabilities rather than anyone else. It's all right. I can rent a place nearby when the time comes, Yi Chun responded, nodding. Fully adaptable to Qin Meiyun's changing circumstances. As long as he could see his wife and daughter, he was willing to do anything. All right, you may leave now. I need to tidy up the house. Qin Meiyun thought Yi Chun might offer her some advice, but quickly lost interest. Seeking his counsel seemed less reliable than flipping a coin. Wait a moment, hand me your phone. Yi Chun suddenly extended his hand, blocking the door as it was about to close. What are you doing? Qin Meiyun gritted her teeth, instinctively stepping back, her face a mask of vigilance. Visibly trembling from anxiety, Yi Chun could sense her palpable fear towards him. I only need to use it for a moment. Please trust me, Yi Chun spoke, his tone laced with trepidation, careful to control his volume. After a long silence, Qin Meiyun hesitantly handed over her phone. Yi Chun instinctively entered his birth date, the same unlock code Qin Meiyun had set. At that moment, memories flooded back to her. Upon successfully unlocking the phone, Yi Chun's body jolted, and he looked up, astonished and touched, gazing at Qin Meiyun. I forgot to change it. It is merely a password. It holds no significance to alter it now. I have grown accustomed to it. Qin Meiyun briefly blushed in panic, but her impatience quickly overshadowed it. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Oh, this is good, this is good. Yi Chun maintained a composed exterior while his heart brimmed with joy. He understood his wife well. If she truly despised someone or felt utterly hopeless, she would not entertain a trace of connection, let alone reminisce. This meant he still had a glimmer of hope. It appeared he needed to double his efforts. Filled with delight, Yi Chun promptly retrieved his old phone and transferred 50,000 yuan via WeChat. He then used Qin Meiyun's phone to accept the funds. I have transferred 50,000 yuan to you. Do not be frugal, spend as you wish. I intended to send more, but I reached the daily transfer limit. I should devote all my resources to you and Tong Tong, yet I squandered my household funds on another woman. Seeing this money serves as a reminder of my past misdeeds. Spending it will alleviate my guilt. Consider it a means of retribution for my previous foolishness and cruelty. You need not concern yourself with the 1 million I borrowed. I will take care of it all. With that, Yi Chun unceremoniously shoved the phone into a food package on the floor and turned to leave. As he reached the door, he looked back and waved to Tong Tong, saying, Tong Tong, Daddy will come to see you again soon. If you miss me, let us video chat, and if you want something to eat or a toy, just tell Daddy. With that, Yi Chun pushed open the apartment door and swiftly departed. Once Qin Meiyun regained her composure and glanced at her phone to see the 50,000 yuan transfer, she was utterly stunned. After purchasing a new phone and buying treats for Tong Tong, along with the previous 30,000, it amounted to nearly 100,000. What on earth is Yi Chun doing? If he has money, why not repay his debts? Is he planning to become a deadbeat? She appeared increasingly distressed. After a moment, Qin Meiyun gathered the money and, with Tong Tong in tow, left the house and boarded a bus, heading directly to the Jepu Loan Company. She intended to utilize every penny Yi Chun had given her to settle debts. Not a cent would remain. Otherwise, she feared Yi Chun might land in serious trouble. Meanwhile, after leaving, Yi Chun took out his phone and made a call. Soon, Xiao Tianhao answered. Brother Yi, what can I do for you? I am at your service. Xiao Tianhao said in a joking tone. Nothing much, just that Meiyun, your sister-in-law, may go back to repay some money. When that happens, find a way to stall her. I will repay you the 1 million. Yi Chun spoke earnestly. He understood Qin Meiyun. Coupled with the previous 30,000 cash, she would undoubtedly rush to settle her debts. Repaying me? I thought it was something significant. Xiao Tianhao assured him. All right, I leave it in your hands. With that, Yi Chun hung up the phone. At that moment, a blue Maserati slowly came to a halt before him. Then, Han Yashuan jumped out of the car. Her attire for the day was quite simple, a white shirt, jeans, and red-soled black high heels. exuding a certain charm. Not only that, but she also wore a delicate touch of makeup, removing her sunglasses to greet him with a bright smile. "Brother Yi, are you busy? I would like to take you to meet someone," she said. Yichen paused for a moment before responding nonchalantly, "Not particularly busy." "Then let us get in the car." "I'll drive," Han Yashuan said enthusiastically, opening the car door for him with a welcoming gesture. Yichen swiftly entered the vehicle. As the automobile roared to life and maneuvered into the center of the road, Yichen finally inquired, "Wait, whom are we to meet?" "My father," Han Yashuan suddenly replied. Upon hearing this, Yichen was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her in utter astonishment. Chapter 18. He is nothing but a fraud. What's wrong? Han Yashuan sensed Yichen's gaze and tilted her head in confusion. "Brother Yi, you helped our Han family tremendously last time. My father wishes to express his gratitude in person." After realizing the situation, Han Yashuan hurriedly explained. "It's nothing, just a small favor," Yichen replied with a smile. At that moment, he leaned back in his chair, allowing fragments of memories to flash through his mind. Shortly after, he gently closed his eyes, seeking a moment of tranquility. About half an hour later, Han Yashuan gradually brought the car to a stop at Goofing Street, and Yichen opened his eyes. "Have we arrived?" he inquired. "Yes, we have. My father is inside the shop," Han Yashuan confirmed with a nod, then opened the car door. The two exited simultaneously and approached a store named Treasure Pavilion. Inside, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance and a square face was seated on a rosewood chair, sipping tea and idly playing with a golden silk Nanma bracelet. Upon noticing Han Yashuan and Yichen entering, he slowly raised his head and stood to greet them. "Father, this is the esteemed individual I mentioned, Brother Yichen. If it weren't for his timely warning last time, that painting would have ended up in old Master Chi's hands, with dire consequences." Han Yashuan hurriedly introduced. "Brother Yi, this is my father, Han Tianjung." She enthusiastically presented both parties. Yichen extended his hand in greeting. However, Han Tianjung simply turned away, expressionless, and walked towards the bookshelf. This left Yichen feeling somewhat awkward, yet he smiled and brushed it off. Han Yashuan, upon witnessing this, immediately took issue. "Father, it was no small feat to bring Brother Yi here. What are you doing? He helped our family avoid a catastrophe last time, and yet you're acting this way." Han Yashuan approached her father in frustration. However, Han Tianjung remained silent, retrieving a wooden box. Upon opening it, a landscape painting was revealed. "I heard from my daughter that you didn't even take a glance, yet you could determine the authenticity of this painting with just a word? In our line of work, discerning authenticity requires keen eyes. How could you know the truth from afar? This piques my curiosity. Since you possess such remarkable skills, why not help me ascertain the authenticity of this painting before you? If you succeed, I shall apologize for my earlier rudeness. If not, do not blame Han for thinking you're merely a fraud." With that, Han Tianjung gestured for Yichen to proceed. Upon hearing this, Yichen smiled lightly and, with a mere glance at the painting, confidently declared, "It's a fake." Han Tianjung's expression shifted abruptly. "Nonsense. Appraising antiques requires experience, sharp eyesight, and meticulous attention over time. You haven't even examined the painting closely. How can you assert it's a fake? It seems my suspicions were correct. You're simply guessing, riding on luck. Or perhaps you've colluded with the seller to deceive our Han family. Speak. What is your true intention in getting close to my daughter?" Han Tianjung glared at Yichen with piercing eyes, his voice cold and commanding. "Father, what are you doing? Brother Yi helped us avert a disaster, and you're here being suspicious. How disheartening." Han Yashuan's teeth clenched in anger, her face flushed, anxiously studying Yichen's expression, fearing he might completely lose faith in the Han family. To her surprise, Yichen remained as calm as a tranquil lake, even smiling slightly as he approached the painting. There was no need for further scrutiny. No matter how one looked at it, the painting was indeed a counterfeit. Yichen's confidence stemmed from his foresight. Han Tianjung, in his stubbornness regarding the art of antiques, had unwittingly fallen into a colossal trap. If he persisted in his obstinacy, it would lead to his downfall. Upon hearing Yichen's words, Han Tianjung's anger transformed into sardonic laughter. "Yashuan, do you see this? This is the so-called expert you mentioned. This painting was brought back by your cousin from the South China Sea, authenticated by 3 international masters, and has even been featured in news reports. We spent over 70 million on this genuine piece. The evidence is irrefutable, and he dares to flaunt his deceit, treating our Han family as fools. You, my clever daughter, how could you so easily trust a fraud?" Han Yashuan paused momentarily, but remained resolute, shaking her head defiantly. "That's impossible. Brother Yi is not a fraud. I believe in him. Yi Chun smiled faintly, warmth spreading in his heart. It was Han Yashuan's unwavering faith that kept him from leaving. Otherwise, Han Tianjing's fate would have been of no concern to him. Han Tianjing sighed, his face darkening. I truly don't know what kind of enchantment this fool has cast upon you. Even at this point, you're still defending him. It's simply delusional. Foolish. He turned to Yi Chun, glaring with disdain. Young man, although you possess a fine appearance, you dare to deceive my daughter? Such despicable behavior has crossed my line. I offer you one chance. Leave immediately, or don't blame me for being unkind. I cannot allow my daughter to suffer any longer. At that moment, Yi Chun stepped forward with composure and stated, 3 months ago, you invested 600 million to acquire a South China Sea auction house. This institution houses numerous genuine artifacts. However, it is merely a shell company set up to siphon your funds. Your money has already been deposited. The other party has begun to transfer the ownership of these artifacts. As for who that individual is, I believe I need not inform you. Instantly, Han Tianjing, who had appeared cold and composed, faltered, his breath hitching, and a storm of turmoil surged within him. Had Yi Chun merely guessed one thing, perhaps Han Tianjing would have clung to the notion that it was simply luck. Yet, with each detail revealed, the precision with which Yi Chun spoke became increasingly alarming. In that moment, Han Tianjing's doubtful gaze instinctively fell upon his daughter, Han Yashuan. Han Yashuan's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, Father, at this point, you surely cannot still believe I would collude with Brother Yi to deceive you, right? Han Tianjing remained silent, his expression still grim. It was evident that his stubborn nature left him unable to trust Yi Chun. Chapter 19. Clean up your language, or it won't just be a simple head injury. Han Tianjing slowly exhaled, directing his gaze back at Yi Chun, and coldly remarked, even if what you say is entirely accurate, how can you substantiate that the auction house is merely a facade? At this moment, his tone had shifted from skepticism to an earnest desire for the truth. Indeed, his subconscious had begun to accept Yi Chun's claims. Yi Chun replied with a faint smile, proving it is quite simple. In 3 days, your investment of 600 million will belong to someone else. The land deed for that auction house, valued in the tens of millions, will not bear your name. I trust you've sensed something amiss during this time. You simply choose not to confront it. He refrained from divulging the whole truth, for even if he did, Han Tianjing would likely remain unconvinced. Some truths can only be uncovered through personal exploration. Seeing is believing, and mere words can often backfire. Han Tianjing, a man of considerable wealth, was far from foolish. In fact, he was rather astute. Yet, the most formidable hunters often target the shrewdest prey, crafting intricate traps specifically for cunning individuals like him. As Yi Chun's words hung in the air, Han Tianjing fell into contemplation and took a seat on a nearby chair. Father, may I ask if my cousin Han Jingqi is in charge of the South Sea auction house? Why not summon him for a confrontation? The truth will surely come to light. Han Yashuan exclaimed anxiously from the side. Han Tianjing scoffed, what a joke. How could your cousin betray me? I have supported his entrepreneurial endeavors upon his return, paving the way for him. Yi Chun, just wait. I will call him over for a confrontation, he declared, pulling out his phone. Jingqi, come to the treasure pavilion at once. Yes, quickly. After hanging up, Han Tianjing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Chun. At that moment, Yi Chun reclined in his chair, exuding an air of calmness and composure. The more composed Yi Chun appeared, the less assured Han Tianjing felt. Indeed, he had noticed numerous inconsistencies during this period. The South Sea auction house's data was murky, and the authentication of those antiques remained incomplete. The only source of comfort was his trust in Han Jingqi. After all, he was family. How could he possibly betray his own? However, after Yi Chun's analysis, Han Tianjing's resolve began to waver. Approximately 20 minutes later, a BMW X6 pulled up outside. Shortly after, a young man dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses entered. He was Han Jingqi, strikingly handsome, yet possessing a somewhat effeminate demeanor, and he hurried in carrying an Hermes bag. Uncle, why the urgency? What has happened? Han Jingqi asked, visibly anxious. He noticed the unfamiliar presence of Yi Chun, but chose not to dwell on it. Han Tianjing lit a cigarette and inquired, has everything been finalized with the South Sea auction house? Are the antique authentications complete? His expression was inscrutable, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. Han Yashuan, in a fit of anxiety, seized Han Jingqi's collar, her demeanor fierce. Han Jingqi, I ask you, is the South Sea auction house a mere shell? Are you attempting to defraud my father of his 600 million? Where has the money gone? As her words settled, Han Jingqi's expression shifted drastically. though he quickly regained his composure. Cousin, such statements cannot be made lightly. The value of those over 100 antiques far exceeds our investment of 600 million. The authentication process must be meticulous. Each piece requires careful examination, and haste is unwarranted. I returned from overseas thanks to my uncle's support. Without him, I would not be where I am today. Even if I were devoid of humanity, I could never engage in such disgraceful acts. We are family. We share in the profits together. How could I commit an act of such treachery? Han Jingqi swore an oath, pounding his chest in assurance. His words imbued with righteous fervor, even appearing somewhat aggrieved. However, Han Yashuan's accusations had startled him to the core, akin to a thunderstorm raging within. Had he not possessed exceptional composure, he might have inadvertently revealed his true feelings. Enough, Yashuan. Release him. You are being utterly disrespectful. In this world, anyone may betray me, but not our own family. Han Tianjing suddenly stood, his demeanor serious as he reprimanded her, pulling her aside. At this juncture, pressing further would clearly imply doubt and distrust. Should Han Jingqi's emotions become volatile, their business dealings could be jeopardized, rendering all his careful planning futile. Uncle, who has spread such slanders and caused this rift? It's truly malicious. Han Jingqi retorted indignantly, his face a canvas of rage as he demanded answers. As he surveyed the Han family duo, his gaze landed squarely on Yi Chun. Indeed, it was I who spoke, Yi Chun interjected with a light cough. Upon hearing this, Han Jingqi whipped around, his expression darkening as if he were about to unleash a storm. Who the hell are you to stir the pot with such nonsense? You're courting death. Furious, Han Jingqi raised his fist, ready to strike Yi Chun. Yet, Yi Chun merely smiled indifferently, tilting his head to evade the incoming blow effortlessly. What a jest! With his precognitive abilities, Yi Chun could foresee not just punches, but even the trajectory of bullets should the need arise, ensuring his safety at all times. You think you can dodge? Today, I will make you regret it. Han Jingqi seethed, momentarily stunned before his rage ignited anew. In the next instant, Yi Chun smirked, delivering a swift kick to Han Jingqi's leg. The latter lost his balance, toppling forward and crashing his head against the table with a resounding thud. Everyone stood in shock, save for Yi Chun, who remained unfazed, arms crossed, as if nothing had transpired. Jingqi, are you all right? Han Tianjing exclaimed, rushing to intervene. Let's not act impulsively. We can discuss this rationally. But at that moment, Han Jingqi, clutching his bleeding head, struggled to rise. You played dirty, you bastard. He spun around, his eyes narrowing like a wolf's, fixating on Yi Chun. Watch your mouth, or this won't just be a simple head injury. Yi Chun's expression turned icy as he retorted. Mind your words. Chapter 20. Short selling, reverse arbitrage. Yi Chun's tone was even and composed, yet his mere presence exuded unwavering stability and formidable power. His words resonated with an imposing authority. Han Jingqi was momentarily stunned, even trembling slightly. All right, Jingqi, you're being too impulsive, even resorting to violence. Let's drop the matter. Get to the hospital to have that wound dressed to prevent infection. And see to the authentication of those antiques promptly, Han Tianjing said in a deep voice. Understood, uncle. Han Jingqi glared daggers at Yi Chun, resigned to his defeat, and turned to leave through gritted teeth. After Han Jingqi's departure, Han Tianjing poured a cup of tea and offered it to Yi Chun. Young man, I initially perceived you as composed and experienced, but you're still too impetuous. This disposition for immediate retribution will hinder your future progress. He no longer doubted Yi Chun's capabilities and had lowered himself to seek amicable terms. Admiration flickered in his eyes. Yi Chun leisurely sipped his tea, then slowly raised his head and said, if there is a grievance, why not seek redress? Some matters can be endured, but others, if tolerated, will only exacerbate the situation. Hesitation and indecision are traits of the weak. By the time one reacts, it's often too late. Han Tianjing's brow furrowed, his expression immediately darkening. He could not fail to grasp the implication of Yi Chun's words, a veiled critique of his own lack of decisiveness. Insolence. Who do you think you are, presuming to lecture me with such impunity? Were it not for my daughter's sake, I would have ejected you long ago. Han Tianjing erupted, pointing at Yi Chun and bellowing in anger. How could he, a seasoned veteran of decades, permit a mere youth to instruct him? Yi Chun scrutinized Han Tianjing, then remarked, it seems you are beyond redemption. For the sake of Miss Han Yashuan, allow me to offer one final word of caution. Temper your avarice and withdraw promptly. You fancy yourself a fisherman, but alas, a lifetime of fishing will only lead to your demise in the depths. With that, Yi Chun, feigning disinterest, rose to depart. Han Yashuan quickly stood up, visibly anxious. Upon hearing these words, Han Tianjing's expression underwent a dramatic shift, his body trembling uncontrollably. Hold on. Han Tianjing, witnessing Yi Chun reach the doorway, could contain himself no longer and hastily raised his hand, calling out. However, Yi Chun remained impassive, not even glancing back, and strode out the door. Good heavens, that boy. His temper is even worse than mine. Han Tianjing slapped his thigh, hurriedly rising to pursue him. Shortly thereafter, Han Yashuan was astonished to see her father leading Yi Chun back, his demeanor obsequious. Yi Chun, this uncle was in the wrong earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I've always had such a foul temper and offended many over the years. Please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. In truth, I truly admire your temperament, swift to avenge grievances and quick to sever ties. Ha. Han Tianjing cajoled and pleaded until he had invited Yi Chun back. The two resumed their seats. Han Yashuan, witnessing this scene, was filled with delight. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Chun began earnestly, Uncle Han, I am aware of your scheme. Those 600 million were the bait you cast, intending to devour those antiques. Beyond that, there's a grander design in the works. But alas, those 600 million are irretrievably lost. Han Jingxi intends to appropriate your invested capital for himself, and he's already halfway there. In less than 3 days, the auction house, including those priceless antiques, will all change hands. Especially after what transpired earlier, he's become wary and will expedite the process. So the time remaining to you is merely 1 day? Han Tianjing's eyebrows twitched violently, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Each word from Yi Chun was unerringly precise, striking him to the core. Alas, Han Tianjing sighed deeply, his voice weak. Through the probing just now, I had already suspected as much. I contacted my secretary sent to the South China Sea and have confirmed that the account's funds have dwindled to merely tens of millions. And the antiques have been taken away. Han Jingqi produced the lease agreement, including the auction house's land, which he's also transferring. This money is beyond recovery. I never imagined. My own nephew, my brother's flesh and blood, would attempt to deceive his elder. A misfortune for the family. You must find it amusing. As he spoke, the wrinkles on Han Tianjing's face deepened, and he seemed to have aged a decade. Yi Chun was silent for a moment, then said with a smile, No. Everything your secretary told you is false. He has been bribed by Han Jingqi, which is why you've been kept in the dark. Trust me. Han Jingqi's actions haven't been that swift. The auction house still holds at least 300 million worth of antiques that haven't been transferred. There's still an opportunity for salvage. If you act now, you can minimize the losses. However, the stocks you've invested in will be difficult. Instantly, Han Yashuan and Han Tianjing revealed expressions of utter shock and dismay. Especially Han Tianjing, whose mind reeled, utterly stunned. If Yi Chun's earlier deduction of Han Jingqi's empty fortress strategy and the swindling of Han Tianjing's 600 million had caused him great shock, then the matter of the stocks was a blow 10,000 times more devastating. This secret was unknown even to his wife and daughter, Yashuan. How could Yi Chun know? Could this young man truly be so prescient? Yi Chun, I apologize. I withheld information from you. Please, tell me, what exactly has happened to this stock? At this moment, Han Tianjing was finally moved. His aged face was etched with unprecedented anxiety. Even knowing that 600 million had been swindled, he had remained composed, not showing much distress. But now, the 20 billion in stocks had crossed his bottom line. It threatened his very foundation. Those 20 billion were all he had obtained by mortgaging all of the Han family's antiques and properties, borrowing from 6 banks. If he were to lose it, he would be ruined. Yi Chun took a deep breath and said solemnly, It seems those 600 million were deliberately given to Han Jingqi. That's your family matter. And I won't interfere. But did you not consider that the 20 billion shares you've invested in Tiansheng real estate could all be lost? If you liquidate now, there's still hope. If you delay any longer, prepare to see it all go down the drain. At this point, Yi Chun did not wish to say more. For Han Tianjing knew better than anyone else whether this money was important to him. Han Tianjing clutched his chest, the lines on his face trembling. Once those 20 billion were lost, awaiting him would be the wrath of his relatives and the dashed hopes of his family. Ultimately, there seems to be no escape. Han Tianjing felt a chilling sensation along his scalp, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, and the more he pondered, the more horrified he became. I implore you to lend a hand, to save me. This is the lifeblood of the Han family, I beseech you. Trembling, Han Tianjing rose and knelt upon the ground, his eyes devoid of any lingering doubt. Han Yashuan stared in astonishment, yet quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and cast a pleading glance for assistance. Yi Chun sighed, expressing his resignation. Very well. I shall intervene and see what can be done. To spend one's days hunting geese only to be pecked in the eyes. You must refrain from such pursuits in the future. Prepare a laptop for me. Swiftly, go and retrieve as much of the funds from the auction house as possible. Yi-Chen settled cross-legged upon the couch, exhaling slowly. It seems today I must warm up. Coincidentally, that troublesome stock is approaching as well. Perfect timing to be prepared. As soon as Yi-Chen's words fell, Han Yashuan hurriedly dashed to the bedroom in search of the computer. Han Tianjing also rose, seizing his phone, and hurriedly ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Han Jingqi, after leaving the treasure pavilion, parked his car by the roadside and dialed a number. Secretary Liang. Now, as per my instructions, immediately liquidate all the antiques. Sell them to any buyers you can find. Every last one. Yet, on the other end of the line, silence ensued. What is the matter? After a brief pause, the voice inquired. My uncle has grown suspicious. We must expedite the plan. Han Jingqi replied with palpable urgency. Chapter 21. A dual-pronged approach. Limitless maneuvering on the other end of the line. The voice of Secretary Liang was laced with panic. Mr. Han, I regret to inform you that Chairman Han Tianjing has dispatched individuals to seize all the antiques. These are genuine artifacts, while what remains are merely our previous forgeries. Furthermore, I have received notification from the bank that the funds previously injected by the chairman have been temporarily frozen. We are left with 300 million that we cannot liquidate. Han Jingqi's eyes widened in fury, his teeth gritting audibly as he exclaimed, Damn it! Truly worthy of my uncle, a cunning old fox, pulling such a stunt immediately. It appears he merely intended to placate me. However, I am not at a loss. I managed to extract 300 million from the 600 million. As for those antiques, they are of no consequence. Moreover, a larger fortune is about to materialize, so I am not concerned about this trifling sum. Haraha. With that, Han Jingqi ended the call and drove off into the distance. On another front, the treasure pavilion had closed its doors. Inside, Yi-Chen wore a serious expression, seated on the sofa, his fingers flying over the keyboard. He looked up at Han Tianjing, who hurriedly approached and casually inquired, How much capital have you managed to secure? I have leveraged the antiques with a few trusted old friends, additionally secured a loan of 30 million from the bank, and sought assistance from several associates in the industry. Alongside the 300 million that has been frozen. Currently, we have access to 920 million. Han Tianjing stated gravely as he drew closer. Uncle Han. Yi-Chen reclined on the sofa, narrowing his eyes as he calmly declared, The moment of reckoning is upon us. Are you prepared? You must decide whether you truly trust me. If you do, I am ready to commence. Visions of another parallel reality flickered in Yi-Chen's mind. In that realm, Han Jingqi's scheme had succeeded, not only extracting 600 million from the auction house, but also securing all the antiques. He had even colluded with his father, Han Jingshan, to manipulate two stocks, targeting Han Tianjing's market funds, resulting in the entire Han family's wealth flowing into the stocks of Tianjing Real Estate. For behind Tianjing Group stood Han Jingqi and his father. The father-son duo, in connivance, had betrayed the entire Han family. They amassed tremendous wealth by trampling upon countless lives, emerging victorious in the stock market and becoming figures of renown. And Han Tianjing, he faced the curses and humiliation of relatives, pursued relentlessly by creditors and accusations from the bank. With no way out and in despair, he chose to leap from a building. Before his fall, he called his wife, uttering, I love you, my dear. Please take care of our daughter. And then he plummeted into the abyss. A once great collector, antique dealer, and business magnate met his demise. Even as Yi-Chen foresaw this tragedy. The image of Han Tianjing standing at the edge of the rooftop, the wind howling around him, echoed in his mind. Han Tianjing inhaled sharply, his body trembling uncontrollably. This 900 million was truly his last lifeline. Should it be lost, there would be no turning back. Only death awaited. His family would suffer the consequences. After a moment, with eyes ablaze, Han Tianjing clenched his teeth and resolutely proclaimed, Let it be done. I refuse to believe that I will perish in this endeavor after a lifetime of toil. Yi-Chen sat upright, his expression grave. Then let the battle commence. I will do my utmost to recover your 2 billion. You can settle accounts later. Han Tianjing nodded. Very well, proceed without hesitation. I have faith in you. At this juncture, Han Tianjing's heart ached deeply. He had received intelligence that his 2 billion had plummeted by 200 million in just 3 days. And it was still declining. This was the collective effort of the entire Han family. A loss would not only spell personal bankruptcy for him, but the entire Han family would bear the burden of staggering debts. Yi Chun commenced inputting codes, identifying two stocks, Tianxing Real Estate, the enterprise of Han Jingqi and his father, Han Jingshan. The father-son duo had initially breached Han Tianjing's defenses through this very stock. With a cold chuckle, Yi Chun reflected on how Han Jingshan and Han Jingqi had utterly ruined the Han family. After pinpointing the two shares, he then locked onto another, Tianxia shares. This was the second trap set by Han Jingqi and his father. Yi Chun was resolute. Having decided to assist Han Tianjung in reversing his fortunes, he knew he must see the plan through to the end. With determination, he injected 300 million into Tianxing Group. The A-shares market was treacherous. Billions could barely stir a ripple. Yet Tianxing Group, with its modest market cap of only 12 billion, of which 6 billion still belonged to Han Tianjing, was vulnerable. As the 300 million surged in, it propelled Tianxing Group's stock to its limit. A bullish surge erupted, breaking through the heavens. Clearly, substantial capital had been invested. All shareholders were electrified. Many large institutions were left in stunned silence. In that moment, Tianxing Group resembled a nascent venture, its stock price soaring. This sudden spike drew widespread attention, igniting a flurry of discussions across stock markets. At this critical juncture, Yi Chun began to liquidate positions. Once the limit was lifted, he immediately began to depress prices, aggressively driving them down. This maneuver caused panic among many investors, who feared that the market makers were about to abscond with their funds. Nobody wished to be left holding the bag, and they hastily began to withdraw their investments. As the market plummeted, Yi Chun smiled faintly, continuing to build his position. Absorbing the undervalued stocks, whatever was available, he acquired. This cyclical operation of harvesting, striking, and hitting limits continued, as he consumed all the sell-offs. After several waves, Tianxing Group's stock price resembled a roller coaster, soaring to the limit before swiftly plunging into the depths. It was akin to the relentless waves of the sea, rising and falling without respite. Yi Chun had accurately forecasted the tide, reaping wave after wave of profits. Countless investors erupted in furious curses. The brunt of their ire fell upon those proprietors holding substantial stakes. Yet, this was merely the first step of the plan. A satisfied expression graced Yi Chun's visage. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Han Jingqi had arrived at a club, intending to unwind with a companion, when he received a call from his own trader. His face lit up with surprise as he answered, knowing that a call from the trader signified significant market activity. It seemed the harvesting had begun. "Mr. Han, we have grave news. Our shares have been obliterated today, repeatedly hitting the limit down, resulting in catastrophic losses." Upon hearing these words, Han Jingqi was rendered utterly dumbfounded. He nearly crashed into a pillar as he parked. "What the hell? How much have we lost?" Han Jingqi exclaimed, his voice trembling, his features contorted with distress. "Young master, it is not merely about the amount lost, rather, the funds have been completely depleted. The other party has thoroughly dismantled our position, leaving us with less than 3 million. There are experts, stock market savants, who have targeted us." The voice on the other end of the line resonated with despair, nearly breaking into tears. Each word pierced Han Jingqi's heart like a dagger. "Damn it. This is disastrous. It's all over. No, wait, I must check on my father. As long as he is unharmed, there is still hope. His resources are vast. Please, look into the possibility of an early acquisition. We cannot afford to wait any longer. I feel an unsettling presence, as if I am being watched." Following a wave of anxiety, Han Jingqi scanned his surroundings, engulfed in trepidation. He sensed an unseen pair of eyes observing every action he had taken and was about to take. The sensation was utterly terrifying. At Han Jingqi's behest, the sound of keystrokes emanated from the phone. Soon, a voice emerged. "Young Master Han, there has been no movement from Tianxing Holdings." "Huh. It seems this individual merely stumbled upon the shares of Tianxia Group by chance, considering their smaller scale." The trader spoke with an air of confidence. "Currently, there is no issue. Your father has injected over 2 billion in funds, and the opposing party should be reluctant to act recklessly." Han Jingqi was elated, responding, "Excellent. Keep a close watch. I must finalize matters with the auction house as soon as possible. We cannot afford any further mistakes." Just as he was about to end the call, a voice of astonishment broke through the line. "Young Master Han, what is happening?" Tianxing is also facing issues. A substantial amount of funds has suddenly been injected. As the trader's words fell, Han Jingqi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, veins throbbing on his forehead as he swallowed frantically. Chapter 22. Tell me, as long as I have it, how much capital? Han Jingqi urgently inquired. 500 million. Although it hasn't reached the limit up stage yet, I can't be certain if the other party has more funds to pour in. The trader said anxiously. 500 million is not a small sum. It seems the other party is targeting me. Who could it be? Damn it. Could it be that old devil Han Tianjing? Han Jingqi roared. But after some consideration, it couldn't be Han Tianjing. After all, he had already sold everything, pouring all the funds from his uncles and elders into it. There's no way he'd have any more money. The 200 million yuan Han Tianjing invested had already lost 200 million, long since fallen into my hands. Even the bank wouldn't lend to him. Instantly, he dismissed the thought. Regardless, what's happening with Tianshi? Han Jingqi intended to fight back. He absolutely couldn't let the other party easily take away his 600 million. He had to find a way to recoup some losses. Over there, the other party has 300 million left. I suspect that the 500 million being poured into Tianxing is from the same person. It seems they truly intend to snipe at our Tianxing shares. Young Master Han, what should we do? Just say the word, and I'll go after him. The trader was also enraged. This was a provocation to his career. An outrageous provocation. All right, your analysis is pretty accurate. That's what I think too. But over at Tianshi, doesn't that person still have 300 million left? Crush him. First, swallow his 300 million, then enter the accumulation phase. Han Jingqi immediately roared. Understood, young Master Han. I'll start right away. With that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. Han Jingqi also quickly redialed. Soon, the other party answered. Jingqi, is there something you need? Han Jingqi's father, Han Jingshan, said in a deep voice. Dad, something went wrong with the auction house. My uncle seems to have noticed something and transferred a batch of antiques in advance. Also, someone is sniping at our two stocks, causing huge losses. 600 million is gone. I want to take some money and win it back, Han Jingqi said earnestly. What? How could this happen? Could the person sniping at us be your uncle? Over the phone, Han Jingshan exclaimed in surprise. He was clearly anxious. He even overlooked the batch of antiques, focusing all his attention on the stocks because that was the main thing. It can't be my uncle. That old ghost is penniless now. Where would he get the money to mess with us? Besides, with his ability, how could he snipe at our most professional trader? If it really is him, then there's even less to fear. His little bit of money can't make any waves. Han Jingqi sneered repeatedly, speaking with great certainty. All right, as long as you're confident. Tell me, how much do you need? Han Jingshan said grandly. From what I can see, we need to prepare at least 100 million. Han Jingqi said solemnly. That much? Are you sure there's no problem? Upon hearing 100 million, Han Jingshan was also shocked. After all, he only had 100 million left. All the other money had been invested in the stocks as bait, with the aim of completely swallowing Han Tianjing's 200 million. Any more? And I really can't come up with it. Dad, I've already understated it. I have 100 million in my hands, and even with yours, it might not be enough. I'm truly unwilling. Tianxing has been ambushed like this. That's 600 million. Han Jingqi roared, venting the frustration in his heart. Sensing his son's emotions, Han Jingshan could only nod and say, all right, I'll transfer it to you now. Then, the father and son hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at the treasure pavilion, Han Tianjing and his daughter were eating, but they didn't have much of an appetite. The father and daughter occasionally turned their heads, looking at Yichin, who had his head buried in the computer, with worry in their eyes. But neither of them dared to speak or go over. At this moment, no one disturbed him, nor dared to disturb him. Yichin never stopped operating. Every minute and every second, tens of millions at the very least, hundreds of millions at most. Especially Han Yashuan. Biting her chopsticks, her eyes filled with brilliance, staring at Yichin, who was currently trading. Sure enough, a man who was focused is infinitely charming. At this moment, Yichin was intently staring at the screen, watching the stock chart of Tianxing real estate, until a line rose up. He smiled. As expected, they've come. I've been waiting for you. Yichin curled the corners of his mouth, looking excited, and after a moment of emotion, he quickly tapped on the keyboard, quickly injecting funds, frantically accumulating shares. Once again, he pushed the stock to nearly the limit up stage. But unexpectedly, the other party stopped injecting funds. Upon seeing this, a look of disdain appeared on Yichin's face. With a wave of his hand, he once again injected a sum of funds into Tianxing real estate shares. 500 million was used to establish a position in Tianxing. 300 million was used to close positions in Tianxing, and then another 400 million was used to continue building positions. This was all the available capital. When he saw 100 million yuan enter, Yichin unhesitatingly built positions, accumulated shares, and closed positions. He directly swallowed all of the other party's 100 million. Then, he turned around and poured the remaining money into Tianxing's shares. Seeing that Tianxi, whose plate had been smashed, actually invested another 100 million, Yi Chun completely ignored it and instead began to repeat the operation, pulling Tianxing's shares to nearly the limit up stage. Holding a heavy position, he began the slaughter. A mad slaughter. He was certain that the other party had no more funds to operate with, because they mistakenly believed that he had invested all the shares into Tianxi. Therefore, what they were constantly watching was also Tianxi. This was like a ticking time bomb. Yi Chun injected a total of 900 million into Tianxing and Tianxi respectively. It was like the red and blue wires of a fuse. The other party cutting the red wire was a test. But those 200 million were swallowed by Yi Chun. The other party desperately wanted to cut the blue wire. Otherwise, this bomb would definitely explode. But unfortunately, the other party no longer had the capital. Therefore, what Yi Chun was betting on was that Han Jingqi's gun was out of bullets. Then he went all in. He began to frantically harvest, pull down, and hit the limit up. Yi Chun was as excited as a big young lion, transformed into a general, charging into battle in the world of stocks, massacring wantonly. After a long time, Yi Chun stretched lazily and leaned back on the sofa. How did it go? At this time, Han Tianjing finally dared to ask. He was uneasy in his heart, and a look of nervousness appeared on his face. It's over. Both plates have been smashed by me, and I've taken 2,100 million from him. After saying that, Yi Chun pointed the computer at Han Tianjing, presenting the funds. Upon seeing a string of numbers flowing into the bank, Han Tianjing's eyes were filled with tears, his hands trembled, and he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he opened his mouth but couldn't speak. He could be regarded as a man of considerable experience in the world, yet he had never encountered such an extraordinary spectacle. At this moment, Yi Chun had essentially saved his life. The delight of surviving a catastrophe was beyond expression. Yi Chun, how could I possibly express my gratitude to you? Han Tianjing, with his legs bent, was on the verge of kneeling. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chun promptly extended his hand to lift him up. Uncle Han, my assistance to you this time is not without cost. Your family owes me a significant favor. I do not seek monetary compensation, but rather, I desire a particular item from you. Yi Chun smiled gently as he spoke. 2 billion was nearly all of Han Tianjing's wealth, yet it included the investments of his siblings, thus it was not solely his personal fortune. Nonetheless, Yi Chun was confident that once he voiced his request, obtaining 2 billion would be a trivial matter. However, it was not the 2 billion that piqued his interest. Despite this, Han Tianjing wiped away his tears and, with a hearty pat on his chest, spoke with great generosity. Chapter 23. Former in-laws. At that moment, Han Yashuan emerged from the kitchen, her face adorned with a sweet smile upon learning that the crisis had been averted. A profound sense of relief washed over her, and her gaze toward Yi Chun was filled with admiration and longing. Uncle Han, I desire only one item, a thumb ring once worn by Emperor Zhu during the Ming dynasty, Yi Chun stated without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Han Tianjing paused, then responded with surprise, Young man, I do indeed possess such a ring. However, its market value is a mere 20 million. Are you certain? Yi Chun smiled faintly. Indeed, I am certain. Very well, I shall retrieve it for you. Please wait here. With that, Han Tianjing ascended the stairs. 10 minutes later, he returned, bearing a classical wooden box. He also carried 2 bottles of vintage liquor, placing them on the table as well. Here are 2 bottles of 70-year-old Maodai that I have collected. I shall gift them to you as well. You may present them to your elders or enjoy them yourself, as you wish. Han Tianjing carefully placed the wooden box into Yi Chun's hands. Upon opening it, Yi Chun beheld an imperial green jade thumb ring nestled within golden cloth. As the evening light streamed through the window, it seemed to reveal a faint dragon seal. This is the ring, Yi Chun exclaimed with a smile, carefully securing it before rising to his feet. Well, the matter is resolved, and I have other affairs to attend to. Uncle Han, I shall visit again another day. With that, Yi Chun prepared to depart. Brother Yi, allow me to see you off. Han Yashuan quickly rose and followed him. Han Tianjing waved farewell, standing attentively at the door as he watched his daughter and Yi Chun approach the car. That young man is extraordinary, a true dragon among men. One day, he is destined to soar. If only my daughter could be with him. Han Tianjing chuckled to himself, his eyes narrowing with delight. At that moment, the weight upon his shoulders finally lifted. A long-awaited sense of relaxation filled him, and his admiration for Yi Chun deepened. Meanwhile, Han Jingqi, consumed by fury, hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Damn it! Who is sabotaging me? I will make them pay. Moments before, Han Jingqi had learned that 2 of his stocks had plummeted. Only Tianxing remained, with a mere 300 million, but it had already reached its limit. The opposing party had already withdrawn their shares, and once the market opened tomorrow, he would lose those 300 million as well. Because they had already pulled out their shares. What am I going to do? How can I face my father? He had already spread the news of Han Tianjing's financial difficulties, hoping to use his family, creditors, and banks to pressure Han Tianjing to his demise. That way, no one would be able to compete with his father for the family fortune. But now, his father was immersed in the joy of victory. He dared not reveal the truth to his father. A sense of utter despair enveloped Han Jingqi. Han Yashuan escorted Yi Chen home and then departed. Yi Chen reclined on the sofa, lost in thought. Gazing at the 2 bottles of fine liquor in his hands, he decided to visit his former father-in-law. On their wedding day, he had knelt before his father-in-law, vowing to take care of Meiyun. However, after their marriage, he had not only caused his daughter suffering, but also brought countless troubles to his in-laws. The thought of his father-in-law's aged face, gray hair, and disappointed gaze filled Yi Chen with overwhelming guilt. Before leaving, he stopped by a nearby convenience store. "Boss, I would like 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes," Yi Chen said with a smile. "What? What did you say? Yi Chen, have you gone mad? Have you paid off your loans yet? 2 packs of Zhonghua will cost you 1,300 yuan. You are already penniless. What are you buying these for?" The owner, a middle-aged man, was sitting at the entrance, eating watermelon. He looked at Yi Chen with astonishment. Yi Chen's reckless spending on female streamers, his descent into poverty, and his transformation into a gambler were well known throughout the neighborhood. He had even made the news as a cautionary tale. In the past, he would often ask for credit at his store, owing him for even small amounts for a year. Buying cigarettes? He always bought the cheapest ones. But today, he was asking for Zhonghua, and 2 packs at that? "Boss, don't worry, I won't be asking for credit this time. I'll even pay off what I owed you before," Yi Chen said with a smile. "Forget it, Yi Chen. You are not getting any younger. You need to change your ways. Your wife is such a good woman, and you have a lovely child. Why can't you cherish the good life you have? Look at my wife. She plays mahjong all day and does nothing productive. And I can't even say anything. You have a beautiful and capable woman in your home. You should know how to appreciate her." The owner sighed, then took out 2 packs of 10 yuan Baisha cigarettes and placed them in Yi Chen's hands. "Take these and smoke them. Don't worry about paying." With that, the owner sat back down and continued eating his watermelon. Ding, WeChat payment received. 1,500 yuan. As the notification sounded, the owner's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Chen. "Are you serious? You never listen. You should spend any money you have on your wife. Don't be so extravagant." The owner was getting anxious. Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Although the owner was a bit long-winded, he knew that the man meant well. He patiently explained, "Don't worry, brotherly. I've made some money recently and paid off all my debts. I even have some left over." "Really? You found a business that makes that much money?" The owner was still concerned. Yi Chen walked over to him and pushed him toward the counter. "Don't worry, I'm not gambling or stealing. It's all legitimate. Otherwise, I would have been arrested already. Would I dare buy cigarettes here in broad daylight? Hurry up, brotherly. I'm buying these cigarettes for my father-in-law, not for myself. Hurry, hurry." This time, the owner had no choice but to hand over 2 packs of cigarettes to Yi Chen. "I'm leaving now, brotherly. Keep the remaining 200 as payment for my debt." Yi Chen went straight to the street and hailed a taxi, heading toward his father-in-law's old neighborhood. "Hey, you still owe me 300. "Oh well, it's good that he has turned over a new leaf," the owner called out, waving his fan with a smile as he sat back down to eat his watermelon. Meanwhile, Yi Chen got out of the taxi, paid the fare, and arrived at the familiar yet somewhat strange entrance to the apartment building. He stood there, frozen. As if experiencing a touch of homesickness, memories flooded Yi Chen's mind. He recalled the nervousness he felt when he first visited Meiyun's home to meet her parents. He reminisced about tidying the table and venturing into the kitchen for the first time under his father-in-law's stern yet kind gaze. He recalled their inaugural drinking, smoking, and conversing sessions. He remembered kneeling before his father-in-law, earnestly vowing to cherish his wife. He reflected on the numerous instances he had deceived and exploited his father-in-law, provoking his exasperation, transitioning from initial favor and fondness to ultimate resentment and animosity. This outcome was a fitting recompense for the unethical deeds Yi Chen had committed. Alas, Yi Chen shook his head, his lips quivering, his eyes tinged with red. He could maintain composure in the presence of dignitaries like Han Tianjing, and even with investments of billions at stake, he possessed unwavering confidence. Yet, when confronted with his deeply wronged father-in-law, he was seized by trepidation. He closed his eyes, attempting to foresee the impending events, but a sharp pain pulsed through his mind. Previously, he had sought to foresee the possibility of reconciliation with Mei Yun, but to no avail. It seemed this precognitive ability was ineffective concerning family members. So be it. Regardless of the outcome, I must atone for the sins I have committed. With this resolve, Yichen mustered his courage and advanced. Chapter 24. Time has slain the beast within. Knock, knock. Yichen's heart hammered against his ribs, yet he rapped on the door. Coming, a voice responded from within. The voice was familiar, his mother-in-law, Han Guoji. As the door swung open, a woman in her late 50s stood in the doorway. Her face initially wreathed in smiles. However, upon seeing Yichen, her expression froze. Mom, is Dad home? Yichen asked, forcing a smile. Yichen, what brings you here? Won't you leave us in peace? She pleaded. I beg you, have some mercy and stop trying to deceive us. Would you have me kneel before you? Han Guoji wrung her hands, her voice laced with anguish, and her knees began to buckle. The sight startled Yichen. He reached out to steady her, but Han Guoji recoiled in alarm, stumbling backward. Mom, please don't. I've only come to bring you a few things. I'll leave them here. Take care of yourselves. And I'll be on my way, Yichen said softly, his gaze lowered. His mother-in-law, however, seemed to regard him as a plague, unwilling to approach him. This filled Yichen with both shame and helplessness. He was reaping what he had sown. His in-laws had once held him in such high esteem, particularly after learning that he had taken the civil service exam and sung his praises far and wide. My son-in-law, Yichen, is taking the civil service exam. He'll be successful soon, they would say. My daughter is so fortunate. But after his descent into the throes of online streaming, his in-laws never proactively mentioned their son-in-law. Even when neighbors inquired, replying with a guilty, he's doing well enough. He had no one to blame but himself. Yichen placed the items by the door and turned to leave. As he descended the stairs, he encountered an elderly man in military green trousers and a white shirt, carrying 2 bottles of erguota liquor. The old man's head was crowned with white hair, and he hummed a tune. But upon seeing Yichen, the smile vanished from his face. You scoundrel, you dare show your face here. The old man roared. I'll beat you to death today. The old man was none other than Yichen's father-in-law, Qin Jinshan, a veteran who had once served as a company commander in a field army. Despite his age, he was still robust and powerful. With a single stride, he lunged at Yichen. Qin Jinshan seized Yichen by the collar, pinning him against the wall. The liquor bottles were flung to the ground, shattering upon impact. Yichen, you bastard, you've brought nothing but misery to my daughter. Qin Jinshan bellowed. You stole my pension money. What are you doing here? What do you want? Do you think I'm afraid to lay a hand on you? I'm old, and I have nothing to lose. I'll trade my life for yours to keep you from ruining my daughter. His eyes bloodshot, Qin Jinshan rained blows upon Yichen's face. He then slammed Yichen to the ground, but as he raised his fist to deliver another blow, he noticed something amiss. Yichen wasn't fighting back. Qin Jinshan frowned. Perplexed. Indeed, he was perplexed. On previous occasions when Yichen, his cursed son-in-law, had clashed with his father-in-law, it had been a fierce brawl. But this time, Yichen remained passive, like a condemned prisoner accepting his fate, his eyes filled with remorse, devoid of anger, and offering no resistance. Dad, I came only to see how you and Mom are doing, just to catch a glimpse. If you need to vent your anger, feel free to hit me. As many times as you want, every day, Yichen mumbled, his voice choked with emotion. Gazing at his white-haired father-in-law, Yichen felt a sharp pang in his chest. This man, with such an exceptional daughter and adorable granddaughter, deserved a tranquil old age. But because of him, his retirement savings had been squandered. At his age, he was forced to work menial jobs to make ends meet. The wrinkles on his face, the gray in his hair, were all his fault. Qin Jinshan inhaled deeply, snorted, and said, Don't call me Dad. I don't deserve it. Seeing you shortens my lifespan. Leave now. I don't need your concern. Despite his words, he rose to his feet and refrained from further violence. At that moment, a woman returning from grocery shopping cast a curious glance at them. Mr. Qin, isn't that your son-in-law? Why is he lying in the stairwell? What's going on? A man of pride, the old man suppressed his inner rage and forced a smile. Oh, my son-in-law came to visit us, and he slipped and fell. He even broke the liquor. Yichen, my boy, get up and come inside to wash up. The old man sighed. He was swallowing his pride for the sake of appearances, to save face in front of the neighbors. He had no choice but to usher Yichen inside, despite his loathing. His mother-in-law, Han Guoji, looked apprehensive but played along with her husband, taking the items inside and opening the door for Yichen. The nosy neighbor, satisfied with her observation, continued upstairs, muttering to herself. Inside the house, Yichen stood by the door, his heart pounding. He knew that the old couple had only let him in to avoid airing their dirty laundry in front of the neighbors to protect their dignity. "Mom and Dad, I'll be going now," Yichen said, seeing his father-in-law's dark expression and his mother-in-law wiping away tears. He turned to leave. "Stop," Qin Jinshan commanded. "Take your gifts with you. I can't accept your filial piety." He grabbed the liquor and fruit from the floor and thrust them into Yichen's hands. "Dad, it's just a small token of my appreciation. I'm leaving. You can do whatever you want with them, even throw them in the trash," Yichen said, placing the items on the ground and heading out the door. After the door closed, the old couple sighed. "Do you have any money left?" Qin Jinshan asked after a long silence. "Yes, the 2,000 you gave me from your salary yesterday. I haven't touched it," his mother replied, rummaging through her worn cloth bag and producing the money. "Then what are you waiting for? Go give it to him. That scoundrel never comes without a reason. He must be in trouble again. Otherwise, why would he come to our house? Give him the money and shut him up," Qin Jinshan said, glaring. "But that's our living expenses. If we give it to him, we'll have to eat gruel," Han Guizhi protested. "If you don't give it to him, will our daughter be at peace? He'll just go bother her. What can we do with this good-for-nothing? Maybe I should grab a knife and kill him," Qin Jinshan said, heading toward the kitchen. Han Guizhi, alarmed, pushed open the door and hurried after Yichen. She was acutely aware of her husband's temperament. When pushed to the brink, he could impulsively take drastic measures against Yichen. Outside, Yichen lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around him as he took a deep drag. Memories of his father-in-law and mother-in-law flooded his mind, and tears welled in his eyes. They had truly treated him as one of their own, as a son. It was he who had let them down, failing to meet their expectations. With a heavy sigh, Yichen resolved to change his circumstances, vowing that he was no longer the reckless individual he once was. He believed that time would ultimately reveal the truth. Just as Yichen was about to depart, he suddenly heard a voice calling from behind. "Yichen, wait a moment." Chapter 25, a commercial boast. Whose son-in-law is more accomplished? Upon hearing his mother-in-law's voice, Yichen halted abruptly. He saw Han Guizhi approach, 2,000 yuan in hand, which she promptly thrust into his grasp. "Yichen, I implore you, take this money and leave. Cease troubling Mei Yun and her mother. She can't withstand your abuse and torment." Her words struck a chord within Yichen, causing his nasal passages to prickle. The 2,000 yuan felt heavier than the millions he had earned. For the first time, he understood the biting sting of money. Suppressing the tears welling in his eyes, Yichen lowered his head and uttered, "Mom. Auntie, please take this back. I'm not here for money. Nor will I harm Mei Yun and her mother. I know you don't believe me, but I'll prove it to you." His mother-in-law remained unconvinced, her eyes reddening as her pent-up emotions ignited. "Yichen, if you don't want money, what do you want? What is your aim? Tell me. How much money do you desire? We'll give it to you, even if it means selling everything we own, just to spare my daughter's life. Must you torment the Qin family to death before you're satisfied? You beast, don't push us too far, or we'll drag you down with us. Even if it means our demise, we won't let you ruin our daughter." Ignoring the curious stares of onlookers, she berated Yichen vehemently. "All right, Auntie. I'll accept the money." Yichen suddenly smiled, pocketing the cash. Relief washed over Han Guizhi, fearing he would reject the money, signaling an insatiable appetite in an unresolved situation that would ultimately harm her daughter. "Could I borrow your phone for a moment?" Yichen inquired softly. "What do you intend to do?" "My phone isn't valuable," Han Guizhi responded cautiously, suspicion clouding her features. "Just a few minutes, Auntie," Yichen reassured with another smile. Hesitantly, Han Guizhi retrieved her phone and handed it over. Yichen scanned his WeChat, added her as a friend, and promptly transferred 10,000 yuan. He refrained from sending more, fearing it would be perceived as ill-gotten gains. "Mom, here's your phone. I've transferred 10,000 yuan for you and Dad to buy food and drinks. Please, stop depriving yourselves and let Dad rest at home for a few days, away from the construction site. Rest assured, this money is clean. Call me if you need more. I can earn money now and won't ask you for any more. Please, take back the 2,000 yuan. With that, Yichen retrieved the cash, retaining only 100 yuan, which he brandished before a bewildered Han Guizhi. "Consider this my cigarette money, given to me in secret." Yichen turned, wiping away tears, the 100 yuan clutched in his hand. He felt utterly devastated. During his most trying times, when he lacked even the means to buy cigarettes, his mother-in-law would discreetly slip 100 yuan into his pocket. Recalling those moments, Yichen felt compelled to slap himself. They had placed all their hopes on him. He couldn't fathom how their accumulated hope had transformed into worry, then anger, and ultimately, despair and indifference. He was the one who had caused them to lose everything. But this time, things would be different. Han Guoji watched Yi Qin's departing figure, then glanced at her phone, returning home in a daze. As soon as she entered, Qin Jinshan rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Did he take it?" Han Guoji nodded. "That's good, that's good. It's good he took the money. At least Mei Yun and her daughter can live in peace for a while." Qin Jinshan sighed in relief. But the next moment, Han Guoji produced the cash, stating, "He only took 100 and gave me the rest." "What? That scoundrel didn't take it all? Has the sun risen in the west?" "No, absolutely not. He'll never be satisfied until he's swindled every penny we have," Qin Jinshan exclaimed, both alarmed and furious. "Moreover, he transferred 10,000 yuan to me." "Look," Han Guoji said, handing her husband the phone, her expression flustered and bewildered. "Dashin, he might go after our daughter again. We can't accept this money. How can we return it to him?" Han Guoji voiced her concern. "He wouldn't dare. This money is too hot to handle. We can't accept it, or something bad will happen. I'll transfer it to Mei Yun later. If that kid regrets it, our daughter can return the money to him, saving us from being beaten when we're not around." Qin Jinshan initially appeared startled, but quickly recognized the gravity of the situation and spoke sternly. Han Guoji nodded in agreement. The couple had barely settled down to a simple meal when a knock echoed at the door. Qin Jinshan opened it, his face lighting up as he saw an elderly man in a green military uniform. "Lao Wang, what brings you here? Come in and eat." Qin Jinshan warmly welcomed his old comrade. "Well, I had a spat with my wife at home and felt restless, so I thought I'd come and have a drink with you," Lao Wang announced in a booming voice. As he sat down, his gaze swept over the table of vegetarian dishes, and he chuckled. "You two really prioritize health. Your quality of life is unmatched. My family is the opposite, with chicken, duck, and fish every day, causing my cholesterol to skyrocket." Lao Wang's words caused Qin Jinshan and Han Guoji to exchange awkward glances. It wasn't about health. They simply couldn't afford to improve their diet. Qin Jinshan said enviously, "Lao Wang, you shouldn't complain. I heard your daughter married an entrepreneur who bought you a Mercedes-Benz. You're truly enjoying the good life." Once, Yi Qin, that ingrate, had uttered similar words. But now, they didn't even own a bicycle, let alone a Mercedes-Benz. Instead, he had squandered their retirement savings. Lao Wang slapped his thigh, grumbling, "Don't mention it. I get angry just looking at that nouveau riche. By the way, Lao Qin, I heard your son-in-law resigned. Such a secure job, what a pity." Lao Wang, ever blunt, inquired with curiosity. Qin Jinshan, knowing his friend's nature, understood that he wasn't intentionally bringing up the matter. He simply sighed, "Don't mention it. Let's have a drink. Wife, bring out the wine." Qin Jinshan waved his hand. Feeling disheartened, Lao Wang also sighed, feeling that his own son-in-law was unreliable. What's the point of having wealth now? Who knows what the future holds? If they get married, who knows what kind of trouble they'll cause? It's worrying. I used to envy you, with your daughter marrying into a secure government job. Your son-in-law was so honest. Who would have thought that even your son-in-law would lose his secure job? Isn't that right?" As old Wang indulged in his ostentatious display, Qin Jinshan felt a competitive spirit arise within him. With a smile, he remarked, "In my opinion, my son is not as incompetent as you claim. He has secured a job and even managed to send 10,000 to my wife just recently. Look at all these items. Though they may not hold great value, they are tokens of his thoughtfulness." Yet, as he spoke, a twinge of insecurity crept in. How could Yi Qin, that rascal, even compare? One was a prosperous businessman, while the other was but a gambler. One bought cars for his father-in-law, the other squandered his father-in-law's pension. That scoundrel Yi Qin even resorted to domestic violence and abused his children. He was nothing short of a beast. Old Wan shook his head, boasting, "My nouveau riche son-in-law, too, makes quite the spectacle. Each visit, he brings an array of extravagant gifts, matai, king crabs. He has spoiled my palate." You're not doing too poorly yourself, old Qin. Indulging in matai? Yet, I have heard whispers that your son-in-law is drowning in debt, living off handouts. It seems those rumors were merely fabrications. When Han Guoji brought the wine to the table, old Wang's eyes lit up with astonishment. However, Qin Jinshan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Regardless of Yi Qin's faults, he had once been the son-in-law he accepted. He could chastise him, but no one else had that right. Chapter 26. Acquiring the derelict project. Qin Jinshan thumped his chest boisterously, chuckling. "Old Wang, pay no heed to the idle gossip. They're just a bunch of gossips. My son-in-law is doing just fine, not as bad as they make him out to be. However, regarding this liquor, perhaps it's best not to partake. I shall procure a couple of bottles from downstairs." Though his words conveyed confidence, he harbored concerns about its authenticity. Old Wang, renowned as a connoisseur, possessed the ability to discern genuine from counterfeit with a mere sip. The prospect of being exposed filled him with dread. Yet, before Qin Jinshan could rise, Old Wang swiftly uncorked the bottle. Come now, old Qin, withholding Matai from me? Such stinginess. I shall reciprocate with a couple of bottles. But for now, let us savor this one. Old Wang's eyes gleamed at the sight of the liquor, pouring it while playfully scolding, unable to resist a sip. Qin Jinshan, observing this, anxiously scrutinized Old Wang's expression. The revelation of counterfeit liquor would be a mortifying blow. It seemed the disgrace of his family's affairs had already spread far and wide. At his age, the dignity he had amassed in the first half of his life was now being squandered in the latter. I say, old Qin, this liquor. Old Wang began, bottle in hand, but before he could finish, Qin Jinshan interjected, enough nonsense. If you dislike it, refrain from drinking. It's a gift from my son-in-law, and I cherish it. With that, Qin Jinshan handed the bottle to Han Guizhi, resigning himself to utter humiliation. Just discard it. Han Guizhi, equally vexed, remained largely silent. Rising to dispose of the liquor. Nay, please desist, old sister-in-law. Spare me such fright. Old Wang exclaimed, hastily intercepting Han Guizhi, cradling the bottle with care before gently placing it back on the table and resealing it. I say, old Qin, are you not becoming rather presumptuous? Discarding it as if it were mere refuse? This is a vintage Matai, aged 70 years, mind you. Such extravagance. Where did your son-in-law strike fortune? He certainly is filial. This single bottle could purchase a Mercedes-Benz for my household. Old Wang remarked with a mixture of astonishment and envy. Qin Jinshan, once again stunned, promptly rushed to the entrance, retrieving another bottle from within and placing it upon the table. You claim this is worth hundreds of thousands? Qin Jinshan's voice, amplified by his agitation, reverberated, causing Old Wang's eardrums to ache. Han Guizhi, equally speechless, was utterly dumbfounded. Having departed the vicinity, Yi Chen accessed the stock market on his mobile device, noting the continued surge in his shares. His initial investment of 300,000 had burgeoned to 1,700,000. The growth was poised to escalate exponentially. However, he now faced the imperative to liquidate his position, as substantial capital had begun to infiltrate the stock, portending a significant downturn. He intended to capitalize on this by shorting the stock, subsequently reinvesting the proceeds and repeating the process several times, ensuring passive income within half a year. Upon liquidation, after accounting for transaction fees, he retained 1,720,000. Coupled with the previous earnings of 6 million, Yi Chen now commanded at least 7,700,000 in capital for investment. His objective was now unequivocal. Hailing a taxi, Yi Chen directed the driver towards South Lake, the location of a cluster of unfinished buildings. Upon arriving at the sales office, he observed banners and slogans advocating for refunds. The entrance was dilapidated, with shattered glass adorning a gaping hole. A trio of sales consultants lounged on sofas, sipping tea. As Yi Chen entered, they cast cursory glances without offering any engagement. Derelict buildings, nothing to see here. A man engrossed in his mobile device declared without looking up. Upon closer inspection, a manager's badge was affixed to his chest, yet he was preoccupied with a game. Are the properties no longer for sale? Yi Chen inquired, puzzled. They are. But would you actually consider buying? Haven't you noticed the cessation of construction? The group's CEO has ceased funding, and we're merely here to process refund requests daily. Say, are you here to purchase a property? The manager finally lowered his mobile device, regarding Yi Chen with surprise. Indeed, I am seeking to purchase a property. The state of completion is inconsequential. My primary concern is the advantageous location. Are there any units still available? Yi Chen queried with a smile, intrigued by Yi Chen's words. The manager responded, allow me to offer some unsolicited advice. Refrain from wasting your time. No sane individual would willingly purchase a derelict building, as they are uninhabitable. I implore you to depart. Our superiors have been 3 months in arrears with our salaries. Were it not for the prospect of those 3 months' wages, we would have long since departed. The manager's intentions were benevolent, as anyone with discernment would avoid such a pitfall. It seemed this individual was attempting to capitalize on a bargain by considering unfinished properties. Otherwise, his judgment would be questionable to invest money in such a venture. Have zones A and B been sold? Suddenly, Yi Chen approached the scale model, gesturing and posing the question. I say, are you truly obstinate? Determined to purchase, are you? Very well, I possess the authority to offer you the lowest price, 5,000 per square meter. Select any area you desire within those 2 zones. The manager, upon hearing this, rose and approached Yi Chun. It appeared he was determined to secure his commission. Very well. Let us reduce the price further to 4,000 per square meter. I shall make a down payment on 70 units, selecting the most desirable floor plans, ranging from 80 to 100 square meters. Yi Chun, gazing at the manager, spoke with utmost sincerity. Presently, Longhai Bay, situated within the southern New District, possessed limited land, accommodating only 12 buildings. The second phase, lacking capital investment and suffering from its remote location and absence of amenities, prompted the group's CEO to abandon development, resulting in its derelict state. However, Yi Chun foresaw the imminent prosperity of the Longhai Bay community, prompting him to acquire properties in advance. Upon hearing this, the manager's countenance soured, erupting in laughter. Friend, if you are jesting, do not presume I shall treat you with courtesy. I previously implored you to depart out of goodwill, not to make a fool of me. These unfinished properties are undesirable even as gifts. Yet now, someone seeks to purchase 70 units? Surely you jest. Yi Chun sighed, lamenting. I assure you, I am not jesting. If you harbor doubt, we shall execute a contract forthwith. Should I fail to provide the funds? You may dispose of me as you see fit. Furthermore, upon completion of the contract, I shall introduce you to a substantial client. Yi Chun comprehended the manager's skepticism, yet he was compelled to expedite this matter. Time was of the essence. Very well, if you insist, little Wu, retrieve the contract and the company's seal. The manager retorted through gritted teeth, his ire palpable. As boredom prevailed, he resolved to indulge the other party's whims. Upon his command, a subordinate hastened to the printing room. Approximately 10 minutes later, the contract was meticulously organized and stamped with the official seal. The next step was to affix signatures, followed by the remittance process. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chun inscribed his name, each party retaining a copy of the contract, before retrieving his mobile phone. Please provide me with the company's account number, and I shall initiate the transfer, Yi Chun stated. The counterpart, having been well prepared, promptly relayed the account number. Having remitted the funds and annotated the transaction details, including the down payment for the property agreement, Yi Chun concluded his phone usage and addressed the manager. The manager scoffed, remaining skeptical, and retorted, I entertained your charade for a bit, but it seems you've become engrossed. It's merely a game, after all. Let me assure you, I'm rescinding the agreement, and you should depart promptly. If you linger, don't hold me accountable for any unpleasantness. Do you genuinely perceive yourself as an entrepreneur? With that, the manager feigned tearing the agreement. However, the phone abruptly chimed, and the manager swiftly answered it, discovering it was the chief financial officer from headquarters. Greetings, CFO Chin. I'm currently at the sales office. The matter is, I haven't received my salary for 3 months. I was wondering when it would be convenient. Before he could complete his statement, the CFO interjected. I'm inquiring about a recent remittance of over 7 million, designated as a property acquisition payment. Regarding the Dragon Bay project. Has a client arrived? Emanated a resonant voice from the phone. Pardon? CFO Chun, has your department verified the remittance? The manager inquired with incredulity. Nonsense. Are you unaware of the properties you're selling? Regardless, you've accomplished something significant. The corporation is currently facing liquidity challenges, and your ability to sell properties in Dragon Bay demonstrates your competence. Your salary, along with bonuses and commissions, will be processed shortly. Subsequently, should this client seek a refund, delay the process. If the agreement is executed, they'll have no recourse but to pursue legal action and engage our legal team. Resolve this matter satisfactorily, and I'll grant you an additional bonus of 100,000. With that, the call concluded. Meanwhile, the manager was utterly dumbfounded. He regarded Yi Chun with utter astonishment and stammered, Brother, were you serious? Yi Chun responded earnestly, Indeed. If I were inclined to jest, I would be pursuing stand-up comedy. Not seeking your services. A friend of mine will be arriving shortly. Please prepare another agreement. The number of units he acquires is contingent upon his discretion. At this juncture, the manager, akin to a subservient, grasped Yi Chun's arm, exclaiming with unbridled joy, Sir, my esteemed sir, I offer my sincere apologies for my prior inadequate hospitality. Your youth is evident, as is your promising potential. I was at fault, culpably ignorant. Please ascend to the upper level. Xiaowu, do not remain idle. Present the fruit platter. Furthermore, Zhang Chenxi, promptly change into more alluring attire and perform a dance for our esteemed guest. Your salary and bonuses will be disbursed in full. The manager escorted Yi Chun to the upper level with the deference afforded to royalty. The young woman named Zhang Chenxi, adorned in a suggestive miniskirt, presented a fruit platter and offered premium tobacco and tea. Sir, may I be seated for a moment? Zhang Qinxi inquired with a smile after completing her dance. Certainly. There are seats available, are there not? Yichen gestured toward the adjacent chair. As for the manager, he was now massaging Yichen's shoulders and back. However, I am allergic to sitting on chairs. Might I occupy your lap? Zhang Qinxi continued to cast flirtatious glances. In her estimation, the man before her was a nouveau riche. Who in their right mind would expend over 7 million to acquire 30 dilapidated properties? Surely, his intellect had been compromised by an excavator. He was, without a doubt, a quintessential sucker. Fearing he might reconsider, she had already initiated her strategy of seduction. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was rendered speechless. Mr. Sun, I must insist that such entertainment is unnecessary. I am here to acquire properties, not to indulge in frivolous diversions. If you intend to continue selling these properties, it would be best if I could make a phone call to my friend in peace. Yi Chun extended his hand and stated earnestly, Oh, you have another friend who is interested in purchasing? Excellent. Esteemed benefactor, please proceed with your affairs, and do not hesitate to summon me if required. Upon hearing this, the manager, Sun Quan, was elated. The friend of this gullible individual must also be an imbecile, whom he would gladly accommodate. Otherwise, it would be too late if this fellow were to have second thoughts. Subsequently, Sun Quan, accompanied by Zhang Qinxi, hastily exited the reception room and secured the door. Only then did Yi Chen exhale in relief before retrieving his phone and dialing Feng Tianhai's number. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tianhai answered the call. Big Brother Yi, what is it that you require? I am at your disposal. Feng Tianhai initiated with a facetious remark. There's a business opportunity. Before Yi Chun could complete his statement, the other party interjected. I'm in. How much capital is required? I still have over 10 million available. I'll invest it immediately. The other party responded eagerly. Allow me to finish. Yi Chun responded with amusement. Are you interested in the unfinished Dragon Bay project? Pardon? The unfinished project? Big Brother Yi, are you jesting? Feng Tianhai, who had been brimming with excitement, was immediately taken aback upon hearing Dragon Bay. If you're not interested, never mind. Don't say I never include you. Goodbye. Yi Chun was about to terminate the call. Wait, brother, I didn't say I wasn't interested. I simply wanted to inquire about your prior knowledge of the Dragon Sea real estate's unreliability. I'm merely concerned that you've been deceived. Feng Tianhai was astute. Although he trusted Yi Chun implicitly, he did not trust Dragon Sea real estate. Currently, Dragon Sea real estate was akin to a mythical creature that devours but never regurgitates. In particular, their unfinished projects were unattractive to potential buyers. Even canines would recoil at the sight of them, let alone investors. Now, Yi Chun intended to acquire properties there and regard it as an investment project. This was somewhat disconcerting. Of course, I am aware. Haven't you heard the adage, the greater the storm, the larger the fish? If it were not an unfinished project, do you believe you or I would have the opportunity to acquire properties at 3,000 per square meter? Yi Chun scoffed, gradually losing patience. This Feng Tianhai was not as courageous as Xiao Tianhao. Very well, allow me to ask one final question. Just one. How much did you invest, Brother Yi? Feng Tianhai inquired cautiously. Down payment for 70 units, over 7 million. Yi Chun responded nonchalantly. Understood, brother. Please await my arrival. I will drive over immediately. Brother Yi, please do not depart. Assist me in selecting a suitable unit later. The other party terminated the call in haste. That's more like it. It's worth including him. Yi Chun also concluded the call. Meanwhile, Feng Tianhai, having donned his attire, addressed the bespectacled young man before him with considerable contrition. My apologies, Brother Liu. I will be unable to accompany you today. I have a business opportunity to pursue. It is a rare occasion for that generous benefactor to assist me. If I miss this opportunity, I may never have another chance. The young man wiped his glasses and inquired incredulously. Wait, did I just hear you mention Dragon Bay? You're not intending to invest there, are you? Are you squandering the funds provided by the elder? Have you lost your mind? Feng Tianhai responded with enthusiasm. Indeed. It's an unfinished project. Have you not heard the adage, the greater the storm, the larger the fish? If there is no risk, it is not an investment. It is akin to depositing funds in a bank and earning meager interest. The young man surnamed Liu shook his head, saying, I'm intrigued. Just who is this so-called magnanimous brother of yours that he could persuade you to gamble at all on an unfinished building, to forsake my surefire, profitable restaurant investment, and instead dabble in dilapidated properties? He sought to dissuade Feng Tianhai from being misled, for it was a sum exceeding 10 million, not a mere 1,000. But let me tell you, this esteemed brother of mine is extraordinarily resourceful. Remember the Matai liquor from a few days ago? Before the price surge, he had already stockpiled over 2,000 bottles, amassing a fortune of over 6 million in a matter of days. He has benevolently decided to include me this once, and I cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Your restaurant investment is indeed commendable, but at best, it yields a few million annually. The deals my brother introduces me to could potentially multiply into tens of millions. So what do you say, Lu Chen? Care to join? Feng Tianhai said with a smile. Pass. I may possess wealth, but I'm not afflicted with madness. I foresee you squandering your entrepreneurial funds post-haste so that you may return to inherit your family's estate with a sense of resignation. Lu Chen retorted, shaking his head repeatedly. He was immensely curious as to what stratagem this so-called esteemed brother of Feng Tianhai employed to garner such unwavering trust. Chapter 28. Third Uncle's Astonishment. Feng Tianhai chuckled, saying, Hee, this time, I'm afraid you'll miscalculate. Remember, don't act pitiful in front of me in a couple of days. With that, Feng Tianhai eagerly got up and headed outside. The journey typically took 40 minutes, but Feng Tianhai, driving a black Land Rover, floored the accelerator and arrived at the Dragon Bay sales office in just half an hour. As soon as he arrived, he saw Yi Chun, who promptly ushered him inside. Sun Quan, upon seeing Feng Tianhai arrive in a Land Rover, was overjoyed and greeted them with utmost enthusiasm, leading them to the lounge. Approximately half an hour later, after all the formalities were completed, the contract was signed. Sun Quan then escorted them to the entrance, adding, I almost forgot to remind you. This purchase agreement includes clauses regarding breaches of contract. Unilateral breaches will incur a penalty of 3 times the compensation. So, both of you magnates, now that the contract is signed, regretting it later will cost you 3 times the penalty. He hadn't initially intended to remind them, but to provide a deterrent. He deliberately recorded a video on his phone, along with the written contract, as dual evidence. He wanted to do this because he was certain that these two fools would regret it. From Feng Tianhai and Yi Chen's conversation, he could tell that these two simpletons had been misled by rumors that Dragon Bay's property prices would skyrocket. The reasons were probably varied, but Sun Quan didn't bother guessing. That was all wishful thinking, a mirage. Dragon Bay's properties had no geographical advantages, lacking a commercial district in front and no sea view behind. The prices were never high, intended for transient out-of-towners. Even in the best of times, the prices wouldn't exceed 8,000, let alone now that it was unfinished. The promised amenities were just a distant dream, at least 5 years away. Therefore, Sun Quan's double insurance was very thoughtful. All right, Manager Sun, I'll also record a video, hoping your real estate company doesn't regret selling to us. Feng Tianhai said with a smile, taking out his phone to record. But in Sun Quan's eyes, his actions were no different from those of a simpleton. 2 wealthy heirs had probably used their startup funds and been deceived. This money was definitely going down the drain. But it was too late. The video was already recorded, purely for his benefit. Rest assured, gentlemen, Dragon Sea Real Estate will absolutely not breach the contract. Ha! I'm just afraid that. Ha ha. Never mind. Never mind. Pleasant cooperation. Sun Quan eagerly shook hands with Yi Chen and Feng Tianhai, seeing them off. Feng Tianhai drove Yi Chen to the roadside and stopped. Brother, didn't you think that Manager Sun was looking at us strangely? Feng Tianhai said, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Like this? Suddenly, Yi Chen turned around, staring at Feng Tianhai with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Exactly. That's the look. Very familiar. I can't quite put my finger on it, Feng Tianhai said. Nodding quickly, Yi Chen laughed and said, that's the look of caring for the mentally challenged. To put it bluntly, in that manager's eyes, we're just complete idiots. That entire area of unfinished buildings will probably be torn down and the land auctioned off in a couple of years. Unexpectedly, we took over. I bought 100 units. You bought 100 units, picking all the good units and bailing him out. Yi Chen suddenly said with a smile. Brother, were we deceived? Hearing Yi Chen's words, Feng Tianhai said worriedly. All right, don't think too much. We'll see in 3 days, Yi Chen said with a wave of his hand. With his words, Feng Tianhai did feel a little relieved. However, after dropping Yi Chen off at home, he returned home and began to regret it. He sat on the sofa, drinking red wine to ease his mind. At this moment, a middle-aged man with graying temples, wearing a white shirt, walked in. Seeing Feng Tianhai drinking on the sofa, he frowned and walked over. What's wrong, Xiaohai? Down in the dumps. Did you squander all the startup funds your father gave you? All right, you're not cut out for business. You don't have your father's brains. Our Feng family has always pursued officialdom. Only your father, that freak, took the path of business, creating today's glorious achievements without relying on family connections. If it really doesn't work out, Come work with me at the housing and construction department and take over my position when I retire. Your father was already a millionaire at your age. Although our family pursues officialdom, we're not rich. Ever since your father made a lot of money, he's made a huge contribution to our family's finances. The man sat next to Feng Tianhai, patting him on the shoulder to comfort him. He was Feng Tianhai's third uncle, Feng Zhongjie, a high-ranking official in the housing and construction department. He had a secure government job, a lifelong position, and was incorruptible. Many people suspected that Feng Tianhai's father's success relied on his father above and his third brother below. But after various investigations, it was discovered that Feng Tianhai's father had achieved his success through his own abilities. Third uncle, don't discourage me. If I can turn things around this time, it'll be considered a success. It's my last chance, Feng Tianhai said, pouting. Last chance. Haha, I heard from Lu Chun that you bought a bunch of unfinished buildings. You have your father's adventurous spirit, but courage alone isn't enough. You need vision and brains. You can't just hope to strike it rich. Tell me, where did you invest? Although I can't give you advice, I'm curious about your vision. Feng Zhongjie said with a smile. Sai, the southern new district, Dragon Bay. A good brother took me there. I invested 10 million, buying over 120 units. This good brother of mine is quite mysterious. Otherwise, I wouldn't trust him so much. Unfortunately, he's too secretive and never tells me the reason, so I feel uneasy and unsure, Feng Tianhai said, sighing deeply. The most agonizing thing was the waiting process. Even the lottery draw was like that. Even knowing you've won 5 million, you can't rest easy until the money is in your hands. You're afraid of unforeseen circumstances. When he heard Feng Tianhai's words, Feng Zhongjie didn't initially react and was about to offer some words of advice, but after a moment, a strange light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Dragon Creek Bay? The southern new city? A look of shock flashed across Feng Zhongjie's face, but he quickly regained his composure. At this moment, a storm of emotions surged within him, and he became increasingly curious about the good brother his nephew mentioned. Young man, what is the background of your esteemed elder brother? Is he engaged in commerce or pursuing a career in public service? If the latter is the case, it could lead to significant troubles. There have been profound upheavals in the southern new city recently, truly transformative in nature. Although he holds a senior position in the Housing and Urban Development Department, his knowledge is limited. He is merely privy to certain aspects and lacks specific information. Awaiting directives from higher authorities for implementation, it is crucial to understand that this information is entirely confidential and none dare disseminate it. Should an investigation trace back to them, the consequences would be severe. Thus, Feng Zhongjie furrowed his brow, eager to uncover the source of the insider information. Chapter 29. Do not tease me excessively. Oh, dear Uncle San, you may find it hard to believe, but I, your devoted elder brother, once traversed the path of public service. Alas, a grave error led to the loss of my position. Presently, I find myself engaged in commerce. How he came to know of this, I cannot say, but I am certain of his remarkable insight. The shares of the Hai Tian Group have surged dramatically, and the price of Maotai has skyrocketed. In a mere few days, he amassed a fortune of 7 to 8 million, and even his companions enjoyed considerable gains. Truly, one man's fortune has elevated those around him. As I spoke, admiration began to adorn the countenance of Feng Tianhai. This did not escape the notice of Feng Zhongjie, who remarked coolly, "Your friend is quite intriguing. Do bring him to me for an introduction when you have the time." Suddenly, Feng Zhongjie rose, a smile gracing his lips, and turned to ascend the stairs. Feng Tianhai stood frozen in astonishment. In Uncle San's eyes, apart from Lu Chun, his friends were merely companions of revelry, suitable for feasting and drinking, but not for discussing matters of profit. This was the first time Uncle San had expressed an interest in meeting one of his friends. Feng Tianhai's face lit up with joy, and he began to sense something significant. 3 days later, in the early morning, the Longhai Group convened an internal meeting. Director Chen stood at the podium and unveiled the large screen. "Now, everyone, please take a look at this news report." As his words fell, the screen illuminated, showcasing a news anchor who spoke with a smile. "Our latest report reveals that the southern new district of Longzhou will undergo significant expansion, with complete surrounding infrastructure expected within 6 months. The second experimental primary school, Longzhou Qingtian College, and a first-class hospital will all be established here. Moreover, the southern new district has received sponsorship from the Hong Kong-based Tianju Group for the construction of a Disney theme park, which is set to commence this year. The southern new district will soon develop into the city's high-tech zone, and property prices are anticipated to soar to unprecedented heights." As the news concluded, Director Chin's expression turned grave as he displayed the data chart. The shares of Longhai Group soared spectacularly. Property prices, which had plummeted to a low of 3,200 per square meter last June, have now skyrocketed to as much as 25,000 per square meter this month, with a steady upward trajectory. The data was striking, forecasting a rise to at least 30,000. The number of transactions had surged from 30 units in the previous year to an all-time high. A profound silence enveloped the conference room, soon shattered by thunderous applause. Ha, we are truly thriving now. The derelict buildings that the chairman once shelved have become highly sought-after properties. It appears we are genuinely set for takeoff. Indeed, we still have the land for the second and third phases yet to be developed, and that land has transformed into gold. The shareholders were all visibly exhilarated. The properties in Longhai Bay, once abandoned, have now become part of a prime commercial district with prestigious educational institutions, a dual advantage. With the investment from wealthy businessmen in the port city, this is a trend that defies expectations. I trust the shareholders know how to proceed, Director Chin declared. Prepare the funds and swiftly initiate the construction of the second and third phases. Moreover, there are still several hundred units available in the first phase that can yield substantial profits. Esteemed shareholders, we share both honor and disgrace. On behalf of the chairman, I bow in gratitude. Director Chin lowered himself, his face alight with ambition. At long last, the long-dormant Longhai real estate can finally revel in its success. The shareholders, moved, rose to their feet, clapping in celebration, as champagne corks popped and confetti filled the air. Meanwhile, Yichin sat on the hotel sofa, drying his damp hair, a satisfied smile adorning his face as he watched the news report. Longhai Bay has soared. To be precise, the establishment of school districts and commercial zones was initially unfounded. It was the investment from that Hong Kong businessman that breathed life into the southern new city. Without this investment, even with prestigious educational institutions and commercial zones, property prices in the southern new city would have peaked at merely 18 or 19,000. However, at present, even 30,000 per square meter seems far from the ceiling. The presence of speculators guarantees that prices will continue to rise. At this moment, he held 100 of the best units, the smallest being 80 square meters and the largest 120. Even if calculated conservatively, these 100 units, with just the down payment, have nearly multiplied tenfold. Given the current property prices, the down payment for each unit is now between 60 to 70,000. Should the peak reach 30,000, Yichin intends to take action. This venture could yield at least 50 million. Indeed, a full 50 million. As Yichin contemplated how to further multiply this sum, his phone suddenly rang. He needed no confirmation to know who was calling. He answered the phone, holding it away from his ear. Ah, Brother Yi, you are remarkable. You have ascended to greatness. Have you seen the news? Longhai Bay has attracted investment from a tycoon in the port city, coupled with robust economic support from our city. Ha. Property prices are soaring. Even the dilapidated buildings nearby are being demolished. The properties we hold have already quadrupled or quintupled, and this is before reaching the peak. We are going to profit immensely. Feng Tianhai's excited voice boomed from the other end of the line, nearly shattering the phone speaker. Thankfully, Yichin had the foresight to wait for the noise to subside before bringing the phone close to his ear. Brother Yi, I've made up my mind. From now on, I am your long-lost younger brother. Brother, you are my true brother. Should I change my surname to Yi? Henceforth, I shall be called Yi Tianhai. It has a certain heroic ring to it, does it not? Ha. Brother, why are you silent? Brother? Feng Tianhai chattered incessantly, his voice loud enough to induce a headache. Yichin rubbed his aching ears, rolling his eyes in exasperation. This rascal. I wish to speak, yet he offers me no chance. Be quiet for a moment. Now, quickly contact potential buyers, preferably those who can purchase all the properties we hold in one go. If they lack the means, do not bother reaching out. We must act within 2 days. As for any future price increases, we are indifferent. We cannot let our substantial holdings weigh us down. Yichin spoke earnestly. Sure thing, brother. This is a minor matter. I'll handle it. By the way, brother, where did you acquire this information? I even suspect that this tycoon from Hong Kong might be related to you. Could they possibly be your long-lost parents? Feng Tianhai joked, probing for answers. In the past, he would not have dared to speak to Yichin in such a manner, but now, he was so exhilarated that he was almost beside himself. Have the audacity to repeat that? Suddenly, a chill crept across Yichin's face. His adoptive parents had sacrificed so much for him. They were akin to a second life. He could entertain jokes, but he would never tolerate any jest concerning his adoptive parents. No jest would be permissible, ever. Chapter 30. Purchasing a diamond ring. A lifetime gift from DR to one person. At this moment, Feng Tianhai on the other end of the line sensed Yi Chen's emotions and hastily covered his mouth, immediately starting to slap himself in a frenzy. Brother, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking. But I truly meant no offense. Your parents are like my own. If I had any ulterior motives, may I be struck down by lightning and meet a dreadful end. Feng Tianhai quickly began to explain. Enough, find a buyer soon. With that, Yi Chen hung up the phone. On the other side, Feng Tianhai was filled with heavy thoughts, sighing repeatedly. What a show. This time you must have made over 100 million, yet you still sigh? Stop flaunting your wealth in front of me. I almost regret it. Your elder brother is so remarkable that he even revived a dilapidated building from Longhai Real Estate. It's all your fault. Why didn't you kneel and beg me to buy a few hundred units back then? Lu Chen, sitting dejectedly on the sofa, let out a series of lamentations. Back then, the opportunity was there. Who told you not to seize it? I've warned you. Don't blame me for the regret. Feng Tianhai pulled out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and took a puff, feeling extremely anxious. He had just joked and offended the boss. If Yi Chen was still angry, he felt utterly uncertain. Realizing this, he hurriedly got up, grabbed his clothes, and dashed outside. At that moment, Yi Chen collected his thoughts and relaxed considerably, leaving his home. He first visited a jewelry store, where he was greeted by a woman clad in a tailored skirt, her legs adorned with black stockings, her makeup striking and vibrant. Excuse me, could you kindly introduce me to the most expensive diamond ring you have? Quality is irrelevant. The pricier, the better, Yi Chen said nonchalantly. He owed Qin Meiyan too much. During their wedding, he couldn't even afford a gold ring, ultimately settling for a worthless colored ring costing only a few hundred. Yet, at that time, Qin Meiyan smiled radiantly, resembling a blooming rose, beautiful and splendid. She wore that ring continuously, even after their divorce, never taking it off. Recalling this, Yi Chen felt a pang of heartache. Expensive? You've come to the right place. We have every kind of diamond ring, just none that are cheap. As long as your wallet is full, you can purchase anything. The salesgirl scrutinized Yi Chen for a moment, noticing that none of his clothing bore any value. All were market goods. She immediately frowned, offering him a cold reception. Having encountered numerous affluent individuals daily, she regarded Yi Chen as no different from a lowly man merely seeking to enjoy the spectacle. There was no need to expend effort on him. With a flick of her finger, the salesgirl impatiently remarked, "Take a look at this one, the Radiant Star. Our new design, 1 carat, worth 37,000. And this smaller drop diamond, over 90,000. Yi Chen shook his head, replying, "Too cheap. Do you have anything pricier?" He found these two styles unappealing. If he were to buy, he wanted the best. He currently had over 500,000 in hand. Especially with the impending sale of a batch of properties, his worth would soar past 100 million. There was no need to be frugal. And what about this one? 128,000, the salesgirl said with a dismissive smirk. Noticing there were no other customers around, she continued to introduce options to Yi Chen. Yet, he remained dissatisfied. After introducing over 10 styles, the most expensive reached 180,000, but Yi Chen was still unimpressed, causing the salesgirl to lose her patience. "Sorry, take your time. I have other esteemed clients," she said coldly, then walked over to a portly man. "Oh, Mr. Zhou, you've arrived. Is this for your wife or your mistress? Being your mistress is such a delight. Why not take me in too? Standing here facing a poor man all day without any sales is starving me." The salesgirl wore a sycophantic smile, practically trying to cling to the fat man. "Xiaohui, if you truly mean that, once I recover, I'll take you in, huh? I can't handle you right now. Then, today, I'll have 3 ancient-style gold bracelets, and I'll take that ring as well. Calculate the total." "Mr." Zhou waved his hand grandly. Xiaohui's eyes lit up instantly. She hurriedly weighed and calculated. The total came to 68,000. As Mr. Zhou made the payment, Xiao Hui's envy nearly brought her to tears, trailing behind him, pleading. However, he barely glanced at her, exchanging a couple of lewd jokes before turning to leave. "Ugh, all these filthy men are the same, just know how to boast. Do they think I'm that desperate?" she said, turning back only to find Yi Chen already at the payment counter. She frowned and approached him. "I said, after all that time, are you buying or not? Look at Mr. Zhou, a successful man, bought 60,000 worth of jewelry in minutes. Why are you dragging your feet? Don't tell me you can't afford it and are just here to gawk. Hurry up and leave." Xiaohui was already in a foul mood, and seeing Yi Chen only aggravated her irritation. Typically, in such situations, most would not dare to retort, simply slinking away. Yi Chen chuckled coldly. Addressing the manager at the counter, "Manager, is there a time limit when purchasing jewelry here? If that's the case, I'll return this ring and look elsewhere." Inside the counter, the manager was just wrapping Yi Chen's ring. Upon hearing this, he immediately froze. "Sir, that's impossible. Even if you take all night to choose, we will serve you throughout." "Xiao Hui, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your sight? This gentleman is casually purchasing the DR limited edition Eternal Vow diamond ring, a hefty 50,000 transaction, and you refuse to attend to him. And Mr. Zhou, what caliber is he, buying a mere few thousand in gold, and you're practically fawning over him? Your discernment is waning. It seems you don't want to keep your job." Quickly apologized to Mr. Yi. With the manager's reprimand, Xiao Hui stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape in shock. She never imagined this seemingly impoverished man would be so extravagant. A 50,000 diamond ring, purchased just like that. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he was tall and handsome. "I apologize, sir. My earlier attitude was inappropriate. Please forgive me." After regaining her composure, Xiao Hui hurriedly lowered her head to apologize, secretly sizing up Yi Chen. "No need for apologies. Just finish packing. I'll take it," Yi Chen replied dismissively. He had encountered too many materialistic, superficial women over the years. Every additional word felt like a waste of life. "All packed, sir. Please take this, and here is your receipt." The manager quickly presented the gift box with both hands. Yi Chen finally smiled with satisfaction, lifting the gift box and turning to leave. Throughout the entire encounter, he paid no heed to the girl, Xiao Hui, who was so infuriated that she stomped her feet in frustration. Chapter 31. Qin Meiyun's cousin. 20 minutes later, Yi Chen arrived at the residential complex where Meiyun and her daughter lived, his face alight with anticipation. Just as he was about to enter, a voice called out from ahead. "Daddy! Mommy, look, Daddy is here." Tong Tong, carrying a pink backpack and holding Meiyun's hand, was beaming with joy. Yi Chen looked up and was momentarily taken aback. Beside Meiyun stood a man of striking appearance, impeccably dressed in a suit. It was none other than the man who had previously warned him to stay away from Meiyun, Qin Meiyun's cousin, Zhang Tiexiong. Zhang Tiexiong owned an advertising company, earning an annual income of 700,000 to 800,000, which marked him as somewhat accomplished. In comparison, Yi Chen felt like he was worlds apart from him. Although he and Meiyun shared the bond of cousins, they were not related by blood, as he was an adopted child. For years, he had silently aided Meiyun. His intentions clear. He harbored feelings for Qin Meiyun. At this moment, Qin Meiyun also noticed Yi Chen, her fair face revealing a look of surprise. After glancing at her cousin, she sighed and walked towards Yi Chen. "My cousin has the day off today and plans to take Tong Tong to the zoo. Perhaps you could come another day to see Tong Tong. She hasn't been out in a while," she said, her tone seeking understanding. "Meiyun, why are you saying so much to him? You are divorced now. There is no need to consult him." Zhang Tiexiong interjected, his expression darkening. Worthless scoundrel. Tong Tong used to be at home every day, and you never seemed to care. Now that you want to see her, where were you before? It's too late for your feigned compassion. You are not worthy to play the good father." Zhang Tiexiong stood firmly before Yi Chen, shielding Meiyun and her daughter from his view. "This is a matter for my family. It has nothing to do with you. You and Meiyun are not related by blood, and I still regard you as her cousin. I appreciate your care for Meiyun, but now, please suppress your misguided feelings. You have crossed the line." Yi Chen's expression remained calm, but a surge of anger welled up within him. What if he is your cousin? If you had not mentioned it, I would not have thought of it. But now I can clearly state that I love Meiyun. I have loved her for a long time, and now I wish to care for her for a lifetime. I intend to marry her. As for you, scum, keep your distance. You are unworthy." Suddenly, Zhang Tiexiong erupted, shouting at the top of his lungs and shoving Yi Chen forcefully. "Cousin, what are you saying? In public, don't speak nonsense. If this gets around, how will I face others?" Qin Meiyun gasped at Zhang Tiexiong's words, her face paling as she glanced around. Not spotting anyone familiar, she led Tong Tong over, her expression serious. "Meiyun, at this point, I do not wish to hide any longer. Before you married this beast, I had already harbored feelings for you. I love you. And since we are not related by blood, we can be together. I had no chance to approach you when you were ensnared by him. But now I can care for you and Tong Tong. I will treat you both well." At that moment, Zhang Tiexiong laid bare his heart, turning to Qin Meiyun with sincerity. Over the years, Qin Meiyun had faced tremendous hardship, and had it not been for Zhang Tiexiong's support during her darkest times, her situation would have been even more dire. Given his unwavering assistance, it was likely that any woman would have succumbed to his charms. However, Qin Meiyun was different. Her heart was filled with gratitude, and she had never considered anything beyond friendship. Especially now, with Zhang Tiexiong publicly professing his feelings before Yi Chun, she was anxious, frequently stealing glances at Yi Chun to gauge his reaction. Indeed, she still cared for Yi Chun's feelings, fearing he might misunderstand. Enough, cousin. We could never be. I regard you as a brother. Moreover, you are so accomplished. While I am merely a divorced woman with a child, I do not wish to be a burden. I am feeling a bit unwell, and so is Tong Tong. We shall not go. With that, Qin Meiyun turned to leave with Tong Tong. Meiyun, wait. Zhang Tiexiong called out. What I said earlier was merely to drive away that scoundrel Yi Chun. There was no other intention. Even if you do not go, think of Tong Tong. She has been cooped up at home. She will get sick. Seeing Meiyun's anger, Zhang Tiexiong hurriedly pursued her to explain. Hearing this, Qin Meiyun looked at Tong Tong's eager face and felt a pang of reluctance. Mommy, I will be good. If you don't want to go, I will stay home with you, Tong Tong said, raising her little head with understanding. Qin Meiyun's heart warmed, and she smiled gently, tenderly stroking her daughter's head. At this moment, it was even harder for her to deny her child a day out. All right then, let us go and have a look. Yes, let us go. I will lead the way. With that, Zhang Tiexiong's face lit up with joy as he hurried ahead. Yi Chun merely shot him a glance, uninterested in further engagement. As Qin Meiyun passed by Yi Chun, she paused and said softly, if you have nothing else to do, you may come along. Tong Tong misses you. Tong Tong eagerly asked, Daddy, will you come too? Of course, if my precious Tong Tong has spoken, I must go, Yi Chun replied, his face beaming with a smile. Instantly, Tong Tong clapped her hands in delight, jumping up and down. The three of them walked together towards Zhang Tiexiong's car, heading to the zoo. Upon arriving at the zoo, Zhang Tiexiong remained closely by Qin Meiyun's side, attending to her every need. Whenever Yi Chun approached, Zhang Tiexiong would put on a stern expression, driving him away with relentless scorn. Meiyun allows you to accompany the child. Cherish this opportunity. Spend time with your daughter. Now that you are divorced, do not even think about causing trouble for Meiyun. As long as I am here, you shall not succeed, Zhang Tiexiong stated coldly. Yi Chun scoffed lightly, responding, oh, look at you, playing the gallant protector. But have you considered that 7 years ago, Meiyun did not see you as a worthy match? Even now, despite our divorce, she still does not regard you as such. Initially, Yi Chun felt grateful to Zhang Tiexiong for stepping up during his most disgraceful moments, caring for Meiyun and her daughter. But now, Zhang Tiexiong's delusions were intolerable. Zhang Tiexiong, you were quite impressive back then. Even Meiyun's parents admired you due to your flattering demeanor. Yet, the outcome was that Meiyun, the campus belle, married me, the campus heartthrob. We are indeed a perfect match, a natural pair, and we have Tong Tong. Yi Chun mercilessly provoked him. Well, so what? At least I still have a chance, whereas you have none. Zhang Tiexiong retorted. What do you have to compare with me? My company earns nearly $1 million annually. I have wealth at my disposal, while you, a destitute wretch, burdened by debts, both financial and gambling. Your life is shackled, and the prospect of redemption seems utterly unattainable. You are nothing but a scoundrel, regardless of how splendid your past may have been. You have tarnished it beyond repair. Yi Chun, remember this. You are a pauper, with no future ahead of you. I have never perceived you as a threat. My sole desire is to keep you away from Meiyun, to spare her the disgust you evoke. Zhang Tiexiong adjusted his belt, his face radiating pride. Given his current status and position, wherever he goes, he is met with reverence. Women, upon seeing him, eagerly throw themselves at him. He firmly believes that as long as he remains sincere and treats Meiyun well, the day of reward will inevitably arrive. Presently, it is not him that Meiyun resists, but rather the lingering shadows of her previous marriage that she has yet to escape. Chapter 32, Atonement Unfazed. Yi Chun narrowed his eyes and retorted, Zhang Tiexiong, when it comes to repulsive behavior, I concede to your superior skill. Tong Tong is my daughter. You are not worthy to even utter her name. Do you presume that Qin Meiyun, after divorcing me, would be so undesirable as to seek solace in your pity? You underestimate her. Abandon your arrogance and ignorance, and cease posturing before me. Your wealth is inconsequential. With that, he turned to attend to Tong Tong, engaging her in playful conversation. Zhang Tiexiong, however, glared menacingly at his back. Mommy, I cannot see the animals. There are too many people, Tong Tong lamented, standing behind the crowd. Unable to catch a glimpse of the pandas, Qin Meiyun felt helpless. The crowd was dense, and her strength was insufficient to carry Tong Tong through, fearing an accident. Tong Tong, There are too many people here. Perhaps we should visit the elephants instead? It is too hazardous here. No, I want to see the pandas, Tong Tong insisted. Pouting and shaking her head, Zhang Tiexiong approached, ready to offer a toy to entice her to the elephant enclosure. Suddenly, Yi Chen's voice cut through the air. What is wrong, Tong Tong? My little princess, why the long face? Yi Chen, having purchased water, noticed Tong Tong's dejected demeanor and inquired with concern. Daddy, I want to see the pandas, but Mommy says there are too many people, and I cannot see them. She wants me to see the elephants, Tong Tong replied, her eyes welling up with tears. That pitiable expression tugged at Yi Chen's heartstrings. Come, Daddy will take you to see them. If you cannot see, Daddy will make sure you do. Come, climb onto Daddy's shoulders. In an instant, Yi Chen lifted Tong Tong and placed her on his shoulders. Tong Tong beamed with joy, clutching Yi Chen's head and hair as if she had found her pillar of strength. Yi Chen winced at the tugging, but he endured it in silence. Tong Tong, in turn, turned to stick her tongue out at Qin Meiyun, as if to say, Humph, I have my smelly daddy. Qin Meiyun was stunned. The Yi Chen of the past would have vehemently resisted even a simple request from his daughter. Now, after the divorce, he hoisted her onto his shoulders with a look of pure bliss. Could this be the true manifestation of fatherly love? Has he truly changed? Zhang Tiexiong, his expression dark, sneered, how can one indulge a child like this? Meiyun, you should limit his contact with Tong Tong. He will spoil her. However, Qin Meiyun, her eyes reddened, said from the depths of her heart, this is good. In that instant, Zhang Tiexiong was consumed with rage. Watching Tong Tong and Yi Chen navigate through the crowd, a sweet smile graced her face. Not only did she see the pandas, but she also reveled in showing off to the other children, boasting about her elevated view from her father's shoulders. A glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Meiyun's eyes. As dusk approached, Yi Chen carried the slumbering Tong Tong out of the zoo. Qin Meiyun and Zhang Tiexiong followed behind. Cousin, you should return home first. I need to speak with Yi Chen, Qin Meiyun announced suddenly. Zhang Tiexiong frowned, displeased. Well, all right. I should not meddle in your personal affairs, but Meiyun, remember that gamblers are not worthy of pity. Do not let your heart soften and fall into his trap again. Yi Chen has committed so many heinous acts. His return is likely driven by ulterior motives. Do not fall for his schemes. Qin Meiyun replied with a smile. I understand, cousin. Do not worry. I have endured so much hardship and suffering over the years. I have learned my lesson. You should return home. It is getting late. All right, call me if anything happens, Zhang Tiexiong said, nodding. He then walked to the parking lot, started his car, and sped away. Qin Meiyun caught up with Yi Chen and took Tong Tong from his arms. Seeing her daughter's sweat-drenched face, she knew she was sleeping soundly, filled with contentment. This was the life she had always dreamed of, a family spending time together after dinner, strolling in the park. Yet, it was only after the divorce that this dream materialized. Qin Meiyun hesitated before saying, Why are you going to my house? My father's temper will lead him to kill you. It is all right. I have wronged them and disappointed them. I must face them eventually. Yi Chen lowered his head in shame. All right, but try to avoid it. The money you transferred to them has already been sent back to me. If you have any spare money, you should visit your parents. They are struggling in the countryside. They raised you with great difficulty, and now. Also, your younger brother and sister are still in school. The household expenses are high, and your parents are frugal. Do not let them worry anymore. You are not getting any younger. Qin Meiyun trailed off, realizing she was overstepping. However, Yi Chen felt a warmth in his heart. It only intensified his self-loathing. How could he have hurt such a virtuous and filial wife repeatedly? He was not human, but a beast. Rest assured, I promise you I will no longer be idle. I will make time to visit my family. Yi Chen looked up at Qin Meiyun, his expression earnest. His gaze was intense, causing Qin Meiyun to blush and avert her eyes. All right, it is your own business. You do not need to promise me. Just live your own life. As for Tong Tong, do not worry. I will soon start working at the family company, where the salary is higher. I will strive to repay the debt as soon as possible. With that, Qin Meiyun walked ahead, muttering to herself, until she reached a small plaza. It was crowded and lively. Qin Meiyun glanced back, only to find that Yi Chen had vanished. As expected, he is still the same, never listening. She smiled wryly and prepared to carry Tong Tong home. Suddenly, a gasp erupted. Qin Meiyun instinctively looked in the direction of the commotion. She saw Yi Chen holding a large bouquet of balloons and a beautifully wrapped gift box, approaching her with utmost sincerity. Everyone, please bear witness. I was once a scoundrel, a wretch who did not know how to cherish what he had. I lost a woman who wanted nothing but me, a woman who loved me with all her heart. I vow, from this day forward, to work hard, to earn money, to give her everything I have, even my life. Let them embrace the happiest days of their lives. Yi Chun, disregarding the peculiar gazes around him, approached Qin Meiyun and knelt on one knee before her. Chapter 33. Temptation. The enigmatic nature of Yi Chun. Qin Meiyun's fair complexion turned pale, and panic seized her heart. Yi Chun, have you lost your mind? You're being ridiculous. Get up quickly. There are so many people watching. She could hardly fathom that Yi Chun would orchestrate such a scene, catching her completely off guard. Yi Chun tilted his head, his gaze soft and imbued with deep emotion. I shall not rise. I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to demonstrate that I am aware of my mistakes. How childish. Qin Meiyun frowned, exasperated. You entertain yourself here. With a fleeting glance at Yi Chun, she turned to leave. At that moment, Yi Chun produced a meticulously prepared remote-controlled airplane. The aircraft gently lifted a beautifully adorned gift box and flew it to Qin Meiyun's side. Yi Chun opened the box to reveal a diamond ring, the size of a pigeon egg, glistening brilliantly in the golden rays of the setting sun. Qin Meiyun was momentarily struck dumb. In her youth, she too had been a girl powerless against the allure of jewels. No woman could escape the charm of fine adornments. Yet, given her current circumstances, not to mention the financial constraints, acquiring new clothing was a luxury she could scarcely afford. Yi Chun presented the diamond ring to her and declared, "This diamond ring is meant to be given to only one person in a lifetime. I could offer countless rings, but I shall only present one to you. This is the first, many more will follow. Meiyun, I owe you this for our wedding, and now I begin to repay you." However, Qin Meiyun turned away, gritting her teeth. I don't want it. It's clearly fake. Don't try to fool me. Yi Chun stood in stunned silence for a while before hastening after her, following her all the way to her doorstep. Please leave, I'm exhausted. Qin Meiyun opened the door and coldly shot back at Yi Chun. Take this, and I will go. Yi Chun responded earnestly. If I take it, you must leave. Qin Meiyun casually snatched the gift box, opened the door, and tossed it onto the shoe rack. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chun sighed and turned to walk away. It appeared he had misjudged her feelings, believing she might begin to accept him. Instead, she remained resistant. This matter could not be rushed. Yi Chun took a deep breath and lit a cigarette. At that moment, his phone rang. Brother, where are you? It was Feng Tianhai calling. Is there something urgent? Yi Chun inquired, his brow furrowing. Indeed. It's good news. My uncle wants to meet you. If you're busy, we can arrange another time, huh? Feng Tianhai probed cautiously. I'm at Apple Community. Come pick me up. Yi Chun replied before hanging up, waiting at the community entrance. During this wait, he received a message from an unfamiliar female contact, a streamer named in Ping Ping. Chenggu, why haven't you visited the live stream room recently? Didn't you say you would gift me a carnival? How about we dine together sometime? I know you were upset that I didn't accompany you to the hotel last time, but guess what? A wealthy patron has been watching me closely every day. I couldn't help it. Yi Chun opened the voice message, and a flirtatious tone echoed from his phone. If you can't afford to spend, then get lost. Frowning, he typed a brief response. Mere minutes later, the other party replied, Humph, I knew you were a broke loser, yet you still think you can have me? You're not worthy. I can't even be bothered to talk to you. If it weren't to coax you for money, I wouldn't even look at you. You're pathetic for showering gifts on me behind your wife's back. You deserve to go bankrupt. Without needing to guess, Yi Chun understood he had been blocked. Yet, he remained unconcerned. In his previous life, he had suffered greatly due to this female streamer. Thus, he considered this a narrow escape. Shortly thereafter, Feng Tianhai arrived in a Land Rover, picking Yi Chun up and heading towards a restaurant and social club named Longhuan Palace. On the way, Feng Tianhai frequently glanced at Yi Chun through the rearview mirror, visibly anxious. Brother, I must sincerely apologize for my earlier comments. I spoke carelessly. Please don't hold it against me. If necessary, feel free to slap me a few times to vent your frustration. Yi Chun waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's fine, I'm not that petty. But do refrain from making jokes about our parents. They are the ones I cherish the most. Thank goodness you say that. I can finally breathe easy. I've been on edge, even sleeping with one eye open. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai dramatically patted his chest, appearing quite exaggerated. Yi Chun chuckled, playfully tapping his head before turning his gaze to the window. Soon, they arrived at the club. Upon entering the private room, they found Feng Tianhai's uncle, Feng Zhongjie, seated on a wooden chair, preparing tea. Uncle, my brother Yi Chun is here. Feng Tianhai announced with a beaming smile. Brother, this is my uncle. Oh, Tianhai's friend, please take a seat. Feng Zhongjie welcomed warmly. Yi Chun returned the smile, settling down politely. Hello, Uncle Feng. I apologize for keeping you waiting amidst your busy schedule. Yichen had learned much about Feng Zhongjie, both positive and negative. The Feng family had 3 generations in public service, with only Tianhai's father achieving success in business. Building connections with such a prominent family could greatly benefit Yichun and pave the way for his future. Ha ha ha, young man, you deserve it. If not for you guiding Tianhai, he might have earned far less and been summoned back to the capital ages ago. I'm curious. How did you foresee the skyrocketing property prices in the southern part of Longxi Bay? As he spoke, Feng Zhongjie handed a cup of tea to Yichun. He accepted it with both hands and took a gentle sip. To be candid, it's merely a premonition, Yichun replied nonchalantly. He was acutely aware that Feng Zhongjie was probing him, ensuring his nephew's associations were prudent. As an elder, one must consider not only their own responsibilities, but also those of the younger generation. This was merely human nature. If any insider information were to leak, it could lead to dire consequences. For anyone in a high-ranking position within the housing and urban development sector, the repercussions could range from dismissal to imprisonment. A premonition? I never imagined you would believe in such things at your young age. Yet, I admire your intuition. I hope you indeed have stumbled upon great fortune. Or else it could be troublesome. It was evident that Feng Zhongjie was skeptical of Yichen's claim. Any normal person would find it hard to believe that one could casually predict future events. Uncle Feng, recently, have there been any developments in the port area? In response to Feng Zhongjie's probing, Yichen suddenly posed an unexpected question. Feng Tianhai scratched his head in confusion, utterly bewildered. However, a flicker of astonishment crossed Feng Zhongjie's eyes, causing his hand to tremble slightly around the teacup. His expression was fleeting, as if there were no change on his face. Yet, deep within, a tempest had long been stirred. Could this lad truly be so enigmatic? Even the prominent figures from the harbor district are aware of him. Could it be that he shares some connection with that affluent businessman from the harbor? If that is indeed the case, then his prior acquisition of properties would certainly be justifiable. Chapter 34. Envy distorts one's countenance. Let's set aside business matters. I must take my leave, Tianhai. Your uncle will impart but one sentiment. In matters of friendship, one should seek the companionship of dependable individuals such as Yichun. Young brother Yi, I am grateful for your guidance of Tianhai. Suffice it to say, should the occasion arise where my assistance is required, provided it remains within the bounds of legality and propriety, I shall not hesitate to offer it. Having gleaned a comprehensive understanding of the situation, Feng Zhongjie rose to his feet and extended a hand to Yichun in a gesture of goodwill. You flatter me. If you are pressed for time, uncle, please proceed. Allow me to escort you. Yichun responded with equal warmth, clasping the other's hand as he accompanied him towards the exit. By the way, uncle, have you remembered your medication? Yichun inquired, a momentary pause punctuating his words just as Feng Zhongjie's assistant approached. Feng Zhongjie recoiled, his eyes widening in disbelief. How did this young man know of my heart condition? Yes, it is with my assistant, Xiao Zhang, Feng Zhongjie replied with a smile. Surmising that Tianhai may have mentioned it to Yichen previously, he couldn't help but acknowledge Yichen's thoughtfulness. Enjoy yourselves, gentlemen. I must depart. Do visit my home another day, and I shall prepare my signature dishes for you both. With these words, Feng Zhongjie made his way towards the exit. Upon reaching the doorway, he turned to his assistant and inquired, Xiao Zhang, do you have my medication? The assistant was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat as he hastily rummaged through his briefcase. To his dismay, everything was in order, save for the crucial vial of medicine. Director, the medication is missing. There is a pharmacy nearby. I shall retrieve it at once. Please wait here, the assistant exclaimed, before hurrying away. Upon his return, the assistant presented Feng Zhongjie with the sublingual nitroglycerin tablets. Reassured, Feng Zhongjie entered his vehicle, started the engine, and drove off. En route, Feng Zhongjie clutched at his chest. His breathing labored, his expression contorted in agony. The assistant, witnessing this, paled in horror and swiftly brought the car to a halt. Director, are you all right? Quick, take your medication. The assistant frantically retrieved the medicine from Feng Zhongjie's coat pocket and placed it in his mouth. Feng Zhongjie's complexion gradually improved, though he remained drenched in perspiration. So close, so very close. My life hung in the balance. Had he not been prompted to remind his assistant to purchase the medication, he might have met his end that day. Half an hour later, Feng Zhongjie leaned back against the seat, finally regaining his composure. That young man, he's uncanny. Feng Zhongjie mused, recalling Yichen's cautionary words. Had it not been for that reminder, his assistant might have forgotten the matter entirely, with dire consequences. In that instant, Feng Zhongjie's atheistic beliefs were shattered, replaced by a profound sense of awe for Yichun. Back at the club, Yichun and Feng Tianhai were sharing a drink when the latter received a phone call. His countenance darkened as he listened, peppering his speech with expletives. As soon as he hung up, Yichun's phone began to ring. "Brother, those scoundrels at Longhai Real Estate are attempting to renege on our agreement. They refuse to sell the properties we painstakingly acquired." Feng Tianhai exclaimed before Yichun could answer, smashing his glass against the floor in a fit of rage. "I understand. Remain silent for now. I shall ascertain their intentions." Yichun set down his utensils, glanced at his phone, and noted that the call was indeed from Sun Quan, the sales manager at Dragon Creek Bay. He pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Mr. Yichun? I am Sun Quan, the manager of Dragon Creek Bay." Sun Quan's voice was as grating and obnoxious as ever. Recalling his previous obsequiousness, the two men felt a surge of revulsion. "What do you want?" Yichun inquired, cutting to the chase, unwilling to waste time on pleasantries. "Hee, you brought some friends along last time and purchased nearly 200 properties from us. As you may have seen in the news, property prices have skyrocketed. Our company has been operating at a loss for quite some time, and we were hoping to seize this opportunity to turn things around. But Sun Quan was interrupted by Yichun's impatient retort, "Get to the point, or I shall terminate this call." "Very well, I shall be blunt. The company's headquarters has decided to reclaim the sold properties, offering you 3 times the contractual penalty as compensation," Sun Quan declared, his tone shifting to one of unwavering resolve, a stark contrast to his previous ingratiating demeanor. "Mr. Yi, are you still there?" Sun Quan inquired, after a prolonged silence. "I am listening. So, Longhai Group would rather pay me triple the penalty than honor our agreement. Is that correct?" Yichun's face was now etched with a palpable sense of displeasure. "Alas, that is the situation. Mr. Yi, my hands are tied. I am merely conveying the orders from above. I am truly powerless in this matter. After all, these properties have appreciated tenfold. The company has yet to receive the funds, and the properties are slipping away. Were I in your position, I would be devastated as well, but at least you stand to profit from this. A 3-fold penalty amounts to at least 10 million. Sun Quan emphasized, his tone laced with sarcasm. He was consumed by envy, a virulent jealousy that gnawed at his very core. Why was he not the one reaping the rewards? Especially after seeing the news reports of the soaring property values. His resentment intensified. Someone could casually acquire dozens of dilapidated properties and strike it rich, while he toiled away, earning a meager salary each month. Thus, his words were not merely a recitation of company policy, but rather a venomous expression of personal animosity, dripping with schadenfreude. Yichun scoffed. "So this is the extent of Longhai Group's credibility, a willingness to breach contracts and disregard ethical boundaries. Have you no conscience whatsoever?" From the other end of the line came Sun Quan's gleeful laughter. "Mr. Yi, there is no need for personal attacks. If you harbor any resentment, direct it towards the group. What good does it do to vent your anger on me? I am merely the messenger, not your punching bag. You should be grateful for the 3-fold compensation. If it were up to me, you would receive nothing at all. In any case, our 2nd and 3rd phases of construction are already underway. If you wish to file a complaint, feel free to engage our legal team. Although our projects may be among the worst in the industry, our lawyers are formidable." "Ha!" Sun Quan roared with laughter, his gums exposed, resembling a deranged individual. Ridicule, gloating, opportunism, provocation. Anyone else would have been tempted to commit murder. Yichun inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure, before stating solemnly, "Very well. If you are devoid of benevolence, then do not blame me for lacking righteousness. I shall pursue this matter to the very end." "Oh, Mr. Yi, you sound quite menacing. We shall eagerly await your next move. You are welcome to come and cause trouble at any time." "Ha." After uttering those words, Sun Quan abruptly hung up the phone. "What do you think, brother? That scoundrel surely parroted the same excuses, right? Offering us a trifling sum as a penalty while reclaiming the property. How infuriating. Are they truly attempting to bully honest folks like us? They treat us as if we were mere soft persimmons, thinking that paltry compensation could appease us." Feng Tianhai was seething with rage, unleashing a torrent of curses. His face was ablaze with fury, his eyes glimmering with an almost murderous intent. It was entirely understandable. After all, this represented a 10-fold profit, potentially yielding nearly 100 million in a matter of moments. Yet now, they were left with a mere, trifling penalty. No one could accept such an affront, especially not someone as hot-tempered as Feng Tianhai. Yichun lit a cigarette, taking a slow drag, and remarked coldly, "Truth be told, Had they approached us with sincerity, proposing a legitimate agreement and a revised compensation sum, we might have been amenable. The fault lies in their insatiable greed. A mere threefold penalty? They mistakenly believed themselves magnanimous, as if bestowing charity upon us. Particularly Sun Quan. Initially, I had hoped to resolve this matter calmly, but regrettably, my patience has worn thin. Yi Chun adjusted his attire, his expression as cold as ice, and gradually rose to his feet. Brother Yi, you need not concern yourself. However, Feng Tianhai, still engulfed in fury, rose immediately and stormed towards the exit. These scoundrels are living in a fantasy, thinking they can devour our wealth. I shall confront them head-on. It was clear that he was genuinely enraged. Chapter 35. This matter has escalated. Yi Chen squinted, pondering the situation, yet he did not intervene. The outcome of this affair was entrusted to Feng Tianhai, who managed it with commendable efficiency and results. Yi Chun, however, remained occupied. He retrieved his phone and uploaded the video documenting his house purchase that day to the internet. He even invested a considerable sum to promote and attract traffic to it. Within merely 1 hour, the video garnered thousands of comments and likes. Good heavens, how shameless can Longhai real estate be? Exclaimed one commenter. Look at the manager's demeanor. When the properties were hard to sell, he acted like a sycophant, and now he is utterly revolting. What an audacious display. They are blatantly violating the contract in black and white. Their audacity knows no bounds. Indeed, it is a flagrant contempt for the law. Another chimed in. Yet, to be fair, they have indeed offered compensation. What does compensation matter? After all the hard work put into purchasing a home, only to have it forcibly reclaimed right after a price increase. Who could withstand such injustice? If we do not stand up for others today, who will speak for us tomorrow? The points made above are valid. If this matter is suppressed, when our turn arrives, who will advocate for us? Longhai real estate is garbage. Longhai real estate is scum. Protest, protest. Instantly, the internet erupted with various voices of justice and indignation, propelling the video to trending status. However, the trending topic lasted only a brief moment before being taken down by the platform. Yi Chen frowned, glancing at the back-end notification stating the video was in violation of regulations. He merely chuckled, unfazed, for the impact had already been made. Meanwhile, in the Longsuan real estate office, Sun Quan was reviewing the video, rubbing his chin without a hint of remorse, his expression one of smug satisfaction. Kid, you have underestimated the prowess of Longhai real estate. He scoffed. Do you truly think a single video could compel us to concede? Engaging in a battle with me is merely an invitation to humiliation. Sun Quan laughed derisively and strode out. Manager, you're a celebrity now. Brace yourself for the online backlash. Absolutely. Once we gather enough traffic, we can switch to live stream selling, infuriating those two fools. Haha. Several sales consultants chimed in, their faces plastered with sycophantic smiles. The Longsuan sales office, now bustling with activity, saw potential buyers lining up for miles, with lotteries determining who would be able to purchase. Sun Quan received accolades from Director Chun, hinting at a potential promotion. The prospects seemed exceedingly bright, and he felt an exhilarating rush. Brothers, drop your work. Tonight, I treat. To the Red Rose Bar, let us go. With that call, the sales consultants erupted with excitement. That night, Sun Quan and the sales team reveled until the early hours of the morning. Exhausted yet exhilarated, they took taxis back to the sales office to continue their work. However, upon arrival, they were met with the sight of conspicuous seals plastered on the building's entrance. A throng of customers had gathered outside, buzzing with speculation. Sun Quan, sobered by the sight, hurried over. He noticed a young man in uniform busily applying more seals. Brother, please take a break. I'm the manager here. May I inquire which department you represent? Why are you sealing our building? Sun Quan forced a smile as he approached. Department of Housing and Urban Rural Development. As for the reason, our office will notify you, the young man replied. He then called out, Director, the Longsuan manager is here. At that moment, a commanding middle-aged man strode over, exuding an imposing aura. He scrutinized Sun Quan, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Sir, here, have a cigarette. Sun Quan hurriedly offered a cigarette, only to be coldly rejected. Reports have indicated that there are issues with the Longsuan properties. We must investigate their quality before allowing sales to continue. Effective immediately, your sales office is to undergo a comprehensive reorganization and cooperate with the investigation, the middle-aged man declared, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What? Sir, surely there has been a mistake? We only faced a temporary cash flow issue. The rumors about our properties being unfinished are unfounded. The quality of our homes is impeccable, Sun Quan exclaimed, panic setting in. Furthermore, our Group S president has a good relationship with you. Perhaps you could remove the seals for now? Do not mention your president. It is irrelevant. This is a formal matter, not a personal one. Your President Zhang and I are comrades. He is aware of this situation and agrees to handle it officially. Whether there are quality issues with your properties cannot be determined by a mere manager's word. It must undergo rigorous scrutiny, and you are to cooperate with our regulations. Moreover, during our inspection, we discovered fire hazards that have been reported to the fire department. They are likely to arrive tomorrow, and you must cooperate. With that, the middle-aged man turned and departed with his team. Sun Quan was left utterly dumbfounded. The customers surrounding them, upon hearing of potential quality issues, dispersed in alarm. Sun Quan sank to the ground, his face ashen, utterly at a loss for what to do. Ding-ling-ling. The phone rang, startling him. He hastily answered. Sun Quan. You miserable fool, what on earth is happening? The housing department has always had a good relationship with us. How could they suddenly cause us trouble? The chairman just held a meeting and said someone reported issues with the properties. Orders from above demand a thorough investigation. Even the chairman cannot intervene. Tell me what is going on. If you dare shirk responsibility, I swear I will ruin you. Director Chen's thunderous roar echoed through the phone. Like a clap of thunder, Sun Quan's phone felt as if it might explode, and he trembled in fear. Director Chen, please calm down. I have no idea what happened. If there are issues with the properties, there could be some minor flaws, but our quality is beyond reproach. They are clearly making a mountain out of a molehill. So there must be something more to this. Perhaps we've offended someone. Could it be a rival? Sun Quan suggested tentatively, the only plausible explanations he could conjure up. At that moment, he was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing in trepidation. Sun Quan, this matter is undoubtedly linked to those two homebuyers. What on earth did you say to them during your negotiation? Tell me now, Director Chen demanded, forcing down his fury, his voice low and intense. The two homebuyers? Sun Quan suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Of course, it must be those two wretches. They threatened me yesterday, insisting they would pursue this to the end. It has to be their doing. But even if they reported us, the investigation shouldn't be this stringent or swift. Director Chen, please speak. Do not frighten me. I am truly at my wit's end. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence. Sun Quan pleaded desperately. Director Chen furrowed his brow, meticulously analyzing the situation, and said, it appears they have leveraged their connections. Their backgrounds must be quite remarkable. By the way, what are the names of the two individuals who purchased the property? Sun Quan hastily replied. One is named Yi Chun, and the other is Feng Tianhai. Yi Chun, Feng Tianhai. Director Chun mumbled a few words to himself, and suddenly he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Feng Tianhai, damn it. No wonder such a significant incident has occurred. The official from the Housing Construction Department also bears the surname Feng. As Director Chen's words fell, Sun Quan's expression changed dramatically, and he completely collapsed. Chapter 36, Manager Sun begs for forgiveness. Sun Quan, you are truly reprehensible. I tasked you with delaying them, yet you chose to provoke them. Now, they've remembered the offense, and you've created such a significant problem at this crucial moment. Dismissal would be a lenient consequence. This matter must be resolved swiftly, or the chairman will not spare either of us. Upon hearing these words from Director Chun, Sun Quan was nearly paralyzed with fear. Trembling, he clutched the phone, pleading, Director Chun, I was wrong. You must save me. Director Chun roared, save you? I'm barely able to save myself. Now, procure some valuable gifts and hasten to apologize in person. Remember, even if it costs you your life, you must seek their forgiveness. Director Chin spoke with grave seriousness. Understood. Director, I'll go immediately and resolve this matter, no matter what it takes. I'll debase myself if necessary. With that, Sun Quan rose, rushed out, hailed a taxi, and sped toward the city center. Around 10 in the morning, Yichen leaned against the sofa, observing the stock market on his phone. Huawei Technology. This was a volatile stock, but it had yet to experience significant fluctuations. What truly intrigued Yichen was the oil shares. He glanced at the date, noting that less than 3 days remained. He needed to maximize his capital within these 3 days and then invest heavily in this stock. As he pondered, a knock sounded at the door. Yichen opened it to find Sun Quan standing there with numerous packages, his face plastered with a smile. Brother, I've finally found you. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please don't be offended. Sun Quan nodded and bowed, pushing forward an array of exquisite gift boxes containing birds' nests, abalone, ginseng, and other delicacies. At his feet were several cases of Matai and Wolyanya liquor. How did you know I was here? Yichen didn't accept the gifts, but instead stepped back, watching the other man with amusement. Hee, finding you was no easy task. Boss Hai told me. Brother, I was wrong before. I've come to apologize in person. Please, forgive me. Sun Quan placed the items on the ground at the entrance, appearing utterly servile. His hands nervously wringing, afraid to enter, his face a picture of obsequiousness. Yichen chuckled. He knew the matter of the house had been settled. Consequently, he was somewhat interested in conversing with Sun Quan. Don't just stand there. Come in and kneel. Yichen waved his hand dismissively. Ah, thank you, brother. Ah, kneel? Sun Quan was about to enter, elated, but quickly realized what he'd heard and looked at Yi Chun with a troubled expression. Just kidding. Yi Chun leaned back on the sofa, hands in his pockets, speaking casually. Oh, my dear brother, please don't torment me anymore. I can't take it. Even if you truly asked me to kneel, I wouldn't dare disobey. Sun Quan sighed in relief, calling him brother repeatedly, his voice filled with supplication, his knees trembling, as if he were about to kneel at any moment. Yi Chun's face was sardonic, his smile ambiguous. Then kneel. Mere words are insufficient. I don't feel your sincerity. You weren't so humble on the phone. You should know, your group devoured my 100 houses. At least you have the opportunity to complain to me. When my house was forcibly taken back, who could I turn to? Any grievance could only be buried in my heart. Yi Chun also feigned innocence, spreading his hands. As his voice faded, Sun Quan actually dropped to his knees with a thud, kneeling upright. Brother, the house matter has been resolved, and the director has already berated me. I was envious. I was jealous. I'm not human. Please, have mercy and let me go. If you don't nod in agreement, Boss Hai will destroy me. I have elderly parents and young children. If I lose my job and income, my entire family will starve. I struggled to get here from the countryside, and I've only just gained a foothold. I don't want to go back. My parents have toiled their entire lives. I just want to earn more money and take care of them. As he spoke, Sun Quan wiped away tears, sobbing. Sun Quan now fully recognized the formidable nature of Feng Tianhai. He had initially thought the other man was merely a rich second-generation heir, but he was, in fact, someone with a profound background. Having offended such a ruthless individual, Sun Quan had no future in Longzhou. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a pang in his heart. Although he knew the other man was playing the sympathy card and acting out a sob story, the mention of parents touched a nerve. He had let down too many people, especially his parents. He had even stolen the money they had worked so hard for their entire lives to give to female streamers. That included the money his older brother needed to buy a house for his wedding and the money his younger siblings needed for school. He had squandered it all. At this thought, Yi Chun gritted his teeth, wishing he could slap himself. All right, stop acting pathetic in front of me. Leave. Yi Chun waved his hand, his voice deep. Does that mean you've forgiven me, brother? Thank you, brother. You're my own flesh and blood. If you ever need me, just say the word. I won't bother you any longer. With that, Sun Quan rose with a look of elation and, under Yi Chun's disgusted gaze, scrambled to leave. Stop. Take your things with you. Yi Chun suddenly called out. Brother, those are all tributes to you. Our company will reimburse me. You must accept them. I wouldn't dare take them back. Sun Quan hurriedly rushed into the elevator, wiped the sweat from his brow, sighed in relief, and grinned at Yi Chun. As the elevator doors closed, Yi Chun brought the items inside. The liquor, cigarettes, and supplements combined were worth at least 100,000. It seemed the other party had truly recognized the gravity of the situation and was terrified. Yi Chun shook his head and was about to pick up the phone when Feng Tianhai called. Brother Yi, the matter has been resolved. Longhai Real Estate has yielded. Also, my third uncle asked me to thank you for your reminder that day. Brother you saved my third uncle's life. From now on, you're my boss. If you say the word, I'll give you my life. On the other end of the phone, Feng Tianhai's voice was choked with emotion. His third uncle treated him like his own son, caring for him as if he were family. Only after learning that his third uncle had faced a life-or-death situation did Feng Tianhai realize that if it hadn't been for Yi Chun's warning, he would have almost lost a loved one. The debt of gratitude was too profound to repay. Chapter 37. Qin Meiyun's best friend, Yi Chun's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, How pretentious. All right, please convey my regards to uncle on my behalf. Now, on to business. Immediately contact some reliable real estate agents and, if possible, capable investors. We need to liquidate those properties swiftly. Feng Tianhai chuckled heartily and assured, Don't worry, brother. I've already made the necessary contacts. One of my friends has introduced me to a team of 7 seasoned investors with ample funds. fully capable of absorbing our entire batch of properties. That would be ideal, Yichen replied, preparing to end the call. Brother, now that we're making money, aren't we going to celebrate tonight? Let me treat you to a round at the Imperial Club. At that moment, Feng Tianhai interjected, forget it. I need to see my daughter, so I won't be joining you. Enjoy yourselves. Yichen shook his head, his thoughts drifting to his daughter's adorable face, and he felt an irresistible urge to rush home. Fine, I feel a bit guilty. You're such a devoted family man, earning such a substantial amount of money, and your first priority is to spend time with your family. By the way, how are things progressing with you and sister-in-law? Do you need my assistance? Feng Tianhai stroked his chin, curious. Chatterbox, hurry up and take care of business first. We can celebrate later. I'm hanging up now. Yichen ended the call, leaving Feng Tianhai grinning foolishly on the other end. In the afternoon, under the scorching sun, at the apple orchard community, Qin Meiyun busied herself in the kitchen. Upon hearing a knock at the door, she hurried to answer it. Standing at the entrance was a fashionable girl, stylishly dressed. The girl's tall stature and sun-kissed skin accentuated her figure beautifully. Clad in a fitted shirt that emphasized her curves and paired with tight-fitting pants and high heels, she radiated an aura of sensuality. Anchi, what brings you here? Qin Meiyun exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing her friend. I can't believe you still remember me, your best friend. It's been over 2 months since we last met. I thought you had forgotten all about me. I figured you didn't miss me. So I dropped by right after work to see you. Come here, let me hug my beloved Qin, the beauty. Xiaoanqi stretched out her arms, playfully pouting as she enveloped Qin Meiyun in a warm embrace. Oh dear, I was just cooking and I'm all greasy. Be careful not to stain your clothes. Qin Meiyun warned, feeling the warmth of her best friend's affection while holding a ladle. Unbothered by the mess, Xiaoanqi snuggled closer, reveling in the camaraderie. It was well known that Qin Meiyun had once been a true campus beauty. Even now, her figure and looks surpassed Anqi's. However, her humble background had led her to dress more simply, evoking sympathy from those who saw her. What's a little grease? I'm not worried about that. You, on the other hand, have the figure and looks. You're far superior to me. Alas, you've had such bad luck. Being with that scoundrel who won tea even buy you new clothes, wasting your best years having a child with him. Xiaoanqi lamented. Her expression filled with concern as she surveyed Qin Meiyun's shabby attire. Let us go shopping for some new outfits and a fresh set of cosmetics. As she chattered on, Xiaoanqi stepped into the house, closing the door behind her. Upon seeing the old clothes hanging on the rack, her heart ached for her friend. I really can't accept that. You keep your money for yourself. Come on in. I've made dinner. Let us eat here, Qin Meiyun insisted. I want to stay. I have a friend waiting for me outside. I came to take you out for some fun, but if you can't go, that's fine. Besides, Tong Tong can't be without you. How about you send her to your mother's place, and I'll introduce you to some quality guys. Now that you're free from that loser, you can start living better, Xiaoanqi suggested, her face bright with enthusiasm. However, upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun could only manage a bittersweet smile. Mommy, I'm hungry. At that moment, Tong Tong emerged from her nap, rubbing her eyes. Seeing Tong Tong, Xiaoanqi's heart melted as she crouched down to embrace the little girl. Oh, my dear Tong Tong, did you miss your auntie? Come here so I can see you. Oh dear, I forgot to bring you a treat. Here SA100, let us get you something nice later. Tong Tong's eyes sparkled with delight as she pouted. Auntie Anchi, you smell so good, and your clothes are so pretty. Mommy, can you wear clothes like Auntie Anchi? You would look so beautiful. The little girl's charm and sweet words made even Qin Meiyun chuckle. See, my silly sister, even our daughter knows that her mother is beautiful. We women must treat ourselves better and not let any vile man lower our quality of life. How about this? Skip dinner at home since I have a friend waiting. Let us go out for a nice meal, Xiaoanqi suggested with a beaming smile, lifting Tong Tong in her arms as she headed for the door. Qin Meiyun sighed, feeling a mixture of reluctance and acceptance. She had not intended to go out, but it had indeed been a while since she last saw her friend. Given how much Xiaoanqi had helped her in her time of need, she decided to change her clothes and join her. Tong Tong, what do you have in your hand? Xiaoanqi asked, puzzled. Hee, this is a diamond ring that Daddy bought for Mommy. It's so big, Tong Tong exclaimed, gesturing dramatically. Xiaoanqi merely smiled coldly, fully aware of the unsavory nature of Yichen's actions. As Qin Meiyun's best friend, she knew all too well the depths of his depravity. It was unlikely he had truly invested in a diamond ring. If he aimed to buy one, he simply lacked the means. She suspected it was a cheap trinket from a street vendor, not worth more than $20, fool's gold designed to deceive the gullible. She felt a deep sense of injustice for Meiyun, who had endured so much, a woman who had lost her job to support a live streamer. unworthy of the title of a man. All right, let us go, Qin Meiyan said, donning a simple pair of jeans and a white shirt before stepping out with Xiao Anqi. Just as they exited the building, they spotted Yichen approaching, burdened with various bags. Meiyan, hold on to Tongdong. Don't be afraid. I'll handle him, Xiao Anqi declared, her anger boiling as she confronted Yichen. Anqi, don't. Qin Meiyan tried to intervene, but it was too late. Yichen, you miserable coward. You just won't go away. One truly believes that no one in Mei Yun's family dares to challenge her. Should you even attempt to touch a single strand of her hair today, I shall confront you with all my might. Xiao Anqi, embodying a fierce spirit, disregarded her demure image and fiercely berated Yichen. Oh, you are here as well. I came to bring some supplements for the two of them. Upon seeing Xiao Anqi, Yichen's brow twitched violently, unexpectedly overcome with anxiety. He genuinely held a deep-seated apprehension towards Mei Yun's friend. She was indeed formidable and possessed the audacity to resort to violence if provoked. In the past, there was an incident where Yichen, inebriated, had assaulted Mei Yun. It was the most brutal encounter he had ever inflicted upon her, nearly choking her with his hands, leaving her face bruised and swollen for half a month. Upon hearing of this affair, Xiao Anqi stormed over, seized a brick, and without hesitation, struck Yichen with it before escorting Mei Yun away. Since that day, Yichen felt a palpable tension whenever he encountered Xiao Anqi. His head ached. However, things have improved significantly, for he was no longer the beast he once was. Chapter 38. Mockerio, has the sun risen from the west? You, a 24K pure scoundrel, should open your eyes and take a good look. Mei Yun can barely find clothes to wear when she goes out, yet you dare to buy her supplements? Isn't that laughable? Hand them over. Let me see what fake goods you have purchased. Without hesitation, Xiao Anqi snatched the gifts from Yichen's hands. With a resigned sigh, Yichen could only shake his head. The items he brought were merely compensation gifts from Sun Quan, who was too terrified to even consider giving him counterfeit goods. It appeared that Xiao Anqi's misunderstanding of him ran deep. Oh dear, look at this, Yichen. Is that bird's nest, abalone, and ginseng? Do you even know how much these cost? A whole pile of fakes, trying to deceive Mei Yun and swindle her salary? Have you lost your humanity? No. You never had any connection to humanity. Quickly take your rubbish and get lost. Xiao Anqi, seething with anger, hurled the items to the ground and pointed an accusing finger at Yichen. How could she possibly believe that this penniless wretch could afford such extravagant gifts? Just the few boxes of bird's nest alone cost thousands, not to mention the other items. Besides, even if he could afford them, he wouldn't possess such a conscience. She had long since seen through this cad. Anqi, please don't be like this. Qin Meiyun hurried over, eager to explain. And Anqi, please don't scold my dad. He is a good dad and often buys me treats. Please stop reprimanding him. Even Tong began to plead in Yichen's defense. Xiao Anqi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the mother and daughter duo. What on earth is wrong with you two? Hasn't this scoundrel already caused you enough suffering? How can you still defend him? Come on, ignore him and follow me. Grabbing Qin Meiyun's arm, she pulled her away. Seeing this, Yichen took a deep breath and bent down to pick up the scattered items. At that moment, Tong returned, presenting a set of keys to him. Daddy, there are some dishes still unfinished in the kitchen. You can make something to eat yourself. We're off to have a grand feast with Aunt Anqi. Tong said with a cheerful grin. Tong, can you bear to leave Daddy all alone at home? Yichen suddenly chuckled, teasing her. At that moment, excitement surged within him. Meiyan had actually invited him into their home, which was a positive development. Good things often come with challenges, and finally, there was a glimmer of progress. Then, I'll stay at home with you, Daddy, Tong said, torn between the desire for a feast and the wish to be with her father, her fingers fidgeting nervously. The little girl, looking reluctant and shy, was utterly adorable. Yichen's heart nearly melted as he reached out to gently pat her head, smiling. Go on, Tong. Daddy is just teasing you. I'll be waiting for you at home. Upon hearing this, Tong beamed, flinging her arms around Yichen's neck and planted a kiss on his forehead. Daddy is the best. I'm off to find Mommy now. Bye-bye. With that, she turned and skipped away joyfully. Yichen extended his hand, touching his damp forehead, and gazed at Tong's retreating figure, grinning foolishly. Yichen returned to the rented apartment of Meiyun and her daughter, first cleaning the room from top to bottom. Meiyun had a penchant for cleanliness, exhibiting a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder. With Yichen's thorough tidying, the apartment appeared even more neat and inviting. He opened the windows, allowing a gentle breeze to chime the wind bells. Sitting on the sofa, he closed his eyes, savoring a moment of tranquility. After a while, he entered the kitchen, where he discovered Meiyun had already chopped the vegetables. He heated the oil in the pan and began to stir fry. Within 20 minutes, 3 dishes and a soup were ready. Looking at the meal spread before him, Yi-chun felt a sense of accomplishment. If only I had understood the importance of cherishing these moments back then, I wouldn't be filled with such regret now. A mix of emotions swirled within him as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat slowly. At that moment, Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong were seated in a Mercedes-Benz C-Class. The driver was a handsome young man exuding a mature aura. He was Xiao Anqi's new boyfriend, Chen Jun, who owned a high-end restaurant and was financially well off. While driving, he held Anqi's hand, radiating sweetness. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun felt a pang of envy for her friend's happiness, a scene she had envisioned countless times. Unfortunately, marriage had brought her not sweetness, but a series of nightmares. Jun, weren't we supposed to go for a meal? Why are we at the jewelry store? Xiao Anqi asked, puzzled as they arrived at the entrance of a jewelry shop. I'll tell you in a moment. Come on, let us go inside. Chen Jun replied with a mysterious smile. Anqi, sensing something, eagerly pulled Meiyun and Tong Tong out of the car and into the jewelry store. Most women have an almost irresistible attraction to jewelry. Anqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at the dazzling array of jewels. Meiyun, however, admired from afar, hiding her desires deep within, knowing that such luxuries were beyond her reach. Look at this ring. What do you think? Anqi exclaimed joyfully, raising her hand to display a ruby ring on her finger. Meiyun glanced at it and nodded silently. It's quite beautiful and suits you well. Anqi's heart swelled with joy at her friend's affirmation, and she waved her hand, admiring the ring under the lights. Miss, this ring is our latest design. Crafted from ruby imported from Nanzhou, using ancient European master techniques. It perfectly complements your elegance, the salesgirl chimed in with a bright smile, further solidifying Anqi's resolve to purchase it. And how much does this ring cost? Anqi asked eagerly. Hello, miss. The total price for this ring is 67,000. But with a discount, it comes to 53,200. This ring suits you perfectly. You simply cannot miss out. The salesgirl enthusiastically promoted. Chapter 39. Oh my goodness. Miss, this is an eternal vow. 500,000. So expensive. Angela exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. As a yoga instructor, her monthly earnings barely reached 7,000 to 8,000, occasionally exceeding 10,000 during peak times. Yet, this ring represented 4 to 5 months of her salary, a sheer extravagance she simply could not afford. Miss, the price is not the most important aspect. Rather, it perfectly aligns with your taste and temperament, the sales assistant remarked, displaying impressive emotional intelligence, granting Angela respect while providing a compelling rationale for the purchase. Jun. At that moment, Angela turned, pouting and using a playful tone. If you like it, just buy it. I brought you here to surprise you. Miss, please proceed with the payment, Chen Jun said with great generosity. Beautiful lady, you are incredibly fortunate. Your boyfriend is so handsome and treats you so well, truly a winner in life. The sales assistant exclaimed. I shall print the receipt for you right away. Her words were sincere, not mere flattery. At just 35 or 36, Chen Jun had attained financial freedom, owning a high-end restaurant, a standard of affluence that countless women dream of in a partner. Hearing this, Angela felt an even greater sweetness in her heart, wrapping her arms around Chen Jun's waist. Jun, I love you to bits. And I love you too, Chen Jun replied with a gentle smile. Meiyun, do you see? Finding the right man can truly heal your life. Later, I'll have Jun invite a few of his outstanding male friends for you to meet, Angela said, her face aglow with happiness. Oh, let us not. I've just been divorced and have a child. I don't want to burden anyone. Qin Meiyun replied, a hint of insecurity causing her to lower her gaze as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Miss Meiyun, you are being overly modest. With your beauty and grace, having a little girl is no hindrance. Even if you had another boy, you would still find it easy to marry. Chen Jun interjected earnestly. Did you hear that, Meiyun? Jun would never deceive you. Once you find a new boyfriend, that scoundrel Yi-chun won't dare to persist in troubling you. Even if you don't consider your own well-being, think of Tong Tong. There will be many expenses in the future. You can't let your child suffer alongside you. Angela sighed, earnestly trying to persuade her friend. By the way, Meiyun, I want to let you accompany me without a reward. This ring looks lovely, and it's quite affordable. I'll buy it for you. Miss, please bring out that ring for me. Angela waved her hand, selecting another ring from the counter. Angela, really, there's no need. Qin Meiyun quickly shook her head. Enough, just listen to me. Angela insisted resolutely. You too, come with me. How can I let you both spend money? Choose one carefully, and I'll take care of the bill afterward. Chen Jun pulled out his bank card and handed it to the sales assistant. Qin Mei-yun, unable to continue refusing, felt that further rejection would come off as ungrateful, so she reluctantly acquiesced. Mommy, why do you want another ring? Daddy already bought you one. Suddenly, Tong Tong opened a gift box in her hands, revealing a diamond ring, which she sweetly placed on a Qin Mei-yun's finger. Qin Mei-yun merely smiled, indifferent to the ring on her hand. Mei-yun, I picked a new one. Hurry and try it on. Angela waved her hand, prompting Qin Mei-yun to approach. This ring costs over 6,000. It's too expensive. Let us not buy it. Angela, Qin Mei-yun said, her face betraying her discomfort upon seeing the price tag. 6,000 is just fine. It's not like we can't afford it. Quickly, try it on, Angela replied nonchalantly, taking Qin Mei-yun's hand and placing it on the counter. She received the ring from the sales assistant and slipped it onto Qin Mei-yun's finger. Beautiful. It fits perfectly. Wait, this cheap ring should come off. It looks like something from a street vendor. That scoundrel Yichen only knows how to buy you junk worth 20 bucks. You must have been quite foolish, Angela remarked, noticing the ring on Qin Mei-yun's index finger and preparing to take it off. Qin Mei-yun shook her head, not overly concerned. After all, Yi Chun had deceived her far too many times, and now he was gifting her such an extravagant diamond ring. It had to be fake. She wouldn't fall for his tricks again. Just as Angela was about to remove the ring, the sales assistant's expression suddenly changed, revealing her astonishment. Miss, may I see the ring? Angela smiled coldly, casually pushing the ring toward her. If you like it, it's yours. Just a fake glass. The sales assistant took it and examined it closely. Meanwhile, Angela and her companions proceeded to complete their purchase, chatting and laughing as they made their way out. Suddenly, the sales assistant rushed out, catching up to Qin Mei-yun. Miss, wait. You forgot to take the ring. The sales assistant was internally agitated. Did wealthy individuals truly have such poor memories? A ring worth a fortune left behind on the counter was simply absurd. I just said I'd give it to you, Angela said, puzzled. Miss, please, don't jest. This ring is worth hundreds of thousands. I couldn't possibly accept it. Merely being able to look at it is a great honor for me, the sales assistant stammered, her surprise palpable as she hurriedly offered the ring back. What? Hundreds of thousands? Are you joking? This is just a piece of glass. This was given to me by that shameless ex-husband of my friend, a pathetic gambler. And it's just street vendor trash. If you don't want it, feel free to discard it, Angela scoffed upon hearing this. Yichen gifted a diamond ring worth hundreds of thousands to Qin Mei-yun? Only if the sun were to rise from the west. Miss, I verified it earlier. This ring was indeed sold to us. It's a new model, DR diamond ring, eternal vow, valued at 500,000, purchased by a gentleman named Yichen right here. The DR database can confirm the record, the sales assistant asserted firmly. At that moment, her words detonated like a bombshell. Angela was utterly stunned. Qin Mei-yun wore an expression of disbelief, her face a mask of astonishment. Even Qin-jun, standing nearby, looked equally shocked. A few minutes later, Qin Mei-yun and the others exited the jewelry store, appearing burdened with thoughts. She had just seen the record. It was indeed purchased by Yichen. Dated within the last few days. The diamond ring, valued at 500,000, represented not merely its monetary worth, but also its profound significance. One could only bestow it upon a single person in a lifetime. Mei-yun, has Yichen gone gambling again? Or has he engaged in some illegal activities? Where did he acquire such a substantial amount of money? It seems utterly contrary to his character. I believe you should exercise caution. This is indeed peculiar. What could he possibly be scheming? Xiaoanqi caught up with Qin Mei-yun, expressing her concerns. It's impossible. Even if he were to gamble, he would only face losses. What frightens me the most is the prospect of him engaging in unlawful activities. Anqi, I shall forego dining with you. I will treat you another day. The more Mei-jun contemplated this, the more anxious she became, leaving her with little appetite. She grasped Tong Tong's hand and made her way towards the nearby bus station. Chapter 40. Has he truly turned over a new leaf? Qin-jun approached, gazing thoughtfully at Qin Mei-yun's hurried departure. Anqi, he mused, Mei-yun's ex-husband isn't as awful as you depict him. Splashing out 50,000 on a diamond ring is quite extravagant. Perhaps you've misjudged him? Jun, you're unaware of the details. Mei-yun's former husband was decent before their marriage, earning everyone's approval. However, after Mei-yun became pregnant, he became infatuated with a female streamer, leading to his complete downfall. He incurred exorbitant debts and gambled to lavish gifts upon the streamer, even resorting to domestic abuse. Striking the child. He's an absolute beast. I can only pray that this scoundrel ceases to harass Mei-yun and leaves them in peace, Xiaoanqi sighed, gritting her teeth. Inside the house, Yichen, having finished eating, began to clear the dishes. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the door opening and hastily went to investigate. As the door swung open, Qin Meiyun entered with Tong Tong. "Oh, you're back so soon?" Yichen inquired, puzzled. "Daddy, we didn't eat," Tong Tong replied, appearing dejected and downcast. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Yichen asked, his brow furrowing with concern. "Yichen, where did you get this ring?" Abruptly, Qin Meiyun presented the ring to Yichen, questioning him sternly. "I bought it, of course. It couldn't possibly be stolen. Even if I wanted to steal, I wouldn't have the audacity," Yichen responded with a smile, his tone sincere. "Spare me the jesting. I've inquired about this ring, and it's worth 50,000. I acknowledge that you've earned some money recently, but I can't fathom what venture or occupation could enable you to accumulate 70 or 80,000 in a single month. Is money falling from the sky? Why would it land on your head?" Qin Meiyun retorted, thrusting the ring into Yichen's hand, her anger palpable. "Meiyun, please don't be angry. Allow me to explain." Yichen pleaded, realizing that he needed to provide a thorough explanation, given Qin Meiyun's genuine anger. "Even now, you persist in lying. My mother called, informing me that you transferred 10,000 to her and provided her with expensive Maotai liquor in addition to the cash you gave me previously. Yichen, can you not utter a single truth?" Suddenly, Qin Meiyun's eyes welled up, and her voice trembled with emotion. Tong Tong, frightened and silent, scurried into the room, crouching behind the door, occasionally peeking out to observe the scene. Past abuse had instilled fear in her, causing her to seek refuge. "Meiyun, listen to my explanation. It's not as you imagine," Yichen exclaimed, his anxiety mounting. Instinctively, he took a step forward. Qin Meiyun recoiled in fear, instinctively raising her arms to shield her head. "Mommy!" Tong Tong cried, rushing to stand in front of Qin Meiyun, kicking Yichen with her tiny feet. "Don't hit my mommy. Wah. Bad daddy. Mean daddy. I don't want you to buy me treats anymore." The little girl's face was streaked with tears. Yichen abruptly halted, his mind reeling, his thoughts scattered. He raised his hands, as if surrendering, and retreated, his spirits crushed. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I failed to communicate clearly, leading to this misunderstanding. But please believe me, I won't hit you again. I truly won't. Can you allow me to finish speaking?" Yichen pleaded, his tone imploring. Qin Meiyun lowered her arms, her gaze fixed on Yichen's sincere, pleading expression. Her tense nerves began to relax. Tong Tong had matured, now protective of her mother. Yichen lowered his head, reaching out to pinch Tong Tong's cheek gently, intending to wipe away her tears. However, Tong Tong, frightened, ran behind Qin Meiyun. At that moment, Yichen realized that everything he had done in recent days paled in comparison to the pain he had inflicted upon the mother and daughter. Although his daughter still called him daddy and appeared affectionate, the harm he had caused them was profound. Any progress he perceived was merely wishful thinking. Ding! A text message notification sounded. Yichen quickly retrieved his phone and glanced at the screen. Industrial and Commercial Bank user 77898 received a deposit of 151,200,000 yuan. Upon seeing the deposit notification, Yichen's face lit up with surprise and delight. 151,200,000. Based on the deposit amount, Feng Tianhai must have sold the apartments for 28,100 yuan per square meter. This was the net income after deducting the down payments. He had 70-odd units, totaling over 6,000 square meters, which roughly equated to this price. Waiting a few more days could have yielded 31,000 yuan per square meter. But the sheer volume of apartments held by him and Feng Tianhai made it impractical to sell to individual buyers. It would be cumbersome and time-consuming. Selling them in bulk to real estate speculators was simpler and more efficient, even if it meant conceding some profit margin to them, which was acceptable. Immediately afterward, the phone rang. Yichen casually answered the call. "Bro, I've transferred the money to you. It's so damn exhilarating. I can finally hold my head high in front of the old man. Haha, I've earned more than him. It's incredible. Bro, I must express my gratitude. I don't know what you like, cars, villas, or jewelry. Just name it. Even my daughter, your niece's future dowry, is on me." Feng Tianhai exclaimed excitedly on the other end of the line, his generosity overflowing. "There's no need. This is your due for trusting me. Without your trust, today's outcome wouldn't have been possible. I have some matters to attend to. I'll hang up now. We'll gather with brother how another day," Yichen said, ending the call abruptly. Then, he looked up, opened his mobile banking app, and placed it silently on the table, stepping back a few paces. "Meiyun, just take a glance. Just one," Yichen said, pointing to the phone on the table, his tone earnest. Qin Meiyun, unsure of Yichen's intentions but intrigued by his expression of surprise, hesitated before approaching the table. However, upon seeing the string of digits displayed as the bank balance, she instinctively covered her mouth, her face registering utter astonishment. The sheer number of digits stunned her, her mind momentarily blank. She realized that this sum of money, if converted to cash, could likely fill the entire house. Mayun, if my money were ill-gotten, would I be flaunting such a large sum in front of you? Even robbing a bank wouldn't be as lucrative as what I've earned. Yi-Chun explained, noticing Qin Mayun's bewildered expression. Yi-Chun, what business are you involved in that has generated so much wealth? If you possess this talent, why were you such a wastrel and scoundrel before our divorce? Qin Mayun paused, leaving her unspoken question hanging in the air. How have you suddenly become so exceptional after our divorce? Did I hinder your prosperity? Chapter 41. Preparing for a high-stakes gamble, Yi-Chun shook his head, approached the table, retrieved his phone, and said with a smile, I'm truly spoiled by you. If you were as shrewish and mercenary as other wives, constantly pushing me to achieve more, perhaps I wouldn't have gone astray. This time, Qin Mayun did not flinch, retorting with a sneer, yes, that's right. It's all my fault. You are never wrong. Whenever something goes wrong, it's always my responsibility. Yi-Chun sighed, speaking earnestly. I'm not teasing you. Everything is a consequence of my own actions. I failed to appreciate the blessings I had until I lost your love. And then I finally woke up. Compared to all this money, I'd rather not have it. If I could go back to the way things were, to have you love me again, I would give everything. Even just once, I would never make the same mistakes again. As he spoke, Yi-Chun's eyes welled up with tears. The person closest to him was now so distant, all because of his own foolishness. He was certain that if he flaunted this fortune, countless women would eagerly throw themselves at him, but Qin Mayun would not. She married him simply for who he was. Yet, he had let her down miserably. Reigniting the warmth in a heart that had grown cold was an arduous task, but Yi-Chun vowed never to give up. Enough, stop talking. Just leave. Return the ring, and use the money to improve your parents' lives. You secretly took their farming income and even used your elder brother Qin Tianjuan's betrothal gifts. If you don't want to see your family fall apart, quickly repay those debts and stop causing trouble for others, Qin Mayun said coldly, her words filled with heartfelt concern. Even at this moment, she was still worried about Yi-Chun's family. Yi-Chun shook his head sincerely. This ring is a gift for you. If you don't like it, return it and keep the money. Spend it all. Don't save any for me. I'll go back and visit my parents. I didn't dare to go back when I was broke, but now I have the means to make their lives better. From now on, you and Tong Tong can spend freely. If you run out, just ask me. I, Yi-Chun, owe you both. Don't save any for me. Spend as much as you want. I will work hard to earn money and atone for my sins. He spoke with unwavering sincerity. He had wronged them too much in the past, and now he finally had the chance to make amends, tenfold, 100-fold. Hearing Yi-Chun's words, a ripple finally stirred in Qin Mayun's heart. This unique and unconventional affection had come too late. If Yi-Chun had shown this attitude before, even without money, they wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm capable of providing for myself. I don't need your money. Although you're rich now, I still want to remind you not to be so extravagant. Think about the times when you were poor and struggling. But never mind, it's your own business. Hurry up and leave. It's getting late, Qin Mayun sighed. Yi-Chun was even more disheartened by her words. He had achieved success and triumph in the business world, but with his wife, he was utterly defeated. He glanced at Tong Tong with reluctance and then turned to leave. After Yi-Chun left, Qin Mayun picked up the ring. Bathed in sunlight, it shimmered with brilliant light. He has really changed. $500,000, spent just like that. Before, he would hesitate for half a month even to buy me a piece of clothing. And then he would end up sending the money to a female streamer or gambling it away. Qin Mayun went to the window, watching Yi-Chun's lonely figure as he walked away. For some reason, she suddenly felt a sense of elation, like the exhilaration of winning a battle. The pain Yi-Chun had caused her in the past was being healed. In short, seeing Yi-Chun humbled made her feel happy. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on her face. She had almost forgotten how to smile in recent years. Mommy, I'm hungry, Tong Tong suddenly said. Qin Mayun snapped back to reality and quickly wiped away the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry, baby. Sit down. Mommy will make you something to eat. With that, she walked into the kitchen, but when she saw the lavish 3 dishes and a soup, she was stunned and couldn't react for a long time. A pang of sadness hit her, and her eyes turned red. Finally, she picked up a chopstick and tentatively took a bite. The familiar taste had returned. She recognized the flavor, the perfect combination of aroma, appearance, and taste. It had been too long since she had tasted it, almost forgotten. This was Yi-Chun's cooking. Yes, Yi-Chun was a good cook. In the beginning, when they were first married, Yi-Chun did all the cooking. Back then, Qin Meiyun was truly treated like a princess. But later, after everything changed, Yichen would come home drunk every day, let alone cook. He would either hit her or demand money. Seeing Yichen every day was like seeing a plague, a nightmare. Why? Remembering the past, Qin Meiyun could no longer hold back and slid down against the wall. She covered her mouth, trying not to cry out loud, but tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. Why? Why does he always give me hope just when I've made up my mind? You bastard. Yichun, you're an irredeemable scoundrel. I hate you. Qin Meiyun sobbed uncontrollably, no longer able to control her emotions. At that moment, Yi Chun, who had left, stood at the entrance of the residential complex. Taking a deep breath, he then took out his phone and made a call. On the other end, Xiao Tianhao answered the phone, cheerfully exclaiming, "Hey, Brother Yi, why did you only think of me now? I heard you made another fortune with that unfinished building you acquired. I'm not jealous. I'm really not jealous. Hee. Can you bring me along next time?" Now, his admiration for Yi Chun was akin to worshipping Guangdong every day. Seriously, no exaggeration. He had even printed out Yi Chen's photo and hung it in his house for worship, lighting incense every day, even more devout than worshipping Buddha. Brother Hao, the reason I'm calling you this time is naturally to take you along for the ride. But before that, you need to help me find a trustworthy bank to issue an unlimited credit card. Then, find a professional trader, Yi Chun said with a smile, full of confidence. The storm was about to break on that stock in the next few days. Time was of the essence. He had to start preparing. When this was over, the money in his hands would multiply several times over. According to his calculations, he would have a net worth of at least $1 billion. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Tianhao said excitedly, "That's easy. When I was running the loan company, I knew a president of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. He has some young people under him who are very skilled traders. How about this? I'll give him a call now, and we'll arrange a place to meet tonight and talk." "Very well, I shall await your call." Upon hearing this, Yichen nodded in agreement. Chapter 42. A perceived slight. "So, old boy," Xiao Tianhao inquired tentatively, "could you give me a hint as to how much we stand to gain this time?" Yichen responded with a faint smile. "That depends on the extent of your trust in me, and also on the final amount you invest." "Damn, is that even a question? I'm going all in, of course," Xiao Tianhao exclaimed, erupting with laughter. "All right, as long as you invest alongside me, regardless of the profits, I can guarantee you won't lose money," Yichen declared before promptly ending the call. Subsequently, he located a nearby CAF, ordered a coffee, and spent half an hour there. His phone rang, and it was Xiao Tianhao, who arranged to meet at the Shangri-La Hotel in the city. Without hesitation, Yichen rose, left the CAF, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the Shangri-La Hotel. A row of luxury cars was parked in front of the hotel. BBA had become commonplace. Range Rovers, Maybachs, McLarens, Mercedes G-Wagons, and Alfords could only be considered mid-range, and even Cullinans and Rolls-Royce Phantoms were a common sight. Even limited edition Bugattis and Lamborghinis were parked here and there. At the entrance, several well-dressed individuals in suits were engaged in lively conversation. Doormen, with beaming smiles, opened car doors to welcome esteemed guests. The entire Shangri-La Hotel exuded a distinctive artistic ambience, seamlessly blending the cozy romance of the bar, the nobility of the Shang Palace, and modern craftsmanship to create a spectacle of artistic brilliance. The 6 Tibetan drums suspended overhead, in particular, evoked a sacred atmosphere that left a lasting impression. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao was conversing with a slightly overweight man with a receding hairline. The man in question was none other than the vice president of ICBC, named Wei Zonglin. He was a figure of considerable importance. In the past, Xiao Tianhai had to be deferential in his presence, but now, the tables had turned. The entire circle was aware that Xiao Tianhai had recently become quite wealthy. First, he dabbled in stocks, then he hoarded mitai, earning tens of millions in the process. This series of actions had elevated his status and popularity within the circle. "Old Xiao, you've finally made it, haven't you? I heard you hoarded a batch of mitai earlier, and you made a killing. Were you guided by some expert? If you have such an expert, you should introduce me." "That's not very considerate of you." "You're absolutely right," Xiao Tianhao proclaimed, holding his head high. "Tonight, a VIP will be opening an account at your bank, so don't say I didn't look after you." Upon hearing this, Wei Zonglin was visibly excited. Just as he was about to inquire further, a taxi slowly pulled up beside them. Yichen emerged from the vehicle and paid the fare. The arrival of the taxi immediately drew the attention of everyone present. In a place teeming with luxury cars, a taxi didn't even have the privilege of parking on the steps. When he saw Yichen, Xiao Tianhao's eyes lit up. "The main character has arrived. I'll go and greet him," Xiao Tianhao said excitedly, waving his hand. Wei Zonglin followed behind Xiao Tianhao. However, when he saw that the person being greeted was a young man who had arrived in a taxi, he was taken aback and wore a bewildered expression. Could a young man who couldn't even afford a car warrant such attention from Xiao Tianhao? Brother Yi, you've finally arrived. Xiao Tianhao exclaimed warmly. Come, this is the person I found for you, the vice president of ICBC in the northern new area, Wei Zonglin. He can handle all the matters you mentioned. Xiao Tianhao was previously imposing, exuding an air of confidence, but upon seeing Yi Chen, he was deferential and exceptionally enthusiastic, as if he had encountered the god of wealth. Indeed, it was this attitude and gaze that further perplexed Wei Zonglin. Hello, my name is Yi Chen. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yi Chen took the initiative to extend his hand with a smile. Hello, let's talk inside. Wei Zonglin replied indifferently, keeping his hands behind his back, and turned to walk towards the hotel. This scene left Xiao Tianhao feeling extremely awkward, and his brows furrowed. Brother Yi, please don't take offense. This guy is a bit eccentric and has been under a lot of pressure lately. He hasn't been able to meet his performance targets, so. Xiao Tianhao quickly explained. It's all right. After all, we're asking for his help this time. Let's go. We can talk inside, Yi Chen said with a smile. Not taking it to heart. Xiao Tianhao breathed a sigh of relief and entered the hotel together. After settling into the restaurant, everyone took their seats. Yi Chen noticed that Wei Zonglin was on the phone, and his expression was not pleasant. Wei Zonglin cursed and roared a few times before returning to the sofa. A bunch of incompetent fools. It's been half a year, and they can't even secure a measly 50 million in business. Wei Zonglin exclaimed in anger, slamming his phone on the table. Director Wei, I'd like to inquire about the requirements for opening an unlimited credit card at your bank, Yi Chen interjected. Unlimited? Of course. That would be the Centurion card, but it's a limited edition, Wei Zonglin replied casually, taking a sip from his teacup. Only those who can deposit 30 million into our bank at once are eligible to apply. Yi Chen stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and said, Oh, that's simpler than I thought. How about I deposit a round number first, 100 million? Please have one issued for me tomorrow, Director Wei. It seemed that when dealing with banks, as long as you had enough money, anything was possible. Wei Zonglin spat out the tea he had just taken a sip of. Deposit. How much? 100 million. Yi Chen replied calmly. Heh. Wei Zonglin suddenly sneered, looked at Xiao Tianhao, and questioned, Old Xiao, can your friend break his bragging habit? Yi Chen was young and shabbily dressed. He didn't even have his own car and had to take a taxi. Yet, he casually claimed to deposit 100 million? Who would believe that? Bragging? I'll brag your head off. Try mocking my brother again. Xiao Tianhao's expression changed drastically, and he cursed fiercely. He looked genuinely enraged. Wei Zonglin, I introduced my brother to you, giving you an opportunity, because you helped me once before, but you're useless. What? You haven't gotten rid of your snobbish attitude. You have a god of wealth right in front of you, and you treat him like this. Fine, we're done here. Brother Yi, I was wrong this time. I misjudged him. Let's go. Xiao Tianhao was utterly furious. He could endure being bullied, but he would never allow Yi Chen to be slighted in the slightest. All right. I don't care about these things. Director Wei, let's get down to business. I plan to open an unlimited credit card at your bank tomorrow. With an infusion of capital amounting to 100 million and an additional trifling sum of over 50 million, Yi Chen dismissed it with a nonchalant wave, as if it were of little consequence. Chapter 43, Doubled Leverage. Actually, it wasn't that Yi Chen was being generous. When his funds exceeded 100 million, he suddenly understood a principle. The opinions of others are inconsequential, as long as they are not fixated on his own coffers. Now, from his elevated position, the words he hears are naturally filtered. The time spent quibbling with others could be used to amass a fortune, and after accumulating wealth, delivering a resounding slap to their faces would be truly gratifying. At that moment, after Yi Chen spoke, he retrieved his phone. Upon seeing the displayed balance, Wei Zonglin's eyes widened in astonishment. I offer 3 cups as penance for my impoliteness. Mr. Yi, I was indeed short-sighted and failed to recognize your worth. It is an honor to have your trust. Wei Zonglin, upon realizing his misjudgment, hastily stood up and poured himself 3 glasses of wine. He sighed and downed the 3 glasses of white wine with remarkable gusto, demonstrating his sincerity. He admitted that he had misread the situation. He never imagined that a young man who arrived in a taxi could be a multimillionaire. Alas, such is life. No, I don't trust you. I simply couldn't be bothered to waste time searching for another bank. Can this card be processed? Yi Chen casually picked up a piece of cake, took a bite, and said nonchalantly, Of course, it can be done. It must be done. I will register and activate the card for you first thing tomorrow morning. A centurion card. Wei Zhonglin pledged emphatically, feeling utterly ashamed. Old Wei, to be frank, the mastermind behind my ability to earn so much money is my brother Yichun. You know about the recent Northern New City properties, right? When they were still unfinished projects. My brother directly bought over 100 units at rock-bottom prices for 7 million, resulting in an immediate and substantial profit. Now you understand how formidable my brother is. This matter has already spread throughout the circles. Surely you've heard of it. At this moment, Xiao Tianhao interjected proudly, sharing in the glory, as if boasting of his own accomplishments. Upon hearing this, Wei Zhonglin was aghast, his scalp tingling. His gaze towards Yichun shifted once more. In just a few minutes, this Yichun had delivered a series of shocking blows to the deputy director, the real estate god. It is an honor. It is my honor to meet the real estate god in person. I never imagined that the real estate god who challenged Tianhai real estate, as rumored in the circles, was none other than Brother Yichun. Brother Yi, I will punish myself with another drink to atone for my ignorance. Wei Zhonglin was thoroughly moved and shaken. He quickly rose and drank another glass. Let's go inside. President Zheng and President Wang are waiting inside. It's a good opportunity for us to sit down and discuss business. Wei Zhonglin's sudden change in attitude relieved Xiao Tianhao, who constantly observed Yichun's expressions. However, Yichun's face remained serene, like a tranquil ancient well, showing no signs of emotion. Director Wei, there's no need to be so polite. To be honest, I have another matter I'd like to seek your assistance with. Yichun smiled, raised his glass, and gestured towards the other man. Mr. Yi, please don't hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to assist within my capabilities. To be frank, our bank's senior director is nearing retirement, and I was just recommended to take his place, but my performance. I truly lack confidence. You all heard my phone call earlier. My performance has been lagging, which greatly affects my prospects. At this crucial juncture, Mr. Ye's deposit is truly a godsend. A timely assistance. Wei Zhonglin was flattered and quickly raised his glass to clink with Yichun's. They both drained their glasses in one gulp, displaying their masculine spirit. Wei Zhonglin's face was filled with anticipation. He was also extremely nervous, fearing that Yichun might renege on his offer due to his earlier impolite attitude. If such a large sum of money were injected, his promotion to director would be virtually guaranteed. Now he was filled with remorse, wondering why he couldn't have been more patient earlier. He should have realized that a person so highly respected by that old fox, Xiao Tianhao, must have an extraordinary background. Let's not dwell on the past. I'm not that petty. I'm depositing 150 million now, but this amount may double in the next few days. Therefore, I hope Deputy Director Wei can assist me with the margin in this matter. Yichun stated his requirements directly. Brother, which stock have you set your sights on that you're investing so heavily in? Upon learning that Yichun wanted to buy stocks and needed 2 professional traders, Wei Zhonglin asked curiously. It's not exactly a hot stock. To be precise, it's crude oil. Moreover, I want to play it big. With this amount of money, what leverage can I achieve? Yichun spread his hands, leaned back in his chair, and said calmly. Upon hearing the word leverage, Wei Zhonglin gasped. At that moment, he finally understood why the other man had deposited such a large sum into the bank and sought him out. It turned out he wanted to leverage stocks. Leveraged stocks require not only a special trading security, namely, a credit account with no limit, but also a leverage agreement, with margin payments made through their bank. Wei Zhonglin fell silent, because the other man was gambling. Leveraged stocks can lead to margin calls. If one wins, the money doubles or even increases several times over. If one loses, they instantly become penniless, and the invested funds are completely wiped out. If the other party won, their bank would have a super client, and nothing could prevent his promotion to director. After all, the higher-ups also value performance. However, if he lost the gamble, he would have put in all this effort for nothing. Seeing Wei Zhonglin hesitate, Yichun grew impatient and glanced coldly at the time. He decided to give the other man only 1 minute to consider. 40 seconds had already passed. If the other man hesitated, it would indicate that he was an opportunist who wouldn't act without seeing a clear advantage. Then there would be no point in continuing the discussion. Finally, at 50 seconds, Wei Zhonglin said anxiously, Mr. Yi, this matter is not a problem. I can handle it. However, even if you want to leverage, you shouldn't choose crude oil. Unless there is a war or a major disaster internationally, there is usually not much fluctuation. I'm really afraid you'll lose everything you have. Yichun remained silent, not bothering to respond. He naturally had his own confidence in this matter. There was no need to say too much to others. Old Wei, that's not your concern. If something goes wrong, I'll introduce you to more savings clients. Rest assured, your efforts won't be in vain. Xiao Tianhao also promised earnestly. Chapter 44. The the pernicious female streamer. Old Xiao, do you think so little of Wei Zonglin? Wei Zonglin exclaimed, feigning indignation and rising to his feet. Yes, I admit I offended Brother Yi earlier. If President Yi is still displeased, I'll continue to apologize until you're both satisfied and this matter is resolved. With that, Wei Zonglin raised a bottle, prepared to drain it in one gulp. Director Wei, please don't. It's harmful to your health and not worth it, Yi Chen interjected swiftly, grasping his arm with a smile. No, I can't have Wei Zonglin seen as such a mercenary person, Wei Zonglin retorted, glaring at Xiao Tianhao, but Yi Chen had already seized the bottle. Alas, Brother Yi, I'm genuinely concerned. Crude oil is far too risky. Although the fluctuations are minimal, your investment is substantial. This sum could vanish with a single ripple. I have influence over crude oil data changes and am simply offering a well-intentioned reminder. Wei Zonglin explained. Misunderstanding, all misunderstandings, Director Wei. I'm aware of the implications. Please assist me by finding a couple of professionals to handle the operation. Yi Chen replied immediately, realizing the misunderstanding. Are you sure you want to buy? Wei Zonglin inquired. Seeing Yi Chen's persistence, Yi Chen nodded emphatically. And you? Wei Zonglin turned to Xiao Tianhao, curiosity piqued. I'll invest everything I have, but no leverage. I'll earn as much as I possess. Heh, Xiao Tianhao declared smugly. Fine, you're both magnates. I can't dissuade you. When you lose money, I'll gloat and ridicule you. Who made some people perceive old Wei as mercenary? Wei Zonglin lamented, glaring at Xiao Tianhao, picking up his glass, shaking his head, and taking a sip. Heh, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, old Wei. Don't be so sensitive. In our eyes, you're the future head of the bank. When you get promoted, we'll rely on your influence. Heh. So, we're entrusting this matter to you. Xiao Tianhao quickly approached, offering a toast. Yi Chen also raised his glass with a smile, jesting, Director Wei, when we lose everything, feel free to mock us. We'll listen to your teachings with utmost respect. Haha. The three men erupted in laughter, and the atmosphere lightened. The earlier unpleasantness dissipated amidst the clinking of glasses. At that moment, a woman in a long, black, slit dress, clutching an LV bag, entered the hotel. The woman was heavily made up, her hair tied up, possessing some allure but exuding an excessive air of worldliness, clashing with the upscale ambience. She admired the opulent lobby with wide-eyed wonder. Heavens, this is so high-end. I've never been to such a lavish hotel restaurant before, she exclaimed, pulling out her phone and snapping selfies. Bystanders cast disdainful glances but ignored her. Family, who understands? I'm at the city's most luxurious Shangri-La hotel. I specially donned an evening gown for tonight's gala, afraid to make a sound lest I disrupt the elegance. But upon arrival, I find three bumpkins drinking and boasting in the lobby, ruining the atmosphere. She narrated, posting a video. She then proceeded to criticize, showcasing her supposed taste. The three bumpkins she mentioned were none other than Yi Chen, Xiao Tianhao, and their companion. After uploading the video, comments flooded in. Oh, streamer Ping Ping is at the Shangri-La Hotel. I heard the prices are exorbitant, with dinner costing tens of thousands. Ah, isn't that Miss Ping Ping? The beautiful streamer who swindles money from patrons, driving them to ruin? I heard she duped a public servant into losing his job, getting divorced, and racking up high-interest debt. Is that true? Everyone, see, this streamer is spending your hard-earned money. What a vixen. And Ping Ping disregarded the negative comments, reveling in her video. However, her expression changed when she spotted a familiar face in the video. Yi Chen, one of the three rowdy men drinking in the lobby. And Ping Ping smirked, walking over with a contemptuous look. Yi Chen, who was conversing with Wei Zonglin, looked up and saw Ping Ping approaching. His face instantly turned cold. And Ping Ping was the streamer who had caused his family to fall apart in his previous life. He had met her twice offline before being blacklisted when he ran out of money, leading him to suicide. He never expected to encounter her here. But Yi Chen had lost all interest in her. Reborn with prescience, his destiny had undergone a seismic shift. In his past life, he was a scoundrel. A degenerate who sold his house, abused his wife, hid his daughter, and squandered money on a streamer. Now he was a respectable multimillionaire. So it is you, Yi Chen. You good for nothing. I heard you often deceive your family and wife to gamble and become my top patron. How pathetic. You lack the means, but try to appear wealthy. Have you looked in the mirror? Are you worthy? Even if you spend 10 million, I wouldn't be with you. You claim to be broke, yet you dare dine here? Are you conning people for free food? And Ping Ping sneered, displeased to see Yi Chen dining lavishly. This pauper had made her work tirelessly to manipulate him. Yet he had recently claimed to be broke. Seeing Yi Chen here, she was determined to berate him and vent her frustration. Yi Chen merely glanced at her, ignoring her. Had this been when he first returned, consumed by regret, he might have slapped her to vent his anger. But now, it was unnecessary. Such a vile creature wasn't worth the effort. He didn't want any involvement, fearing Mei Yun's misunderstanding. Seeing his silence, and Ping Ping grew bolder, raising her voice. Oh, Yi Chen, why are you pretending to be calm? A wretch like you has no place dining here. Judging by your assessment, you must also be an interloper. For how else could someone of your purportedly superior station find themselves in such proximity to the dregs of society? Many passers-by turned their gazes in their direction, piqued by the commotion. But are you not present as well, dear lady of supposed higher standing? Yi Chen retorted with nonchalant ease. Chapter 45, The Stock God. Zhang Liang nonsense. I'm here with Director Zhang Liang. I'm here openly, not sneaking around. How can you compare, you poor wretch? It's not even the same thing. And Ping Ping, with hands on her hips, laughed until tears welled up in her eyes. Madam, please mind your language, Wei Zonglin interjected, his face displaying annoyance. Yi Chen is my friend, and also a valued client. As for poor wretch, we don't have those here. We do have a billionaire, though, the one you call a loser. Wei Zonglin frowned, making no attempt to conceal the revulsion in his tone, finding the woman utterly repulsive. Oh please, a billionaire? Don't let him fool you too. You seem like respectable individuals. And Ping Ping, noticing Wei Zonglin's icy demeanor, lowered her voice but remained unyielding, continuing to mock. Ping, what's wrong? What's happening? At that moment, a sharply dressed man with slicked back hair approached. His voice was magnetic, his features handsome, and he wrapped an arm around Ping Ping's waist. Honey, nothing. I just ran into an acquaintance and said hello, and Ping Ping replied, her eyes sparkling with affection, her attitude undergoing a complete transformation. Good, the man said casually. Then noticed Wei Zonglin and exclaimed in surprise, Director Wei, what a coincidence. Wei Zonglin turned, equally surprised to see the man. Director Zhang, what a pleasant surprise. I'm here discussing business with some friends. Are you free, Director Zhang, the great stock god? Why not join us for a drink? Wei Zonglin extended the invitation with a smile. The man before him, Zhang Liang, was a remarkable figure in the stock market. Within 3 years, he had amassed millions through 2 exceptional stocks. Moreover, he had consistently improved his performance, earning millions annually. His net worth was estimated to be at least 300 million. And that was just speculation. Wei Zonglin was unsure if he had investments in other industries. Zhang Liang glanced at Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, his expression immediately turning cold. He did not recognize them and assumed they were nobodies in the industry. He had no intention of wasting time with such insignificant individuals. Let's not chat out here. Let's go inside. Director Zhang and Director Wang are already there, Zhang Liang said dismissively. Wei Zonglin turned to Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, warmly inviting them. Gentlemen, why don't you join us? We're all friends. It's always good to expand your network. Certainly, Yi Chen nodded, rising with Wei Zonglin. Xiao Tianhao followed suit. Zhang Liang ignored Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao, engaging Wei Zonglin in conversation. Thus, they all entered the banquet hall. The interior was even more opulent, with carpets woven from deerskin, soft underfoot. Numerous wealthy and influential figures were already mingling. Men gathered in groups, discussing business and finance, while the women, each younger and more beautiful than the last, chatted about jewelry and cosmetics, exuding elegance. Most of the men were middle-aged or older. Yi Chen was by far the youngest, followed by Xiao Tianhao and Zhang Liang. Even Zhang Liang was approaching 40, but his achievements at his age were remarkable. Zhang Liang's arrival instantly drew attention, with everyone rushing to greet him. Ah, the stock god graces us with his presence. Director Zhang, your recent moves have been quite mysterious. I heard you made another fortune. It's a gift. We can only envy him. I'm green with envy. We work tirelessly in the real economy, toiling our entire lives, while Director Zhang makes money with a flick of his fingers. Director Zhang, you've already achieved your small goal of 100 million this month, haven't you? Everyone was enthusiastic, fawning over Zhang Liang. Gentlemen, please don't flatter me. I've made a little money, but it's purely by chance. Zhang Liang replied modestly, mingling with the magnates. They laughed, and everyone took their seats. Ah, Director Wei is here as well. What a gathering of heroes. We must drink until we drop tonight. Director Zhang of a logistics conglomerate exclaimed excitedly. Director Wei, are these 2 your subordinates? Being here with you, they must be your right-hand men. Director Wang of a local catering group asked, glancing at Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao with a smile. Wei Zonglin's eyebrows twitched, and he glanced at Yi Chen, concerned about offending him. However, Yi Chen remained impassive. Wei Zonglin dared not delay, quickly responding. Ah, I haven't had a chance to introduce them yet. This is Director Xiao Tianhao, formerly of a loan company. As he introduced Xiao Tianhao, Wei Zhonglin noticed a hint of disdain on the faces of the other directors. After all, the loan industry did not have a good reputation in their circles. Business circles had their own hierarchy, and those in the private lending business found it difficult to integrate with financial tycoons. Sensing this, Wei Zhonglin added, Director Xiao has recently transitioned successfully, earning 6 million in a single day with Haitian Group stock. And he stockpiled 1,000 bottles of Maotai before the shortage. How much did you make from the Maotai? Lao Xiao? Wei Zhonglin asked, knowing the answer. About 10 million. Nothing significant, Xiao Tianhao replied, aware that Wei Zhonglin was trying to enhance his image. In reality, he did have some clout. 2 ventures had earned him millions, enough to make the real economy executives envious. Of course, all the credit went to Yichun. As expected, upon learning of Xiao Tianhao's earnings, the executives' attitudes underwent a complete transformation. Disdain? Scorn? Contempt? If they felt it, they kept it hidden. The executives wore warm smiles, eager to get close to Xiao Tianhao. After all, they were all eager to transition into new fields. Having more connections could help them avoid many pitfalls. Alas, it was difficult to break into new industries and find valuable contacts. Heavens, it's Director Xiao. I heard someone in the industry made a killing by stockpiling Maodai. It was you, exclaimed one of the directors in amazement. I, too, heard about the incident with the Haitian Group. To acquire shares being divested on the very day of Haitian's downfall, only to witness the stock skyrocket the following day. A prodigious individual, truly a prodigious individual. It appears our Longzhou has gained another dark horse. Instantly, encomiums cascaded forth from everyone, as if they were free. Xiao Tianhao, well aware of the duplicity of these hypocrites, paid it no mind, responding to the accolades with utmost humility. And this gentleman here, this brother Yi, I must introduce to everyone with great fanfare. Upon mentioning Yichun, Wei Zhonglin's countenance turned solemn, his demeanor exceedingly earnest. At that moment, Pingping suddenly interjected with a sneer, rising to her feet with a sardonic expression. Hold on. Allow me to do the honors of introducing this person. No one is more acquainted with him than I am. Chapter 46. Provoking the stock god, preparing leveraged funds. The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Zhang Liang cast a glance at Yichun, his expression indifferent, offering no words. With his tacit approval, Pingping grew increasingly brazen, filled with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, this man named Yichun was once a mere civil servant, who later succumbed to gambling, losing everything and deceiving his own relatives. Please, keep your eyes wide open and do not be fooled by his facade. I cannot fathom how he managed to infiltrate this circle. He is nothing but a pathetic loser, an abuser. If you become acquainted with him, the first thing he will do is ask to borrow money. Mr. Wei, you are a person of stature. It would be wise to distance yourself from such a pauper, as it would tarnish your reputation. Pingping's tone was sharp and derisive, her demeanor condescending as she trampled on Yichun's dignity. As her words fell, all eyes turned to Yichun, filled with shock and disdain. After all, Pingping was Zhang Liang's companion. It seemed implausible that she would falsely accuse someone without cause. Consequently, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. However, Wei Zhonglin remained unconvinced. Only he knew that Yichun was a self-made billionaire who had reversed his fate against all odds. Yet, Yichun slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Pingping, and spoke calmly. You are correct. I am indeed a gambler and a loser. But tell me, how do you know all this? What is our relationship, and what is your profession? I believe everyone here would be quite interested to hear your explanation. As Yichun's words resonated, the smug smile on Pingping's face vanished in an instant. The gaze of the crowd shifted toward her, filled with anticipation. Pingping's complexion paled, cold sweat beading on her forehead as she felt her face flush with embarrassment. She was merely a minor entertainment host, a dancer and singer who capitalized on her looks to approach someone of Zhang Liang's caliber. In this circle of executives, her standing was far from respectable. I. Pingping stammered, her voice faltering as fear rendered her speechless, unsure of how to respond. At that moment, Zhang Liang suddenly spoke with arrogance, coldly declaring, She is my girlfriend, with no profession. If you must label her, consider her my personal assistant. As for what relation you share, that entirely depends on whether I permit it. If I nod, you may consider yourselves acquaintances. If I do not, then even a glance at her is forbidden. Do you understand my words? Zhang Liang's proclamation was commanding, imbued with pride, effectively diminishing Yichun to a mere insect that must submit. Stripped of dignity even in the presence of his woman, this instantly relieved Pingping, her face alight with gratitude as she returned to Zhang Liang's side. Yichun, however, or a knowing smile, responding coolly. Mr. Zhang, your words are quite amusing, yet regrettably, I do not comprehend them. I only understand that like attracts like, and fish associate with fish, while turtles, well, you know. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianhao, who had long held disdain for Zhang Liang's haughty demeanor, burst into raucous laughter. Huh, brother Yi, if turtles associate with turtles, just say it outright. Why hide it? Ha! The surrounding executives stifled their laughter, cheeks flushed, as they found Yi Chen's humor irresistibly entertaining. Zhang Liang's expression darkened, his fury palpable, yet he refrained from retaliating, aware of the presence of so many influential figures. But in Ping, furious, shouted, Yi Chen, how dare you? You are the real loser. And you beside him, who do you think you are? Associating with someone like Yi Chen? You are both insignificant compared to even a toe of Mr. Zhang. Her sharp words, though lacking in decorum, managed to vent Zhang Liang's frustration, which he secretly relished. Finally, seizing the opportunity, Yi Chen smiled slyly. Oh, Mr. Zhang, with your prowess and reputation as a stock god, do you dare to wager against me? Leaning forward, he challenged, fully aware of Zhang Liang's fortunes, which had come easily, avoiding numerous pitfalls. Yet, Zhang Liang's luck in love was dismal, and he would ultimately face ruin due to his romantic entanglements. Indeed, while Zhang Liang had a family, he was burdened with many mistresses, and his eventual downfall would stem from his wife's vengeance. If he did not initiate a bet today, he would inevitably find himself embroiled in one, leading him to invest in a stock that would later collapse, causing his company to falter and ultimately leading to his bankruptcy and disgrace. Bet against me? What are you even saying? In this realm, who does not know my name? The stock god Zhang Liang? You think you can compete with me? Zhang Liang's anger erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chen. The executives around them exchanged glances, feigning fear and silence, further fueling Zhang Liang's arrogance. Yi Chen, I could crush you with a mere flick of my finger. You have nothing to contend with. Out of consideration for your youth and impetuousness, I will grant Mr. Wei face. Apologize to my woman and remove yourself from my sight, or I shall have you thrown out. Zhang Liang's words dripped with disdain, while Piping crossed her arms, smiling smugly, reveling in the superiority of being with a powerful man. Yet, Wei Zonglin stood, earnest in his defense of Yi Chen. Mr. Zhang, have you heard of the recent shares of Haiding Group? Among the two individuals who profited, one is Xiao Tianhao, and the other is Yi Chen. With the recent surge of Matai, brother Yi Chen had the foresight to stock up and made a handsome profit. It was Xiao who credited his success to Yi Chen. The crowd gasped in astonishment, while Zhang Liang's brows knitted together in disbelief, glancing sharply at Yi Chen, taken aback. He had also invested when Haiding Group faltered, but he had chosen poorly and lost millions. Why is it that Yi Chen can make the right choices? Zhang Liang's mind was a tumult of confusion. This good-for-nothing must surely be bewildered. Yet, while one instance may be attributed to fortune, two cannot be so easily dismissed. Although Zhang Liang was astonished by Yi Chen's abilities, he did not genuinely regard him with any esteem. Oh, it seems he has gained some notoriety. Young man, you possess a modicum of talent, but do not be overly ostentatious. Otherwise, how can we esteemed seniors guide you? Zhang Liang's words dripped with sarcasm. Though they appeared to be praise, they were, in truth, a belittlement of Yi Chen. Chapter 47. Competing in wealth, I will crush you. Zhang Liang's gaze fixated on Yi Chen, his eyes brimming with mockery and derision. He had long since established his name, recognized in the circle as a financial prodigy. As a man, he could not afford to lose face in such a setting, especially in front of his woman. He had to stand tall and assertive. Now, faced with the formidable newcomer Yi Chen, the atmosphere was charged with tension, as if a fierce blaze were about to erupt. The next move would reveal how Yi Chen would respond. Mr. Zhang, you are mistaken, Yi Chen remarked with a smile, his tone calm. In the financial world, age does not equate to wealth. If that were the case, my grandfather, great-grandfather, and ancestors, if still alive, would simply stroll into the stock market and each become the richest in the world, wouldn't they? Are you implying that we, the younger generation, are inferior to those elderly in nursing homes? Yi Chen's words landed like a resounding slap on Zhang Liang's face, reverberating with clarity. Zhang Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, gritting his teeth as he replied, Young man, do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. His expression remained relatively unchanged, yet a chilling intensity emanated from his gaze. His voice dropped low, casting a pall over the surrounding atmosphere. Isn't it the nature of youth to be spirited? Yi Chen countered, unyielding. Ha ha, you have quite the audacity. It has been ages since anyone dared to be so brazen before me. I find myself beginning to admire you. This new contender is truly audacious, even more so than I was when I first rose to fame. Zhang Liang's tone sharpened, akin to the eerie calm before a storm, signaling danger, as if a predator were poised to strike. The other executives around them gasped, all silenced by the intensity of the encounter. They respected Yi Chen's audacity, for he dared to confront Zhang Liang head-on. However, no one dared to show it, for offending either of these financial titans could yield disastrous consequences. It was better to remain as mere spectators to the unfolding drama. Yi Chen returned to his seat, lighting a cigarette and taking a draw. What are we even discussing? You and I merely understand the pathways to wealth. I must commend Mr. Zhang for his unique taste in women at such a vigorous age. To resort to flaunting age for a mere trinket is rather unbecoming. I suddenly find that your reputation as a financial guru may not be as impressive as I once thought. Yi Chen, who are you calling a trinket? Zhang Liang's fury ignited. I dare you to repeat that. Yi Chen met his gaze coolly and said, "Oh, I forgot to mention, your woman was once an entertainment host. Meeting with her top donor required only a gift worth 3,000. If one were to shower her with gifts, she would gladly call you daddy. Comparatively, your worth as a husband seems rather diminished, does it not? I once held you in high regard, but alas, your taste is simply abysmal. By the way, this is our third meeting. The last was at Chunnan Hotel. In a final thrust, Yi Chen delivered a devastating blow. A murmur of shock rippled through the executives, their faces etched with disbelief. He had implied that Zhang Liang's woman was merely a plaything, easily bought. How audacious of Yi Chen to utter such humiliating words before Zhang Liang. Was he mad or simply reckless? You speak nonsense, Yi Chen. You can't have me. So you wish to destroy my reputation, you pathetic loser. And Ping Ping, enraged, unleashed a torrent of insults. Zhang Liang inhaled deeply, recognizing the sharpness of Yi Chen's tongue. What good is a sharp tongue if it is not backed by strength? He laughed maniacally. Wei Zhongli noticed Zhang Liang's escalating fury and, concerned for Yi Chen's safety, attempted to mediate. Mr. Zhang, I believe there is no need for such seriousness, Brother Yi. President Wei, if you wish to avoid trouble, I suggest you keep your mouth shut and watch. Zhang Liang slammed his hand on the table, sending glasses crashing to the floor. He pointed a finger, adorned with a jade ring, at Yi Chen. You wanted to play? Fine. With 42 minutes until the market opens, let us each pick a stock and see whose gains surpass the other S. I am eager to see if I, the season wave of the Yangtze River, can subdue you, this brash newcomer. Zhang Liang's eyes glinted with fervor, as if possessed. Tonight, he could not allow Yi Chen to remain unscathed. Any loss of face in front of his peers was intolerable for the financial titan. Wei Zhonglin sighed deeply, sensing the gravity of the situation. Brother Yi, this does not bode well. While Yi Chen had recently emerged as a strong contender, his experience paled in comparison to the seasoned Zhang Liang, making him an unlikely adversary. Very well, Mr. Zhang, let the games begin. However, merely playing for pride lacks excitement. Let us add some stakes, shall we? Yi Chen leaned back, casually crossing his legs, his voice nonchalant. His words detonated like a bomb within the crowd. A provocation was one thing, but to raise the stakes was utterly audacious. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, demonstrating a complete disregard for Zhang Liang. He was deliberately inciting the older man. While everyone else feared Zhang Liang, Yi Chen remained unafraid, for Zhang had already used up his luck to reach this point. At this juncture, Zhang Liang should have tempered his ambitions and adopted a more modest demeanor. Yet, his character shone as a blade, and it was far too late to sheath it. This evening marked the beginning of the downfall for this financial guru. From this night onward, he would tread a path of ruin, destined to lose everything. Ha ha, Yi Chen. You are quite the bold one. Zhang Liang, seeing Yi Chen's indifference, erupted into laughter, his anger morphing into a twisted sense of amusement. Name your stakes. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, responding casually, let us make it 30 million. Too much more, and I fear you may not be able to handle it. Upon hearing Yi Chen's outrageous challenge, Zhang Liang could no longer contain his fury. How dare you? You think I'm giving you face? 30 million? Who do you think you are? 50 million. Anything less, and get lost. He produced a pen and paper, scribbling down a check. It was directly entrusted to Wei Zhonglin, who confirmed that the check could be cashed at any moment. You little rascal, it's your turn now. Show me your resources, and don't just rely on empty words. Comparing wealth with me? I could crush you. Zhang Liang propped his leg up, reclining in his chair with a chilling smile. And Ping Ping, upon seeing the 50 million in cash, nearly drooled in awe. She was aware of Zhang Liang's affluence, yet she had no inkling of the extent of his wealth. Chapter 48. A ring unleashes a tempest. 5 million. Aunt Ping Ping was consumed with envy, It was an unimaginable sum. She nestled against Zhang Liang, feigning affection. Yichen shifted back, casually retrieving the ring he had acquired from Han Tianzhong and placing it on the table. This ring will soon be worth hundreds of millions. Even now, it should fetch around 60 million. My stake exceeds yours by 10 million. You own a hotel in the Tianhong district, correct? That roughly accounts for the difference in value. Yichen offered a subtle smile. Zhang Liang scoffed, his expression dripping with disdain. A mere trinket worth 50 or 60 million, with the potential to reach hundreds of millions? Preposterous. A pauper remains a pauper, even in their delusions. To mistake trash for treasure is utterly ludicrous. Ampingping seized the opportunity to mock him. 100 million for that bauble? You wretched pauper, cease your posturing. The scraps of Zhang's wealth could buy your miserable existence. Zhang Liang erupted in laughter. Did everyone hear that? It's not that I'm unwilling to play, it's that he's too impoverished to even participate. A so-called dark horse? More like a dark imp. Yichen, if you're short on funds, just say so. Bark twice at my command, and I'll give you 100,000 per bark. His words incited a chorus of laughter. One executive, particularly close to Zhang Liang, guffawed with exaggerated volume. Yi Chun, arms crossed, gestured towards the ring and stated calmly, "This ring belonged to Emperor Taizu of the Ming dynasty. A few days ago, its value was indeed modest, perhaps 20 million. However, those with discernment will recognize its profound significance. It narrowly escaped being confiscated as a national treasure. If auctioned, its current value should be around 60 or 70 million. Feel free to seek an expert appraisal." An initial silence descended upon the room, followed by an explosion of raucous laughter. Some executives clutched their stomachs, tears streaming down their faces. Two young women nearly lost control of their bladders from excessive mirth. "Old Wei, you've been deceived this time. Is this the dark horse you brought?" "Huh. It seems Miss N's assessment was accurate. This boy is likely a destitute lunatic, recently discharged from a mental asylum." "Perhaps not. Antiques are notoriously deceptive. I suspect brother you was swindled. That must be it. Last month, a classmate spent over 7 million on a painting, only to discover the silhouette of Ultraman hidden within the landscape. The poor fellow is still lamenting at home." "Ha ha ha." Mockery and speculation filled the air. Ampingping shook her head, regarding Yi Chun with feigned pity as she sneered. "Yi Chun, I never imagined I had caused you such profound trauma that you've descended into madness and incoherent rambling. Alas, reality is harsh. A plebeian like you cannot perpetually fantasize about being with a goddess like me. We inhabit different realms." With that, Ampingping retrieved a 100 yuan note from her purse and tossed it at Yi Chun with a contemptuous laugh. "Take this for cab fare. Don't return home in tears." Zhang Liang, witnessing this, resumed his seat on the sofa, roaring with laughter. He had completely lost interest in Yi Chun. He had initially believed the man possessed some merit, but it turned out he was merely a deranged fool. I misjudged him. I was almost fooled. Amidst the derision, only Xiao Tinhao stood by, his face etched with astonishment. He wasn't skeptical, but rather deeply impressed. "I never imagined that brother Yi had an affinity for antiques, and a lucrative one at that. What have I been missing? Since the Haitian stock incident, Yi Chun has transformed, like a bamboo shoot emerging after a thunderstorm, unstoppable. In a matter of days, his net worth has soared from millions to tens of millions. In a month, it has reached hundreds of millions. The rings he casually produces are astonishing artifacts. This is simply terrifying." Wei Zonglin cleared his throat, his expression uneasy despite his lack of overt mockery. He glanced at Yi Chun with a guilty conscience. But Yi Chun remained composed, unfazed. Wei Zonglin's mind raced as he focused on an elderly man in the crowd, intently observing the ring on the table. "Master Zhu, you are a second-tier appraiser in our city. Perhaps you could cast your expert eye and determine the ring's true value?" Wei Zonglin suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Indeed, that was my intention. I have been observing the ring since the young man presented it, eager to examine it. May I take a closer look?" Master Zhu stepped forward, gesturing towards the ring on the table. Yichen smiled and unhesitatingly handed the ring to him. The elderly man, who had maintained a placid demeanor, underwent an immediate transformation upon receiving the ring and casting his first glance. His eyes widened, his expression turned grave, and his breathing quickened. His face flushed with excitement, and his wrinkled hands trembled violently. "Old man, just take a casual look, don't take it seriously. Quickly kick this pauper out. That worthless ring was probably bought at a night market to deceive people. This Yi Chun deceives even his own father-in-law and wife, let alone you." Ampingping interjected, mocking him. "Silence. Who authorized you to speak? What do you know? Shut your mouth." Master Zhu retorted, startling and Pingping into silence. Master Zhu, what's your meaning? Zhang Liang asked, frowning. The surrounding onlookers were equally perplexed by Master Zhu's reaction. Addressing Zhang Liang, Master Zhu softened his tone, took a deep breath, and solemnly declared, "This ring possesses an antique patina, astonishing craftsmanship, and is crafted entirely from emerald jade. A dragon-shaped silhouette can be discerned within the inner ring. It is authentic. Most astonishingly, the significance of this true dragon ring. As you all know, Emperor Taizu and Empress Ma were deeply devoted, loving each other throughout their lives. After Empress Ma's passing, Emperor Taizu grieved incessantly, losing his appetite and becoming haggard. Were it not for this ring, Emperor Taizu might not have lived to the age of 71. This ring was crafted for Emperor Taizu by Empress Ma during her lifetime, embodying Emperor Taizu's profound affection. Who would have imagined that this true dragon ring, one of Emperor Taizu's 10 most cherished burial objects, lost for so many years, would be witnessed by my very eyes?" Master Zhu's voice trembled with emotion, creating a seismic wave of shock throughout the room. Master Zhu carefully returned the ring to Yi Chun, tentatively asking, "Mr. Yi, would you be interested in selling this ring? If Mr. Yi is interested in placing it with me, the minimum price cannot be less than 80 million. Yi Chun smiled slightly and replied, "Let us discuss this in detail another day." "Old Zhu, are you certain that this ring is valued at 80 million? Zhang Liang, gritting his teeth, suddenly stood up and asked incredulously. Old Zhu, with a grave expression, assured him, "I guarantee it on my personal credibility. It is absolutely correct. Moreover, the 80 million I mentioned is merely the current market value. Since this ring has remained unheard of until now, its worth has been somewhat diminished. Once it hits the market, it will fetch no less than 80 million, and with the right collector, it could very well be worth 100 million. In that instant, Old Zhu's words were nothing short of astonishing, leaving all those who had mocked Yi Chun utterly speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they collectively gasped in astonishment. Chapter 49. Are you a dog? Do you enjoy gnawing on bones? A ring, astonishingly valued at over 100 million, was truly remarkable. At this moment, and Ping was rendered speechless, unable to process the revelation for an extended period. How could she have fathomed that Yi Chun possessed such a valuable ring? Had she known, she would never have quarreled with him or severed their ties. Regret filled her heart. Had she only been a tad more patient and continued to charm this worthless fellow into showering her with gifts, she would have already soared to new heights. How could you, Yi Chun, cry poverty back then? It turns out you were not broke at all, you deceitful scoundrel. And Ping, infuriated, pointed at Yi Chun and berated him vehemently. Why does it concern you? Have you lost your mind? Yi Chun replied icily. Do you honestly believe I would spend another penny on you? You think you deserve it? After delivering his cold retort, he dismissed her entirely, and Ping, seething with rage, could only glare in silence, unwilling to divulge their past connection, and thus endured the humiliation. Even Zhang Liang was taken aback. This was not merely a matter of several million. It was an amount surpassing 100 million. Yi Chun, before him, had completely captured his attention. Unbelievably, you possess such a treasure. However, regrettably, that ring shall soon be mine. Bring in the computer, Zhang Liang commanded with a smirk, exuding confidence. Zhang, your leverage is insufficient now. That hotel under your name must also be included. If you are hesitant to part with it, at least draft an IOU. Yi Chun shrugged, his voice laced with mockery. How laughable. Do I, Zhang Liang, need an IOU? I could bury you in cash. Zhang Liang boasted, revealing a bank draft with an air of arrogance. That hotel, along with its property, is worth at least 17 million. I will write you a check right now. With a dismissive flick, he tossed the draft onto the table. At this moment, Zhang Liang was brimming with confidence in his eyes. Yi Chun was merely a source of income for him. Stock trading? In this realm, Zhang Liang had never known fear. This naive youth was practically handing him money, and he intended to seize every opportunity, leaving no chance behind. Similarly, Yi Chun was equally resolute. At this juncture, his aim was to extract a sum from Zhang Liang before his inevitable downfall, thereby augmenting his leverage for crude oil stocks. Securing 50 million from him, along with a hotel, would streamline his plans significantly. In the past, Yi Chun would have lost every gamble, even against minor players in the casino. However, circumstances had transformed. With his newfound foresight, even closing his eyes would make it difficult to lose to Zhang Liang. At this moment, the act of earning money had become instinctual for him. Shortly after, 2 high-end laptops were delivered, positioned before Yi Chun and Zhang Liang. The stakes for this super high-stakes gamble, reaching upwards of 70 to 80 million. instantly captivated the surrounding executives, who observed with bated breath this elite showdown. Though they themselves were wealthy, their market valuations paled in comparison to the cash flow of Yi Chun and Zhang Liang. This monumental spectacle rendered mere fractions of the stakes unattainable for the average person in a lifetime. Brother Yi, you are being overly impulsive. Wei Zonglin expressed his concern as he stood beside Yi Chun. Why engage in a game with Zhang Liang? He is seasoned and exceptionally gifted, especially with his sixth sense for the stock market. You still have a chance to back out. Do not sacrifice your future for pride, brother. Yi Chun merely smiled faintly in response. What? Are you worried that if I lose, your performance will suffer? Rest assured, I am confident. What nonsense. Performance metrics are irrelevant. I simply think this is too risky and not worth it. Wei Zonglin sighed, shaking his head. It appears I have realized that once you set your mind on something, not even the King of Heaven could sway you. Previously, when he learned of Yi Chin's audacious plan to leverage crude oil, he had attempted to intervene. Yet, Yi Chin's unique perspective rendered him impervious to others' advice. This very trait was likely the reason behind his recent financial success. Alas, his blind confidence might lead him to a painful awakening after a fall. Should he lose this round, the repercussions would be severe. Wei Zonglin sighed deeply, feeling pity for Yi Chin's predicament. At that moment, Xiao Tianhao approached Yi Chun. Are you here to persuade me to withdraw as well? Yi Chin inquired with interest. Xiao Tianhao, however, simply smirked. Not at all, brother Yi. You are my idol. Why would I ever advise you to back down? In fact, I think you should up the ante. I came over out of curiosity to see Zhang's expression when he loses. Haha. Brother Hao, you understand me best. Yi Chin laughed heartily. Two fools, boasting arrogantly. Soon enough, they would be left in tears. And Ping Ping, observing Yi Chin's exuberance, felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. Xiao Tianhao had long held disdain for her. He slammed the table, exclaiming, You, wretched woman, cease your pretentiousness around me. Just because you have found a pathetic support does not grant you permission to prattle on. Someone of your caliber should be embarrassed to even think that anyone would desire you. What taste do you have to sit at the same table as me? You, a so-called stock god, flaunting your wealth. Let me show you what it truly means to enjoy life. As he spoke, Xiao Tianhao pulled out his phone and made a call. Soon, a woman clad in a scandalously short cheongsam, strutting in high heels, approached with sultry confidence. Her figure was voluptuous, with smooth, fair skin and exquisite features, standing at an impressive height of 1.7 meters, complete with a perfectly rounded posterior. Even the seasoned executives present, accustomed to beauty, could not help but swallow hard upon her arrival. Brother Hao, she has arrived. The woman leaned in closely to Xiao Tianhao. Xiao Tianhao, holding her close, strutted toward Zhang Liang and in Ping Ping, lifting his chin with pride. Zhang, do you see this? You, a man of stature, have such poor taste in women. Look at yours, so emaciated. Are you perhaps a dog who enjoys gnawing on bones? With that, Xiao Tianhao audaciously wrapped his arm around the woman's waist, his hands roaming freely. Though his actions seemed crude, they incited envy among the so-called gentlemen present. Who wouldn't desire to indulge in such exquisite beauty? Alas, it was a pity that they felt their lives were less exhilarating than that of a nouveau riche like Xiao Tianhao. And Ping Ping, humiliated, felt her face flush with embarrassment. Utterly at a loss for words, her beauty paled in comparison to that of the woman before her, leaving her with no courage to retort. You. And Ping Ping stammered, pointing at Xiao Tianhao, but found herself speechless. What? Go on, scram. A worthless wretch like you is not worth my time. He laughed heartily. Xiao Tianhao spoke with an air of grandeur. At that moment, Zhang Liang could no longer maintain his composure. In contrast, it became evident that in Ping Ping's beauty was rather mediocre. The more he compared, the more his interest waned. Zhang Liang's gaze fixated on the woman beside Xiao Tianhao, and with gentlemanly charm, he inquired, Miss, I am Zhang Liang, the executive director of Haoyin Group. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? His eyes sparkled with eagerness, yearning intensely, almost as if he were on the verge of losing himself in anticipation. Ordinarily, a mere wave of his hand would suffice to attract any woman aware of his reputation, drawing them into his embrace with fervor impossible to shake off. Although this woman appeared quite appealing, there lingered a heavy aura of worldly allure about her, unmistakably suggesting she was the type to be easily swayed by wealth. Such women, after all, would willingly submit with just a beckoning finger. Zhang Liang licked his lips, filled with excitement. Yet, Chapter 50, frantic friction, the woman furrowed her brow, a playful smirk gracing her lips as she said, Do you know me? Not a chance. I can tell from your face that I'm not interested. I can offer you money, Substantial amounts of it, Zhang Liang replied, clenching his teeth, a flicker of anger igniting within him. He anticipated her blunt rejection and sought to renegotiate. Money? Sure, but Mr. Xiao provides me with $1 million a month. You'll need to offer me $2 million, as I simply do not fancy you. Pay up, and I'll be in bed with you right now. The woman retorted disdainfully. However, Zhang Liang fell silent. He could not continue. Speaking further would only tarnish his pride. A renowned stock god, reduced to a position where he must spend double to attract a woman. Wasn't that the epitome of a fool? Pathetic. You can pretend to be affluent without the funds. The woman scoffed, rolling her eyes as she nestled closer to Xiao Tianhao. Hearing her words, Zhang Liang let out a cold laugh. Yichun, shall we add a twist? If I win this round, that woman will accompany me tonight, to do with as I please. Suddenly, Zhang Liang added another demand, his gaze towards the woman turning sinister, causing her to shudder involuntarily in fear. And if you lose? Yichun narrowed his eyes slightly. At that moment, and Ping stepped forward boldly, declaring, if Mr. Zhang loses, I will go with you. Her raised eyebrow radiated provocation. Ping, you're wonderful. Rest assured, should I win, I will treat you well, Zhang Liang responded. Satisfaction evident on his face. He was drawn to women who understood their worth. Upon hearing this, and Ping became even more exhilarated. Do you dare, Yichun? You worthless fool, she taunted. I have no interest in such a wilted flower as you. If I win, I'll only require 3 minutes of military training from you. Yichun retorted coldly. Fine, it's settled, Zhang Liang exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable as he slapped the table. At that moment, the market opened. This round promised to be thrilling. Everyone sharpened their gaze, filled with anticipation. Yichun and Zhang Liang took their positions, their eyes fixated on their computer screens. The stock market fluctuated wildly, a tempest of uncertainty. No one could predict the next moment's movements, except for Yichun. His attention was already fixed on a predetermined stock, Blue Gold Corporation. As he opened the stock details, Yichun squinted, observing the downward trend, his confidence surging. According to his foresight, this stock would first plunge before skyrocketing, reaching its peak. Unfortunately, after a single transaction, calmness returned, and no further ripples emerged. In essence, it lacked significant potential and was not part of Yichun's long-term strategy. However, it was perfectly suited for a gamble against Zhang Liang. As Blue Gold Corporation approached its limit down, Yichun declared, I choose Blue Gold Corporation. I bet on a limit up. His voice was resolute. At his proclamation, many executives from the financial realm erupted in laughter. This stock had been stagnant for months, a well-known fact in the industry. The market was aware that due to poor performance, while other stocks surged, this one inevitably fell. Having recently endured a severe setback, how could it possibly revive? Yichun's choice was utterly reckless. Oh, the youth of today is so impulsive, daring to gamble on anything. Murmurs began circulating among the crowd. Alas, I thought this lad possessed considerable talent. Turns out, he has just this. Such a blind gamble exceeded all expectations. Zhang Liang, confident in his choice of Celestial Group shares, renowned for their stellar performance, scoffed. What do you have to compare with Mr. Zhang? His stock is practically guaranteed to rise. Zhang Liang raised an eyebrow, mocking. Yichun is indeed a dark horse, possessing a unique vision. Hoarding Matai and predicting High Tian Group's surge. Such skills are almost supernatural. What if it actually rises? As he finished speaking, Blue Gold Corporation's shares plummeted to their limit down. In that instant, it appeared to confirm the surrounding crowd's suspicions. My goodness, this lad is truly squandering money. He has plenty to waste on thrills, but alas, the thrill ends here, and the money belongs to Mr. Zhang. While miracles occasionally occurred in the stock market, they remained exceedingly rare, existing only in a fraction of a probability. Yichun should concede gracefully. Laughter filled the room, growing increasingly intense. The expressions of Wei Zonglin and Xiao Tianhao, once brimming with confidence, now soured considerably. It's rising. Look at Mr. Zhang's celestial shares. As the crowd gasped, they witnessed Zhang Liang's chosen stock surging dramatically. In stark contrast, Yichun's defeat was resounding, a total rout. Zhang Liang laughed maniacally, resting his chin on his hands, taunting, Yichun, your worthless stock stands no chance now. This ring is mine. And that woman, wasn't she uninterested in me? Now, come here and lick my shoes clean, until they shine, haha. It became clear why Zhang Liang had insisted on adding the woman to the wager. Her earlier rebuff had ignited his ire. Don't forget about my shoes, little girl. And remember, I want you to lick the soles. And Ping chimed in, her laughter chilling. Meanwhile, the woman beside Xiao Tianhao turned pale, trembling as she grasped his arm, pleading, How go? What should we do? Help me. Sighing. Xiao Tianhao contemplated offering her some money as compensation, but before he could speak, a resounding shout pierced the air. It's rising. Incredible. It's rising. Wei Zhongling, visibly agitated, exclaimed, veins bulging in his neck. President Wei, your reaction is far too slow. We've seen Mr. Zhang's celestial shares surge. Yes, we've been watching intently. Your surprise is unwarranted. But, look at what Brother Yi has chosen. Look. Wei Zhongling could hardly pay them heed. His eyes glued to the screen as he stammered. As his words fell, everyone's hearts raced, and they rushed to Yi Chen's side. Their gazes fixated on the screen. In an instant, everyone widened their eyes, their breaths nearly suspended. What an astonishing spectacle this is. It is an unimaginable wonder. The stocks of the Blue Gold Group, chosen by Brother Yi, have truly surged. Behold that magnificent bullish candlestick. Am I dreaming? Someone awaken me. Good heavens. It is a meteoric rise, soaring with unparalleled intensity. Such a ferocious surge has transformed into a tumultuous wave, propelling T&T Group to the pinnacle of a trading halt. The transition from a limit down to a limit up occurred in mere minutes. Yet the outcome is nothing short of earth-shattering. Everyone's mouths gaped open, struggling to breathe, utterly unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Liang's face was marred with veins, his expression so grim it seemed it could drip with water, his eyes bloodshot. He grasped his computer tightly, pressing his face against the screen, yearning to delve deeper for clarity. Upon seeing the clear limit-up board, his heart raced, his breath quivered, and he appeared as though he were on the verge of a seizure. In those fleeting minutes, this extraordinary stock caused him to incur losses nearing 70 million. 70 million. With that sum, one could purchase a luxurious Tianfu villa, ranked 6th in the city. Such liquidity could elevate a vagabond's status to that of the elite in an instant. Chapter 51. The plan begins. The eve of madness. Alas, a typhoon has struck. Hundreds of thousands of hands have come crashing down. At last, someone has realized what is happening, drawing a sharp breath. In this moment, everyone has awakened. A primal beast from the ancient wilderness. This is indeed a primal beast. The gazes directed at Yi Chun have transformed from disdain and contempt to fervent admiration. I have never witnessed such an extraordinary upward trend in my life. It appeared without any forewarning. How monstrous. Zhang Liang has truly stumbled this time. At this moment, Yi Chun appears to the onlookers as a deity, inspiring deep respect from the depths of their hearts, particularly for Wei Zhongling, whose heart races with excitement. He had previously worried for Yi Chun, but it turns out he had been overly concerned. Yi Chun had never taken it to heart and had already possessed unwavering confidence in victory. No wonder he exhibited not a trace of panic during the wager, appearing completely unfazed. Many executives even contemplated stepping alongside Yi Chun. However, upon recalling their earlier mockery of him, even the thickest-skinned among them hesitated to approach. Each stood there, exchanging glances, their hearts filled with regret. Who exactly is this young man? Did Xiao Tianhao save the galaxy in his past life to have befriended such a living deity? Wei Zhongling lamented internally that had he recognized Yi Chun before Xiao Tianhao did, he too might have been soaring to new heights by now. At this juncture, Yi Chun made his move. He extended his hand, nonchalantly reclaiming his ring and placing it back in his pocket. In a casual manner, he picked up the bank draft from Zhang Liang's table and pocketed it. Thank you for your generous support, Mr. Zhang. Yi Chun remarked with an indifferent smile as he turned his gaze toward Zhang Liang, preparing to take his leave. Wait. Suddenly, Zhang Liang bellowed, his face a mask of rage, crimson as if about to bleed. His demeanor was exceedingly fierce, and with the hotel industry at stake, amounting to 60 or 70 million. He was nearly driven to murder, but soon, he regained his composure. With so many watching, if he were to retract his words now, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Although he ruled the circle with an iron fist, he had numerous enemies and rivals. There were many eager to witness his downfall. At that moment, several executives were already eyeing him warily. Should he act recklessly, he would surely be crushed in an instant. The atmosphere quieted with his shout. But Zhang Liang quickly composed himself, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Just then, the bewildered and Ping tugged at Zhang Liang's sleeve. Brother Zhang, why did you just take the money? That's 50 million. Hurry and get it back. You promised to buy me a Hermes bag, 50 million. Even a small portion would suffice, quickly. Before Ping could finish her plea, Zhang Liang delivered a resounding slap across her face, venting his pent-up fury. And Ping cried out in pain, collapsing to the floor, blood streaming from her mouth and nostrils. Her recent nose job had now been ruined. Zhang Liang's expression morphed into that of an enraged tiger as he roared, "Shut your mouth, you cursed woman. If you utter another word, I will break your legs." And Ping Ping clutched her disfigured nose, too terrified to utter a sound. "Had you not reminded me, I would have forgotten. I won. So I can discipline her for 3 minutes." Yi Chen suddenly turned his head, a smile illuminating his face as he spoke. "Zhang Liang, do you have any objections? Surely, you can handle it, can't you?" Throughout the earlier part of the evening, Zhang Liang's formidable aura and connections had loomed over him. But now, Yi Chen had decisively overturned Zhang Liang's position, pinning him down with unwavering dominance. "Ridiculous. Am I, Zhang Liang, unable to manage this?" Zhang Liang growled, casting a sidelong glance at Ping Ping, who was cowering on the ground. A mere look was enough to terrify her into submission, leaving her kneeling upright before him, utterly devoid of any rebellious spirit. "Fine, kneel for 3 minutes. Until the 3 minutes are up, you are not to rise." Upon seeing this, Yi Chen revealed a satisfied smile before turning to leave. Zhang Liang, like a frenzied beast, seized Ping Ping by her hair and dragged her out. The onlookers merely shook their heads, realizing that this woman was about to endure a night of torment, reduced to an object of his rage. At this moment, many in attendance shook off the shock from earlier, their hearts now filled with schadenfreude. They had often felt powerless against Zhang Liang. However, witnessing his downfall, having lost tens of millions in a single night, even jeopardizing his cash flow, brought them a sense of satisfaction. After all, as a stock market magnate, a significant portion of Zhang Liang's wealth was tied up in shares, the very foundation of his fortune, now severely wounded. Many rushed outside, eager to seize the opportunity to befriend Yi Chen and pave their way for the future. Yet, at this point, Yi Chen had already departed in a vehicle with Wei Zonglin and the others. The following morning, in an opulent office, Yi Chen sat on the sofa sipping tea, while Xiao Tianhao appeared visibly anxious and expectant. It is worth noting that Yi Chen had been preparing for an oil futures venture, one of the world's second-largest oil fields. In recent years, the trajectory of oil has been dominated by capital on a global scale, including legendary families like the Rothschilds, the Saudi family, and the Waltons. Each of them possesses wealth rivaling nations. The Rothschild family, reputed to be the wealthiest, controls 40% of the global economy. Many nations seeking funds for war must turn to them, rendering them a godlike presence among merchants. The trends of oil futures have remained stable under the dominion of these economic titans. To profit from this venture, only those whose wealth surpasses theirs or come exceedingly close stand a chance. However, even that seems implausible. In the presence of such titans, ordinary individuals would be lucky to scrape together a morsel, becoming the wealthiest in their city or province. Yet this time, Yi Chen intends to extract wealth from the jaws of the tiger. This is precisely why Xiao Tianhao is so apprehensive, drenched in cold sweat. It's an exceedingly risky endeavor. At this moment, Wei Zonglin entered, clad in a formal suit, his demeanor serious. He extended his hands, presenting a Centurion gold card to Yi Chen. "Brother Yi, the card has been processed and activated. Consider it your savings account. The leverage is also prepared. How much do you intend to invest?" Wei Zonglin took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Last night, Yi Chen's performance was nothing short of terrifying, marking his complete rise to fame. He had triumphed spectacularly, defeating the stock god Zhang Liang by over 70 million. Moreover, coupled with the funds he already possessed, and that ring which appreciates in value daily, his worth has become unfathomably terrifying to all. Such youth, and all achieved through his own efforts. In Wei Zonglin's eyes, Yi Chen truly is a remarkable figure. Cash on hand amounts to 210 million, and if that ring were to be used as collateral, I wonder how much leverage the bank might extend? Yi Chen suddenly remarked with a smile. Wei Zonglin sighed, acknowledging that he could not have prevented yesterday's gambling match. "What hope is there now? Alas, I realize I cannot dissuade you, so I shall endeavor to assist you to the fullest extent." The two operators also arrived. "Let us proceed to the adjacent room." Wei Zonglin then led Yi Chen and Xiao Tianhao into the neighboring chamber. Two young individuals, one male and one female, were already prepared. Upon seeing Yi Chen and the others enter, they rose, their faces alight with respect. Chapter 52. Headlines: A storm approaches. President Wei, the crude oil futures are ready for action, and we can establish a position at any moment. It now depends on how much capital you wish to invest. A young man stated respectfully. Yi Chen, the best I can do for you is a leverage of 20 times, which is the limit of my capabilities. This means your initial capital of 200 million can be amplified 20-fold, turning into 4 billion. At this moment, Wei Zonglin was exceedingly anxious. This maneuver carried immense risk. Should Yuchen's operation with the crude oil futures falter, even a minor fluctuation could wipe out the entire 4 billion. His position as vice president would be jeopardized. President Wei, don't be nervous. Trust me, leave the rest to me. Yichen smiled, noticing Wei Zonglin's unease, and patted his shoulder reassuringly. Oh, a couple of billion for you doesn't amount to a ripple. You should be the one anxious, not me. You young people are far too reckless, too bold. Wei Zonglin remarked, though he trembled as he pulled out a cigarette and stepped to the window to smoke. He dared not glance at the stock market. In contrast, Yichen calmly approached the couple, extending his card. The profits from yesterday had already been deposited, amounting to over 200 million in cash. With a foundational capital of 200 million, leveraged 20 times, it equated to 40 billion at his disposal. Converting this to USD, it was approximately $56 million. Such a substantial figure on the international stage could indeed classify him as a wealthy businessman. From here on out, follow my lead. Quickly check the recent crude oil prices. As Yichen's command resonated, the male and female traders froze in astonishment. Curiosity piqued about Yichen's identity. Wei Zonglin turned to them, stating nonchalantly, "Do as he says. He is the true master of this capital." Boom. Yichen's words struck like thunder, leaving the trading duo dumbfounded. Turning in unison to gaze in awe at the youthful countenance before them. He appeared not even 30, yet possessed 200 million in funds. Moreover, he sought to employ a 20-fold leverage in crude oil futures. Wealth, charisma, and ambition manifested in one man. Even if he bore an unappealing visage, he would be instantly adorned with countless halos, a tenfold filter forcibly applied to their perception. Particularly, the girl was agog, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Wealth epitomizes a man's capabilities, strength, and status, an undeniable truth that no woman can escape. Ah, very well, sir. The young man was the first to regain his composure, hastily tapping away at the keyboard to check the crude oil prices. His earlier astonishment had left his mouth agape too long, causing discomfort at the corners of his lips. Sir, the current crude oil price is $29 per barrel with minimal fluctuations. The most significant fluctuation occurred in 2019 due to a disaster during oil transportation, which caused prices to spike to $31 per barrel that month. Yichen pondered for a moment before stating calmly, based on the current retime price. Utilize the capital with leverage to purchase everything. Go all in. Upon hearing his words, the traders' brows shot up, their hands trembling. Even with prior preparation, they were shaken to the core. This amounted to 40 billion, $6 million. The young man before them was proposing to buy over 17,000 contracts, with each contract representing 1,000 barrels. However, Yichen breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the back-end orders go through. Xiao Tianhao had also invested 30 million shares, exhausting all his available funds. Unlike Yichen, he was not as reckless or fierce. Despite his complete trust in Yichen, he lacked the courage to leverage. He was not Yichen. Trust was 100%, but courage merely 50%. Yichen relaxed. Now, all that remained was to wait. He exited the office and ascended to the rooftop of the bank, allowing the wind to envelop him as he contemplated various matters. Xiao Tianhao followed closely, beer in hand. Inside the room, the trading duo, having just experienced a heart-pounding scene, slumped into their chairs, emotions swirling within. The girl wiped the cold sweat from her brow, breathing heavily, loosening the buttons of her shirt, revealing the faint outline of her delicate undergarment, a stark contrast to her porcelain skin. The young man glanced at her, swallowing hard, before hastily averting his gaze, changing the subject. You nearly scared me to death. 40 billion, just like that. President, who exactly is that person? He looks so young yet possesses 200 million in funds. The young man's face was filled with admiration as he sighed deeply. What a pity. After $56 million exits the market, in the vast international crude oil arena, it won't even create a ripple. It will be quietly absorbed. Wei Zonglin turned back, stating coolly who he is. It's of little importance. If it succeeds, you may refer to him as President Yi. If it fails, simply call him Little Yi. He delivered a wry joke. The girl fell into thought, expressing a pessimistic view. I feel the odds are slim. She was quite knowledgeable about stocks. The enigmatic President Yi possessed audacity, but it seemed destined for failure. In the international market, 40 billion would be merely a drop in the bucket, unable to stir any significant waves. Wei Zonglin teased, Han Mei, your father has long told me that if a suitable match arises, he would introduce you to a billionaire immediately. What do you think of this President Yi? He is still quite young. If you fancy him, I could make an introduction. However, The girl named Han Mei shook her head, replying, President Wei, don't mind my father's ramblings. I'm not looking to date yet. Besides, I prefer billionaires. Although he is young and wealthy, 200 million isn't enough to capture my interest. Furthermore, he is investing in crude oil stocks. She paused, glancing around to ensure Yi Chun was absent before covering her mouth and whispering, to be blunt, it's impossible to profit from crude oil. That 200 million is akin to throwing meat to a dog. It won't come back. Upon hearing this, Wei Zonglin felt a weight in his chest. Han Mei was well-versed in stocks, arguably a standout among her peers in the financial sector, and she had garnered some renown in the community. Her analysis was unlikely to be flawed. This was the international market. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understood that barring significant events, crude oil futures, even if they rose, would not do so excessively. Suddenly, the young man beside them let out a sharp scream, startling both Wei Zonglin and Han Mei. Wei Dong, are you out of your mind? You scared me to death. Han Mei clutched her heaving chest, kicking him lightly in annoyance, clearly shaken. Stop jumping around like that. This is a tense moment. We need to be serious. Wei Zonglin uttered a reprimand. No, President. A calamity has struck. You must come and see this. Upon opening the news headlines, the foremost trending topic captured their attention. The youth concluded his statement, and Wei Zonglin, alongside Han Mei, swiftly retrieved their phones for a glance. They were met with sheer astonishment. The world's third-largest oil field, the Middle Eastern oil field, has ceased operations. A fire has erupted at the oil field, and the pipelines have been detonated. High-ranking executives in the Middle East have delivered sorrowful addresses in international media. Moments later, Wei Zonglin's eyes widened in disbelief, causing his phone to slip from his grasp and crash to the ground. Chapter 53, The Oil Explosion, Ascending the Capital Hierarchy. In a moment of disbelief, Wei Zonglin felt his legs weaken. What is happening? Why can't I speak properly? His adrenaline surged as he slapped himself hard to regain composure. Show me which contract Yi Chun purchased. Quick, he stammered, finally managing to articulate his request. The two traders suddenly snapped to attention, their eyes wide as they fixated on the screen. As they witnessed the trend steadily climbing, their expressions became uncontrollable. Nothing in their lives had prepared them for such a staggering sight. It's rising, it's rising, Wei Zonglin exclaimed, Brother Yi. He bought contracts for the Middle Eastern oil fields. The price surged by 0.3 per barrel, and it showed no signs of stopping. Wei Dong nearly bit his tongue in shock, his eyes bulging, as he pointed at the screen, struggling to produce any sound. The next moment, he tumbled from his chair, overwhelmed by the realization of the soaring prices. It's rising, it's soaring, he shouted, echoing the exuberance of a child who had just learned to walk. Meanwhile, Han Mei sat frozen in her seat, her eyes wide with astonishment, nearly bursting with excitement. The screen displayed the oil futures skyrocketing, climbing from 29 to 32 per barrel. A staggering 400 million was made in an instant, translating to over 3 billion RMB in profit, and this was merely the beginning. The atmosphere in the room became suffocating. Just then, Yi Chun and Xiao Tianhao returned. Upon learning of the oil futures' meteoric rise, Xiao Tianhao, filled with exhilaration, clutched his computer, his eyes ablaze with fervor, as if he had been invigorated by a potent elixir. He trembled with excitement, momentarily distracted. He hurriedly took several blood pressure pills to stave off dizziness. In contrast, Yi Chun merely glanced at the screen before taking his seat, exuding an aura of calmness amidst the chaos. He knew there were countless avenues for profit to explore. Betting on oil was just one of them. This method of earning was undeniably aggressive, promising instant wealth. Opportunities to extract profits from the mouths of world-class capitalists were scarce, truly rare. Yi Chun felt a sense of gratitude towards Pingping and Zhang Liang. Without Zhang Liang's sudden influx of funds, his earnings would have been significantly reduced. At this moment, the oil futures seemed like a tempest, swirling in all directions. The global stock market was in a frenzy, with traders swept up in the whirlwind of volatility, challenging their understanding of the market and shattering records. However, only a few dared to enter the fray. The stakes were monumental. One could either lose everything or achieve sudden wealth. The scale of this opportunity was immense, and even investments in the millions felt like mere ripples in an ocean. It was a game of either creating monumental waves or being utterly submerged. Despite having billions at their disposal, many hesitated to invest heavily. Yi Chun, however, was a pioneer in leveraging such opportunities, and even Xiao Tianhao, inspired by Yi Chun, was now considered a substantial player, investing nearly all his capital. The stage was set for a tumultuous upheaval, especially among the financial titans, who sensed the impending eruption of a volcano. At this moment, the market was defined by frenzied buying, with no one willing to sell. The futures market had become a barren landscape. Those eager to reduce their positions found themselves unable to enter, even as the scent of fortune lingered in the air. The cataclysmic feast unfolded in waves, causing global upheaval. As oil, a vital strategic resource, became increasingly scarce, nations rushed in to compete for the dwindling futures. No one anticipated that a young man from the East would emerge triumphant in such an international arena. Yi Chun had ascended to a pinnacle of success as an individual. Yet he was still but a single entity against the might of nations and century-old families. Compared to the vast resources controlled by countries and global conglomerates, Yi Chun's capital was but a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, he stood resolutely at the forefront, seemingly untouchable, like a deity among mortals. The price of oil had surged from 29 to a staggering 59. In the office of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, everyone was rendered numb. Money, for the state, was merely a number, while resources constituted the real currency. In the context of war, it was gold and resources that mattered. Everything else was but an illusion. This understanding had driven up the value of oil futures, making them increasingly precious and in high demand. Such an extraordinary increase left Xiao Tianhao drenched in cold sweat. His face flushed with excitement, repeatedly asking Yi Chun when to sell. Initially responsive, Yi Chun fell silent, causing Xiao Tianhao to grow anxious and hesitant to act. Regret consumed him. He wished he had the courage to follow Yi Chun's lead in leveraging his investments. Had he doubled his leverage, his oil futures could have multiplied, and so too could have his profits. Wei Zonglin was euphoric, incessantly serving Yi Chun tea, nearly offering to massage his shoulders. He stood behind Yi Chun, fixated on the screen. Finally, Wei Dong shouted, "It's hit 60. Yi Chun opened his eyes, paused thoughtfully, and calmly declared, "Sell everything." At Yi Chun's command. Wei Dong was momentarily stunned, questioning, "Mr. Yi, are you sure? The momentum seems to be in our favor." Yi Chun's silence and icy demeanor spoke volumes. "What are you waiting for? Hurry," Wei Zonglin urged, his frustration palpable. Startled, Wei Dong and Han Mei broke into a cold sweat and promptly executed Yi Chun's orders to sell all the oil futures. Xiao Tianhao, however, needed no prompting. The moment Yi Chun spoke, he sprang into action. The oil market erupted with activity as numerous nations, financial giants, and capital moguls fixated on the market. Orders flooded in without regard for price, simply clamoring to buy. A massive order of over 1,700 contracts appeared, immediately drawing attention and being devoured. Yi Chun and his companions' substantial order was akin to tossing a piece of meat into a pack of ravenous wolves, swiftly consumed in a frenzy. Reports of transactions poured in instantaneously. As Wei Dong observed the influx of funds into the account, he shouted in exhilaration, "I have completed the calculations. After deducting commissions and costs, the total profit amounts to..." Han Mei paused, her voice trembling as she turned to gaze at Yi Chun, exclaiming in sheer astonishment, "Over 4.2 billion. Overcome with excitement, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced, she spoke with a voice that resonated with profound shock. She had personally orchestrated this substantial sum. Witnessing a young man valued at 200 million ascend to a fortune exceeding 40 billion in the span of a single day was beyond comprehension. The speed of profit generation surpassed even that of a bank heist. Congratulations, Yi Chun, you have entered the ranks of the top 100 wealthiest individuals in our nation. With your current assets, you have indeed secured a place among the elite." At that moment, Wei Zonglin trembled with excitement, extending his hand to clasp Yi Chun's firmly. Yi Chun, however, merely smiled softly. The national top 100 wealthiest? With so many concealed tycoons within the country, his wealth hardly qualifies for the upper echelon. Yet, in terms of cash flow, he might indeed hold a commendable position among the top 100. Chapter 54. The first thing to do when getting paid is to repay debts. Oh, that foolish woman. Nevertheless, she has much to be proud of. In a mere 6.5 hours, his capital surged from 200 million to 4,200 million, shattering world records. This miraculous event unfolded in the modest second-tier city of Longzhou, embodied by a young man not yet 30. As the dust settled, Yi Chun finally exhaled in relief. He rose quietly and shook hands with Wei Zonglin, expressing with utmost seriousness, "These matters are of little significance to me. President Wei, I appreciate your trust. In return, I shall deposit 2 billion into your bank as a fixed term. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall refrain from touching this sum. However, on the day I require it. I hope you can act promptly. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Wei Zhonglin nearly burst with exhilaration. This substantial deposit would not only fulfill the performance targets for the year, but would likely secure his position as president, especially with the backing of the esteemed former president. Yi, I want to indulge in flattery. We'll see how things unfold in the future. If I ever falter in my duties, feel free to reprimand me with this hand, just this hand, until I can't take it anymore. Wei Zhonglin shook Yi Chen's hand, his voice thick with emotion. At his age, retirement loomed near, and the prospect of a promotion before that was a dream come true. Yi Chen's opportunity was akin to a rebirth for him. Old Wei, you're being overly sentimental, Yi Chen said with a slight smile. Come, let me treat you today. We shall not return until we are intoxicated. Wei Zhonglin wiped away a tear and eagerly pulled Yi Chen out to celebrate. At that moment, Han Mei approached, casting furtive glances at Yi Chen as she neared Wei Zhonglin, intent on inquiring about Yi Chen's situation. Suddenly, Yi Chen interjected, another day? My child and wife await me at home. I wish to share this good news with them. Wei Zhonglin didn't press further. After all, it was only a matter of time for their celebration. Yi Chen bid them farewell and walked over to Xiao Tianhao, who was grinning ear to ear, drool escaping his lips as he chuckled foolishly. Brother Hao, have you had a stroke? Yi Chen remarked, amused. Han Mei, what did you just say? Wei Zhonglin turned back, puzzled. At that moment, Han Mei was momentarily stunned, feeling a sudden pang of loss as if she had missed something significant. She forced a smile and replied, nothing, President. I must take my leave. Leave? No way. We must celebrate. Today's accomplishments warrant it, and you both have contributed significantly. You want to escape this month's bonus. Wei Zhonglin was too elated to let her go, dragging his two subordinates out the door. Han Mei, however, turned back repeatedly, gazing at Yi Chen's retreating figure, unable to tear her eyes away. In that instant, she felt that all the suitors who pursued her paled in comparison to the man before her, akin to the difference between a grain of rice and the brilliance of the full moon. What is a man? This is it. In the midst of laughter, his worth surged by 40 billion. With a calm demeanor, unhurried and exuding confidence, he appeared serene and unflustered. The unique charm of a successful man was simply infuriating. Brother Yi, although I've made over 50 million this time, I regret it. But, I'm also quite satisfied. I'm on the verge of becoming a billionaire. Xiao Tianhao exclaimed, embracing Yi Chen with excitement. All right, go back and celebrate with your sister-in-law. I must return as well, Yi Chen chuckled before making his way outside. Checking the time, he realized it was already evening. Taking out his phone, he glanced at the balance and suddenly smiled. In front of others, his worth had skyrocketed by 40 billion, yet he maintained a stoic demeanor. This joy was one that no one else was entitled to share, only his family, his wife, and daughter. With that thought, Yi Chen took a deep breath, dialed a number, and awaited a response. Moments later, Qin Meiyun answered. Qin, my beautiful lady, may I have the pleasure of your company for dinner? Yi Chen's voice was gentle, a smile dancing on his lips. He had never felt such joy before and was eager to share it. You're insane. I'm still at work. If you're free, perhaps buy Tong something to eat. She's probably at home hungry, Qin Meiyun replied, her head down as she calculated finances. This month, her sales performance was decent, and her commission would amount to over 3,000, totaling 5,000 with her base salary. Life was finally looking up. However, thoughts of Yi Chen's debts weighed heavily on her mind. After some consideration, she decided that when her salary hit the account, she would repay 4,000, leaving just over 1,000 for next month's expenses. Perhaps they could treat Tong to a better meal. Regrettably, she found herself unable to assist her parents. Lowering her head, guilt washed over her as she felt like a failure as a daughter. Yi Chen smiled. All right. I'll pick up Tong and wait for you to finish. I have something good to discuss tonight. With that, he hung up decisively and hailed a taxi to Apple Community. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun didn't take Yi Chen's words seriously. After work at 6, she saw her salary had arrived, promptly withdrew the money, and headed straight to the loan company. At the front desk, she smiled and asked, Excuse me, is President Xiao available? President Xiao is in his office, but he is about to leave. If you need to speak with him, please hurry, the receptionist replied. Thank you. Qin Meiyun stammered, clutching the envelope containing 4,000, and approached President Xiao's office, gently knocking on the door. Come in. As the voice echoed, Qin Meiyun took a deep breath. She had come here every month to repay Yi Chen's debts, and this month was no exception. Each repayment drained her hope for a better life. Yi Chun's debts loomed like a mountain, suffocating her. Her mood reflected that weight as she summoned all her strength to enter. President Xiao, I'm here to repay the debt. I sincerely apologize. My monthly income is limited. I can only offer you this much. Please rest assured, next month I'll pay an extra 1,000. Here is 4,000. Please accept it. In fear of dissatisfaction from the other party, Qin Meiyun first presented a smile, humbly promising to repay a larger sum next month. She hoped that the other party would show leniency towards Yi Chun. Chapter 55. Could he have possibly blown up an oil field? Qin Meiyun's tone, though meek, was exceedingly sincere. After all, this Director Xiao, while somewhat intimidating, was considered reasonable within the loan industry. In the past, when pressing for debt repayment, he primarily sought out Yi Chun, rarely bothering her, a defenseless woman. Upon recognizing Qin Meiyun, Xiao Tianhao hastily set aside his belongings and approached her with great alacrity. Oh, sister-in-law, forget about the money. I've retired from this business. The debt you previously owed is forgiven. Please, have a seat. In truth, Xiao Tianhao was there to gather his possessions and depart. He had withdrawn his investment some time ago. The behind-the-scenes director Li had vehemently tried to dissuade him. But upon witnessing Xiao Tianhao's soaring net worth, he could only watch him leave with a mixture of envy and resentment, forced to treat him with deference, lest he cause offense. At this moment, Qin Meiyun was dumbfounded. I don't have to repay it? Sister-in-law? What is all this? Was she hallucinating? Xiao Tianhao scratched his head, noticing Qin Meiyun's bewildered expression. He chuckled and said, Sister-in-law, surely you're not unaware, kept in the dark by Brother Yi? That doesn't sound like Brother Yi. He would undoubtedly inform you about it first, considering his newfound wealth. Besides, that million, both Brother Yi and I should have mentioned it. It's been cleared for a while. As Xiao Tianhao spoke, Qin Meiyun finally snapped out of her daze. Yi Chun had indeed mentioned it to her, but he had conveyed it so casually, as if defaulting on a debt were a matter of course. Xiao Tianhao was even more outlandish, courteously escorting her out and assuring her that repayment was unnecessary. Ironically, her attempt to repay the debt seemed almost presumptuous. Director Xiao, you jest. It's 1 million. Qin Meiyun furrowed her brow, emphasizing the amount with utmost seriousness. She would have been content with a mere extension of the repayment deadline. 1 million wiped away with a mere utterance? It was too good to be true. A blatant trap. She refused to believe it. Sister-in-law, that sum is but a pittance to Brother Yi. He probably hasn't even informed you yet. Did you know he purportedly detonated the world's second-largest oil field? Xiao Tianhao jested with a hearty laugh. The jest, in truth, was not entirely far-fetched. Yi Chun's prescience had reached almost mythical proportions. Through audacious leverage, he had amassed a fortune of 40 million in crude oil futures. To him and Wei Zonglin, it was entirely plausible that Yi Chun had orchestrated the oil field's destruction. What was most astounding was Yi Chun's timing for divestment. Nothing short of miraculous. An immediate sale at 60 per barrel. This maneuver was sheer artistry. As Yi Chun divested, the price of crude oil soared to 60 before plummeting. Television news reported that crude oil futures prices were receding as the nation began drawing from its reserves to compensate for the shortfall. Each succeeding report validated Yi Chun's stroke of genius, the narrative that Yi Chun had detonated the oil field, creating a surge in the stock market from which he reaped immense profits, was entirely plausible. However, his jest had terrified Qin Meiyun. She believed it. What? He detonated an oil field? Qin Meiyun covered her mouth, her face ashen. No wonder he had amassed such wealth. He had engaged in illicit activities. Detonating an oil field could lead to imprisonment. Director Xiao, is detonating an oil field a grave offense? Will he be incarcerated? Please, tell me what he has done. Qin Meiyun's voice trembled with anxiety. Xiao Tianhao was utterly taken aback. Sister-in-law, I apologize. I was unaware that you lacked a sense of humor. Brother Yi is not engaged in any unlawful activities. The calamity that befell the Middle Eastern oil field was due to internal strife, a ruptured pipeline. We know nothing of the specifics. Detonating an oil field is an act of war, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary citizens. Seeing Qin Meiyun's earnestness, Xiao Tianhao became serious, refraining from further jesting. He now comprehended why this woman was so vital to Yi Chun. It wasn't naive, but rather a profound love ingrained in her very being. Despite her disillusionment with Yi Chun, she had prioritized repaying his debt. Upon hearing of his newfound wealth, her first concern was whether he would face imprisonment. The woman before him was overflowing with concern for Yi Chun. Xiao Tianhao was deeply moved, envying Yi Chun for having such a remarkable wife. He yearned for their reconciliation. Ah, I see. Qin Meiyun sighed with relief. Very well, sister-in-law. Hurry back. Brother Yi will explain everything. He is not the gambler and reprobate he once was. I urge you to grant him another chance, even if it involves exacting retribution. He ought to make amends to you properly, wouldn't you agree? Xiao Tianhao said with a smile, gathering his belongings and heading toward the door. As for the repayment, it's out of the question. If you have no need for the money, discard it anywhere, just don't give it to me. If brother you were to find out, well, what do you think of me? Ha ha. With that, Xiao Tianhao hastily departed from the office, as if he were the one being pursued for debt repayment by Qin Meiyun. Qin Meiyun was left in a daze for quite some time. Even upon leaving the loan company, she remained bewildered, clutching the unreturned money, feeling as if she were still trapped in a dream. Yichun, amass so much wealth? That's 200 million. Even a bank robbery wouldn't yield such gains. Qin Meiyun was instantly overcome with anxiety. She hastily dialed a number. Meanwhile, Yichun had arrived at the entrance to the apartment building. Retrieving the key Qin Meiyun had given him and unlocking the door. Standing in the doorway, he saw Tong Tong seated on the sofa, watching television and clutching the strawberry bear he had previously purchased. Her chubby face was flushed as she yawned. Upon hearing the door open, she turned her head toward the entrance. Papa? Tong Tong asked tentatively, as if doubting her senses. Tong Tong, it's Papa. Quickly get dressed. We're going out for a grand feast tonight. Yichun said with a smile, crouching down. Really, Papa? But I thought you wouldn't come anymore. Tong Tong first beamed with delight, then lowered her head dejectedly as she approached. She was barefoot, wearing a tank top, and seemed exceedingly nervous, as if she had done something wrong. Why would I not come? Papa longs to see Tong Tong every day. How could I not come? Tong Tong, don't be upset. What did Daddy do wrong? It's all my fault, Yichun hurriedly explained. Suddenly, Tong Tong lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears, appearing quite pitiful. Daddy, I thought last time you were going to hit Mommy. And when I kicked you, I thought you were angry with me, and you wouldn't buy me any treats anymore. Nor would you come to see me, she pouted, her eyes shimmering with tears, turning a bright red. Yichun felt an immense ache in his heart and quickly enveloped Tong Tong in a tight embrace. Nonsense. How could Daddy ever be angry with you? That is absolutely impossible. Daddy loves you the most, you know? It was all my mistake before. From now on, let us have a new daddy. This new daddy will only cherish you, love you, and buy you delicious food and new clothes, all right? With reddened eyes, Yichun held his daughter close, savoring the joy of being a father. He was her entire world, her protector. Not even a single drop of rain from above would fall upon her. He was determined, resolutely, to pamper her into becoming the most cherished princess in this world. Chapter 56. The Unappreciated Woman. I don't want a new daddy. I only want my current daddy, exclaimed, her voice hoarse with weeping. All right, responded, beaming. Let's wait for Mommy to come home, and then we'll go to Sweetheart Princess Castle for a grand feast. Carried his daughter into the house, engaging in playful activities with her. The open window allowed the summer breeze to waft in, accompanied by the gentle tinkling of wind chimes, harmonizing with the joyful sounds of Daddy. Come here. Daddy, you can't find me. And the merry laughter of a child riding a make-believe horse, creating a scene of utter domestic bliss. 10 minutes later, breathing rapidly, opened the door. For a moment, she was utterly taken aback. Giddy up, horsey. Daddy. Tee-hee, hurry up. Chirped. Or won't give you any treats. At that moment, was straddling back. On all fours, was pretending to be a turtle. Stuffed crumbled bear-shaped cookies into his mouth, prompting him to let out a roar and transform into a galloping steed, prancing around the room. Upon seeing enter, finally looked up. S. heart was deeply stirred. She could scarcely believe the tender scene unfolding before her eyes. Was being so tender, crawling on the floor, allowing his daughter to ride on his back, even with cookie crumbs smeared all over his face, just to play with? This was once an unimaginable fantasy. Before, he would have cursed and shoved her away if she even dared to approach, filled with disdain. Would then retreat to her room, clutching her doll and weeping silently in a corner. Mommy, come quick. Ride the horsey with, called out, waving her little hand gleefully upon seeing her mother. What a mess you've made of this place, exclaimed. All you do is wreak havoc, never clean up, always making trouble for me. Despite her seemingly exasperated tone, S. heart was overflowing with contentment and joy. Her words were laced with affection. Don't worry, you've been working all day. Don't lift a finger. I'll clean up later. Go wash your face, change your clothes, and we'll go out to eat, said hastily. Mommy, come ride the horsey with, urged, playfully grabbing his hair. Come down now, stop being so wild, said sternly. Unwilling to disobey, reluctantly leaned over his back, hugging his neck, and whispered in his ear, Horsey Daddy, put down. Grinned, your daughter wants you to ride too. Why don't you give it a try? Blushed at his words, then rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. I have something to ask you, Qin said, her brow furrowed, eager to inquire about the loan. The debt of 1 million had haunted her for 2 years. She couldn't rest easy until she had clarity. I will tell you everything you want to know later. Can you change your clothes first? And then we can talk over dinner? Proposed. Is hungry too, you see. Shook his head, using as a shield. Sighed. Mommy, I'm so hungry, said, rubbing her tummy in agreement. I give up, said. Wore a triumphant grin. Soon, changed into simple attire, and was dressed modestly as well. They hadn't bought new clothes in a long time. His heart ached when he saw us still wearing shoes with worn edges. As they stepped out, they saw Auntie Pang returning with a grocery basket. What's this? Auntie Pang asked, surprised. Auntie Pang, we're going out for a treat, to nourish them. If you and Uncle are free, join us. The more, the merrier, said, smiling. We wouldn't want to intrude on your family time. It's the thought that counts. Take good care of them, and don't let them suffer again, or I'll have words with you. Auntie Pang said, her face beaming. All right, I'll treat you and Uncle separately for taking care of them all these years. It's a promise, Auntie Pang, you must come, said, waving goodbye and heading out. Auntie Pang. We're leaving, bye-bye, called out. All right, little one, eat well and get chubby, Auntie Pang said, nodding and watching them leave before sighing, unlocking her door and entering her home. At the entrance of the complex, was hailing a taxi. Did you notice? Auntie Pang seems troubled, said, looking back with concern. Nodded. I noticed. Auntie Pang has lost weight. She wasn't this haggard last time I saw her. She's not as cheerful as before. Looked at the building entrance, filled with mixed emotions. It seems Annie is still worried about her son's wedding home. She said she's used up all her savings, but still can't afford the down payment. Not to mention the bride price and renovations. It's tough on them. I can't help. It's hard for young people to get married these days. Qin said, smiled gently. When we got married, we didn't even have a bride price, and the banquet was just a simple affair. You really suffered back then, without even a proper wedding dress. Hadn't asked for much back then. He was a rural man without a house, car, or savings. The house was mortgaged, and her father had used his retirement savings to help pay it off. Trembled with guilt, feeling deeply ashamed. He had wronged too many people. Debts of gratitude he could never repay. The marriage certificate cost 9, we split it. I was the woman worth 4.5, who thought she married for love. But in the end, women who marry for money thrive, while those who marry for love end up with nothing. S. voice was tinged with sorrow. Chapter 57, Brother. Have you heard? A mysterious stock god made a killing by bottom fishing in crude oil futures. Yi Chun felt a pang of guilt and said earnestly, I'm sorry. I didn't cherish what I had. I owe you both more than I can ever repay in this lifetime. I won't make any more promises, nor do I seek your forgiveness. Everything I do now is simply an act of atonement. Qin Meiyun remained silent, turning her head to wipe away the tears in her eyes. Soon, Yi Chun hailed a taxi, and the three of them got in. 20 minutes later, the family arrived at the Carlton Hotel. As soon as they got out of the car, Yi Chun took out his phone and made a call. Tianhai, is everything ready? Yi Chun asked. Don't worry, brother, it's nothing. It's all set. The rooftop garden has been reserved. By the way, this hotel is owned by a friend of mine. Absolutely reliable. Feng Tianhai said cheerfully. All right, I'm coming up now. Yi Chun nodded and hung up. Aren't we going to eat? What are we doing here? Qin Meiyun asked. Yes, we're eating here, Yi Chun smiled. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, Qin Meiyun was stunned, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at the luxurious hotel before her, unable to regain her senses for a long time. The entrance of the opulent hotel was adorned with red carpets, and the people coming and going were dressed in suits and elegant evening gowns. All around were members of high society, exuding an air of nobility. Holding Tong Tong in her arms, she felt out of place in her simple attire. She felt like a country bumpkin visiting a mansion. Yi Chun, are you crazy? This is a 5-star hotel. My salary for this month is only 5,000 yuan, not even enough to order a single dish here. No. If you're like this, I'm going home. Eating here is not as good as going to that spring pancake shop across the street. It's more economical and practical. Qin Meiyun said, already turning to leave with Tong Tong. How could I let you spend money? Just this once, can you listen to me? Besides, Tong Tong is hungry. What time will it be when we get back? Yi Chun hurriedly ran over and said in a pleading tone and with a pleading look in his eyes. I know you've made money, but this isn't a place we can afford to spend in. It's not about who's paying. It's just that I'm not used to it, Qin Meiyun said earnestly. She would only feel uncomfortable in such a high-end place. She felt perpetually mired in inferiority. It's all my fault for not letting you enjoy a high-quality life. But from now on, that will change. Mayan, listen to me this once. Let's go in and have a good meal. My friend is waiting at the door too. Yi Chen said again, then quickly added to Tong Tong, Tong Tong. I heard there's a princess castle inside. Lots of fun toys, nutcrackers, and such a big cake. Please beg Mommy to stay. Mommy, it's so pretty here. I want to play here for a while. I don't have to eat. Can I? Tong Tong shook Qin Meiyun's hand, pleading along with Yi Chen. That adorable appearance was impossible to resist. Though she said that, her little tummy was already rumbling. Let's go, let's go. Qin Meiyun sighed, finally relenting. As she walked, she warned Yi Chen not to touch her meager salary. Don't worry, all expenses tonight are on me, Yi Gongzi. Yi Chen was ecstatic, picking up Tong Tong and carrying her on his shoulders, running towards the stairs. Tong Tong baby, we're off, Mommy finally agreed. Yi Chen shouted, patting his chest, charge. We're going to find the dragon's treasure. Yay, go defeat the dragon with Daddy the warrior. Roar, the hungry dragon roars. Little Tong Tong looked fierce, adorable to the extreme. At this moment, Yi Chen felt unprecedented contentment, happier than earning tens of billions, making Tong Tong laugh nonstop. Behind them, Qin Meiyun shouted to be careful of the stairs. Following closely behind, unknowingly, her face was already filled with smiles. A father running ahead with his child, a wife chasing behind. Such a heartwarming scene. Facing the strange looks from the surrounding crowd, Yi Chen didn't care. Why should a financial magnate with a net worth of 40 billion care about other people's opinions when out with his family? Upon reaching the entrance, Yi Chen saw Feng Tianhai standing respectfully in a white casual suit. Big brother Yi, everything is ready inside, just go in, Feng Tianhai greeted warmly. When he saw Tong Tong and Qin Meiyun, he quickly greeted them. Hello, sister-in-law. Thank you for everything. This must be little Princess Tong Tong. Let uncle hold you, okay? Feng Tianhai didn't dare to neglect Yi Chen's family, showing utmost respect and enthusiasm. He was especially fond of Tong Tong. Hello, uncle, but my daddy doesn't let strangers hold me. Tong Tong responded politely. Tong Tong spread her hands, looking helpless, as if saying, I want you to hold me too, but my daddy won't let me. I can't help it. Making Feng Tianhai laugh heartily. My goodness, brother, your daughter is too adorable. Sister-in-law, you gave my brother such a treasure of a daughter. Look at my own rascal. I'm so envious. Feng Tianhai said with a smile. Qin Meiyun felt embarrassed. She was also observing Yi Chen's friend. Although he seemed rash and loud, his attire was exquisite, and his speech was proper, not like a bad person. He was fundamentally different from Yi Chen's gambler companions and cronies. Why are you talking so much nonsense? My daughter is hungry. Let's go in, Yi Chen scolded with a laugh. Let's go, my mistake. Brother, sister-in-law, niece this way. Feng Tianhai invited Yi Chen in, recounting recent news. By the way, brother, there's a big thing. I don't know if you've heard. Crude oil futures crashed today. Moreover, a mysterious stock god emerged, actually taking advantage of the stable crude oil futures prices, using a huge sum of $600 million to bottom fish, forcibly breaking 2 teeth from the mouths of those financial tycoons and giants. So awesome. This matter has already spread like wildfire in the circle, Feng Tianhai said with envy. The reason he mentioned this at this time was that he wanted to ask Yi Chen if there were any projects recently. He also wanted Yi Chen to bring him along to make another fortune. Upon hearing the tales of the legendary stock guru, he felt an irresistible allure and yearned to partake in the excitement. Little did he know that the enigmatic figure, revered as the stock sage, was none other than Yi Chen himself. Chapter 58. The garments here are quite affordable, only costing upwards of 3,000 apiece. Ah, yes, there was indeed such an occurrence. It seems approximately 40 billion was accrued. As Yi Chen ambled inward, he stroked his chin, seemingly lost in contemplation. Abruptly halting, Feng Tianhai was taken aback and exclaimed, Brother, your information network is exceptional. Your prowess is truly unmatched. You are destined for greatness. Feng Tianhai extended a thumb, seizing the opportunity to offer a flattering remark. Enough with the empty praise. It was merely an oversight not to include you this time. The circumstances were pressing, leaving no time to summon you. And brother Hao was in dire need of funds. Even after staking his entire fortune, he only managed to amass a little over 80 million. Compared to the dilapidated building we acquired previously, it may not even surpass your earnings. Cease your jealousy, my boy. Maintain some composure. Yi Chen patted Feng Tianhai's shoulder, remarking casually. However, upon uttering these words, Feng Tianhai was rendered speechless, his mind reeling as he meticulously dissected Yi Chen's statement. Feng Tianhai swallowed with difficulty, his eyes widening and mouth agape. This time, I wasn't included? Brother Hao required funds, and he profited 80 million from crude oil. That would imply. Feng Tianhai gazed at Yi Chun with trepidation, causing Yi Chun to feel uneasy. What ails you? Are you unwell? Yi Chun inquired, pausing in his stride. Feng Tianhai was on the verge of imploding. His heart pounded erratically, and he struggled to maintain his balance. Upon hearing Yi Chun's words, he suddenly realized he had overlooked a critical aspect. That enigmatic stock market prodigy. Could it be none other than the esteemed Yi? Oh, were you unaware? I presumed you were probing me. That so-called stock market deity is an exaggeration. Refrain from acting like you've never seen affluence. I merely gambled on a 20x leverage and earned a modest sum, Yi Chun retorted, casting a disdainful glance before resuming his journey. Qin Meiyun, who had been eavesdropping on their exchange, was relieved to ascertain that Yi Chun was not implicated in any illicit activities. However, upon hearing about the leveraged gamble, she felt a tremor of anxiety. Damn it, I'm such an imbecile. How did I fail to consider that the legendary figure who wrested 40 billion from the hands of global capital is none other than my own brother? Brother, you are now a magnate worth 40 billion. In this city, you are the epitome of wealth. I am truly provincial. Please, guide me. Upon fully comprehending the situation, Feng Tianhai erupted into a frenzy, gesticulating wildly and leaping about, nearly embracing Yi Chun for a kiss. He resembled an ardent admirer, his face radiating reverence. He gazed at Yi Chun as if beholding the god of wealth himself. Yi Chun, exasperated, forcibly restrained Feng Tianhai's head, compelling him to regain composure. Qin Meiyun, upon hearing the mention of 40 billion, felt her mind explode. In that instant, Qin Meiyun's thoughts were in disarray, and she was compelled to seek clarification from Yi Chun. How did that 40 billion come to be? It wasn't out of avarice, but rather a deep curiosity as to how Yi Chun had amassed such a fortune. Could it be that he had genuinely exploited an oil field? At that moment, Feng Tianhai had already dashed ahead, accompanying Yi Chun into the elevator. Qin Meiyun then regained her senses and pursued them. The elevator swiftly ascended to the 12th floor, the apparel section. As the elevator doors parted, Feng Tianhai could be heard showering Yi Chun with endless accolades, nearly elevating him to celestial status. Enough. Cease your prattle. I myself am not overjoyed. Yet you are beside yourself with excitement, Yi Chun retorted with a shake of his head. Feng Tianhai's elation had reached a fever pitch, as if he were the one who had earned the 40 billion. Brother, given your current state, is there still a need for modesty? If I were capable of your exploits, I would boast incessantly until my dying breath, even regaling Mengpu on the bridge of helplessness before imbibing her wretched soup. Let me tell you, brother, if my father were to learn that I have a prodigiously wealthy friend like you, never mind. He would undoubtedly disbelieve it. Regardless, brother, my eyes have been opened. My life before the age of 20 was in vain. Even if you exclude me from your ventures, our fraternal bond shall remain unbroken. Witnessing your success is truly exhilarating, providing me with motivation. That alone is sufficient. Feng Tianhai declared earnestly. Your character is commendable, but your verbosity is excessive. Now, ascend to the rooftop and arrange matters for me. My daughter is famished. Yi Chun sighed, waving his hand dismissively. Understood. Feng Tianhai replied obsequiously before re-entering the elevator. Daddy, when shall we dine? At that moment, Tong Tong pouted, rubbing her stomach. The meal is being prepared. Let us first acquire new attire, and after changing into our new garments, we shall dine, shall we? Yi Chun inquired with a gentle smile. We're acquiring new attire? Wonderful. I adore you, Daddy. Upon hearing about the new garments, Tong Tong's eyes sparkled, and she embraced Yi Chun's neck, showering him with a kiss. Yi Chun, I am aware that you have profited, but there is no need for such extravagance. The garments here are exorbitant, Qin Meiyun remarked after a moment of contemplation. I have already stated that today. You shall defer to my judgment. Allow me to take charge for once. Would you, esteemed Qin? Yi Chun implored, clasping his hands together. Having spoken, Yi Chun seized his daughter's hand and dashed into an emporium, gesturing towards the clothing rack and instructing the attendant, acquire one of each in the appropriate size, and also assist my little princess in selecting a suitable gown for dining. Upon hearing these words, the attendant was rendered speechless, utterly astounded. The garments here were all luxury branded children's wear, personally designed by renowned Italian masters, each costing at least 3,000. Particularly upon observing Tong Tong's modest attire, she harbored some disbelief. However, in the ensuing moment, Yi Chun directly produced a bank card and proceeded to the cashier to settle the bill. A total of over 30 garments. Yi Chun expended over 90,000 solely on attire. The attendants immediately summoned all the employees, who gathered around Tong Tong, showering her with applause and song, attending to her every need. Tong Tong also donned a light blue Lolita gown, which, coupled with her endearing countenance, made her appear like a true princess. She twirled before the mirror, her face radiating happiness, along with the shyness of a young girl receiving a treasured garment. Qin Meiyun, however, was barred from entry by 2 attendants, unable to gain access. This was done at Yi Chen's specific instruction. She crossed her arms, unable to express her displeasure, and could only fret. She had no choice but to cross her arms and observe Yi Chen and his daughter's shopping spree from outside the display window. As she watched Yi Chen pushing 3 shopping carts brimming with branded packaging, Qin Meiyun finally reached her breaking point. "Excuse me, miss. May I inquire as to the cost of the garments he is acquiring?" Qin Meiyun asked hesitantly, somewhat embarrassed. "Hello, madam. Our clothing is quite affordable. The items selected by the gentleman are priced around 3,000, which is not overly expensive," the attendant replied with a smile. 3,000? That's acceptable. You nearly frightened me. Qin Meiyun exhaled in relief upon hearing the price, patting her chest. The father and daughter had chosen over 30 items, averaging about 100 each, which was rather commendable. Given the high-end nature of the boutique, she was genuinely concerned about Yi Chen's extravagant spending. The attendant added, "Miss, I must clarify that the price of 3,000 refers to each individual piece. The one your daughter is wearing is the most expensive, priced at 7,000. What?" Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun nearly leaped in shock, quickly covering her mouth in astonishment. "Madam, your husband has spent a total of 97,000 yuan. The attendant responded with a smile. Qin Meiyun bit her lip in frustration, poised to rush inside. Was Yi Chen out of his mind? Spending 2 years' worth of her salary on children's clothes in one go? When Qin Meiyun saw Yi Chen slipping a pair of crystal shoes worth 20,000 yuan onto Tong Tong's feet, she could no longer contain herself. She stormed in and exclaimed with utmost seriousness, "Yi Chen, aren't you spoiling the child? Spending so much money on clothes for her is utter madness. There are far better uses for this money. 200 yuan at the night market could buy Tong Tong several outfits." Yi Chen raised his head and earnestly replied, "Indeed, I intend to spoil Tong Tong rotten. In the past, I, Yi Chen, was devoid of humanity and unable to provide her with any of this. I gambled, I accumulated debts, and I failed as her father. But now, I will use all my abilities, even my life, to ensure my daughter's prosperity. As long as she is happy, I would buy her this entire hotel, let alone these clothes. Meiyun, whether you deem me mad or see me as a nouveau riche, all I want to do now is treat you and our daughter well." Exceedingly well. Yi Chen's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. The surrounding attendants were deeply moved, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at Qin Meiyun with envy. This was true favoritism. Unconditional favoritism. Utter bliss. If I had a husband who loved me like that, I would even care for his mistress during her postpartum period. Some of the attendants whispered, causing Qin Meiyun's nose to tingle with emotion. "Do as you please," Qin Meiyun said, turning her head away before rushing out. "Daddy, is mommy angry because you only bought clothes for Tong Tong and not for her?" Tong Tong asked, tilting her head and looking at Yi Chen. Yi Chen scooped Tong Tong into his arms, nuzzled her adorable face, and chuckled. "Yes, we're off to buy beautiful clothes for mommy, so she won't be angry anymore." "Charge!" Tong Tong shouted, sitting on Yi Chen's shoulders and waving her little fists. As the attendants watched the Yi Chen family depart, they were filled with envy and remained lost in thought for a long time. After catching up with Qin Meiyun, Yi Chen forcefully grabbed her hand and led her into a women's clothing store. "Let go. Release me. What are you doing?" Qin Meiyun blushed, not expecting Yi Chen to suddenly seize her hand. Her heart pounded wildly. "Stop struggling. I'm holding Tong Tong with this hand." "Be careful not to drop her," Yi Chen said, using Tong Tong as a shield once more. Qin Meiyun could only allow him to hold her hand, her face flushed and her head lowered, as she followed him into the clothing store. "Oh, isn't that Xiao Qin? Out shopping after work. Have you completed the orders assigned to you today?" A shrill female voice suddenly called out as the family of 3 entered the store. Yi Chen looked up and saw a gaudily dressed woman approaching. The woman was heavily made up, her perfume was overpowering, and she was adorned with jewelry. "Supervisor Li, I'm just browsing out of boredom. I can't afford such an expensive store," Qin Meiyun said nervously. The woman before her was her superior, Supervisor Li Jiayao. Li Jiayao was 2 years older than her, extremely vain, and rumored to be in a relationship with the manager, giving her considerable power. She looked down on employees like them who earned only a few thousand yuan a month. Indeed, this is the world-renowned brand Prada. Just one item would cost you 3 months' salary. Don't wander around aimlessly. If you damage the clothes, you couldn't afford to pay for them even if you were sold. Supervisor Lee said with an air of superiority, her black suit revealing a generous amount of cleavage. Understood, Supervisor Lee. We'll leave now, Qin Meiyan said. About to depart, when Yi Chen seized her arm. Yi Chen, let's go, don't cause trouble. I beg you, please. Qin Meiyan pleaded anxiously, gesturing with her eyes and whispering. Why leave? We're here to spend money, not to be scolded. Go, try on all the clothes in this row. Don't worry about the style, just buy whatever fits. Yi Chen said, pulling Qin Meiyan over and gently pushing her toward the clothing rack, speaking with great bravado. Li Jiao's interest was piqued, and a mocking smile appeared on her heavily made-up face. Oh my, who are you? Quite the big talker. You should look at the price tags first. It would be embarrassing if you couldn't afford to pay later, Li Jiao said with a cold smile. Can't afford to pay? Heh, the fact that someone like you can come to this store is already a great honor for it. As he spoke, Yi Chen casually picked up a garment. It was a close-fitting undershirt priced at over 7,000 yuan. He smiled nonchalantly. Too cheap. Li Jiao couldn't help but laugh, no longer concealing the mockery on her face. The clothes here started at several thousand yuan, with better items costing tens or hundreds of thousands. Ordinary people couldn't afford such prices. Even she could only afford to buy one item a month, making her one of the privileged few. Yi Chen's attire consisted of cheap, mass-produced goods. What money could someone like that possibly have? He was merely trying to put on a show. Interesting. I can't wait to see if you can afford to pay the bill later. Xiaowei, come and attend to our big spender. He says he's going to buy everything in this row, Li Jiao said with a sneer, placing her hands on her hips and shouting. A female attendant approached and asked meaningfully, Sir, are you sure? She had initially wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks about Yi Chen's clothes. But upon seeing the attendants from the children's luxury goods section standing at the door with shopping carts and greeting her, she quickly changed her tune. Esteemed sir, if you're sure you want to purchase, I'll wrap everything up for you right away, guaranteed to your satisfaction. Meiyan, go and try it on, Yi Chen said, casually grabbing a long, elegant black cheongsam and placing it in Qin Meiyan's hands. Let's just go, okay? Qin Meiyan was on the verge of tears. Chapter 60. Since I bought it, I'll just discard it if I dislike it. Yi Chen was on the verge of pleading. Madam, please, just give it a try. If you're not satisfied, you can always return it. The saleswoman, Xiaowei, responded with a smile. At that moment, Li Jiao noticed something amiss. Why was the saleswoman being so attentive, even more so than when dealing with her? What was going on? All right, I'll try it on. But I'm not promising to buy it, Qin Meiyan said reluctantly, following the saleswoman into the fitting room. Shortly after, Qin Meiyan emerged, adorned in an elegant cheongsam. It accentuated her shapely figure, exquisitely showcasing the grace and poise of an Eastern woman. Qin Meiyan possessed natural beauty, which remained unmarred even when she dressed modestly. However, upon donning the cheongsam, her entire persona underwent a transformation. Previously, she exuded the charm of a girl next door. Now, she resembled a noble and dignified imperial concubine. Yi Chen was completely captivated. He lamented his past foolishness in pursuing vapid female streamers when he had such a stunning wife. How could he have been so cruel as to lay a hand on her? I don't think it fits me well. Yi Chen, let's just go. Qin Meiyan said, her eyes momentarily lighting up as she gazed at herself in the mirror. However, upon noticing the price tag of 27,000, her radiant gaze dimmed instantly, and she hastily shook her head. Witnessing Qin Meiyan's transformation in the dress, showcasing her beauty, figure, and aura, even Li Jiao felt a pang of jealousy. Little Qin, I must say, you do have a good figure. It's a pity you weren't born with a silver spoon. You have a child to raise. And I've heard you have a scoundrel of an ex-husband who's always gambling and has racked up considerable debts. This dress alone costs half a year's salary for you. Such extravagant spending is not suitable for you. But, if you're looking to improve your circumstances, I can introduce you to some wealthy patrons, Li Jiao said with a sneer. Harboring malicious intentions, she planned to recommend Qin Meiyan to those lecherous bosses, hoping to profit from their encounter. Yi Chen's expression turned icy, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Keep your vile thoughts to yourself. Don't assume everyone is as money-grubbing as you. I think your father would be more suited to accompanying guests. Perhaps you should introduce your mother instead. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao erupted in anger. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Who do you think you are? If you have the guts, then buy it. What's with all the boasting? Putting on airs. In the end, you can't afford it, you pauper. I've seen plenty of your kind, you bottom feeder. Go on, pay up. Li Jiao, like a persistent ghost, stood at the counter, eager to witness Yi Chen's humiliation. Yi Chen glanced at her, then approached the counter, pulling out his card. The audacity of looking down on others. He then addressed the staff. Go and have the sales assistants bring one of each style of the same dress. Pack them up for me. We'll have dinner at the rooftop garden and pick them up later. Yi Chen casually placed his card on the counter. Saleswoman Xiao Wei's eyes lit up when she heard Yi Chen mention the rooftop garden. She had overheard her colleagues discussing how a mysterious tycoon had booked the entire rooftop garden for the evening, a reservation that cost a staggering 500,000. She realized that the young man before her was the one. She didn't doubt it for a moment. As the rooftop garden incident had only been known among the staff and had occurred just half an hour prior. Certainly, sir. Xiao Wei hastily swiped the card. Soon, the machine dispensed a slip confirming the successful transaction, but when Xiao Wei saw the balance displayed, she was stunned, thinking she had misread it. Sir, this is your card, Xiao Wei stammered, taking a moment to compose herself before respectfully handing the card back with both hands. Keep it for now. I haven't finished shopping. I'll settle the bill all at once later, Yi Chen said, walking over to Qin Meiyun and selecting a pair of shoes and 2 handbags, along with various accessories. He made sure she had everything she needed. As for Qin Meiyun, her mind was in a daze, and she could only let Yi Chen guide her. After about half an hour, they had purchased 13 dresses, 2 evening gowns, 3 handbags, and 2 pairs of high heels. Yi Chen returned to the counter to pay. Sir, your total is 316,000 yuan. Here's your card. Please keep it safe, Xiao Wei said excitedly, returning the card once again. Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the previously arrogant manager Li. Upon learning that Yi Chen had spent over 300,000, Li Jiao's high and mighty demeanor vanished instantly. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and said to the staff, What's the highest membership level here? Sir, the highest membership level at our Hermes store is the Diamond membership, which requires a one-time deposit of 3 million. Xiao Wei responded quickly, her eyes wide. Charge 5 million to this card and issue a Diamond card under the name Qin Meiyun. With her birthday on August 15th, Yi Chen said casually, his words resonating like a bombshell throughout the store. Li Jiao, in particular, was dumbfounded, her face a mask of disbelief. Certainly, sir, I'll take care of it right away. Please relax in the VIP area for a moment, Xiao Wei said, bowing and gesturing with extreme respect. Even Tong Tong was now being looked after by a dedicated staff member, who brought over numerous toys to keep her entertained. Qin Meiyun grew anxious and immediately approached Yi Chen, pulling him aside. Are you crazy? Why would you deposit so much money in a clothing store? What's the point? Use that money to bring your parents over here. Don't let them toil in the fields anymore, okay? She raised 3 consecutive concerns, none of which were for herself. Observing Qin Meiyun's anxious expression, Yi Chen suddenly smiled, a smile of contentment. His heart ached with self-reproach. How could he have been so cruel as to abuse such a wonderful wife? Meiyun, you look so beautiful right now, Yi Chen said with a silly grin. His nose tingled, and his eyes reddened as he felt an overwhelming sense of remorse. Wife, please let me love you again. Just once. For eternity. I'll never let go again. Never lose you again. Are you out of your mind? Return the card immediately, or I'll really get angry. I won't accept anything you buy from me anymore, Qin Meiyun said, growing even more exasperated. Then just throw it away. Toss it in the trash. Anything I buy from now on that you don't like, just discard it, Yi Chen said, spreading his hands. Qin Meiyun was rendered speechless by his words. 5 million. It was 5 million. How could he speak of throwing it away so casually? Madam Qin, your card has been processed. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount at any of our stores nationwide. You will also receive our most sincere blessings on your birthday. On her birthday, within the confines of the store, one could select any bag or piece of clothing valued up to 30,000 yuan. Grateful for your trust, Xiao Wei bowed deeply, respectfully presenting the card with both hands. The regal service left Qin Meiyun feeling as though she were caught in a dream, hesitantly accepting the card. Its weight heavy in her palms. After all, it contained 5 million. How could Yi Chen be so reckless? Yet, the decision was now irrevocable, and she could not alter the course of events. With cautious resolve, she tucked the card away, pondering if there might be a day when she could discreetly return it. Chapter 61. A City of Romance. Just for you. The eminent Ms. Qin, shall we proceed? Yi Chen gestured with a flourish. You incorrigible flirt, Qin Meiyun retorted. Her cheeks flushed, though her heart was brimming with elation. She wasn't a woman driven by vanity, and she could sense a genuine transformation in Yi Chen. He who once begrudged buying her even a pair of socks, now readily spent millions at a luxury boutique solely for her attire. This stark contrast ignited a spark in Qin Meiyun's previously frozen heart. As they passed by Supervisor Li, Yichen's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Supervisor Li, I implore you to exert yourself and find a benefactor who can lavish a 5 million diamond card upon you at a luxury emporium. As for Ms. Meiyun, you need not concern yourself further. With a dismissive chuckle, Yichun escorted Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong out of the establishment. Supervisor Li, consumed by envy and resentment, stomped her feet, her newly acquired nose practically contorting with rage. The family proceeded, followed by an entourage of attentive attendants pushing laden shopping carts. This impressive procession, resembling a serpentine train, drew attention wherever it went. Reaching the elevator, Yichun addressed the attendants. No need to follow us further. Kindly wrap the garments, and I shall retrieve them shortly. Very well, Mr. Yi. The attendants responded in unison, their voices resonating through the space. Before departing with the carts under the astonished gaze of onlookers, Yichun, Qin Meiyun, and Tong Tong approached the elevator, where an attendant held the doors open for them. Hey, why are they allowed up while I'm not? Supervisor Li interjected, emerging from the adjacent elevator. Still smarting from the earlier humiliation, she had sought solace in the rooftop garden, only to be denied access. Now, she encountered Yichun and Qin Meiyun once more. Yet, upon their arrival, the attendant had promptly opened the elevator for them. Why? Why? She demanded, her voice laced with indignation. Because I have reserved the rooftop garden, Yichun replied tersely, turning to face her. Li Jiaya was taken aback. Though aware of Yichun's newfound wealth, she remained defiant. Nouveau riche. Just because you have money doesn't make you superior. It can't mask your lack of refinement. You're still a commoner, a lowly cur. I beg to differ. Having wealth is indeed remarkable. I find your current predicament, jostling in the crowd, unable to access the elevator, quite amusing. Observe how your jaw clenches, causing your makeup to cake, and your eyes burn with envy. I, on the other hand, can come and go as I please. Even purchase this entire hotel and shopping center and ban you and your ilk from entering. Unlike you, I can indulge my whims because I possess the means to do so. Yichun's words were laced with icy contempt. He had no desire to engage with such a woman, but her audacity in attempting to pimp his woman to wealthy men was utterly repulsive. He intended to impart a lesson, lest she harbor any malicious intent towards Meiyun. Li Jiaya was beside herself with rage. The surrounding onlookers cast curious glances in her direction. She had sought to humiliate Yichun, but instead, her own pride had been trampled underfoot and nailed to the pillory of shame. As the elevator doors closed, Yichun and his family ascended to the rooftop garden. Inside the elevator, Qin Meiyun sighed. Could you not be so ostentatious? You've antagonized Supervisor Li. I'm the one who will suffer the consequences. Can you not consider my feelings before acting? What's there to fear? You can always resign. It's not as if I can't provide for you. Yichun responded nonchalantly. Qin Meiyun thrust the diamond card back into Yichun's hand and turned away. This is my last stand at the company. I intend to work at my grandmother's company next. If I don't bring back results, she won't value me. As for your money, I don't need it. Take the card back. Yichun sensed her genuine displeasure. He had, perhaps, overstepped, and Meiyun was struggling to accept the change. All right, I'll apologize to Supervisor Li tomorrow. Would that appease you, my dear? Smile for me, won't you? Look, Tong Tong is unhappy because you're not happy. Yichun tilted his head, gazing at Qin Meiyun with playful affection. Enough with the flattery, Qin Meiyun retorted, though her anger had visibly subsided. Yichun, now that you've earned money, there's no need to waste it on me. I don't object to you spending it on Tong Tong, but not too extravagantly. The past is behind us. We need to start anew. I appreciate the affection you've shown me these past few days, but before she could finish her sentence, the elevator doors opened, revealing a sight that left Qin Meiyun speechless. Tong Tong, her eyes wide with wonder, pointed at the scene before them and exclaimed in delight. The rooftop terrace had been transformed into a floral paradise, resplendent with vibrant colors and fragrant blooms. A sea of blossoms carpeted the space, while an array of shimmering golden lights illuminated the sky. A long table overflowed with delectable dishes. 7 or 8 couples, impeccably dressed, stood in 2 rows, bowing in unison. Welcome, esteemed Mr. Yi and Ms. Qin, to the Kelton rooftop garden. May all the beauty in the world be forever intertwined with you. Qin Meiyun was utterly stunned. Tong Tong, overcome with excitement, broke free from Yichun's grasp and darted forward. 2 attentive attendants swiftly intervened, ensuring her safety. As the awe-inspiring salutation echoed through the air, Feng Tianhai, standing on a starlit stage, lowered his voice and announced, Congratulations to brother Yi and sister-in-law on your 8th wedding anniversary. May your love grow stronger with each passing day. At Feng Tianhai's command, a dozen drones hovered in the sky, their formations precise and orderly. Countless petals rained down from above, carried by the gentle breeze. Confetti cannons erupted in unison, filling the air with joyous celebration. With a gentle nudge, Yichen guided Qin Meiyan out of the elevator. In that instant, a shower of rose petals filled the night sky, creating a city of fragrance, dancing solely for her. Yichen gazed tenderly at his wife's silhouette. My beloved, this is the romance I offer you in this renewed life of mine. A true romance. Only for you. Chapter 62. A Day for Splurging. A solitary starburst painted the sky, followed by an explosion of pyrotechnic artistry. Soon after, a dazzling array of fireworks erupted, illuminating the heavens. In an instant, the entire city of Longzhou was bathed in a vibrant, incandescent glow. The metropolis was astounded. Throngs of people, captivated by the spectacle, converged on the streets. Even feuding couples, witnessing the magnificent display, found themselves embracing. On the rooftop, Qin Meiyun, her hands covering her mouth, wept uncontrollably. Her frame trembled with emotion as tears streamed down her face. She sank to the ground, releasing a torrent of pent-up emotions from the past 7 years, and the pain inflicted by Yichen. Brother, what's wrong with sister-in-law? Why is she crying? Oh no, is she displeased with my arrangements? Feng Tianhai scratched his head, approaching Yichen with concern. You've done exceptionally well. She's overwhelmed with joy. Yichen smiled softly and approached her. As the fireworks subsided, Tong Tong rushed over, embracing Qin Meiyun. Mommy, the fireworks were so beautiful they made you cry. Tong Tong, still a child, couldn't fully grasp the depth of adult emotions. Mommy isn't crying. She just got something in her eye. Qin Meiyun stroked Tong Tong's hair, forcing a smile. Let's eat. Don't go hungry. Yichen said gently. Qin Meiyun wiped away her tears, averting her gaze to conceal her emotions from Yichen. The family returned to their seats. Yichen, let's be clear, we can eat, but no extravagance or waste. Qin Meiyun emphasized earnestly. All right, as you wish. Let's just have a light meal. Yichen glanced at the desserts and fruit on the table before taking the menu from the waiter. He proceeded to order the most exquisite dishes: caviar, Kobe wagyu, foie gras, king crab, and an assortment of other premium delicacies. And a bottle of Romanicani. Yichen declared casually. Upon looking up, he was met with Qin Meiyun's piercing gaze. Despite her unfamiliarity with such delicacies, Qin Meiyun was alarmed by the exorbitant prices. Kobe steak, a single slice costing thousands. This was not mere dining. It was an act of squandering. The meal would undoubtedly cost upwards of 200,000. Did you not hear a word I said? Spending tens of thousands on a single meal. Are you trying to flaunt your wealth? I just looked up that Connie you ordered. It costs 89,800 for a single bottle. You're just burning money. Qin Meiyun lowered her voice, leaning across the table. She didn't want the staff to overhear and ridicule Yichen. Indeed, there's an abundance of wealth. I earn money to provide you and our daughter with a high-quality life and to revel in the pleasures of life. What else would I be working so hard for? Just to see a string of numbers? Yichen retorted smugly. Mommy, Daddy's right. I saw a portly uncle on Douyin say, I won't work, I find employment. Too tiresome, it's just 2 words. What were those 2 words again? Tong Tong scratched her head in frustration before exclaiming, I remember. It's just 2 words, splurge. Haha. My darling Tong Tong is right. Just 2 words, indulge. Yichen burst into laughter. Feng Tianhai, standing nearby, watched on with envy. Enough of that nonsense. Stop watching inappropriate videos. Qin Meiyun glared at Tong Tong. This isn't just spending. It's like you're at war with money. The family's blissful moments unfolded amidst laughter and conversation during dinner. Afterward, Yichen and Qin Meiyun stood on the rooftop, gazing out over the city. A surge of pride filled his chest. Do you think I'm acting like a nouveau riche? Engaging in a retaliatory spending spree? Yichen inquired, tilting his head to look at Qin Meiyun. Qin Meiyun brushed a stray lock of hair from her face, replying helplessly, You're not just indulging in retaliatory spending. It's as if you're doing it to spite me. Nearly 300,000 spent on a single meal. What good could that money have done? Your elder brother urgently needs funds. He sacrificed his down payment on a house to help you repay your debts, causing friction between him and his wife, delaying their marriage. And then there's your childhood friend, Zhou Quan, who runs a small restaurant with his wife. They trusted you enough to lend you 50,000, which you still haven't repaid. You've accumulated so many debts of gratitude. Now that you're capable, shouldn't you allow those around you to benefit as well? Qin Meiyun spoke with earnestness, embodying the essence of a perfect wife. Principled, reasonable, and undeniably beautiful. All right. I understand, Yichen conceded, raising his hands in surrender. He had lost such an exceptional wife before. This time, he couldn't afford to make the same mistake. He remembered all of these debts of gratitude and would settle them one by one. Are you getting impatient? Fine. It's your family matters. It's none of my concern. Qin Meiyun turned to leave. Alarmed, Yichen quickly pursued her, standing in front of her to explain, Meiyun, everything you said is for the good of my family. I'm truly touched. Yichen raised his hand, as if to swear an oath, appearing utterly sincere. Qin Meiyun covered her mouth, turning away to stifle a laugh. A gentle breeze rustled Qin Meiyun's hair, revealing her radiant smile. You're beautiful, Meiyun, Yichen said, captivated. What are you staring at? Is there something on my face? Qin Meiyun chided playfully. The moon pales in comparison to your face, your beauty as complete as the full moon. Yichen replied earnestly. Qin Meiyun blushed, glancing around nervously. Even during their courtship, Yichen had never uttered such romantic words. You're being absurd. Qin Meiyun quickened her pace, walking past Yichen. Indeed. I awoke one day recently to find myself afflicted with a profound longing for you. Yichen followed closely behind, smiling gently. He felt like the love-struck young man he once was, his thoughts and heart consumed by his wife. Chapter 63. Brother, with your newfound wealth, you simply must acquire a vehicle. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun halted, her gaze fixed upon Yichen. Yichen, you've truly transformed. For the better, I presume? Yichen responded, arching an eyebrow. Humph, you've become excessively saccharine. With that, Qin Meiyun, her cheeks flushed, scurried away. Yichen, belatedly comprehending, hastened to catch up. Tong Tong, witnessing the scene, eagerly joined in. The trio, as a family, merrily dashed into the elevator, only to find themselves breathlessly quieted. Upon reaching the threshold, Qin Meiyun inhaled deeply, still seemingly immersed in the reverie of the recent spectacle. Many remained below, their gazes directed skyward, undoubtedly reliving the resplendent fireworks display. I overheard someone mention. You amassed 40 billion? Qin Meiyun inquired, tilting her head towards Yichen, feigning composure with a tone of studied nonchalance. In truth, a tremor resonated within her voice. 40 billion. Such a concept lay beyond the grasp of a woman who, despite her professional prowess, subsisted on a modest income, meticulously economizing every penny. To be precise, it's 42 billion in change, with a mere 3 to 4 million in loose change, Yichen casually corrected. Upon hearing Yichen's offhand remark about a trifling sum of 30 to 40 million, Qin Meiyun's breath hitched. The sheer magnitude of such an amount was staggering. It represented an endeavor that would necessitate the collective efforts of her entire company, toiling for 3 years, to generate a comparable yield. This mere pittance could potentially facilitate the acquisition of her very workplace. The preceding 40 billion only served to amplify the sense of awe. With 40-odd billion nestled in a bank account, the daily interest alone would amount to hundreds of thousands. I regret that my circumstances previously caused you hardship. It's time for you to revel in the finer things, Yichen declared, his gaze earnest. I'm unaccustomed to such extravagance. You ought to cherish the newfound happiness rather than squandering it wantonly. If I couldn't dissuade you before, I certainly can't now, Qin Meiyun lamented. She realized that her words would likely fall on deaf ears. With millions to spare, even reckless spending would take considerable time to exhaust such a fortune. You possess the power to dissuade me. I'm now entirely at your command. Should you bid me turn west, I shall never stray east. Should you task me with pursuing a canine, I shall never harass a fowl. Yichen avowed, his expression conveying utmost sincerity. Qin Meiyun merely offered a faint smile, gesturing towards the illuminated area in the distance. Let's take a stroll there. There's a night market. The fare we just sampled was far too exorbitant for my palate. A night market. Very well. Yichen acquiesced, having envisioned a romantic interlude at a hot spring, complete with fine wine to set the mood. However, with Qin Meiyun's preference known, he had no choice but to comply. The night market teemed with people. Yichen, leading the way, hoisted Tong Tong onto his shoulders. Qin Meiyun, trailing behind, observed with keen interest. Yichen's actions were replete with touching nuances, a father's instinctive concern to shield his daughter from the throng. It appeared that Yichen's paternal affections had indeed awakened. He had undergone a profound transformation, one that was genuine and not merely a consequence of his newfound affluence. Yet, for her to fully embrace Yichen remained a daunting prospect. 7 years of torment had left her scarred, having finally escaped that nightmare. She could scarcely be expected to emerge from the shadows within a mere month, solely on the basis of recent changes. It was an arduous undertaking, truly arduous. After their sojourn through the night market, Yichin escorted Qin Meiyun and Tong Tong home, the hour being late. Tong Tong, exhausted from the day's excitement, had already drifted off to sleep during the return journey. As she lay nestled in her bed, a beatific smile graced her countenance. Daddy, Daddy, Tong Tong loves you. As Yichin prepared to depart, Tong Tong uttered these words in her sleep. Once again, his heart was stirred by the depths of his affection for his daughter. He recalled that when Tong Tong first called him daddy, he felt nothing, even considering her birth a mere encumbrance. But now, that single word nearly melted him. Tong Tong, Daddy loves you too, Yichin whispered, gently planting a kiss on her forehead before rising and exiting the bedroom. Qin Meiyun sat rigidly on a chair in the living room, her posture betraying her unease. Meiyun, I must take my leave. Friends await me. You should rest as well, Yichin remarked, casting a glance before opening the door and departing. Phew. Qin Meiyun finally relaxed, her nerves having been stretched taut. She had feared that Yichin would request to stay, leaving her unsure of how to decline. But he had simply left, causing a flicker of disappointment to stir within her. As she recognized this feeling, a blush crept across her cheeks. Could it be that he no longer finds me desirable? Qin Meiyun murmured, her gaze fixed on the door. Upon realizing her words, she widened her eyes and quickly took a sip of water. What's happening to me? Why should I care about him? With that, she turned and, her face flushed, retreated to the bedroom to change into her nightclothes. Embracing Tong Tong, she drifted off to sleep. Upon Yichin's arrival at the complex entrance, Feng Tianhai appeared in a Bentley Mulsanne, whisking him away to the Kelton Hotel, ostensibly to introduce him to a friend. A newly acquired vehicle? Yichin inquired, running his hand over the seat with a smile. It's all because of a new paramour. My Land Rover was already quite dashing, but she insisted on a Bentley, so I obliged. Oh, and brother, now that you've struck it rich, you really ought to acquire a personal conveyance. A Rolls-Royce caliber at the very least. That way, you can conveniently chauffeur your sister-in-law and niece. Oh, bother, brother, please don't misunderstand. I'm not implying that taking you is a burden. If you ever need anything, just give me a call. And even if I'm lying in an ICU bed with a ventilator, I'll rip out the tube and crawl to pick you up. Ye brother. Feng Tianhai exclaimed nervously, glancing in the rearview mirror as he drove. Purchase a vehicle? I've considered it, but there's no rush. As for real estate, I intend to acquire it first, so that I may bring my parents, siblings, and relatives here. Yichin stroked his chin, then raised his head to inquire, by the way, you mentioned introducing me to your friend, but I don't see him. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai awkwardly scratched his head. Brother, I sincerely apologize. That lad is far too aloof, an inveterate show-off. Frankly, had it not been for my uncle's insistence that I assist in introducing you to him, I wouldn't tolerate such behavior. Feng Tianhai grumbled. Chapter 64. Feng Tianhai's subtle schemes. Since it's uncle's request, I suppose we should meet. He did assist us on a prior occasion, and such favors should not go unacknowledged. By the way, is this friend of yours involved in the hotel industry? Indeed. Feng replied. His family owns a chain of hotels, a family enterprise. The lad is eager to prove his mettle and has been scouting for ventures. My uncle's intention is to have you, if you would be so kind, offer him some guidance, preventing him from taking unnecessary detours. Feng Tianhai grinned. His admiration for Yichin had evolved into reverence, akin to a deity in his eyes. Upon discovering that Yichin was the celebrated stock market maven, his excitement remained palpable and irrepressible. This would undoubtedly enhance his reputation among his peers. If it is uncle's wish, I shall oblige, Yichin assented, reclining in his seat, and closing his eyes in repose, ceasing further conversation. After a few minutes, the vehicle arrived at the Kelton Hotel once more. Yichin alighted and proceeded inside with Feng Tianhai. Ascending to the 9th floor via the elevator, they arrived at the entrance of a lavish office. A woman, attired in a sophisticated business suit, arose and inquired, Sirs, may I assist you? We are here to see Chin Peng. Where might he be? Feng Tianhai attempted to open the office door, only to find it locked. Mr. Chun has retired to his chambers for a respite, the secretary responded amiably. What? He has gone to sleep? The audacity. I have inconvenienced my associate to come all this way, and he has the temerity to sleep? I beg your pardon, sir. Feng Tianhai turned to Yichin to apologize. I deeply regret this circumstance. I never anticipated such impudence. Please do not be displeased. Do not distress yourself. It is of no consequence, Yichin reassured him, gently patting his shoulder. We shall return tomorrow. I, too, find myself weary. I shall secure a room and rest. Yi Chen extended his hand, lightly patting Feng's shoulder before turning towards the elevators. Blast it! Chen Peng, you shall rue this day, Feng Tianhai exclaimed, gesturing towards the office before hurrying after Yi Chen. The subsequent morning, Yi Chen received a call from Qin Meiyun. Yi Chen, my schedule is rather demanding today. Would you be available to care for Tong Tong? If you are otherwise engaged, I shall enlist Fatty's assistance. Upon hearing her entreaty, Yi Chen roused himself from slumber, hastily dressing and rushing towards the door barefoot. I am available. Most certainly, Yi Chen responded, his voice filled with urgency. I am presently dressing. Please await my arrival. You and Tong Tong are my utmost priorities. I am always available to care for my daughter. Hearing the commotion on Yi Chen's end, Qin Meiyun felt a sense of relief. She had harbored doubts about Yi Chen's sincerity, suspecting his actions were merely a fade. Pray, proceed with caution and ensure Tong Tong does not suffer any harm. Rest assured, Tong Tong is in capable hands. I shall ensure she is shielded from even the slightest breeze, Yi Chen declared, his face radiant with joy, as though he had won the lottery. This marked the first occasion since their separation that Qin Meiyun had entrusted him with Tong Tong's care, signifying a growing trust. His efforts were bearing fruit. After terminating the call, Yi Chen hastened to the elevators and descended to the lobby. Qin Meiyun, too, beamed with delight. In truth, she felt secure leaving Tong Tong in Yi Chen's care. He cherished Tong Tong, providing her with even more meticulous care than she herself did. Subsequently, Yi Chen brought Tong Tong to the hotel, intending to take her to the amusement park for the day. Feng Tianhai arrived at his suite and caught sight of Tong Tong brushing her teeth at the washstand. Ah, my little princess Tong Tong, you have arrived, Feng Tianhai exclaimed, approaching Tong Tong. Nay, uncle's whiskers are too prickly, Tong Tong protested, pushing against Feng Tianhai's face. Then, I shall shave my whiskers and then dote upon you, Tong Tong, Feng Tianhai declared, proceeding to shave his beard. Yi Chen approached, gently washing Tong Tong's face and drying it before producing his phone and styling her hair into braids, following the instructions in a video. Well, I never knew you possessed such skills, Feng Tianhai remarked enviously. I envy you for having such an adorable child. Then, you ought to marry. While you are still in good health, your offspring will be healthy. Given your status, you could have your pick of brides, Yi Chen responded, delicately styling Tong Tong's hair. I am destined to be a bachelor. While I admire your devotion to your wife, I am content with being an uncle to the little princess, Feng Tianhai said, gently caressing Tong Tong's cheek. She is my daughter. Refrain from touching her. If you desire a child, have one of your own, Yi Chen retorted protectively, embracing Tong Tong. Ah, but she is also my niece. Tong Tong, would you like to visit the amusement park with your uncle? We can ride the roller coaster and purchase the most beautiful dresses, chocolates, and ice cream. Feng Tianhai squatted down, addressing Tong Tong with a smile. Thank you, uncle, but I prefer to be daddy's daughter. Do not attempt to usurp my position. Tong Tong replied sweetly, waving her hand. Yi Chen and Feng Tianhai exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Half an hour later, Yi Chen, carrying Tong Tong, and Feng Tianhai arrived downstairs. Alas, I have forgotten. My girlfriend took my car last night. Please wait here, and I shall have Chen Peng escort us, Feng Tianhai said. Retrieving his phone, Yi Chen observed him but remained silent. 20 minutes later, a young man in a silver suit, his hair slicked back, exuding an air of arrogance, sauntered towards them. Chapter 65. I am perplexed as to why such a devoted family man like my brother would ever consider divorce. Chen Peng, are you daft? What time is it? You're still asleep. Upon seeing the young man, Feng Tianhai's fiery temper ignited, and he immediately launched into a tirade. With your indolent demeanor, you wouldn't amount to anything even if given the opportunity. And you expect my brother to guide you? You're incorrigible. Chen Peng, after casting a glance at Yi Chen, languidly turned around and fixed Feng Tianhai with a gaze. Mind your tongue. Are we even acquainted? If memory serves, this is only our second encounter. The first was 15 years ago, in the compound. He paused, and with a disdainful puff of air, adjusted his attire and surveyed the scorching sun. What's with all the bluster? Spare me your theatrics. Feng Tianhai, noting Yi Chen's presence, retorted coldly, I won't dignify you with a response. Just arrange a vehicle for me. My brother intends to take the child to the amusement park. As for mentoring you, we'll revisit that matter upon our return. He was growing impatient and had no desire to engage in petty squabbles. His tone was one of command. What gives you the authority to order me around? Is it your third uncle? He's merely a subordinate of my father. Chen Peng sneered. Speaking of which, in terms of assets, I possess 12 hotels. What do you have? A meager liquor distributorship that's hemorrhaging money. What's this? Did you have to sell your car? Now you're putting on airs here? If it weren't for our shared upbringing in the compound and my father's explicit instructions, I wouldn't even bother with you. Enough, both of you. We'll simply hail a taxi. Yi Chen interjected, nudging Feng Tianhai. Brother, you go ahead. I refuse to believe he has any reason to act so superior. I'm already worth over 100 million. And it only took me a few days. Your 12 hotels combined don't generate even a fraction of my profits in a year. Moreover, this is my brother. My guiding light. If it weren't for my third uncle's sake, who would even want to mentor you? Look at your attitude. You're nothing but raw potential, completely uncoachable. Feng Tianhai retorted, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Peng. Mentor me? Honestly, he's just as plebeian as you are. Chen Peng scoffed. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard you made a fortune by acquiring unfinished properties, apparently on the advice of a fortune teller. Is that him? Chen Peng's face was etched with contempt. After all, his father was a high-ranking official, and he had independently built a dozen hotels, making his strength undeniable. Yi Chen responded icily. Indeed, it was me. I intended to assist you, but it seems you have no need for it. Sensing the hostility, he decided to dispense with pleasantries. Assist me? Oh, right, I almost forgot. I've heard about your exploits. Hoarding mount based on divination and acquiring unfinished properties. I must say, my friend, what era are we in? Only fools like Feng Tianhai would believe you. Chen Peng's face was still full of disdain. Your father is Chen Timing, a senior leader in the Provincial Department of Housing and Urban Rural Development, correct? Yi Chen inquired calmly. Chen Peng was taken aback, his expression shifting to a mixture of surprise and anger. Are you trying to deceive me now? Get real. Did he tell you all this? Chen Peng pointed at Feng Tianhai, his face twisting into a mocking sneer. Feng Tianhai was enraged and on the verge of violence. But Yi Chen stopped him with a look. You're planning to acquire a popular and called Yunshui Yao in the Qilin Mountain Scenic Area for a price of 42 million. Negotiations are still underway, but your limit is 40 million. You've arranged to meet with them today at the Yundun restaurant to continue discussions, where they will present you with a surprise. Although, it may turn out to be a nasty one. I advise against purchasing that hotel. If you insist on acquiring Yunshui Yao, wait until after 10 o'clock to sign the contract. Yi Chen paused for effect. At that time, keep an eye on the news or Douyin. You might discover something new. I've said my piece. Whether you believe it or not is your decision. With that, Yi Chen scooped up Tong Tong and headed downstairs. Chen Peng, you'd better listen to my brother, or you'll regret it. Feng Tianhai exclaimed, adopting a don't bite the hand that feeds you attitude before hurrying after Yi Chen. Two lunatics. They're obsessed with fortune-telling. Chen Peng scoffed, dismissing their words. He turned to his secretary and instructed them to arrange a car to the Yundun restaurant. Half an hour later inside the amusement park, Tong Tong was ecstatic as she rode the merry-go-round. Yi Chen sat behind her, holding his daughter and smiling. Feng Tianhai, on the other hand, looked troubled. He lit a cigarette, only to have it confiscated by a nearby staff member, adding to his frustration. Daddy, this is so much fun. I want to ride by myself. None of the other children have their dads with them, and Tong Tong is very brave, Tong Tong said as she dismounted. All right, Daddy won't accompany you for this round. I'll watch from the side. Yi Chen replied with a smile, affectionately stroking Tong Tong's head. It was a good thing that his daughter had her own ideas. He would support her as long as there was no danger. After all, she had always been by Mei Yun's side, mostly following Mei Yun's arrangements, and didn't have much freedom. Tong Tong beamed and skipped back to the ride, her strawberry bear backpack bouncing behind her. Yi Chen leaned against the railing, keeping a close watch. Still concerned, he approached a staff member and discreetly offered 200 yuan bills. Excuse me, miss, would you mind keeping an eye on my daughter? Yi Chen asked politely. The staff member hesitated before accepting the money, her face lighting up with joy. Is that the little girl? Don't worry, sir, I'll take good care of her. With that, she approached Tong Tong, interacting with her and making her even happier. Brother, I'm really sorry. If I had known Chen Peng was such a jerk, I wouldn't have brought you to meet him. That ungrateful fellow will regret it sooner or later, Feng Tianhai said apologetically as he approached Yi Chen. He was worried that Yi Chen would be angry because of the unreliable friend he had introduced, which made him question himself. It wasn't worth ruining his reputation for someone else's sake. All right, do I look like someone who holds grudges? I brought my daughter here to have fun. Stop moping around, or go find a place to cool off. Yi Chen scolded with a smile. Brother, as long as you're not angry, everything is fine. If you want me to laugh, I'll laugh for you. Hearing Yi Chen's tone, Feng Tianhai breathed a sigh of relief, grinned, and burst into laughter, looking ridiculous. Yichen was disgusted and pushed his face away. Oh, brother, my niece Tong Tong is just like you, especially with that face-pushing move. Feng Tianhai whined, rubbing his face. Of course, my daughter must resemble me. Yichen chuckled, gazing at the carousel where Tong Tong was riding, his face brimming with pride. By the way, brother, I hesitated to ask you before, but what exactly is the situation between you and sister-in-law? If you prefer not to discuss it, just consider my question as unasked. There's no need to be overly anxious. Feng Tianhai quickly interjected. He was genuinely curious, as it seemed illogical for someone as admirable as Brother Yi, who was devoted to family, a doting husband, and an indulgent father, to experience a divorce. Chapter 66, A Fiery Fury. Tong Tong is assaulted. In earlier years, I committed numerous transgressions, succumbing to a plethora of vices and ultimately losing my stable job. One could say that the very essence of a scoundrel and a degenerate can be found within me. I have wronged both of them, and all I do now is merely to repay my debts. I do not dare to hope for their forgiveness. At this point, Yichen sighed. Fortunately, Meiyan has gradually begun to see me in a better light. Moving forward, I shall strive to shoulder the responsibilities of a husband and embrace the duties of a father. Indeed, however, I must say, brother, your wife is truly wonderful, and remarkably beautiful too. Tong Tong is utterly adorable. You must put in more effort. Thankfully, you have now become a billionaire tycoon. Though your wife is not one to covet material wealth, a man's ability to earn is undoubtedly his greatest charm. I am confident she will soon come around and reconcile with you. After all, men as young and affluent as you are rare and highly sought after. Feng Tianhai was not flattering. Achieving the remarkable feat of earning over 4 billion before turning 30 is no small accomplishment. In a place as small as Langzhou, or even across the nation, such individuals are few and far between. Let it go. Meiyan did not marry me for money. She is not the kind of person. In any case, should you encounter a girl who desires only your character and not your wealth, do not, under any circumstances, be like me and realize the value of what you have only after losing it. Yichen raised his hand and patted Feng Tianhai's shoulder. Actually, I have encountered such a person. Feng Tianhai replied with a smile. Now, that girl who urged you to buy the Bentley Mulsanne, Zhang Yaoyao? Yichen suddenly inquired with a chuckle. Huh, brother, how did you know her name is Zhang Yaoyao? Ah, my memory is quite sharp. It's only natural I know her name. However, I did not grasp the meaning of what you just said, Feng Tianhai said as realization dawned upon him. Yichen could deduce even a pipeline leak explosion. How could such trivial matters escape his sharp gaze? That girl is fine for casual fun, but do not fall for her. Tonight, you ought to visit the Blue Ocean Bar, room 702, and you shall learn everything. Oh, and do not forget to bring a few friends along to avoid any unpleasantness. After delivering his words, Yichen turned his gaze toward the horizon. The second plan was about to commence. This was one of the few opportunities he had to profit. Time remained, only a few days. The capital he held was more than sufficient. At that moment, upon hearing Yichen's words, Feng Tianhai's mood grew somber. He absolutely trusted Yichen's advice. Nonetheless, he also wished to see for himself what transpired at the Blue Ocean Bar tonight. Not far away, Tong Tong was still engrossed in play, just about to climb onto the giant white rabbit carousel when, at that moment, a chubby boy reached out and grabbed her. Move aside. I want to sit here. The plump boy demanded imperiously. I want tea. This is mine. I want to play. Tong Tong replied stubbornly, clutching the carousel tightly. Get out of my way, or I'll hit you. The chubby boy threatened, lunging forward and tugging at Tong Tong's clothes. Rip. Tong Tong's princess dress was torn apart. This was bought for me by my daddy. You need to move, Tong Tong exclaimed, her character resembling that of Qin Meiyun. Despite her slender frame, she possessed considerable strength. With a firm push, she sent the boy tumbling off the platform. Though the platform was only half a meter high, the chubby boy fell and immediately began to cry. Wah, it hurts. My bottom. When my mom comes, she will definitely teach you a lesson. The boy yelled, pointing at Tong Tong. After all, he was just a child, albeit a heavy-set one. I'm not afraid. I have my daddy. You tore my dress that my daddy bought for me, Tong Tong declared resolutely. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed, slightly overweight woman rushed over, clearly the chubby boy's mother. Zhuang, what happened? You scared mommy. Why is your arm bleeding? The woman asked, her face filled with concern. Mommy, it was her. She pushed me down. The boy pointed at Tong Tong and shouted. What? Pushed you down? You little brat. You have quite the audacity to push my son. The woman exclaimed, her anger palpable. Waitstaff, come here at once. Why was my son pushed down? Do you not know who I am? I am Mrs. Zhang, and my husband holds shares in this amusement park. You can't tell the difference between a child and an adult, can you? The woman bellowed. The staff member looked troubled. Ma'am, your child insisted on taking another child's carousel, which led to the scuffle. This is not my responsibility. I sincerely apologize. Is your child all right? The staff member, unable to provoke the woman's wrath, could only offer an apology. Though this incident had little to do with her, after all, amusement parks require parental supervision while children play. Moreover, this was a result of human actions, not an accident. How dare you argue with me? My son doesn't need to fight with anyone. This amusement park is sponsored by my husband. The woman shouted, suddenly slapping the staff member, sending her crashing to the ground. Then, she stormed toward Tong Tong. You filthy little girl, how dare you hit my son? Speak. Do you dare do it again? The woman roared, causing Tong Tong to tremble in fear and burst into tears. She staggered backward in panic. Daddy, Daddy, I'm scared, Tong Tong cried out. At that moment, Yi Chun, alerted by her cries, turned abruptly, his heart racing with fury, especially upon witnessing his daughter being pushed to the ground by a woman who was now yelling at her. His anger surged, reaching a boiling point. His eyes reddened, seemingly ablaze with fury. In the next instant, he vaulted over the railing and charged toward the woman. The woman heard the commotion and turned to see Yi Chun approaching, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Tong Tong, Daddy is here. Don't be afraid. Yi Chun forcibly suppressed his rage, first picking Tong Tong up from the ground, anxiously inspecting her body. Upon seeing her dress torn, his brow furrowed deeply. Daddy, that chubby ant pushed me and yelled at me. It's not my fault. Her child stole my carousel and tore my princess dress. I love the dress you bought for me, so I pushed him. Tong Tong sobbed uncontrollably. Tong Tong, don't cry. I'll buy you a new dress. Yi Chun comforted her, his heart racing, fearing that she might be frightened even slightly. You little brat, you are that wretched girl's father, aren't you? Why didn't you come out sooner? Look at the mischief your daughter caused by pushing my son. Do you know who I am? This amusement park is sponsored by my husband. I warn you, apologize to me now, and have your daughter apologize as well, or I will not let this matter rest. The woman shouted assertively. Many parents nearby gathered around, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 67. The Rampage of a Devoted Daughter's Servant. At this moment, Tong Tong, go to your uncle. Daddy will be there shortly. Yi Chun spoke softly to Tong Tong, lowering his voice to its gentlest tone. Tong Tong, come. Uncle will take you to ride the pirate ship. Feng Tianhai clapped his hands, suppressing his inner fury, and called out to Tong Tong with a warm smile. Only then did Tong Tong obediently nod and walk over. Once Tong Tong was taken aside, Yi Chun rose and strode towards the woman. You just said who was the disgrace. Yi Chun approached the woman, his expression darkening to an extreme. The woman was so frightened that she stammered and fell silent. What, with so many people watching? Do you still dare to hit me? The woman, seeing the gathering crowd, pointed at Yi Chun defiantly. Not only you, but even your wretched son deserves a beating. Yi Chun could no longer contain the fury boiling within him. He lunged forward, grasping the woman by her hair and delivering a barrage of slaps, each one infused with his full strength. Every strike distorted her freshly done nose, and even the chubby little boy was sent sprawling to the ground, wailing in distress. How dare you touch my daughter? I can barely protect her as it is, and you dare to strike her? She is my life, my daughter is my life. Yi Chun rained down slaps until his hands felt numb, witnessing the woman's cries abruptly cease. The onlookers gasped in shock. For it is said, a mother must not be insulted before her children, and a father must not harm a daughter. Any father with a sense of honor, upon seeing his daughter harmed, is prepared to sacrifice his life in that moment. Yi Chun embodied this sentiment. He hurled the woman to the ground and began kicking her head repeatedly, eliciting pitiful wails as she cradled her head in agony. I swear. Yi Chun struck until he was nearly drained of strength, his adrenaline surging, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. The woman, battered and bruised, had lost half her teeth, her face grotesquely disfigured. Sir, please calm down. You cannot continue to strike. If you do, someone might die. A girl rushed over with several parents, forcibly pulling Yi Chun away. Ah, woe is me, my husband is coming. He will surely kill you. The woman continued to curse, her words slurred and indistinct as she lay on the ground. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man approached, flanked by 7 or 8 security guards. Upon seeing the woman's pitiful state, fury contorted his face, especially as he noticed the chubby boy crying on the ground. Wife, who did this? Tell me. I want him dead. The man rushed over, helping the woman to her feet, his face a mask of anger. It was him, husband. He beat me and our child. The woman yelled, pointing at Yi Chun. The man turned to Yi Chun, his face taut with rage, but when he recognized Yi Chun's features, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Yi, boss Yi. The man gasped. He had seen Yi Chun before, albeit not well. He was present the night of the infamous gamble with the stock god, Zhang Liang, a man worth over 100 million. He held deep respect for Yi Chun's prowess. You know me? Yi Chun narrowed his eyes, approaching while rubbing his wrist. Since the woman's husband had arrived, a fair confrontation could ensue. The battle of men. Just as his own anger yearned for release. Of course I know you. That night you won over 70 million from Zhang Liang. I was right there. I must say, Boss Yi, as a person of stature, it is utterly outrageous for you to act so violently against my wife in public. The man questioned, his face aflame with indignation. Is that so? Outrageous? Perhaps you should ask your wife what she did first. Yi Chun sneered. The man's expression shifted as he recalled his wife's true nature. Anxiety crept in. Xiaolan, tell me what exactly happened. The man turned, his tone stern. Husband, just take care of him. Don't ask. Look, I nearly got killed by him. There are so many witnesses. The woman exclaimed, anger and grievance lacing her words. However, as the man's gaze swept over the crowd, he found only indifference. Some even shook their heads in disbelief. You tell me what transpired. The man's gaze finally landed on a staff member. Mr. Zhang, it was your son snatched this gentleman's daughter's puppet, tore her dress, and then was pushed down. Subsequently, your wife rushed over and struck this gentleman's daughter. The staff member recounted nervously. As the staff member's words echoed in the air, the woman's bravado crumbled, her head drooping in shame. Zhang, the man, wore a grim expression, grinding his teeth before sighing heavily. I apologize, Boss Yi. It is my failure to discipline properly. I hope your precious daughter is unharmed. Yi Chun, hearing this, replied coldly. Thankfully, she is just frightened. If she were harmed, I would demand her life. Zhang, trembling in cold sweat from Yi Chun's fierce tone, repeatedly apologized before hastily escorting his wife and child away. Feng Tianhai returned with Tong Tong, who had changed into a new princess dress, identical to the previous one. Daddy, Uncle Tianhai took me to buy a dress. Tong Tong exclaimed, seemingly having forgotten the earlier incident, smiling brightly. Yi Chun quickly scooped Tong Tong into his arms. Did you thank Uncle Tianhai? Yi Chun asked with a smile. Of course. Tong Tong is very polite. She nestled against Yi Chun's shoulder, her cuteness radiating. What is there to thank? Buying a dress for my niece is only right. By the way, brother, how did you resolve that? I just learned that wretched woman is Zheng Jun's wife. Marrying such a harpy, he is bound to encounter misfortune. Should I apply some pressure? Feng Tianhai approached, a fierce look in his eyes. No need, it's all settled. Let bygones be bygones. All I want is for Tong Tong to be safe. And that is the best outcome. Let us go, it's getting late, we should grab a bite. I have something to discuss with you. Yi Chun waved his hand, leading the way out of the amusement park. Feng Tianhai's heart raced with excitement. From Yi Chun's words, it seemed he was on the brink of discovering another lucrative opportunity. Chapter 68. Can you please not disturb her sleep? In a luxurious private room at the Yundan Hotel, an array of sumptuous delicacies and vibrant seafood adorned the table, alongside several bottles of exquisite red wine worth over 70 to 80,000. Chen Peng rose, his face beaming with a smile as he approached a middle-aged man. Lifting his glass, he said with a grin, Mr. Han, this marks our 6th meeting. I trust you can perceive my sincerity. It is not that your esteemed hotel is not worth the price. Rather, I find myself in a financial predicament at the moment. Otherwise, I would not squander so much of your time. With that, Chen Peng downed his drink in one swift motion. His sincerity was indeed palpable. However, Mr. Han shook his head and replied coolly, well, Mr. Chun, this approach lacks substance. If you claim to be short on funds, I could lend you some, but the price of this hotel is non-negotiable. To be frank, were it not for my desire to venture into other businesses, I would be loath to part with this hotel. The Chilan Mountain tourist area attracts hordes of visitors yearly. Let me tell you, even during the off-season, my daily revenue is substantial, he said, raising 3 fingers for emphasis. At this moment, Chen Peng fell silent, taking a seat and attentively listening to the man. Moreover, my establishment is a trendy hotspot for influencers, not to mention the investment in renovations. The traffic alone makes it invaluable. To be candid, if you do not finalize today, I will be signing a contract with another CEO you know, Mr. Sheng Qicheng of the Xinshi Group, who has just acquired the Haitian Group. He is also entering the hotel industry, but currently lacks reputation. As for the price, he is unyielding. I only considered you because of your father, Mr. Han concluded with a smile. Upon hearing Sheng Qiqiang's name, Chen Peng's expression shifted slightly. The Shengshi Group is a multinational conglomerate, a true titan in the industry. In Longzhou, they dominate logistics, dining, and entertainment sectors. In a competitive scenario, he would be no match for them. Mr. Han, I am willing to offer 42 million. Let us finalize the contract. Chen Peng asserted earnestly. However, please give me a moment. I have a matter to attend to and will return shortly to sign with you. Very well, but I must see Mr. Sheng before 10 o'clock. I cannot leave him waiting. Will you be able to provide me with a definitive answer by then? Mr. Han nodded in agreement. At that moment, Chen Peng stood and headed towards the exit. Just as he opened the door, a female secretary rushed in. Mr. Chen, the owner of the Qihai Lantian Hotel, Mr. Yang, has arrived and wishes to discuss the hotel acquisition matter with you. He mentioned he could lower his price by 2 million from 50 million, she informed him. 2 million less? That still amounts to 48 million. Compared to Yunshuyo, his business hotel is outdated. Yunshuyo is only 42 million. How audacious of him. Chen Peng scoffed, but then abruptly paused. Wait, did you say Mr. Yang from Qihai Lantian is here in person? Yes, Mr. Chen. He is quite earnest and waiting in the next room, the secretary confirmed. All right, I understand. Please go and reassure Mr. Yang that I will be there shortly, Chen Peng instructed casually. The secretary nodded with a smile and hurried off. Strange. I never scheduled a meeting with Mr. Yang, and I clearly indicated that the price was too steep, politely declining. Yet, he comes to renegotiate. Perhaps it is mere coincidence. A result of that charlatan's meddling. But a 600,000 difference, Yunshuyo truly is the prime acquisition target. Suddenly, Chen Peng recalled Yi Chen's warning from earlier that morning. The owner of Qihai Lantian, Mr. Yang, has indeed come. It feels almost uncanny. Yet, Chen Peng dismissed the notion with a shake of his head. A fraud. Why should I believe him? Am I out of my mind? He then approached the window, lit a cigarette, and glanced at his watch, 9:40. There were only 20 minutes left. That fellow had mentioned signing after 10. Was he merely toying with me? Or would some unforeseen event transpire? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he pulled out his phone and opened Douyin, scrolling through a few hotel management videos before stowing the device back in his pocket. It's about time to return and sign. How could I have fallen for that tricksterous nonsense? I must steer clear of such people in the future, pure misfortune. Chen Peng muttered, heading towards the private room's door. Just as he reached for the handle, the secretary rushed back in. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, we have a serious problem. Look, it's trending on Douyin. A customer at Yunshuyo discovered a foul odor in their room, and after changing rooms, other guests found a decomposed body under the bed. The hotel has been sealed off. The secretary handed him her phone. Chen Peng's heart raced as he processed the information. Upon seeing the video, he stood frozen in shock. It had just gone viral and shot up the trending list within moments. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Mr. Han, looking flustered and in a hurry. Without so much as a greeting, he bolted past Chen Peng and rushed away. Observing Mr. Han's disheveled retreat, Chen Peng couldn't help but smile broadly, even feeling a sense of relief. Mr. Chen, what is going on? What should we do next? The secretary inquired, perplexed. Does Mr. Yang know about this incident? Chen Peng suddenly asked. I doubt it. I only saw a friend share it just now and immediately brought it to you. The secretary replied hastily. Let us go see Mr. Yang. I'll take the 48 million, Chen Peng declared, leading the secretary towards the adjacent private room. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had just returned to the hotel and was about to close the door when Feng Tianhai approached him. Boss, there are 2 law enforcement officers here, he said with concern. Soon, 2 uniformed officers stood before Yi Chen. Are you Mr. Yi Chen? We are from the Longzhou Criminal Investigation Team. We received a video report alleging that you assaulted someone at Nanshan Amusement Park. Here is the video evidence. Please cooperate with us, said a middle-aged officer, flashing his badge. All right, I'll cooperate. Could you refrain from disturbing my daughter's sleep? I need to put her down first, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Please cooperate with the investigation and avoid any tricks. Otherwise, I will charge you with causing a public disturbance. The younger officer interjected loudly. Yi Chen quickly pressed his face to Tong Tong's ear, holding her tightly. Tong Tong merely stirred slightly before resuming her slumber. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. He lifted his gaze to glance at the young man, and then turned to Feng Tianhai, saying, Tianhai, please assist me in escorting Tong Tong back. Do not engage in excessive conversation with your sister-in-law to spare her from worry. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai forcefully pushed the young man aside, casting him a cold glance as he spoke. Do not presume to wield your authority as a means to bully others. Cannot you see there is a child present? Chapter 69. Do you perceive me as a villain? Feng Tianhai gingerly cradled Tong Tong in his arms. Repeat that. The young enforcer seethed, pointing an accusatory finger at Feng Tianhai. Yubin, cease your noise. This is law enforcement, not a quarrel. As an officer of the law, maintain your decorum. A middle-aged enforcer rebuked sharply. The young man remained defiant, but chose not to voice further objections. Tianhai, spare the chatter and return Tong Tong promptly. Be cautious on your way, Yichen remarked nonchalantly. Understood. Brother. Rest assured, I shall care for Tong Tong. Feng Tianhai nodded before turning to depart. Will they use handcuffs? After Feng Tianhai had left, Yichen suddenly raised his hands with a grin. No need for that. Simply cooperate, the middle-aged man instructed as he opened the door. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. The young man urged, shoving Yichun with his hand. In an instant, Yichun evaded the young man's grasp effortlessly, extending his leg to trip him. Bang! The young man stumbled and fell to the ground. Yichun smirked as he walked past, coolly remarking, You should be grateful I am not a rogue, but a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, for your blatant outburst in front of my daughter, I would have dealt with you severely. Officer, would that be considered a threat? If so, please add it to the record. Yichun inquired, casting a casual glance at the middle-aged enforcer. You would do well to keep your composure. The incident of assault is not grave. As long as you can earn the other party's forgiveness, you might only face a 24-hour detention. But do not push your luck, for arrogance will not serve you well, the middle-aged enforcer retorted coldly. Yichun, upon hearing this, refrained from further comment and proceeded to exit. The young man, now on his feet, wore a furious expression. Damn it, he ambushed me. Zhang, I want to file a complaint. This is utterly intolerable. He raged. If you had maintained a proper demeanor, he would not have treated you this way. You are a headstrong novice when you accompany me on law enforcement duties. Speak less and observe more. Otherwise, if you join another team, I won't be able to manage you. With your intellect, you can provoke even the most ordinary of criminals. Do you not understand? Zhang reprimanded him with disdain. The young man hung his head, still brimming with discontent. In the apple orchard community, Feng Tianhai parked the car and spotted Qin Meiyun anxiously waiting at the entrance. He exited the vehicle and waved, calling, Sister-in-law, over here. Tong Tong is asleep, please take her. Qin Meiyun hurried over and gently lifted Tong Tong into her arms. Where is Yichun? What has he been doing? Qin Meiyun's expression darkened. Having entrusted Tong Tong to Yichun, she now felt betrayed that he had handed the child to another. Was there any difference between him and the scoundrel of the past? She had hoped for change, only to realize her misplaced expectations. Sister-in-law, it's not like that. Brother Yi had some matters to attend to, which is why he had to entrust the child to me. You must believe me. He cares deeply for Tong Tong. She is his own daughter, Feng Tianhai hastily explained. Enough. Just tell me what happened and where he is. Qin Meiyun insisted, shaking her head. I will explain, but please remain calm. Brother Yi got into a scuffle and is currently being questioned by the enforcement department. However, he will be released soon. The situation is not severe. Feng Tianhai feared Qin Meiyun would misconstrue the situation and jeopardize their relationship, so he felt compelled to reveal the truth. Fighting? At his age, he still resorts to brawling? Is this his justification for neglecting the child? Qin Meiyun retorted coldly, her heart gradually turning icy. Sister-in-law, will you allow me to finish? He has confided in me about his past misdeeds in his youth, but he has changed now. I assure you. I have witnessed his transformation. Let me show you this video. It will clarify everything. He then retrieved the footage of Yichen's confrontation, which had been shared online, to show Qin Meiyun while explaining the context. Upon learning that Yichen acted out of a desire to protect Tong Tong from being bullied, Qin Meiyun felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She had wronged him. Realizing this, she quickly opened the car door and seated herself, saying, Tianhai, please take me to the enforcement department. I need to see how he is doing. I am worried. Sister-in-law, do not fret. It's really not a significant issue. In fact, this matter is far less important than Tong Tong's slumber. I will seek out my uncle, and everything will be resolved. You should return home. Feng Tianhai reassured her, thumping his chest in promise. Once Qin Meiyun learned that Feng Tianhai's uncle held a high position, she finally felt a sense of relief. She was astonished that Yichen's acquaintances were increasingly impressive, a stark contrast to his previous dubious companions. All right then, keep me updated as soon as you have news. Qin Meiyun urged anxiously. Understood, sister-in-law. With that, Feng Tianhai got into the car and drove away. Meanwhile, Yichen sat calmly in the interrogation room, facing the inquiries with composure. Yichen, your actions were unjustifiable. While I acknowledge your influence in persuading the other party to reconcile, you cannot evade the law. Zhang spoke sternly. Do you think I resemble a villain? Yichen asked indifferently. It is not my perception. Rather, your actions determine whether you are deemed a good person or a villain. From the perspective of this assault, you are indeed in violation of the law. Zhang asserted with unwavering integrity. May I inquire, Officer Zhang, do you have children? Yichen posed the question. Maintain a serious demeanor and respond to the inquiries. The young man beside Zhang banged on the table in protest. Yichen shrugged, saying, Then I have nothing further to discuss. Yes, a son, age 10, Zhang replied. His name is Zhang Xingxing, and he attends the second experimental primary school. Yichen responded with a smile. Suddenly, Zhang's face contorted with rage, while the young man erupted in outrage. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening Officer Zhang? If you dare to harm his family, do not expect me to show you any mercy. The young man fumed. Chapter 70. Chun Peng's sincerity. At that moment, team leader Zhang rose, extending his hand to press the young man back down. He then approached Yi Chun, lowering his head to say, Based on your earlier remark, I will reciprocate with your own words. If I were to remove this uniform, I would undoubtedly bring you to your knees. At this moment, Yi Chun merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. Zhang, consider this. It is only natural for a father to react when his child is threatened. I refer to the incident at school where your child was assaulted. As a father, you are bound by your duties while donned in this uniform, as you are a public servant. However, I am not encumbered by such moral constraints. Whoever harms my daughter shall face my wrath. Therefore, my actions are justified. Yichen asserted, spreading his hands. Indeed, but legally, such actions are not permissible. My apologies for misunderstanding you earlier, team leader Zhang replied earnestly. However, he soon expressed his confusion, asking, But I am perplexed. How do you know about my son? Yichen replied with an air of calmness. You are a good man. Recently, you have been investigating a kidnapping case where the perpetrators not only abduct but also execute their victims. There have already been 3 casualties, all children aged between 8 and 13. Your team has apprehended one of the gangs, yet no useful information has been extracted during interrogations. Initially, team leader Zhang dismissed Yi Chen's knowledge, recognizing that the case had garnered media attention and stirred public anxiety. However, his demeanor shifted when Yi Chen continued, What more do you know? How have you acquired this information? Zhang's emotions surged, and he began to suspect Yi Chen of being a suspect in the case. The societal repercussions of this case were dire, and orders had been issued to resolve it within 3 days. Yet, as of now, the investigation had yielded no leads, causing him great distress. What time is it? Yi Chen did not respond to the inquiry. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, team leader Zhang said, glancing at his watch. There is still an hour before the children are dismissed. Zhang, their next target is your son. At the entrance of second experimental primary school, a white van awaits with 2 armed criminals inside. A lookout is stationed near a food stall under a tree, while another assailant plans to infiltrate the school, aided by a teacher who is their compatriot, your son's homeroom teacher. Do not question how I know this. If you trust me, you must act swiftly, Yi Chen urged, his tone grave and sincere. Do you realize that your words and actions could lead to serious consequences? If we respond and find nothing, it would be tantamount to raising a false alarm. Team leader Zhang pressed, gripping Yi Chen's shoulder firmly. Yi Chen merely cast a glance at him. If we uncover nothing, that would be the best outcome. At least no one would be harmed. Zhang, hurry. Do not waste any more time. Do not let regret consume you. If something happens, I will bear the responsibility. Do you not care about your child? Yi Chen emphasized once more. After a moment of contemplation, team leader Zhang raised his head. Yubin, summon the team. We are departing for second experimental primary school. Ensure everyone is assembled within 5 minutes. He commanded, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen. Though reluctant, Yubin complied and went to notify his colleagues. Yi Chen, if this proves true, I, as a father, will personally express my gratitude. However, if it is false, I, as the head of the criminal investigation team, will hold you accountable. With that, team leader Zhang swiftly turned and departed. Shortly thereafter, Yi Chen exited the investigation division and encountered Feng Tianhai, who greeted him with a bright smile. To his surprise, Chen Peng was also present, resembling a jolly figure, waving enthusiastically with a beaming expression. Brother, you must be exhausted, Feng Tianhai exclaimed, rushing over to offer support to Yi Chen. Do not be so dramatic. It was merely an interrogation, not a prison release. There is no need for such exaggeration. Yi Chen chuckled lightly, then turned to Chen Peng, who stood next to the car, grinning foolishly. What has happened to you? Hee hee, I admit defeat. The body was discovered at the Yunshuyo Inn. This fellow has narrowly escaped a calamity, which is indeed fortunate. Otherwise, it would have been millions down the drain. Now, the inn has been sealed, and the fallout from this incident will likely lead to its closure. Even the owner has been taken for investigation due to serious suspicions, Feng Tianhai said, pride evident in his tone. Yi Chun had anticipated this outcome, yet hearing it from Feng Tianhai's lips was immensely satisfying. Just as Yi Chun prepared to enter the car, Chen Peng hurried over, beaming. Brother, are you still upset with me? I am merely this way. He knows we grew up together in the same compound. Please, do not hold it against me. Get in my car. Let us return to the hotel to pick up sister-in-law and my niece. I will treat you. Chen Peng, resembling a cheerful servant, stood by the car door, grinning broadly. It seemed he had genuinely submitted, transforming from a privileged scion of a noble family to a humble companion, all within the span of a single day. This shift only heightened Feng Tianhai's admiration for Yi Chun. There is no need for such courtesy. Your fortune in evading this disaster is merely luck. My eloquent words may have gone unheeded, but that is beyond my control. Yi Chun replied coolly. However, his words only served to deepen Chun Peng's embarrassment. He knew that had he acted a moment sooner and signed the contract, he would have lost 40 million. Stop calling me brother. Where does that leave me? Were you not boastful before, claiming that my brother is of lower status? You warned against associating with me, lest it tarnish your reputation. And that is my sister-in-law and my niece. Do not address them so casually. Feng Tianhai seized the opportunity to tease Chen Peng mercilessly, relishing the moment. Brother Hai, I was wrong, truly wrong. Father, you are my father. It is all my fault. I spoke out of turn and failed to recognize your greatness. Please, grant me a chance to redeem myself. I cannot bear this humiliation. Chen Peng nearly dropped to his knees. Chapter 71. To save a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Moreover, the transformation in Feng Tianhai's attitude is nothing short of remarkable. First addressing him as brother, then as foster father. The extent of this apology left even Feng Tianhai in awe. Enough of the nonsense. Let's go pick up the child and then head to the hotel. Yi Chun stated as he climbed into the car. All right, brother. Let sister-in-law and my niece ride with me. I drive steadily. Feng Tianhai is unreliable. Chen Peng exclaimed with delight, not waiting for Feng Tianhai to scold him before darting back to his own vehicle. Damn it, that little brat, taking advantage and acting cute. Feng Tianhai grumbled as he too got into the car, heading towards the apple orchard community. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the second experimental primary school, Captain Zhang led a few elite team members, surrounding a minivan completely. Upon seeing the two individuals inside, they were all taken aback, especially Captain Zhang. Is it really them? He whispered in shock. Captain, there's a suspicious person lurking by the corner sausage stand. Highly suspect. Kim Yubin's voice over the radio. Captain. The criminal infiltrating the school, disguised as a janitor, has been apprehended. All students and staff remain inside their classrooms for safety. We are ready to act at any moment. The radio continued to relay information, leaving Captain Zhang increasingly astonished. What Yi Chun had predicted was unfolding before him. Hold on. I'll lead the team inside to verify the identity of a homeroom teacher. Captain Zhang recalled Yi Chun's words. If that teacher was indeed an accomplice of the criminals, not only was his child in danger, but the entire class as well. However, without evidence of any action taken by the suspect, he had no choice but to proceed cautiously. Captain Zhang personally took 2 team members and entered the campus, first arriving at his son's classroom. Yet, he did not enter, but instead stood by the window. To his horror, he witnessed a bespectacled young man taking his son out alone. What should we do, Captain? One team member asked anxiously. Don't rush. I believe that teacher is not acting willingly. Just wait, and do not make any sudden movements, Captain Zhang replied sternly. Inwardly, however, he was panicking. An indescribable rage surged within him as he wished he could eliminate that teacher with a single shot. Yet, he knew he had to remain composed. It was then that he recalled Yi Chun's words. If you saw your child being harmed, would you not fight back? At that moment, the classroom door swung open. The teacher emerged, leading a boy by the hand. Dad, why are you here? The boy asked, bewildered upon seeing Captain Zhang. At 10 years old, he was growing, yet still noticeably smaller than adults. The sight of his son next to a suspect heightened Captain Zhang's anxiety. Simultaneously, the teacher noticed Captain Zhang approaching and became visibly nervous. I've come to pick you up from school and take you to your grandfather's, Captain Zhang said, his hands clasped behind his back, though he had a loaded gun ready. While addressing his son, his gaze remained fixed on the male teacher. The teacher began to sweat profusely, his hand rising as if to grab the boy. Excuse me. Can I take my child home early today? I apologize for interrupting your class. If you're busy, please return to your lesson. I will just take the child to the entrance for registration. Captain Zhang suddenly smiled and spoke. Instantly, the teacher's raised hand fell limply to his side. Captain Zhang, seeing this, did not relax his guard. Rather, he became even more cautious. After a few steps, he finally reached his son, stepping forward to pull the child behind him. In that instant, several law enforcement officers rushed out, swiftly pinning the teacher to the ground. Thank you for not harming my child. Come with us for questioning. Your involvement is not grave, and you may still have a chance to make amends. Captain Zhang addressed the subdued teacher. Sir, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I don't wish to die or commit a crime. They forced me to involve the child. I will comply and confess, the teacher replied, appearing relieved. A smile replacing the earlier fear on his face. He had been under duress for 3 long days, and now, at last, he felt liberated. In that moment, both their expressions of gratitude and inner turmoil averted a crime and saved an innocent child. At this juncture, Captain Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Yi Chun. Holding his son close, he finally broke down in tears. Others present witnessed this moment, sharing in the relief and joy. This case had finally been resolved. Soon, the school entrance was flooded with media. During an interview, Captain Zhang smiled and remarked, "This rapid resolution is thanks to the bravery of my investigative team. But the credit belongs to a friend of mine. I am immensely grateful for the information he provided, which helped prevent another tragedy." As news reports circulated, the friend mentioned by Captain Zhang quickly became a trending topic online. Some hailed him as a returning detective, while others dismissed it as mere rhetoric. Some speculated it was just a civilian providing information, protecting their identity, while others suggested it was a rift among criminals over a misdistribution of loot. In any case, the internet buzzed with various theories and opinions. Meanwhile, seated in the car, Yichen watched the news broadcast, a smile gracing his face. Soon, Qinping and the others arrived at the apple orchard community. As Yichen stepped out of the car, he spotted Qin Meiyun standing at the entrance, anxiously holding on to Tong Tong. "Daddy, it's Daddy." Tong Tong's eyes sparkled as she immediately broke free from Qin Meiyun's grasp and rushed towards Yi Chun, her face beaming with joy. Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes, muttering, "This ungrateful little one already knows who is good to her." Yet, she approached with a serious demeanor. "My precious princess, Daddy has missed you terribly. Come here and give Daddy a kiss." Yi Chun crouched down, arms wide open, and enveloped Tong Tong in a warm embrace. Tong Tong, filled with delight, planted a kiss on Yi Chun's cheek, leaving a trail of saliva, fragrant with the scent of milk. Yi Chun welcomed it, feeling it was a gift from his little angel. Chapter 72. A sincere apology. "I was wrong, brother." "Dad, where have you been? I can't find you anywhere," Tong Tong lamented, her small hands clutching Yi Chun's neck tightly. "I asked Mom, and she scolded me." The innocence of the child was evident. She could easily perceive who cared for her. The love Yi Chun bestowed upon her was not measured in monetary terms, but rather in companionship, indulgence, and affection, an irreplaceable paternal bond. "Aha, your mother didn't mean it. If you listen to her more, she won't be so harsh." Yi Chun chuckled as he lifted Tong Tong into his arms, then turned to Qin Meiyun. "Qin, my beautiful lady. Who has upset you? You seem a bit off today. Don't jest with me. What have you been up to?" Qin Meiyun responded sternly, "What do you mean? You seem to have a serious problem." I haven't done anything. Just resolved a small issue. Ask Tianhai if you don't believe me." Yi Chun gestured, only to realize that Feng Tianhai had vanished without a trace. In that moment, Yi Chun understood that Qin Meiyun must have known about everything. That rascal, Feng Tianhai, had spilled the beans despite being told to keep it under wraps. "Don't blame him." I pressed him for answers. "But really, you're an adult now. How could you resort to fighting? Even if it's for Tong Tong, you shouldn't have harmed someone to that extent. If your parents find out, they will worry about you." Qin Meiyun admonished, her tone serious yet tinged with concern. Despite her reprimands, it was clear she was anxious for his well-being. Yi Chun couldn't help but smile at the thought. It seemed he was not just an afterthought in Qin Meiyun's mind, for she was genuinely worried about his safety. "You can still manage to smile? That's quite unbelievable," she remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Being cared for feels wonderful." Yi Chun replied, "All right, Qin, I understand. I promise to be more prudent next time and heed your advice. Let us not escalate this further, shall we?" He attempted to reach for Qin Meiyun's hand, but instinctively withdrew. She noticed his hesitation and sighed. "Fine, you're an adult now. You should know better. Your impulsiveness is commendable for your daughter's sake, but next time, consider your approach." As her words concluded, Yi Chun snapped to attention, saluting jokingly. At your service, my lady. Seeing his playful demeanor, Qin Meiyun couldn't help but laugh. Just then, Chenpeng cautiously approached. Are you slouching? I never noticed before, Yichen inquired, puzzled. No, I'm not slouching. Sister-in-law, are you done reprimanding? If so, let us get going, Chenpeng tentatively suggested. At that moment, Yichen realized that this young man was not slouching, but rather intimidated by Qin Meiyun. My apologies for the embarrassment, he said. Where are we headed? Qin Meiyun softened her demeanor as they were in public, politely asking, where are we going? To the hotel. I've arranged a banquet there, sister-in-law. Please, get in the car. Chenpeng replied, eager to make amends. I know my brother is going through a lot. I understand what happened. That woman truly deserved a reprimand. In an effort to win Yichen's forgiveness, Chenpeng was genuinely trying. I know it was a moment of impulse, but it was reckless. Thankfully, the child is fine. Just some superficial injuries. If he had caused real harm, it would have become a troublesome situation. A justified action could easily turn unjust. Indeed, violence is unacceptable. Qin Meiyun remarked seriously. Chenpeng wiped the sweat from his brow, having intended to defend Yichen, but finding himself at the receiving end of her lecture. Soon, Qin Meiyun got into the car and reached for Tong Tong, who clung to Yichen. I don't want to. This uncle said we couldn't ride in his car this morning. She protested, refusing to leave Yichen's embrace. Chenpeng felt embarrassed, wishing he could disappear into a crack in the ground. It's a misunderstanding. My dear niece, I was merely speaking in my sleep. How could I deny such a lovely child a ride? He pleaded with a grin. Really? Then I'll sit with Mom, Tong Tong declared, promptly leaping from Yichen's arms into Qin Meiyun's. At that moment, Feng Tianhai dashed over, waving his hands sheepishly, a guilty smile plastered on his face. I had a stomach ache earlier. Hey, brother, sister-in-law, didn't he give you a hard time, did she? Enough with the chatter. Let's south hit the road, Yichen said, giving him a light smack as they all piled into the car and set off toward the Grand Hotel. The banquet Chenpeng had organized was lavish, complete with a specially ordered 3-tiered children's cake for Tong Tong, which delighted her immensely. Brother, I was immature before. Please don't hold it against me. I'm here to apologize, Chenpeng stated, raising his glass. I'll drink this. You may do as you wish. Enough. Yiga never held a grudge against you. If he truly wanted to, he wouldn't have come, Feng Tianhai interjected. Do you think I look down on anyone? I'm not one to be trifled with. Brother, I have a spacious 170-plus square meter apartment in Bigiyuan, just renovated and unoccupied. Here's the key, Chenpeng said, brandishing a set of keys as if to provoke Feng Tianhai. Enough. I cannot accept your gift, Yichen replied, bemused as he hurriedly pushed the keys back. In truth, his refusal was not solely for the sake of propriety, but also due to his own ambitions. Chenpeng's father held a high position, almost second to the city lord. Yichen wasn't aiming for anything unscrupulous. He merely sought a connection that could ease his future endeavors. Today's incident had already demonstrated how beneficial such connections could be. If he had truly broken the law, no one could save him. Yet since the initial aggression had come from the other party, it was merely a brawl, and with the other side's forgiveness, the matter was hardly significant. However, had he not had those connections, he could have faced an unnecessary 20-hour detainment. Chapter 73, Preparations in Advance, a Strategy of Deception. Brother, do you look down upon this house, or do you find it lacking in prestige? The decoration was personally designed by me, featuring luxurious European style, and I invested nearly 700,000 to 800,000 solely on the renovations. Chenpeng inquired, his astonishment evident. He found it incomprehensible that this house, along with its exquisite decor, was valued at over 260,000, yet it was unwanted. Was it deemed too modest? Upon hearing this, Yichen chuckled and shook his head, about to offer an explanation. However, Feng Tianhai interjected, it's precisely because it's not prestigious enough. Chenpeng, do you genuinely believe my brother requires your 100 houses? I contend that it's not his disdain, but rather your lack of discernment. Do you truly think a tycoon with over 4 billion in liquid assets would need your properties? As Feng Tianhai's words resonated, Chenpeng was momentarily struck dumb. As if struck by lightning, his mind reeling. Although Feng Tianhai often boasted and jested, he wouldn't exaggerate in such matters. Yet, Chenpeng could hardly fathom that Yichen, only a few years his senior, was already worth over 4 billion. The sheer magnitude was terrifying. Moreover, he had never encountered Yichen before. He was familiar with the few wealthy individuals in their circle, and those worth 4 billion were exceedingly rare, especially in Longzhou, a city barely above a second-tier status. No. It wasn't merely 4 billion in net worth, it was 4 billion in liquid funds, readily available. The implications were profound. Brother, it's not that I look down on you. Truly, is what Feng Tianhai said accurate? I know of individuals worth hundreds of billions, but none can produce 40 billion in liquid assets at once. Before this, I was narrow-minded, having never encountered you, Jinping asked, his face a mask of disbelief. He was genuinely curious, eager to understand how Yichen amassed such wealth. Indeed. I've recently profited from stocks, Yichen replied nonchalantly, taking a sip of water. He then sampled a small cake that Tong Tong had brought him. His casual statement sent Chen Peng into a state of profound shock once again. His mind raced. Upon hearing the sensitive term stocks, he quickly associated it with the recent exploits of a legendary figure in the financial realm who had reaped substantial gains from the global capital markets. And then there was the figure of 40 billion. Wait, let me compose myself, Chen Peng stammered, raising his glass, only to choke and turn beet red. Feng Tianhai beside him laughed heartily, while Yichen remained unperturbed, playing with Tong Tong. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun experienced wave after wave of astonishment. Fully grasping the concept of 42 billion, it was enough to command respect from a CEO of numerous chain hotels and to have a powerful young heir trailing behind. Addressing him as brother, a house with renovations costing 60 to 70,000 was once beyond her wildest dreams. Yet now, Yi Chun remained stoic, devoid of any interest. He had indeed transformed, and the change was monumental, akin to a nation encountering an era of unprecedented development before the age of smart devices. This realization brought Qin Meiyun immense satisfaction. Don't be so excited. It's not that remarkable. Yichen finally lifted his head, smiling at Chen Peng. Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I made a fool of myself before you. So, you are indeed the legendary stock god of the financial world. Chen Peng finally regained his composure, but exclaimed in astonishment. What? The stock god of 42? Yichen scratched his head in confusion. Trading crude oil futures with 20 times leverage for 8 hours, raking in 42 billion. Currently, people perceive you as a divine figure in the circle, Chen Peng declared, his tone earnest. Enough of this, it's too embarrassing. Brother, I have nothing of worth to offer you, so this favor I cannot repay in the short term. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to call on me. I am more than willing to serve you. Chen Peng spoke earnestly. There is indeed something, but it's not a request for help. Rather, I'd like to bring you both in on a profitable venture. Are you familiar with BM Motors? At this moment, Yichen smiled lightly. Suddenly, with a loud crash, Feng Tianhai, thrilled at the mention of making money, fell from his chair. Everyone turned to look in astonishment. Don't mind me, brother. Please continue. Feng Tianhai exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. Yichen merely smiled and continued. In an hour, BM will host an exciting car show. You two should go take a look and then wait for my message tomorrow. As Yichen's words settled, the two exchanged glances. Brother, I need to use the restroom. Feng Tianhai blurted out, darting out of the room. Brother, I'll accompany him. Jinping quickly followed suit after bidding farewell. Observing these two lively characters, Yichen couldn't help but chuckle. Man, please keep Tong Tong entertained. I need to make a phone call. With that, he walked toward the window. Qin Meiyun complied. Knowing that Yi Chun was preoccupied with significant matters, she seated Tong Tong in a chair and began feeding her. I want to play with Daddy. Tong Tong pouted, watching Yi Chun head into the adjacent room. Daddy is busy. Be good and don't make me scold you, Qin Meiyun warned playfully, raising her small fist in mock threat. However, Tong Tong appeared on the verge of tears. Yet, Qin Meiyun felt no pity, knowing it was Yi Chun who had spoiled her. Sweetheart, when adults are busy, you must play by yourself, understand? If Daddy doesn't earn money, then your strawberry bear, cake, and everything else will disappear. Moreover, if Daddy doesn't earn money, he won't have time to play with you, Qin Meiyun patiently explained. Upon hearing this, Tong Tong nodded obediently. After all, she was just a child. Then she pouted, saying, Then I'll wait for Daddy to earn lots of money, so he can play with me every day. With that, she spread her arms wide, indicating a grand gesture that held great significance for her. At that moment, Yichen stood by the window, dialing a number. Soon, the call was answered. Hello, Brother Yi. It's quite late. What brings you to call? Wei Zonglin, having just fallen asleep, was roused by the phone. Had it been anyone else, he would have cursed them out. However, seeing it was Yichen calling, he excitedly leapt out of bed, harboring no grievances. Chapter 74, The Auto Show Scene. Brother, I need your assistance tonight. Yichen began. Could you help me acquire some short-selling options on BM automobiles in the United States? Upon hearing this, Wei Zhonglin promptly donned his glasses and replied earnestly, "Certainly. I happen to have a reliable friend who runs a company in the U.S. and has connections with the banks. He frequently engages in short selling and is a trustworthy individual. I can vouch for him. How much would you like to purchase?" Reassured by his words, Yichen responded, "Not much, just 500 million would suffice. Conduct the transaction through my account, and I shall reward you handsomely once it's completed. Let us skip the pleasantries. Given our relationship, I will contact him immediately," Wei Zhonglin stated before ending the call. As Yichen gazed out at the nightscape, a smile graced his face. A significant event was brewing for BM Automobiles tonight, and by tomorrow, the stock was poised to plummet by 30 trillion. Now was the opportune moment for bottom fishing and profiting from the rise. Although many could sense an increase, they were uncertain of its extent. While many were willing to take risks, their investments remained modest. Following this incident, BM Automobiles would undergo a substantial price drop, solely to rebound in the stock market. It was a matter of who could seize the lowest price first and cash out at the peak. Yichen was well aware of this. Short selling could only be executed abroad, thus, he aimed to gain a mere 2 cents. It was a solitary endeavor, as short selling could not involve others. Conversely, he could involve Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng for a small profit on the upswing. All his actions were paving the way for his future. Later that night, upon returning to his private room, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Yi Chun, about to rise, was interrupted by Qin Meiyun, who placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, saying, "Let me handle this. Tong Tong has been looking for you." The door swung open, revealing a man in law enforcement attire, causing Qin Meiyun to momentarily hesitate. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" she inquired, her heart racing as she feared he might be seeking Yi Chun. His recent transformations and newfound wealth left her increasingly uneasy. "Is Yi Chun here?" "I am Captain Zhang Sheng of the 9th Criminal Investigation Team." The officer replied with a smile. "Yi Chun is not here. I apologize," Qin Meiyun said, quickly closing the door, her face pale and tense. She was not afraid of anything as long as Yi Chun remained safe. At that moment, Yi Chun approached her with a gentle smile, opened the door. "He has come to express his gratitude." "Gratitude? Yi Chun, please don't jest. He has come to our door," Qin Meiyun exclaimed. "Stay quiet. We will discuss this once he leaves. You must explain what you've been doing to earn such a fortune," she sighed deeply, her heart racing at the thought of lying before a law enforcement captain, something she had never done. Yet, subconsciously, she was protecting Yi Chun, albeit through misguided means. "Rest assured, he genuinely wishes to thank me," Yi Chun reassured her, displaying a confident smile as he opened the door. "Captain Zhang, do you need anything?" Yi Chun called out to Zhang, who had just walked a short distance down the corridor. Surprised by the call, Zhang turned and walked back. Entering the private room, at Yi Chun's invitation, Qin Meiyun lowered her head in embarrassment, occasionally casting a glare at Yi Chun, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. "I have come to express my gratitude for the information you provided. Without your warning, my son might have faced dire consequences," Zhang stated, pushing his son forward. "Xingxing, kneel and greet Uncle Yi," Zhang instructed. Without hesitation, the young boy knelt before Yi Chun. "Get up, quickly," Yi Chun exclaimed, helping the boy to his feet. "Captain Zhang, there is no need for this," Yi Chun insisted. "It is customary in my hometown to show such respect. You are our family's savior. Kneeling is not a loss. I hope you can overlook my previous rudeness," Zhang added, his face filled with regret. "Your duty is understandable. I wouldn't take it to heart. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Please, join me for a meal," Yi Chun offered. "Not today, perhaps another time. My wife will cook for you at our home. I know you are busy, so I want to intrude. However, you must accept my invitation to dinner. Otherwise, I will bring Xingxing here to kneel for you daily." Zhang replied with a grin, leaving Yi Chun feeling helpless. Zhang presented Yi Chun with a banner that read Outstanding Citizen of Longzhou, along with a medal. "This is a token of honor from our entire criminal investigation team, awarded after careful consideration," Zhang stated seriously. Yi Chun accepted the medal without hesitation, pinning it to his chest. "I appreciate the recognition from the authorities," Yi Chun said earnestly as he saluted. "I must take my leave now. Xingxing, say goodbye to the little girl and uncle and auntie," Zhang instructed, nodding with satisfaction. As Xingxing, who had been playing with Tong Tong, politely bid farewell to them, Qin Meiyun stood up, visibly delighted, accompanying them to the door. Once Zhang and his son departed, Qin Meiyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Particularly upon seeing the medal on Yi Chun's chest and the banner on the table, her smile grew ever brighter. All her lingering worries dissipated. "Now you must trust me. My wealth is earned legitimately, rest assured." For your sake and your mother's, I would never engage in nefarious activities, Yichen stated earnestly. In the presence of Captain Zhang, he held his composure, yet with Qin Meiyun, he laid bare his truths. He revealed the intricate details of his financial endeavors, though she could not grasp the stock and inventory aspects. Nevertheless, understanding that Yichun had indeed earned his wealth lawfully, her worries vanished completely. At this moment, at the BM Auto Show, a throng of people mingled, with numerous foreigners congregating. Waves of models paraded, showcasing various new cars in alluring poses. Countless media outlets clamored to cover the event, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Feng Tianhai indulged in cake, surveying the surroundings, occasionally glancing at the models. Where did you get that cake? Chen Peng, feeling hungry, approached him to inquire. Chapter 75. I am always here. It has long since vanished. Yet this piece was swiftly seized by my hands. However, I now harbor doubts about whether Brother Yi desires a world solely for the three of us, which is why we have been excluded. The atmosphere is certainly lively, but there is nothing particularly remarkable. BM Enterprises has maintained its stability over the years, and the stock has not experienced significant fluctuations. Feng Tianhai remains perplexed. Were it not for Yi Chen's explicit words, he would have returned home long ago. Let's observe a while longer. Patience is essential. I shall fetch an ice cream. It is unbearably hot. Upon finishing his sentence, Chen Peng pointed towards a nearby girl distributing ice cream. No need to go. It would be futile, as it is not prepared for us, but for those foreigners. Feng Tianhai replied indifferently. What? What does that mean? We are hosting an auto show in our country, and it is a joint venture. Why shouldn't the ice cream be distributed to us? Who are they looking down upon? Chen Peng frowned in protest. However, at that moment, the area where ice cream was being distributed suddenly erupted in commotion. A man and a woman were questioning the situation. They were a pair of streamers and had already begun live broadcasting. Let us go see the excitement. Feng Tianhai's expression shifted as he accompanied Chen Peng towards the scene. In the crowd, a young man, bespectacled and seemingly refined, wore a furious expression. Why is it that those foreigners can receive ice cream while we cannot? Are you discriminating against us? The young man indignantly questioned. I am truly sorry, sir, but the ice cream has already run out. If you do not believe me, take a look. The girl then opened the box, revealing it to be completely empty. Do not mislead the crowd. Open that box. The young man pointed at another box. Sir, please do not cause a scene. I am under no obligation to obey your commands. The girl's expression turned icy in an instant. Several security personnel then dragged the young man away. The entire scene was recorded. At this moment, a foreigner pointed at the box and spoke a few words, causing the girl's face to instantly brighten as she encouraged the foreigner to open the box and take an ice cream. After the foreigner walked away, the smiles of the two girls remained radiant. What do you think? Chen Peng smiled slightly. What do I think? It is clearly discrimination. BM's reputation has been tarnished. The main issue is how rapidly these two beauties changed their demeanor. Even in the absence of ice cream, their treatment of fellow countrymen is truly quite repugnant. After saying this, Feng Tianhai headed outside. After watching the commotion for a while, Chen Peng also left the auto show. That evening, the two returned to their hotel. In a private room, Feng Tianhai recounted the events and found a video that had already garnered over 1 million likes on the Douyin platform. The comments section on BM's official platform had been inundated. Brother, BM stock will undoubtedly plummet, but we cannot short sell domestically. We can only watch. Feng Tianhai inquired, puzzled. When the stock dips, we simply buy at the bottom. Such is the simplicity of the matter. Do you really need me to teach you this? Yichen replied with a smile. However, this matter will take time to ferment. When should we act? If we buy too early, it may be too expensive. And if we buy too late, we may miss the opportunity. Feng Tianhai expressed his dilemma. He lacked Yichen's foresight. Regarding stock predictions, he had almost zero knowledge. Especially since this incident with BM had escalated, a significant drop in stock prices was inevitable. As for a rebound, it was certain, but it would require time. Additionally, the volume of purchases would determine the extent of profits. The timing of the purchase was paramount. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock will be the lowest point. We can buy directly then. Following this, BM will have new movements that will significantly elevate the stock. Furthermore, it will be tailored to the Chinese market. Yichen declared with a mysterious air. Very well, brother, let us return to rest. You should also retire early. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng left the room with expressions of delight. Rest? Could they possibly sleep? They must be off to find some excitement. The next morning, Yichen rose early to wash up. Last night, He had slept on the sofa while Mei Yun and Tong Tong occupied the bed. When he awoke, he was careful not to disturb the two. Goodness, what time is it? Yi-chun, why didn't you wake me? Suddenly, Mei Yun jumped out of bed. But immediately, she hurried back under the covers, for she was only clad in her undergarments. Yi-chun glanced back and smiled, saying, "It's not as if I haven't seen before. What is there to fear? I saw you and Tong Tong sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you. That class is unimportant." However, Mei Yun shot him a glare and replied, "Nonsense. Now that we are divorced, I must be mindful of appearances. Had it not been for Tong Tong waking up last night, I would have returned home by myself, letting you two sleep together." Mei Yun fumbled under the covers for a moment, changed her clothes, and then emerged. She was adorned in the new attire Yi-chun had purchased for her. Even her previous flats had transformed into high heels. She wore a light blue dress that accentuated her figure exquisitely. Particularly her legs, enveloped in flesh-colored stockings, were smooth, straight, and slender. At that early hour, Yi-chun cast a glance and instantly felt his heart racing uncontrollably. She was simply too beautiful. Yi-chun could hardly comprehend how he had previously overlooked such a stunning wife. "Do not stare so." Sensing Yi-chun's intense gaze, Mei Yun maintained a strong front, yet her heart blossomed with sweetness. What woman does not cherish beauty? What woman does not yearn for love and affection from a man? "Hurry out, I am running late. You take care of Tong Tong. Ensure her breakfast is not overly greasy. I have an early meeting today, and in 2 months, I will be returning to work at my grandmother's company. I aim to achieve some results before heading back." Mei Yun pulled Yi-chun from the bathroom. Then she took out her cosmetics and began to apply a light makeup in front of the mirror. As she leaned closer, her abdomen pressed against the sink, causing her to lean forward, accentuating her alluring curves, full and rounded. Yi-chun vowed he merely stole a glance. Yet his hands almost betrayed him with an urge to touch. Nevertheless, he understood that Mei Yun had not fully emerged from her shadows. I shall take Tong Tong to kindergarten later. She cannot remain at home. If she struggles to adapt today, I will accompany her at the kindergarten." Yi-chun nodded in agreement. "Yi-chun, you must not spoil Tong Tong so much. Excess will lead to a backlash. If she becomes unruly, I will struggle to manage her in your absence." Mei Yun ceased her actions and turned around, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Not at all. I shall always be here, even in death." Yi-chun was filled with excitement, yet before he could finish his words, the intensity of Mei Yun's gaze felt lethal. "What nonsense are you uttering? Speaking such ominous words at this early hour?" Mei Yun glared at Yi-chun, her tone stern and commanding. "I was mistaken, but Mei Yun, you look truly radiant today." Yi-chun leaned against the doorframe, exuding an air of roguish charm. "Spare me your flattery. I must depart for work. Take heed of your diet, and avoid pushing yourself relentlessly. Should your health falter, the accumulation of wealth becomes inconsequential." With these words, Mei Yun emerged and hastily exited through the doorway. Yi-chun chuckled to himself for a moment before tending to the awakened Tong Tong, providing her with breakfast. He then escorted her to a prestigious nearby kindergarten, arranged by Feng Tianhai, streamlining the admission process. The exclusivity of the institution afforded Yi-chun peace of mind, allowing him to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his financial pursuits. In the afternoon, Yi-chun scrutinized the BM stock, initiating a substantial acquisition upon identifying the nadir. Injecting 20 billion into the market, he merely apprised Feng Tianhai and Chun Peng of the purchase, leaving the extent of their investment to their discretion. With these matters resolved, Yi-chun exhaled in relief. Later that afternoon, Mei Yun contacted him via telephone. "Yi-chun, my brother has returned. I intend to bring Tong Tong home this evening." Mei Yun's voice betrayed a hint of apprehension, mingled with anticipation. "May I accompany you? I assure you, I shall refrain from provoking your parents' ire. I shall acquiesce to their pronouncements," Yi-chun earnestly declared. "Perhaps it would be best if you abstained. You are cognizant of my brother's temperament. Should you attend, he is liable to assault you." Mei Yun sighed. "Let him strike me, for he is my brother-in-law. Moreover, I have wronged them in the past, betraying your trust. Even if I were to perish, it would be justified. Consider it settled. I shall collect you this evening, and we shall return together," Yi-chun asserted anxiously. Fearing Mei Yun's rejection, this presented an auspicious opportunity to assuage Mei Yun's parents' concerns, facilitating a potential reconciliation. Otherwise, regardless of the magnitude of his transformation, the disapproval of his in-laws and brother-in-law would persist, causing unease. Mei Yun would be caught in the middle. "Very well," Mei Yun responded quietly before terminating the call. Yi Chun inhaled deeply, a sense of trepidation now palpable. However, the inevitable must be confronted. As time elapsed, Yi Chun collected Tong Tong and Mei Yun, embarking in Feng Tianhai's vehicle toward his in-laws' residence. Tianhai, have you secured the items I requested? Yi Chun inquired anxiously, repeating the question for the 7th time. Brother, rest assured. Everything is in order, ensuring your dignity remains intact, Feng Tianhai replied, sensing Yi Chun's apprehension with astonishment. He marveled that Yi Chun, a man of considerable wealth, could exhibit such discomposure. Qin Meiyun, cradling Tong Tong, who was engrossed in a lollipop, gazed out the window, her thoughts inscrutable. Upon arriving at the apartment complex entrance, Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai disembarked and opened the trunk. Yi Chun was taken aback. He surveyed the contents, the trunk overflowing. Feng Tianhai's extended Range Rover boasted ample space. Yet it was laden with Maotai liquor, Zhonghua cigarettes, sea cucumbers, abalones, ginseng, and an array of gifts. Brother, these were procured through my contacts, ensuring their impeccable quality. This Maotai was obtained specifically from a friend's source, guaranteeing its authenticity, Feng Tianhai beamed. The items are satisfactory, but their quantity is excessive. Have you established a wholesale operation? Yi Chun exclaimed, bewildered. 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, 10 cases of Maotai, and 10 portions each of sea cucumbers, abalones, and nutritional supplements. While a generous offering was warranted, this exceeded all expectations. What is the concern? When visiting your in-laws, extravagance is paramount. Moreover, a few trips between us will suffice, Feng Tianhai declared, rolling up his sleeves and hoisting several cases of Maotai toward the entrance. Sister-in-law, on which floor do you reside? The 6th floor, Tianhai. Proceed with caution, Qin Meiyun cautioned, cradling Tong Tong. Fear not, sister-in-law. Feng Tianhai grinned, ascending with the liquor. Yi Chun sighed, having merely intended for Feng Tianhai to purchase additional items, not an excessive amount, resembling nouveau riche. However, as the items were already present, returning them was unnecessary. Yi Chun rolled up his sleeves and joined the effort. Yi Chun, this is excessive, Qin Meiyun remarked, astonished by the trunk's contents. This was calculated based on the dimensions of your residence, with the intention of filling your parents' home, Yi Chun jested. Qin Meiyun rolled her eyes, but felt a surge of warmth. Since Yi Chun's infatuation with online personalities and gambling, he had neglected to purchase gifts for her parents for several years, except to deceive them for financial gain. Qin Meiyun's heart was heavy, particularly aware of her brother's volatile temper. Should a confrontation ensue, she shuddered at the prospect. After several minutes, the task was complete, leaving Yi Chun and Feng Tianhai breathless. Brother, I must return to monitor the stock market. Contact me if necessary, and I shall arrange for additional supplies, Feng Tianhai declared. Very well. Return and attend to your affairs, Yi Chun replied. Farewell, sister-in-law, Feng Tianhai said, departing before Qin Meiyun could extend an invitation to dine. Tianhai is impetuous but kind-hearted. Your association with such a friend assuages my concerns. Qin Meiyun smiled faintly before approaching the door and knocking gently. Han Guoji, her mother-in-law, opened the door, with Qin Jinshan standing nearby. Meiyun, welcome back, Han Guoji greeted with a beaming smile. Grandparents, Tong Tong is here as well, Tong Tong chirped sweetly. My dear Tong Tong, your grandfather has missed you dearly. Allow me to embrace you, Qin Jinshan exclaimed, his weathered face radiating joy as he received Tong Tong from Qin Meiyun. Meiyun, why do you hesitate to enter? Han Guoji inquired. Mother, Yi Chun, has also arrived, Qin Meiyun replied, stepping aside. Yi Chun, clutching 10 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes, appeared apprehensive. Mother, father, these are nutritional supplements I procured for you. The liquor was for my father, and the seafood is the freshest available. Yi Chun presented the gifts. The smile on Han Guoji's face had begun to solidify. Upon hearing this, Qin Jinshan, who had turned to embrace Tong Tong as he entered the house, also glanced back, a shadow of gloom appearing on his countenance. Chapter 77, backed by your mother's family. Why are you standing there dumbfounded? Hurry and let them both in, Qin Jinshan exclaimed to Han Guoji before turning and heading back into the house. Come in, Han Guoji said, recovering from her surprise, and led the woman into the house. Upon opening the door, they were taken aback. A mountain of liquor, cigarettes and various gift boxes were piled so high that the door could barely open. How could you buy so much? Han Guoji gasped. How much did all this cost? Mom, there's bird's nest, donkey hide gelatin, and ginseng here. All genuine nutritional supplements. You and Dad need to take care of your health too, Yi Chun explained hurriedly, then began to move the gifts. Soon, A large number of gift boxes had filled the room, leaving barely any space to stand. Although Qin Jinshan's face remained stern, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. This kid hadn't bought them anything in 7 years, and now he was making up for it all at once. And he had seen at least 10 cases of Matai liquor, worth at least 100,000 yuan, plus so many Zhonghua cigarettes and nutritional supplements. This whole pile couldn't have cost less than 200,000 or 300,000. It seemed the boy had indeed made some money and wasn't trying to deceive them with counterfeit goods. This liquor is too expensive. Old Wang said last time that one bottle costs hundreds of thousands, enough to buy a Mercedes-Benz. Han Guizhi said earnestly, Yichun, if you have this money, you should be filial to your own parents. We don't need this. If Old Wang hadn't been so knowledgeable and recognized the value of the liquor, she would have assumed it was all fake. Mom, this time it's not that expensive. It's just ordinary Matai, not the vintage kind. A bottle is only 6,000 or 7,000 yuan, not hundreds of thousands. If Dad likes the vintage Matai, I'll bring a few bottles next time. You don't have to worry about my parents either. I'm planning to go back and see them in the next few days. Yichun stood at the door, wringing his hands nervously. Even when he first met his parents, he hadn't been this anxious. 7,000 or 8,000 yuan a bottle. My goodness, 10 bottles is 70,000 or 80,000. Where did you get so much money? Han Guizhi exclaimed, stunned. Her face was filled with astonishment. A single bottle of liquor cost as much as her husband's salary for 2 months. Mom, don't worry, the money is all legitimate and clean, or I would have been arrested already. I've made many mistakes in the past that disappointed you both, and I don't expect to be forgiven. I just want to show you some filial piety as a kind of atonement. Yichun's voice trembled as he spoke, and his palms were sweating. We wouldn't dare enjoy your filial piety. This stuff is too valuable. I can't afford to drink it. Take it all back later. As long as you're doing well. Don't cause trouble for Mei Yun, and don't bother us old folks. I'll be grateful, Qin Jinshan said coldly. Dad, just accept the gifts and don't feel burdened. If you like it, you can eat ginseng like rice. If you're both healthy, wouldn't Mei Yun be happy too? Yichun said with a smile. Qin Jinshan couldn't help but crack a smile, scolding, You little rascal. You know how to flatter now. You used to flip out at the slightest word. But this time you've been patient for quite a while. Is it hard to keep up the pretense? Dad, please allow me to call you Dad. I was just a brainless, blind, scum of the earth before. I didn't know how to cherish. I really regret it. My guts are twisted with regret. I just hope you two will give me another chance. Just one chance, Yichun said, pressing his advantage. Don't talk to me. What good is my forgiveness? Qin Jinshan said, walking toward the door with Tong Tong. I'm going downstairs with Tong Tong to buy some vinegar. Dad, you and Tong Tong stay here. I'll go buy it, Yichun said, turning and heading downstairs, looking very diligent, as if the old couple were seeing the Yichun from their daughter's marriage again. Mei Yun, what's going on? Why did you come back with him? Didn't you get a divorce? If I wasn't afraid he'd harass you and Tong Tong in the future, I would have thrown him and all that stuff out already. But it's strange, the boy's bad temper seems to have improved a lot. If I had said that to him before, he would have bared his teeth. Qin Jinshan said, puzzled. Didn't you notice any other changes in him? Qin Mei Yun said with a smile. Now that you two mention it, I do feel it. Last time he came, your dad knocked him to the ground. But he didn't fight back. And he gave me over 10,000 yuan, and the liquor he bought for your dad was very expensive, Han Guizhi added, surprised. Mei Yun, I know you have a weakness. You're soft-hearted. You're just like me and your mom. We're just ordinary people who don't have many extravagant desires. We just want our children to be safe and happy. That's more important than anything. Although Yichun has changed a lot, and I can see sincerity in his eyes, I'm still wary. He's only changed for a few days, but he tormented you for 7 years. Let's not even talk about those 7 years of your youth. What about your future? If he goes back to his old ways, you'll be the one suffering. I don't care if he sends me Matai liquor, expensive cigarettes, and nutritional supplements. I only care about your happiness. You're my daughter. I don't ask for wealth and honor. I just want you to be safe and sound. Now that you're divorced, if he's doing well, he won't bother you. Save the money he gives us and don't spend it. If he ever reverts to his old self, we'll give it back to him. I don't expect you to marry again. I don't trust any man in this world. I only trust myself. Even if your dad has to beg for food outside, he'll never let you and Tong Tong go hungry, Qin Jinshan said firmly. Immediately, Qin Mei Yun couldn't hold back her tears, which streamed down her face as she hugged Qin Jinshan and began to cry. Oh, why are we talking about this? Han Guizhi said, wiping her own red eyes. All right, Tong Tong is watching. What kind of family are we always crying? Qin Jinshan said, his own eyes also reddening. Daughter, tell me the truth. Are you softening? Or is he threatening you? Tell Mom, and I definitely won't spare him. Han Guizhi said, taking Qin Meiyun's hand. Chapter 78. Did you go on a buying spree? No. He's quite sensible now. A mere glance from me is enough to keep him in line, Qin Meiyun said, wiping away tears. Is it because he's wealthy now? Does his newfound ability to earn money and treat you well move you? Qin Jinshan inquired further. Dad, how could that be? If I were after money, I had numerous options back then. Why would I have chosen him? You know your daughter better than that, Qin Meiyun replied, shaking her head. Oh, how could I not know you? Affection outweighs money, or else why would you have been so foolish as to stay with him for 7 years? Allowing him to take advantage of you? Regardless, with your father backing you, having fought on the battlefield to defend our nation, I refuse to believe I can't protect our own family. If that rascal dares to lay a hand on you again, I'll make him regret it. Paternal love, as steadfast as a mountain, was vividly embodied in Qin Jinshan. Downstairs at the corner store, a stout woman fanned herself, munching on melon seeds while chatting with several other women. The moment Yichen walked in, the woman perked up. Ladies, see that? That's the Qin family's son-in-law. I heard he's obsessed with live streamers and gambles, losing everything, even his secure job. The plump woman, who owned the corner store and had lived in the neighborhood for years, naturally recognized Yichen. How did I find out about this? Old Qin is all about appearances, not airing dirty laundry. I even saw him and his son-in-law get into a scuffle once. I heard they're divorced. Of course they're divorced, or else that Qin girl would be miserable. She's so pretty, what a waste. But she gave birth to a girl, which will make it easier to find someone else in the future. He's here, he's here. Everyone be quiet. At that moment, Yichen placed a bottle of vinegar on the counter and said with a smile, Aunt May, how much? The vinegar is 5 yuan. But I can't sell it to you, Aunt May said, taking the vinegar away, her voice cold. Why? Yichen asked, puzzled. Old Qin has been running a tab here for half a year, owing over 1,000 yuan, and he still hasn't paid. He doesn't even dare to come here. You, on the other hand, have the nerve. Pay off the debt first, or you won't get a single peanut from me. Go buy it at the supermarket. The plump woman said, hands on her hips, her face stern. All right, I'll pay, Yichen said with a smile, then scanned the QR code and paid directly. Ding. WeChat payment received, 10,000 yuan. As the notification rang out, Aunt May and the other women were stunned, thinking they had misheard. Here's 10,000 yuan, Aunt May. In the future, if my father-in-law comes, don't make things difficult for him. Keep track of every transaction. That old man is shrewd. If you try to cheat him, he might tear down your store. With that, Yichen picked up the bottle of vinegar and walked out. Yichen understood Aunt May's character. A sharp tongue, but a kind heart. Transferring 10,000 yuan directly was to spare his father-in-law from having to take the long way home, avoiding the unpaid bill. Aunt May hadn't been pressing for it, knowing the Qin family's situation and sympathizing with them. She also knew Qin Jinshan's character. He wouldn't run up a debt unless he was truly in dire straits. A proud old man his entire life. Did that kid strike it rich? I need to take the money to old Qin right away. This will be enough for him to improve his living conditions, Aunt May said, grabbing her phone. Ready to leave. Don't go, Aunt May. That kid hasn't left yet. Wait until he's gone, in case he regrets it if you return the money, someone advised. Aunt May thought there was merit to that, so she went back inside. When Yichen returned home, he placed all the bags he was carrying on the ground. Qin Meiyun went over to take a look and was astonished to see all sorts of meat and fish, enough to feed an army. There are some cooked dishes and pickles that Dad likes, and I bought some pig trotters for Mom to make. You love Mom's braised pig trotters, Yichen said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a smile. Did you go on a buying spree? Are you trying to exhaust my mom? Qin Meiyun said, though her heart was filled with sweetness as she put the groceries in the refrigerator, filling it to the brim. Han Guizhi was even more surprised. Although she was elderly and didn't eat much, she had been deprived of meat for so long that seeing so much fish and meat filled her with satisfaction. Mom, go relax, I'll cook. Leave the pig trotters to you. Meiyun loves your cooking, Yichen said, already putting on an apron and heading into the kitchen. Han Guizhi was at a loss, looking at Qin Meiyun. Mom, go rest, let him do it, Qin Meiyun said with a smile. Han Guizhi then went to the living room and sat next to Qin Jinshan, who was happily playing with Tong Tong. Old man, Yichen seems to have changed a lot. He never used to cook, and if the food wasn't to his liking, he'd flip the table, Han Guizhi said, astonished. Don't just look at the surface. It might be fine for a few days, but let's see if he can keep it up in the long run. But this is a good thing. If he's truly remorseful, at least he won't hit his daughter again. If not, he'll drop the facade after a few days. And if he dares to touch a hair on her head, I'll fight him to the death, Qin Jinshan said, deliberately raising his voice, intending for Yichen to hear. Han Guoji was startled and quickly nudged Qin Jinshan, telling him to lower his voice and not provoke Yi Chun, lest they start another fight. However, upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt no resentment, only guilt. His parents-in-law had once treated him like their own son, entrusting their daughter to him. Yet, he had abused and mistreated their precious daughter, whom they had raised with such care. Any parents would be enraged. It was like how he couldn't bear to see Tong Tong suffer even the slightest grievance after his repentance. But over the years, Qin Meiyun had endured far more than mere grievances. Yi Chun grinned and quickly washed the vegetables, working even harder. Because all of that was in the past, and he would never again let down any of his loved ones. Qin Meiyun unconsciously walked over and stole a glance at Yi Chun, noticing that he was still smiling despite being scolded. Are you really not angry? Qin Meiyun asked, closing the door. Fearing that Yi Chun would lose his temper and say something to anger her father, she dreaded the thought of their harmonious family suddenly erupting into chaos. Seeing this, Yi Chun shook the water off his hands and opened the door again. This scene instantly made Qin Meiyun's heart leap into her throat. In the past, Yi Chun would have retorted, perhaps even fought with her father. Chapter 79, A Heart-to-Heart with the Father-in-Law Dad. If you feel the need to scold me further, please don't hesitate. However, I implore you, refrain from agitating yourself. While you are my father-in-law, you are also my elder, and it is within your rights to admonish me. If my presence displeases you, feel free to kick or even strike me, as long as it brings you contentment. My only concern is that you might lack the strength to strike me, haha. With these words, Yi Chun turned and resumed his tasks in the kitchen, leaving Qin Meiyun utterly dumbfounded. Can these words truly be emanating from Yi Chun? To proactively solicit a beating. Never in her life had she encountered such a request. As for Qin Jinshan, he was momentarily taken aback before erupting in laughter and scolding. This lad has indeed undergone a transformation. He no longer retorts to my scolding. And while his attitude is commendable, his invitation to be beaten is infuriating. Han Guoji joined in the laughter, noting the significant change in Yi Chun's demeanor. Even if it were merely a facade, he was at least making an effort. Don't strike my father. Suddenly, Tong Tong interjected, looking up at Qin Jinshan with her small head held high. Oh, you ungrateful little one. Showing concern for your father now? What if Grandpa is struck by your father? Qin Jinshan playfully tapped Tong Tong's forehead. That's still unacceptable. Father is not allowed to strike Grandpa, Tong Tong retorted, pouting her lips. Her adorable demeanor captivated the elderly couple. Grandpa, I want a piggyback ride, Tong Tong exclaimed, embracing Qin Jinshan's neck. A piggyback ride? What do you mean? Qin Jinshan inquired, puzzled. You get down on the ground, Grandpa. You're so slow, Tong Tong mumbled, pouting her lips. All right, coming right up. You little rascal, spoiled by your mother. Always wanting to make a fuss. Despite his words, Qin Jinshan lowered himself to the ground. Just as Tong Tong was about to climb on, Qin Meiyun approached. Tong Tong, show some respect. Grandpa is of advanced age. How can he carry you? Get down at once, Qin Meiyun scolded sternly. Startled, Tong Tong could only retreat a few steps with her hands behind her back. It's all right, my old bones haven't reached that point yet. Why scold the child? Besides, you play with her like this as well. How would the child know right from wrong? Qin Jinshan interjected. What are you talking about? When did I play such games with her? I'm exhausted after a day's work. It's all Yi Chun's spoiling that has led to her various quirks. As Qin Meiyun finished speaking, Qin Jinshan and Han Guoji stared in disbelief. Yi Chun, allowing the child to ride on his back. They would have deemed it impossible in the past. Wah, I want father. A piggyback ride, Tong Tong wailed upon hearing Yi Chun's name, bursting into tears. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun approached, grabbed Tong Tong, and attempted to take her to the inner room for a scolding. However, Yi Chun rushed out. Father's here. Here, Tong Tong, don't cry. Meiyun, please watch the pot, Yi Chun said urgently. Yi Chun, you can't spoil her like this. You go back to cooking. I'll have a good talk with Tong Tong. However, Qin Meiyun simply picked up Tong Tong and carried her into the house. Yi Chun was left helpless and returned to the kitchen. Qin Jinshan and his wife were utterly stunned by the scene, their senses numb. They never imagined Yi Chun would dote on the child to such an extent. Soon, lunch was prepared. Yi Chun, set aside your tasks and join me for a drink. Surveying the sumptuous dishes, Qin Jinshan nodded with a smile and called out to the kitchen. Han Guoji entered the kitchen, ushered Yi Chun out, and said, Go ahead and chat with your father. Yi Chun nodded, wiped his hands, and took a seat. It's been years since we've sat down for a proper drink and conversation. In the past, with your fiery temper, you'd flip the table even during the new year, costing a fortune to replace tables every year. Qin Jinshan's words caused Yi Chen's face to flush crimson. He then picked up the wine bottle and poured 2 glasses. Yi Chen accepted them with both hands. They each took a small sip. Tell me, how did you earn your money? How much have you amassed? Qin Jinshan inquired with a smile. Dad, I've long wanted to discuss this with you, but I feared you wouldn't comprehend. Are you familiar with stocks? Yi Chen picked up a cucumber, broke it in half, and took a bite. Qin Jinshan shook his head. He was aware of stocks, but he didn't understand them. Then let's discuss the bar and Matai liquor. The market price for Matai varies, but the one we're drinking now costs around 7,000 to 8,000 per bottle. The price fluctuation isn't significant, but there are opportunities to buy low. When the price of a bottle drops to 4, 5, or 6,000, I stock up, buying low and selling high. The profit per bottle could then be several thousand. Yi Chen provided a detailed explanation of his money-making process, including stocks, without mentioning his precognitive abilities. He could foresee everything in the universe, the fate of the nation, and the terrain, but not himself or his family. Perhaps this was the sole flaw in his precognitive abilities. After a few minutes of conversation, Qin Jinshan, though not fully grasping the details, was reassured that Yi Chen's methods were not illegal. Han Guizhi and Qin Meiyan brought out 2 plates of braised pig trotters and listened to Yi Chen's explanation. How much money have you actually earned during this period, acting like a nouveau riche? Even if you've made money, you shouldn't spend it like this. Your parents are getting old. When you have the means, you should let them share in your good fortune. They worked hard, farming and supporting your college education and marriage. Your mother and I have our own sources of income, so don't worry about us. Just take good care of your parents. Qin Jinshan said reasonably. He was that kind of person. Too much kindness made him uncomfortable. Not much, just over 40 billion. Yi Chen was engrossed in gnawing on a pig trotter. Qin Jinshan, who had just taken a sip of wine, savoring the mellowness of Matai, suddenly widened his eyes upon hearing this, nearly spitting out his drink. He abruptly stood up, covering his mouth with his hand. He forced the wine down, but it caused him to cough uncontrollably, tears streaming down his face. Dad, no one's stealing from you. Why the rush? Qin Meiyan quickly stood up, patting Qin Jinshan's back. Yes, there's plenty of wine. Take your time, Han Guizhi added, handing him a glass of water. Finally recovering, Qin Jinshan pointed at Yi Chen and asked in astonishment, You just said, how? How much? Chapter 80. The eldest brother-in-law's fiery temper 40 billion, to be precise. It should be 42 billion, with a few tens of millions as change. At this moment, Yi Chen appeared quite composed, as if billions were mere trifles in his vocabulary. Change of? A few tens of millions? Qin Jinshan's voice trembled as he hastily returned to his seat. How? How could you earn so much? Old man, what's the concept of 40 plus billion? Han Guizhi, who was beside him, was also somewhat perplexed at this moment. After all, they were from the older generation. Aware that 40 plus billion was a significant sum, but its occurrence on Yi Chen seemed both unbelievable and incomprehensible. What's the concept? Those 2 workplaces we had when we were young, even if they were sold now, wouldn't amount to even $500 million. Your cousin's breeding farm. Didn't he invest over 7 million back then? 40 billion could buy 600 farms of the same scale. Upon Qin Jinshan's analogy, Han Guizhi was also taken aback. Her face filled with astonishment. Are you exaggerating, kid? So much money, in just a few days. Qin Jinshan questioned, his eyes wide. Dad, mind your blood pressure. Besides, I have no need to boast about this amount of money. It's only considered a bit of wealth in this city, barely making the bottom rung in the province. Yi Chen said earnestly. What? Even at the bottom rung? You, in the past, claimed not to make money, always gambling, splitting every 2 yuan in your pocket. Now that you're making money, it's billions, and you speak so casually. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Qin Jinshan shook his head, calming his emotions. Having said that, he sat back down and began to drink. It was evident that he was still very pleased. Now that Yi Chen had money and was a big boss, at least his daughter wouldn't be financially strained in the future. That was enough for him. As for anything else, Qin Jinshan had never considered. As Yi Chen was eating, his phone rang. Hello, Yi Chen answered. Brother, the short-selling chips from the United States have been cashed out at the lowest point as you directed, earning over 200 million. After deducting the fees, it's all been transferred to your account. I tell you, brother, your money-making is terrifying, like chopping cabbage. From the other end of the phone, Wei Zhonglin's amazed voice was heard. He had even grown numb to Yi Chen's money-making. It's just 200 million. Don't belittle me. Director Wei, I'll remember this favor. When you get promoted to the head of the bank, I'll host a banquet, and we'll drink until we drop. Yi Chen said with a hearty laugh. All right, As long as you take care of your old brother, depositing any idle funds with me, I'll be grateful. Don't mention favors. I won't disturb you any longer. I have a meeting to attend. After saying his farewell, Yichen hung up the phone. He checked his messages and saw a notification of 240 million credited to his account, a satisfied smile immediately appearing on his face. However, when he looked up, he noticed that everyone in his family was staring at him. What was that about just 200 million? Qin Jinshan asked in a deep voice. Ah, the stock market went up, made a small profit, just over 200 million, Yichen said casually, then continued to devour his pig trotter. Qin Jinshan licked his parched lips, swallowing his saliva, feeling his brain begin to spin. As for Han Guizhi beside him, she revealed a worried expression. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. I'll open it. You all eat, Han Guizhi said, rising to head to the door. Upon opening it, she saw a man in a black suit standing there, his face full of smiles. He was tall, slightly overweight, and accompanied by a girl in a floral dress, wearing glasses, who also appeared refined. Mom, I'm back, the man said with a smile. Instantly, tears streamed down Han Guizhi's face. The man was none other than her son, Qin Mingzhi, who had been working out of town. Mingzhi, you're finally back. Mom missed you so much. Come in. You must be tired after a day's travel. Come in. Han Guizhi eagerly pulled her son inside. Following closely behind, the girl also entered, surprising Han Guizhi. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Chen Lu. I haven't had the chance to bring her home to meet you before. Lulu, come in, Qin Mingzhi said with a smile. Auntie, it's my first time meeting you. We came in a hurry. I hope you don't mind this small token of appreciation, Chen Lu said, handing over a few gift boxes. Child, your presence is enough. How could Annie possibly mind? Jinshan, Meiyun, come over. Your brother brought his girlfriend home, Han Guizhi said, beaming, and quickly beckoned them over. Qin Meiyun and Qin Jinshan also hurriedly got up and went to the door to greet them. The family was harmonious, exchanging pleasantries. And Chen Lu also changed into her slippers. Brother, take your sister-in-law to eat, Qin Meiyun said with a smile. All right, Qin Mingzhi replied, grinning. However, as soon as he entered the living room, he saw Yichen standing at the table, and his expression instantly changed. The smile gradually faded, replaced by anger. In the next second, Qin Mingzhi rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a chair, and charged towards Yichen. You damn beast, you dare to show your face here. I'll beat you to death today. Qin Mingzhi instantly flew into a rage. Seeing this, Qin Meiyun quickly rushed to stop him. Brother, your sister-in-law is here. Put the chair down. What are you doing? Qin Meiyun shouted, hugging Qin Mingzhi. Mingzhi, don't be impulsive. Let's talk it out, Chen Lu said, startled by the scene, and quickly tried to dissuade him. Mingzhi, put the chair down for me. Did you hear me? Put it down. Qin Jinshan also adopted the air of the head of the family, sternly rebuking him. Dad, what's wrong with you all? This beast ruined my sister's life so badly, and he dares to come here. If you're afraid of him, I'll cripple him today. I don't care if I end up in jail. Our Qin family can't be bullied. Qin Mingzhi roared, his face ashen. As for Yichen, he remained silent, knowing that he deserved it all. No matter what, put the chair down first. Listen to me. Qin Jinshan sighed, stepping forward and forcibly taking the chair from Qin Mingzhi's hands. Brother, sit down first. Qin Meiyun pushed Qin Mingzhi into a chair. Yichen has repented and turned over a new leaf. It's not what you think, Qin Meiyun quickly explained. Meiyun, what are you saying? He's turned over a new leaf? After all these years, you still believe that this scum, this degenerate, can change. I think you've got water in your brain. Yichen, don't you dare run. Bullying my sister, deceiving my parents. Do you think our Qin family is a pushover? If I don't kill you today, I'm not the eldest son of the Qin family. Saying that, Qin Mingzhi's explosive temper flared up again. Chapter 81. The new sister-in-law enters the home. A confrontation looms. Taking a profound breath, Yichen bowed deeply. Brother, welcome back. Please, dine first. I'll take my leave. Wouldn't want to intrude on your time with your wife. It's my fault for marring your first visit, sister-in-law. Please, enjoy your meal and don't give it a second thought. It's all on me. My brother isn't usually like this. With these words, Yichen departed, closing the door behind him. It wasn't out of fear or evasion, but the current atmosphere was simply not conducive for him to remain. He descended the stairs and lit a cigarette. Meanwhile, inside, Chen Lu approached Qin Mingzhi, gently patting his shoulder. Look at you, don't ruin your health over this. Qin Meiyun said with remorse, sister-in-law, my brother isn't usually like this. It's just because I'm such a disappointment. So, Chen Lu, displaying great understanding, responded with a smile. Meiyun, your brother has already told me about your situation. If your brother hadn't shown some anger, I would have found it strange. It's only natural for him to be upset for his sister and family. Don't worry, I won't take it to heart. Qin Meiyun was deeply moved by her words. The family finally found some peace. What on earth is going on? What was that scoundrel doing here? Qin Mingzhi inquired with indignation. Meiyun, tell me, aren't you divorced? If he's harassing you, I'll deal with him. Qin Meiyun lowered her head, unsure how to respond to the inquiry, and remained silent. Qin Mingzhi grew more agitated at her silence. Look at you, so spineless. You're a mother now, for goodness sake. You're too kind. That's how that dog took advantage of you. He exploited your weaknesses and bullied you relentlessly. Just then, Qin Jinshan slammed the table and interjected, shut your mouth. One moment it's spineless, the next it's dog. What's gotten into you now that you're doing well? How much do you earn in a month? Are you so full of yourself that you don't even respect me anymore? Qin Mingzhi's tone softened. Dad, how could I dare? I'm just concerned for my sister. Disappointed in her. You're my father. I wouldn't dare to talk back. I just can't stand that dog, daring to cause trouble in our home. After Qin Jinshan's words, Qin Mingzhi finally calmed down. Come, let's eat. Don't let Chen Lu go hungry. Qin Jinshan said with a smile. Meiyun, take care of your sister-in-law. She's a valued guest in our family. Sister-in-law, sit here with me. Qin Meiyun said with a smile, pulling Chen Lu over to sit down. At that moment, Tong Tong finally stopped crying and ate her meal in Qin Meiyun's arms. The family was reunited, and Qin Mingzhi opened a bottle of wine to share with his father. The atmosphere gradually became lively. However, Han Guizhi got up and went into the kitchen, taking a large bowl and filling it with food from the pot. Mom, what are you doing? Come and eat. Qin Mingzhi called out. You eat first, I'll be right back. Han Guizhi, holding the bowl, headed towards the door. Qin Meiyun smiled, and Qin Jinshan nodded, glancing towards the door. Outside, Yi Chen exhaled a puff of smoke and prepared to leave. Yi Chen, wait. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. Yi Chen stopped and turned around to see his mother-in-law hurrying towards him. Mom, what are you doing out here? Go back inside. I'll come to see you and Dad another day. Yi Chen said with a smile. How could I not come out? No matter what, you're still a son-in-law of the Qin family. Let's not talk about the past. You've been busy all day, and you haven't even had a hot meal. That won't do. We don't have that rule in the Qin family. If you and Meiyun hadn't divorced, you would be sitting in the seat of honor today. Eat this meal before you leave. With that, Han Guizhi handed the bowl filled with food to Yi Chen. At that moment, Yi Chen felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly. Tears welled up in his eyes. This was his father and mother-in-law, their kindness ingrained in their very being. They treated him like their own son. But over the years, Yi Chen had truly disappointed them. Yi Chen was at a loss for words to describe his feelings. His hands trembling, he took the bowl and began to devour the food. Eat slowly. I'll get you some water. You're not allowed to leave until you finish eating. Han Guizhi was pleased to see Yi Chen eating so heartily. She truly felt that her son-in-law had changed. But just as Han Guizhi turned around, she saw Qin Meiyun walking out with a bottle of water. Only his woman knows how to care for him. Han Guizhi thought. All right, you stay here with him. I'll go back upstairs. Don't let your sister-in-law find fault. Han Guizhi smiled and headed upstairs. Eat slowly, don't choke. Here. Qin Meiyun came to Yi Chen and knelt down. Although she didn't show any emotion on the surface, she felt a pang of sympathy. Yi Chen ate heartily, gulping down the water, then smiled foolishly, tears streaming down his face. Wife, I'm sorry. I've let down too many people. Give me time, and I'll make them see a new side of me. I'll work hard to make your parents and your brother accept me, Yi Chen said earnestly. Who's your wife? We're divorced now. Especially when you're out in public, be careful. Or people will talk, and I won't be able to face anyone. Hearing the term wife, Qin Meiyun felt as if she were in another world. Although Yi Chen had used the term before, it had a different meaning now. Before, it represented a nightmare. Now, there was a hint of sweetness to it. It tugged at her heartstrings. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced. Chapter 82. Qin Meiyun faces obstacles, alas. Even the endearment of wife has been revoked. I finished eating. Meiyun, you should head upstairs soon. It's your sister-in-law's first day. Don't let her overthink things. I have matters to attend to here. Yi Chen licked his now empty bowl. Have some decorum. You're embarrassing me in public. Have you never eaten before? You're acting like a starving ghost. Qin Meiyun playfully scolded, snatching the bowl away. It's only because your parents' cooking is so delectable. Taking a tissue. Yi Chen dabbed his mouth and stood up, patting his stomach with satisfaction. Qin Meiyun couldn't help but giggle. All right, I'm going upstairs. Pick me up tonight. Our home is small, and there's no room if my sister-in-law stays. Understood. I'm off to work. Yi Chen waved. exiting the complex with a light-hearted tune and a radiant smile. This filled Qin Meiyun's heart with sweetness. She had anticipated a confrontation, but to her and her parents' surprise, Yi Chun had endured everything, preserving the family's dignity in front of Chen Lu. No wonder Han Guizhi insisted on offering Yi Chun more food, ensuring her son-in-law left with a full stomach. After leaving his in-laws' residence, Yi Chun returned to the hotel for an afternoon respite. He received a call from Qin Meiyun, informing him that she had taken her sister-in-law to her own home and that he needn't pick her up that evening. Relieved, Yi Chun began to delve into the intricacies of BM automobile shares. According to his foresight, the stock would surge that afternoon due to the announcement of price reductions, an attempt to mitigate the repercussions of the recent ice cream incident. The discounts were substantial, and the stock price soared accordingly. "Brother, there's no movement from BM yet," Feng Tianhai said, looking up from his laptop. Chen Peng remained silent, but also eagerly awaited Yi Chun's arrival from the restroom. BM will release news of discounted car purchases this afternoon, with prices plummeting. The 3 Series will see reductions of nearly 50,000 to 80,000 yuan. Keep an eye on the news. The time is approaching, Yi Chun instructed before leaving. Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng trusted him implicitly. That afternoon, BM Automobile not only issued a public apology, but also unveiled new, enticing vehicle purchase incentives. The magnitude of the discounts caused a sensation. As a renowned brand, such aggressive promotions immediately made waves. The most palpable reaction was in the stock market. Shares rapidly ascended, forming a prominent bullish candlestick pattern. Chen Peng and Feng Tianhai were ecstatic. The afternoon's gains alone had netted them millions. Moreover, the stock's trajectory was certain to be even more vigorous the following day, sustaining momentum for at least a week. Yi Chun, observing the trend, wore a satisfied smile. His initial 2 billion investment had yielded over 13 million in a single afternoon. However, he remained unsatisfied. Compared to leveraging, it was insignificant. Fortunately, the coming days promised steady income. The next morning, Yi Chun awoke, groomed himself, and exited his room. Dressed impeccably, Feng Tianhai and Chen Peng stood at the door, visibly excited. "Brother, it's up again. Another 10 million in profits today? The tickets you requested are booked, and the gifts are prepared," Feng Tianhai said, handing over the tickets. "Good. Keep monitoring things and stay in contact. I need to return to my hometown for a while. It's been some time since I've seen my parents. This trend should last about 7 days. I'll notify you when to sell," Yi Chun said, accepting the tickets. "Rest assured, brother. I'll keep a close watch," Chen Peng affirmed. He had been entrusted with managing Yi Chun's stock portfolio, a testament to Yi Chun's confidence in him. "Let's go, Tianhai. Accompany me to pick up Meiyun and the child," Yi Chun said, heading for the elevators. Yi Chun first arrived at Qin Meiyun's company. He called upon reaching the lobby, but there was no answer. Meanwhile, in Qin Meiyun's office, she stood with her head bowed, enduring a reprimand. "Qin Meiyun, don't think that just because you've resigned, you can neglect your duties. Look at your performance this month. It's inferior to that of a newcomer. You have the audacity to be a mentor? You're a disgrace. Fang Yu's sales have exceeded yours by over 2 million. Are you trying to make it difficult for us to process your departure?" The general manager, a balding, portly man with a comb-over, sat in his chair like an enraged boar, his voice grating. "General Manager Lin, I've truly given my all. Summer is the off-season for spirits, and many clients are switching to beer. Fang Yu is my protege. I know she's talented, but you don't need to use me as a negative example," Qin Meiyun said, aggrieved. "Sister Meiyun, that's not fair. I may be your student, but I'm working hard. You only mentored me for a month, and my performance already surpasses yours. No wonder General Manager Lin is upset. Even if you're resigning, you should fulfill your responsibilities until the end. Otherwise, no one will hire you," the girl beside her said with a sarcastic tone. Qin Meiyun was incredulous. This in turn, who constantly addressed her as Sister Meiyun and seemed so diligent, was now uttering such words. "Fang Yu, don't forget I entrusted my clients to you. The 70,000 yuan beer order you secured was thanks to me. One shouldn't forget their roots. Have I not been fulfilling my duties lately? Can't you see that?" Qin Meiyun questioned. Astonished, she had expected difficulties from Supervisor Li, but never imagined that her own student would teach her such a lesson, undermining her in front of the general manager before her departure. "Those clients belong to the company, not you, Sister Meiyun. Just because I call you sister doesn't mean you can deceive me like a child. General Manager Lin, please be the judge. Are clients individual or company resources?" Fang Yu said, dripping with sarcasm. Chapter 83. A startled General Manager Lin. "Of course, it belongs to the company." Qin Meiyun, Observe how your apprentice's awareness surpasses yours. Furthermore, I overheard Supervisor Lee mentioning that you've secured a wealthy benefactor and no longer need to work. That doesn't imply you can abandon your responsibilities during your notice period. If you're unwilling to continue, relinquish your position promptly and cease being a mere placeholder. General Manager Lin, arms crossed, scrutinized Qin Meiyun, remarking, I can authorize your departure immediately, but you'll forfeit your semi-annual bonus. Anyway, with your newfound support, you're hardly in need of it. Impossible, Manager Lin. That bonus is the fruit of my labor. I won't resign prematurely either, and I implore you to treat me with respect and refrain from malicious defamation. Qin Meiyun retorted, incensed. General Manager Lin's behavior was egregious. He was unjustly accusing her based on hearsay. How could she maintain her reputation after this? Qin Meiyun, there's nothing wrong in finding a wealthy patron. It's a testament to your capabilities. I admire you for it. Is that not a form of respect? In our line of work, the pinnacle of success lies in presenting and selling oneself effectively, which you've clearly accomplished. With such support, why concern yourself with a mere bonus? General Manager Lin responded with a dismissive smile. Indeed, Master, you're now the paramour of a wealthy individual. Your attire alone costs thousands of yuan. Surely you don't need this paltry bonus. It would be laughable if word got out. I envy you, a divorcee with a child, and of considerable age. Yet you've managed to find a golden goose. Such fortune. Fang Yu chimed in with a sardonic remark. Their words constituted defamation and mockery in Qin Meiyun's ears. Qin Meiyun was indignant, yet she knew that no amount of explanation would sway their beliefs. The bonus is rightfully mine, not a cent less. And I've fulfilled my performance targets as per the company's requirements. General Manager Lin, considering my years of service to the company, if not for merit, then for effort, I hope you can view this matter objectively. Qin Meiyun implored, suppressing her anger and composing herself with solemnity. I understand, you may leave. Supervisor Lee is also seeking you. General Manager Lin waved dismissively. Upon hearing this, Qin Meiyun hesitated, her words unspoken. She swallowed her grievances and turned to leave the office. Fang Yu, you must admit. Qin Meiyun exudes a mature allure. Her figure and face are impeccable. I almost envy her paramour. A fortunate man indeed, General Manager Lin remarked. Licking his lips and casting a lustful gaze upon Qin Meiyun's retreating figure, his desire unfulfilled. He had previously courted Qin Meiyun, intending to promote her to supervisor and then make her his secret lover. However, she had rejected him, hence Supervisor Lee's appointment. He had assumed she was a paragon of virtue, but it turned out his initial offer was insufficient. A pity. Such a captivating woman was already taken. Had he known, he would have increased his offer to secure her. A mature woman ensnares the soul. A young woman captivates the heart. It seemed Qin Meiyun had bewitched General Manager Lin. I can't even ensnare anyone, Fang Yu lamented with a hint of resentment. At that moment, General Manager Lin extended his hand, encircling Fang Yu's waist and pulling her into his embrace, his hands roaming freely, eliciting gasps from Fang Yu. However, the phone rang abruptly. General Manager Lin. The phone is ringing. Please answer it first, Fang Yu said coyly, gently pushing him away. Her current success was due to General Manager Lin's assistance, as well as Qin Meiyun's indirect help. To secure her position and earn money, she had to sacrifice her beauty. She had previously considered Qin Meiyun foolish for not capitalizing on her beauty and divorcee status to win General Manager Lin's favor. She could have easily secured Supervisor Lee's position. However, Qin Meiyun had other plans, finding an even more influential benefactor. Supervisor Lee had mentioned that this benefactor was young, generous, and had deposited 5 million yuan into Qin Meiyun's Hermes account, inciting envy among all the female employees. They all wished to replace Qin Meiyun and began dressing flamboyantly, hoping to attract a wealthy suitor. Ignore it. It's nothing important at this hour, General Manager Lin said dismissively, even beginning to unbuckle his belt. However, his phone stopped ringing, and his cell phone began to ring. General Manager Lin hastily adjusted his trousers and retrieved his phone, knowing that a private call demanded immediate attention. It could be from a prominent executive, and missing it would be regrettable. When he saw Feng's name displayed on the screen, he was taken aback, realizing who it was. He quickly answered the call. Oh, Mr. Feng, what a pleasant surprise. I'm truly honored. I was unable to meet you in person during our last attempt to discuss cooperation. A regret indeed. General Manager Lin said obsequiously into the phone. Feng Tianhai was a long-standing and major client of their group, the primary distributor of Matai. His annual purchases were substantial, and cooperation with him was guaranteed profit. However, recently, Feng had taken to investing in stocks, reportedly with considerable success. He seemed less interested in the liquor business, reducing his operations and purchases, leaving the sales staff empty-handed after several visits, causing General Manager Lin anxiety. "Lin, I'm calling you this time to discuss something," Feng Tianhai said casually, standing at the entrance. "Mr. Feng, you flatter me. If there's anything I can do, I wouldn't dare refuse, let alone discuss it." "Just give the order," General Manager Lin said hastily. "Don't be so polite. It's nothing major. My brother, my biological brother's wife, works at your company. My brother is returning to our hometown today and plans to go with his wife, so I wanted to ask you for a few days off. It's not a weekend, so I wanted to give you a heads up. What do you think?" Feng Tianhai paused. The reason for using this method to request leave for Qin Meiyun was idea. Qin Meiyun valued her job, making it difficult to ask for leave. Moreover, Qin Meiyun was proud and he didn't want to say too much, lest she misunderstand his interference with her freedom and work. Thus, he had Feng Tianhai directly contact Qin Meiyun's general manager to request leave. At this moment, General Manager Lin was puzzled and surprised. Feng Tianhai's biological brother. It couldn't be his biological brother, as he knew that the eldest son of the Feng family wasn't in a small place like Longzhou. However, Feng Tianhai's tone suggested that this person was closer than his own brother. But how could the wife of such a powerful figure be working at his company? Chapter 84. Chief Li's Deliberate Obstruction. Director Feng, are you certain? Is your brother's wife employed at my company? May I inquire as to the identity of this brother? Director Lin ventured. My brother is Yichen. Have you heard of the recent prodigy in crude oil futures who leveraged 20 times and amassed over 40 billion? That's him. He continued, and my sister-in-law is Qin Meiyun. Please expedite the arrangements. We are pressed for time. Feng Tianhai stated directly. Instantly, Director Lin's eyes widened, and he gasped. Upon learning the identity of Feng Tianhai's brother, he was utterly shaken, his mind in turmoil. Then, upon hearing that Qin Meiyun was the so-called sister-in-law, he trembled and stammered. Director Feng, these are trivial matters, merely a vacation. However, there is one thing I do not comprehend. What is the relationship between this financial genius and Qin Meiyun? Is she his wife? Indeed, she is. Refrain from further inquiries. Their relationship is complex. In essence, remember that my sister-in-law is employed at your company. Exercise discretion and discernment. As long as my sister-in-law is content, neither I nor my brother will be ungenerous. Your small company's performance is not stellar, is it? If my brother were to casually endorse you, would you not ascend? Feng Tianhai stated solemnly. Good heavens, Director Feng, had I known this sooner. The stock market wizard's wife is in my company, an inconceivable notion. Rest assured, the stock market wizard's wife is akin to my revered ancestor. Please wait momentarily. I shall make arrangements immediately. Upon hearing Feng Tianhai's words, the seasoned Director Lin became ecstatic, his excitement causing him to salivate. Furthermore, I have heard that your company is rife with gossip, which greatly affects my sister-in-law. Address this matter as well. My brother and sister-in-law are husband and wife, and their child is grown. My brother's success was delayed, but it is not a matter of patronage. Should anyone dare to gossip, they will face my wrath. Feng Tianhai warned. Director Feng, have no concern. I guarantee with my life that no further rumors will circulate. I shall attend to it forthwith. Please wait patiently. Director Lin assured with fervor. This was an unparalleled opportunity. That financial wizard was a veritable colossus, and beneath its shade, one could find respite. By fostering a positive rapport with them, the company would flourish, and its performance would surge. Moreover, by cultivating personal ties, a casual stock market recommendation could propel him to new heights. Upon concluding the call, Director Lin clapped his hands, his face radiant with joy. He was the epitome of someone whose spirits were lifted by joyous news. Even the alluring female subordinate beside him held no allure. Director Lin, what has caused such elation? Feng Yu inquired, leaning closer. Feng Yu, seize the opportunity to apologize to Qin Meiyun and cultivate a positive relationship with her. From now on, no more rumors in the company, understood? Otherwise, I cannot save you. Anyone caught spreading falsehoods about Qin Meiyun will be terminated. Director Lin stated solemnly, his tone weighty and unequivocal. Feng Yu's heart leaped, her face paled, and she became anxious. Director, what is transpiring? Please enlighten me, Feng Yu pleaded. Oh, you are all mistaken. Qin Meiyun has not found a benefactor. She is simply discreet and unassuming. Perhaps her husband's sudden wealth has been overwhelming. As I mentioned before, a financial wizard emerged in the stock market, wielding immense power, akin to a deity, extracting wealth from international financial magnates and capitalists. In a mere afternoon, he amassed over 40 billion. 40 billion. Director Lin exclaimed, patting his stomach and sighing repeatedly. Upon hearing Director Lin's words, Fang Yu was stunned, covering her mouth and holding her breath. Her mind was utterly blank. After a long pause, she finally responded, I shall apologize immediately. With that, Fang Yu rushed out, her attire disheveled. Director Lin also composed himself, adjusted his attire, and departed from the office. Meanwhile, Qin Meiyun returned to her workstation. Her face filled with resentment, yet she continued to type, performing her duties. Suddenly, Chief Li slammed a document onto the desk. Qin Meiyun, are you deliberately antagonizing me? Is this never going to end? How many times has this proposal been revised, and it only deteriorates? Are you incompetent? Do not assume that you have become a phoenix by securing a patron. Ultimately, you are still selling yourself. You are fortunate to have been sold at a higher price. But I warn you, this is a company, not your home. Your powerful benefactor cannot interfere here. Chief Li reprimanded, his face dark, with her hands on her hips. She adopted a domineering stance. Her humiliating words instantly caused the female employees to peek out and observe the spectacle. Some gloated, some sneered, and others cursed with envy. Qin Meiyun is indeed fortunate. Despite being divorced with a child, she has become a desirable commodity. It is said that a wealthy suitor spent 5 million to court her. Had I known that second-hand women were so sought after, I would have divorced as well. Indeed, Xiaolon is correct. This wealthy suitor has unique tastes, favoring second-hand divorced women. TSK. It is evident that Qin Meiyun is alluring and adept at seduction, captivating the wealthy suitor. Indeed, but I have heard that being a mistress is precarious. They are easily discarded when the wealthy tire of them, treating them like trash. After all, they can find any woman they desire. Bang! Qin Meiyun finally succumbed to her anger, slamming her hand on the desk. She stated coldly, have you said enough? Do not presume that others are as depraved as you. Do not slander others based on your own skewed values. What is the benefit of your unfounded accusations? Chief Li was taken aback by Qin Meiyun's outburst, but she retorted, oh, our company's model worker is finally erupting. I had assumed you were a benevolent bodhisattva. It seems I overestimated you. Qin Meiyun, your character and actions are your personal affairs, and I am disinclined to inquire. However, while you are at the company, you must redo all of this work. Otherwise, you are not permitted to leave. Did you hear me? If you did, tell me loudly that you heard me. Chief Li suddenly thundered, raising her voice and pointing at Qin Meiyun. Chapter 85. I beseech you, take a vacation and rest at home. Everyone else was startled, shrinking back, not daring to watch the spectacle. At this moment, Qin Meiyun's eyes welled with tears, utterly aggrieved. Originally, she could resign immediately, but Supervisor Li and General Manager Lin had colluded to withhold her bonus. Moreover, to return to work at the family company, she needed a certificate of employment. And if General Manager Lin gave her an unfavorable review, her grandmother would not think highly of her. Qin Meiyun simply wanted to create wealth and achieve everything through her own abilities. But she was always subjected to such discrimination and suppression because she was too kind and agreeable. And now, her vulnerability had been seized upon because she had told her trusted apprentice, Fang Yu, about the evaluation needed for working at the family company. Otherwise, how could she be in such a predicament? Qin Meiyun silently returned to her seat, tears streaming down her face, yet she picked up the documents and began revising them. Seeing Qin Meiyun's capitulation, Supervisor Li revealed a smug smile. At that moment, Fang Yu approached, seizing the documents from Qin Meiyun's hands, and said anxiously, Master, let me do it for you. You rest aside. I'll handle it. Qin Meiyun wiped away her tears and looked at her suspiciously, doubting Fang Yu's sincerity. She suspected it was a coordinated effort to mock her. No need. I can do it myself. Let go, Qin Meiyun said earnestly. Master, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said those things to you earlier. Please don't take it to heart, okay? I didn't mean anything by it, and certainly didn't want to kick you when you're down. Master, I'm heartless and ungrateful. Fang Yu is worthless. Please give me a chance to redeem myself. Let me do this. You rest. Fang Yu finished, forcibly snatching the documents from Qin Meiyun's hands. Qin Meiyun was utterly stunned, completely bewildered by Fang Yu's sudden transformation. It was as if she had become a different person, leaving her in a daze. Fang Yu, you have guts. You're going against me, aren't you? Supervisor Li exclaimed, grabbing Fang Yu back and seizing the documents. Get lost. Let's see who dares to interfere today. Qin Meiyun, hurry up and finish this. Don't even think about leaving work if it's not done. Supervisor Li stood akimbo, resembling a fearsome virago. Heh, Supervisor Li, you're used to throwing your weight around. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you. You dare to bully my master? You're courting disaster. Fang Yu exclaimed, delighted. She had been pondering how to earn Qin Meiyun's forgiveness when Supervisor Li, that clueless fool, had taken the initiative to cause trouble for Qin Meiyun, providing her with the perfect cover to shift the blame. Don't think I'm just bullying her. What if I am? Supervisor Li said arrogantly. She was also surprised because Fang Yu was usually not a good person and had often collaborated with her to bully Qin Meiyun. What was happening today? Had she changed her ways? Is that so? General Manager Lin is here. Just wait, you'll be crying soon. Fang Yu said mockingly. Good day, General Manager Lin. Good day, General Manager Lin. Just then, General Manager Lin arrived, and all the female employees stood up to greet him. General Manager Lin, are you heading out? Supervisor Li asked, swaying her hips vigorously as she walked toward General Manager Lin. I need to speak with Qin Meiyun about something, General Manager Lin said gravely, bypassing Supervisor Li and heading to Qin Meiyun's workstation. Meiyun, I'm giving you a day off today. Go home and rest. Come back to work whenever you feel like it. Don't exhaust yourself at work. You're our company's model employee. I can't afford the responsibility if you burn out. Hurry, pack up and go home. Let Supervisor Li drive you back. Just when everyone thought General Manager Lin was there to cause trouble for Qin Meiyun, his sudden and dramatic change in attitude shocked everyone into disbelief. Supervisor Li, in particular, gaped and took several deep breaths, thinking she had misheard. Her face was filled with astonishment and disbelief. But when she came to her senses, her expression darkened. Could it be that Qin Meiyun, that hussy, had finally seen the light and slept with General Manager Lin? Otherwise, why would General Manager Lin indulge her so much? General Manager Lin, I don't know what you're trying to do. I'm just working and standing by my post until the end. Why are you making things difficult for me? Qin Meiyun said, unable to contain herself, emphasizing her words with grievance. Her face was filled with indignation, and she was on the verge of tears again. This frightened General Manager Lin so much that he nearly collapsed to the ground. My dear, please don't cry. I beg you. How about I give you a long vacation to rest at home? It's not what you think. I've approved your resignation, and you can rest assured that the evaluation will be favorable for your next job. It's really not what you think. I just want to give you a vacation. Really just a vacation, I swear. General Manager Lin said earnestly, raising his hand. I can vouch for that, Master. General Manager Lin really just wants to give you a vacation. Please don't misunderstand, Fang Yu said firmly from the side, indicating that she was not joking. Instantly, the entire office fell silent. The boss was begging an employee to take a vacation, and the employee refused, with the boss swearing to prove it. The employee's thoughts were in disarray. This was too absurd. It completely subverted their understanding. Their worldview was turned upside down. Shouldn't it be the other way around? With employees begging the boss for a vacation? Oh, and it's a paid vacation with triple pay, and I'll have the finance department complete your bonus immediately. Meiyun, I've seen how hard you work every day. I was negligent before, and it's my fault. Please don't take it to heart, General Manager Lin said again, intensifying the shock. Everyone who heard it thought they were hallucinating. Was this real? A paid vacation with triple pay. The boss apologized and begged the employee to go home. All bonuses would be fully paid. In which direction should one bow to dream such a dream? The employees were almost delirious, wishing they could accept the offer on behalf of Qin Meiyun. Even Supervisor Li was stunned, gasping for air, unable to react. What was happening? Why was General Manager Lin suddenly showing such respect to Qin Meiyun? General Manager Lin, you're not joking, are you? Supervisor Li asked in astonishment. At the same time, Qin Meiyun also calmed down and looked at General Manager Lin with a questioning gaze. She didn't speak because Supervisor Li had voiced her doubts. Shut up. What does it have to do with you? Oh, and all the work that Meiyun hasn't finished will be handed over to you. Distribute it to your department. And if you can't finish it, see how I deal with you. Mr. Lin suddenly exclaimed in anger, causing Supervisor Li's face to turn pale with fear. Yet he dared not inquire about the reason. Chapter 86. Wang Chao's admirable character. Such favoritism. Despite the imbalance and fury churning within, Supervisor Li dared not vent his frustration. He merely glared daggers at Qin Meiyun before departing with the documents. Meiyun, quickly gather your belongings. Your husband, my brother, is waiting downstairs. I'll escort you out. General Manager Lin exclaimed, his face beaming with a radiant smile. Suddenly, Qin Meiyun realized that General Manager Lin's abrupt shift in demeanor must be connected to Yi Chun. Wordlessly, she swiftly packed her things and headed towards the exit, with General Manager Lin trailing behind like a devoted follower. Today presented an opportunity to ingratiate himself with the legendary stock market guru. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, clutching the plane tickets, was making his way into the company. He encountered Qin Meiyun and General Manager Lin descending just as he reached the elevator lobby. Meiyun, perfect timing. I was just planning to take you back to our hometown. Have you arranged your leave? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. Didn't you take care of all the arrangements? Why ask? Qin Meiyun retorted playfully, her heart filled with relief. She had been under immense pressure at work lately, targeted by Supervisor Li, Fang Yu, and seemingly the entire company. General Manager Lin's oppressive behavior had only exacerbated her stress. Now, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ah, was that so? Yi Chen grinned, knowing that the truth would inevitably surface. At that moment, General Manager Lin scurried over obsequiously, greeting Feng Tianhai, before turning to Yi Chen. You must be General Manager Yi. A pleasure to meet you. I've long heard of your esteemed name. Meeting you today confirms that you are indeed a prodigy. Your achievements at such a young age are nothing short of genius in the financial world. I am in awe. General Manager Lin grasped Yi Chen's hand tightly, showering him with effusive praise. Yi Chen responded with polite but perfunctory remarks, already displaying impatience. Noticing this, Feng Tianhai intervened. General Manager Lin, my brother has a flight to catch. Perhaps you could discuss matters upon his return? My sister-in-law's vacation may be extended indefinitely, so I trust you'll understand. Feng Tianhai patted General Manager Lin's shoulder as a gentle reminder. Though phrased as gratitude, his tone carried the weight of command. General Manager Lin, no fool, was careful not to offend. He quickly responded, it's no trouble at all. Sister-in-law, please feel free to take as much time off as you need, without any formalities. General Manager Yi, safe travels. I'll treat you to a meal upon your return. Please do me the honor. General Manager Lin said with anticipation. Yes, definitely. If there's an opportunity. Yi Chen nodded curtly before turning and leading Qin Meiyun towards the exit. General Manager Lin, my brother mentioned that you should divest from the ocean technology stock you're currently invested in. I hear Hex is a promising prospect. You're a discerning individual, so I needn't elaborate further. Seize the opportunity. Feng Tianhai, adopting a mentor's demeanor, patted General Manager Lin's shoulder before departing. General Manager Lin, after a moment of realization, was overcome with elation. The stock he had been holding had been bleeding money, and he had been contemplating adding to his position. Upon hearing Feng Tianhai's advice, he instantly changed his mind. This was a tip straight from the stock market guru. He couldn't afford to miss it. General Manager Feng, please convey my gratitude to General Manager Yi. Don't forget about me upon your return. We must sit down for a proper meal. General Manager Lin exclaimed with delight. Chasing after them, Feng Tianhai, however, didn't look back as he got into the car, whisking Yi Chen and Qin Meiyun away. Feng Tianhai was secretly reveling in the situation. The feeling of being revered for dispensing sage advice was exhilarating. It only reinforced his belief that being in Yi Chen's presence would be immensely educational. He was content to be a chauffeur, if necessary. This was the life, full of excitement and intrigue. In the car, Qin Meiyun continued to steal glances at Yi Chen. Lost in thought, Yi Chen's transformation had been remarkable, and his newfound charisma was undeniable. Even General Manager Lin seemed subdued and respectful in his presence. Yi Chen's aura was now so powerful that Qin Meiyun felt as if she were in a dream. Was this the same man who had been unreliable, domineering at home, spineless in public, evasive in times of trouble, and abusive when drunk? The contrast was simply staggering. Half an hour later, after picking up Tong Tong, the family set off for the airport. Tong Tong, who had never been on a trip before, was filled with excitement and wonder. Her face radiated happiness. Qin Meiyun, reclining in her seat, luxuriated in the comfort of the first-class cabin while watching Yi Chen entertain their child with stories. She drifted off to sleep, only to be jolted awake by a nightmare. In her dream, Yi Chen had reverted to his old self, even worse than before. He had lured her into paradise only to cast her down into hell. All the beauty had been shattered, reduced to mere illusions. In her dream, Yi Chen had become even more cruel, forcing her to sell her blood to fuel his gambling addiction. He had even contemplated selling Tong Tong to a remote mountain village. Qin Meiyun was overwhelmed by despair when she awoke to the pilot's announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning our descent into Binhai City. As the announcement concluded, Qin Meiyun gasped for air, wiping the sweat from her brow. At that moment, Yi Chen reached out to her, prompting Qin Meiyun to cry out, "No, don't." Instantly, several passengers cast strange glances in their direction. Qin Meiyun realized what had happened. "Meiyun, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Yi Chen asked with concern. I'm fine. We'll be landing soon. Let's buy some gifts for Mom and Dad in the city." Qin Meiyun forced a smile. "No need. Everything's been taken care of. Tianhai's old classmate is here to pick us up." Yichen replied with a smile. Okay. Qin Meiyan nodded, falling silent. Soon, the plane touched down smoothly. Yichun and his family emerged from the gate, scanning the arrival area. Excuse me, are you Yichen? A friend of Feng Tianhai. A young man in a suit approached tentatively. Yes, I am. Yichen confirmed. Hello, I'm Wang Chao, Tianhai's classmate. I've prepared everything Tianhai asked me to buy. Let's get in the car, and I'll take you to Dowang village. Wang Chao gestured warmly. Thank you for your trouble. Yichen expressed his gratitude. It's no trouble at all. Tianhai's friends are my friends. If you need anything in Binhai, don't hesitate to reach out. Don't worry about inconveniencing me. Tianhai would never forgive me if I didn't take good care of you. So, Brother Yi, or may I call you brother? I hope you do not mind. They chatted as they walked. Wang Chao was affable, down-to-earth, and approachable. Their brief interaction left Yichen feeling at ease. Chapter 87. Homecoming. The old homestead. Just call me by my name. Formalities are unnecessary, Yichen remarked. I heard from Tianhai you're in the 4S dealership business. How's it treating you? In truth, he gleaned this insight intuitively, not merely from Feng Tianhai's account. Moreover, given the commendability of Feng Tianhai's old classmate, evidenced by Feng's choice to entrust him with airport pickup duties, Yichen felt compelled to offer him some prescient guidance. It's manageable, though a far cry from your scale. Wang Chao responded modestly. We're on the cusp of a new dealership opening, and I'd be deeply honored if you'd grace us as a ribbon-cutting guest, Brother Yi. I must decline. My sojourn here is brief, and I'm eager to spend quality time with my aging parents. Yichen demurred gently. The opening is tomorrow, correct? Abruptly, Wang Chao halted, his countenance betraying a flicker of anxiety. In response, Yichen paused, a puzzled expression etched upon his face. Brother, I've long heard whispers of your uncanny abilities, a veritable oracle whose pronouncements invariably materialize, Wang Chao confessed earnestly. Is there anything I should be mindful of for tomorrow's grand opening? Don't be alarmed. Tianhai exaggerates. I'm hardly an oracle, Yichen reassured him. However, it would behoove you to augment your fire safety provisions. Additionally, consider erecting a barrier at the entrance and adorning the premises with large decorative balloons. With that, Yichen resumed his advance. He was taken aback to hear Wang Chao relaying his counsel to subordinates over the phone. That lad is quite astute and possesses remarkable decisiveness. Yichen mused. It appears tomorrow's events will unfold without major incident. Upon beholding a procession of a dozen pristine black Land Rovers, Yichen was momentarily stunned. Wang Chao, this is excessively ostentatious. I'm merely returning for a familial visit. Such a display is unwarranted, Yichen protested, albeit with a hint of amusement. Despite his words, he was undeniably gratified by the lavish attention. Feng Tianhai's associate was proving exceptionally reliable. Brother, as the adage goes, wealth unshared is akin to nocturnal attire. Wang Chao countered with a grin. Frankly, I fear even this ensemble falls short of your stature. This represents the zenith of automotive luxury I could muster. I trust it meets with your approval. No, allow me to borrow a single vehicle for my personal use. I shall return it upon my departure. But kindly refrain from assigning a brand new model, Yichen stipulated, gesturing toward a slightly aged Land Rover. That places me in a rather awkward predicament, brother. I'd be hard-pressed to explain this to Tianhai, Wang Chao lamented, feigning concern. I'll personally address the matter with him. Your new dealership demands your attention. Attend to your responsibilities. My intentions are purely familial. A tranquil sojourn is all I desire, Yichen insisted. In that case, please, I implore you to inform me of your impending departure. To neglect such a courtesy would be a grave affront, Wang Chao conceded. Certainly, I shall notify you, Yichen affirmed with a nod. Only then did Wang Chao relinquish his command of the motorcade, leaving behind the designated black Land Rover. Before entering the vehicle, Yichen opened the trunk, revealing a metal case and an assortment of gifts. Upon unfastening the case, he beheld a trove of crimson banknotes, amounting to at least $500,000. Daddy! So much money! Tong Tong exclaimed, clapping her hands in glee. Yichen, what need have you for such a vast sum of cash? Qin Meiyan inquired quizzically. Mobile transfers and digital transactions are ubiquitous. There's no practical reason to carry such an abundance of physical currency. You misunderstand. Our family incurred substantial debts on my account. Debts that must be repaid, Yichen explained. Furthermore, digital transfers are but abstract figures. Our kin place greater credence in tangible currency. Besides, Wang Chao's earlier remark resonated deeply. Wealth unshared is akin to nocturnal attire. This isn't a display of vanity. Rather, it's a gesture to elevate our parents' standing, sparing them from the scrutiny of others. Show off, Qin Meiyan retorted playfully. Nevertheless, you speak the truth. Your parents have endured no small measure of humiliation and indebtedness on your behalf. Now that you've achieved financial success, it's only fitting that you bring honor to them. My wife truly understands me. Now let us embark, Yi Chun declared, gesturing grandly before settling into the driver's seat and guiding his family away from the city. As they traversed the rustic country lanes, Tong Tong extended her diminutive hand, grasping the warm summer breeze and exclaiming with delight at the distant mountains. Qin Meiyun wore a smile, albeit tinged with a hint of unease. The nightmare I experienced on the flight was connected to me, wasn't it? Yi Chun inquired softly, turning off the music and observing Qin Meiyun in the rearview mirror. Qin Meiyun hesitated, reluctant to disrupt the prevailing harmony with a mere dream. However, her apprehension was palpable. The dreamscape was a stark recollection of 7 years of her life. There's no need for words. I comprehend, Yi Chun interrupted gently. Meiyun, remember this, the former Yi Chun is no more. Henceforth, there exists only the Yi Chun who will cherish you and Tong Tong 100-fold. No betrayal, no suspicion. Only a heart devoted to your happiness. Repentant, Yi Chun extended his hand toward the back seat. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Meiyun placed her hand in his. Entwined, their hands basked in the warmth of Yi Chun's broad palm, gradually dispelling the lingering effects of Qin Meiyun's nightmare. Tong Tong joined the affectionate tableau, creating a united family. Their laughter spilling from the car windows and mingling with the azure sky and smiling clouds. The appearance of a Land Rover in the remote mountain village elicited a throng of children in pursuit. The village was impoverished, its youth seeking employment elsewhere. However, the convergence of the May Day holiday had lured many back for familial visits and matchmaking endeavors. Thus, the arrival of a Land Rover stirred curiosity among the villagers, who wondered at the identity of the individual who had attained such prosperity. Yi Chun drove with composure, though his heart surged with emotion. In his previous life, he had betrayed his family, exacerbating their already dire financial straits and plunging them into debt. His actions had caused his parents undue hardship and humiliation. Yi Chun's adoptive father, Yi Jianjun, and mother, Li Xiaoying, were honest, hard-working individuals who had dedicated their lives to the land, quintessential farmers. He vividly recalled his father borrowing from neighbors, villagers, and relatives to finance his university education, accumulating debts that far exceeded his means. In essence, his father had gambled everything on his adoptive son, willing to sacrifice all. Yi Chun was overwhelmed with remorse. As the car drew to a halt before a dilapidated wooden gate, Yi Chun was overcome with emotion at the sight of the familiar ramshackle house. Recalling the past, he pushed open the door and called out, "Mother, I have returned." His mother hurriedly emerged, brandishing green onions, her face radiant with joy, eager to prepare an array of wild vegetables, delectable dishes for him. Chapter 88. In the bustling city, poverty goes unnoticed. In the remote mountains, wealth attracts distant relatives. His father, bearing the weight of weariness in his eyes, sat at the doorway, his expression composed. Yet Yi Chun perceived the immense joy within him, a sentiment his father, in his paternal role, struggled to articulate. Moreover, his father possessed an unyielding and fiery temperament, often critical of him, his expectations only amplifying his disappointment. Later, succumbing to vices such as showering female broadcasters with gifts and gambling, he disrupted the family's tranquility, each homecoming met with diminishing smiles from his parents. Drawn back from his reverie, Yi Chun inhaled deeply before alighting from the car. "Isn't that Yi Chun, the second son of the Yi family? I heard he lost his job in the city and is burdened with gambling debts. Indeed, he has squandered a promising life. Yi Jianjun, a man of unwavering pride, has been utterly humiliated by his second son, now walking with a stoop. Yes, I fear he has returned to solicit funds once more. We must keep our distance. Aunties, uncles, you are mistaken. He arrives in a Land Rover, worth over $1 million. Perhaps he has prospered." A young man exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Over $1 million? Has Yi Chun truly struck it rich? Impossible. Gamblers never fare well. Even if they win, they inevitably lose it all. This vehicle must be rented." "Assuredly." The villagers murmured amongst themselves. At that moment, Qin Meiyun emerged from the car, cradling her daughter Tong Tong, causing a stir among the onlookers. Hasn't Yi Chun divorced? Yet here are his wife and daughter. Many were taken aback by Qin Meiyun's presence. Qin Meiyun, however, remained aloof, her gaze fixed on Yi Chun's departing figure. Uncertain of how to proceed, having formally divorced Yi Chun, unsure whether his parents would welcome her into their home. At that moment, Yi Chun pushed open the wooden door and, with a voice choked with emotion, called out, "Mom, I've I've returned. In response to Yi Chen's call, a woman with simple attire and mostly gray hair emerged from the dilapidated house, her face weathered by the elements. Mom, your son has returned. I am unfilial. I am sorry, Mom. Yi Chen cried, prostrating himself on the ground. To be able to return home and call out Mom at nearly 30 years old is a profound blessing. Yi Chen was grateful for his rebirth. An opportunity to repay his parents, especially for their nurturing kindness, which surpasses even the gift of life. Whether in his past or present life, his parents were the only ones who selflessly and wholeheartedly cared for him. In his previous life, his gambling had burdened them. In this life, he had finally reversed his fate and should have brought his parents to live with him long ago. Seeing his mother's haggard and aged face, he felt a remorse more agonizing than death. Upon seeing her second son return, Li Xiulian was stunned for a moment, regaining her composure. She wiped away her tears and approached him with mixed emotions. In the past, Yi Chen had only returned to ask for money. She wondered how much he would want this time, but the family was truly penniless. Second son, it's good that you're back. Get up quickly, people are watching, Li Xiulian said, hastily pulling Yi Chen to his feet. Mom heard that Meiyan divorced you. Your father and I wanted to visit you both last time, but when we learned of this, we turned back. We took a night train to get there, and when we found out, we came back. Your father drank for days without saying a word. Li Xiulian paused to wipe away her tears. Second son, will your father and I ever have the chance to see Tong Tong again? She asked with great concern. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was struck as if by lightning. He could imagine his parents, carrying local specialties, taking a night train to visit their granddaughter, only to turn back upon learning of their son's divorce, not daring to disturb their daughter-in-law, and returning home on the night train. 3 days of silence. It wasn't that his father was silent, but that he was heartbroken. How despairing his parents must have been at that time. Grandma, I'm here. Tong Tong missed you. Tong Tong suddenly ran over, her arms outstretched. In that instant, Li Xiulian was utterly stunned, unable to believe her eyes, thinking she was hallucinating. It wasn't until Tong Tong hugged her legs that she snapped out of her daze. Tong Tong, my dear granddaughter, Grandma missed you. Li Xiulian could no longer contain herself. There is a special bond between grandparents and grandchildren. Seeing Tong Tong at that moment filled her with more joy than possessing the entire world. Tong Tong, Grandma is dirty. Grandma can't hold you, Li Xiulian said. Squatting down and extending her hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. I don't mind if Grandma is dirty. I want to hug you, Tong Tong said sweetly, hugging her grandmother's neck, refusing to let go. Oh, my dear granddaughter, Grandma didn't spoil you for nothing. Grandma dreamed of my dear granddaughter. Tong Tong knows how to please people. She made Li Xiulian incredibly happy in an instant. Mom. Qin Meiyan walked in and called out softly. Her voice was soft, but Li Xiulian heard it. Seeing Qin Meiyan, she quickly hugged Tong Tong and walked over excitedly. Meiyan, you're back too. That's wonderful. Come inside. I'll cook for you quickly. Seeing that her daughter-in-law had also returned, Li Xiulian was overjoyed and didn't know what to do. Mom, don't bother. Yi Chen and I aren't hungry. We ate on the way. I was worried that you wouldn't welcome me if I came, Qin Meiyan said nervously, lowering her head. What are you saying? No matter what, you are still a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Why would you need to be welcomed home? Come inside quickly. Don't stay outside, Li Xiulian said, smiling from ear to ear, pulling Qin Meiyan towards the house. Yi Chen quickly followed. Mom, where's Dad? Yi Chen asked. Your dad. He's at the village chief's house. Your aunt and others built a fish pond, which encroached on our land. They're discussing it, Li Xiulian said, her eyes dimming. What? What's there to discuss? We told them last time that the land belongs to us. Why should we let them take it for free? I also heard that they beat my dad. Is that true? Yi Chen asked, his face filled with indignation. It's all in the past. Come inside first. I'll call your dad back, Li Xiulian said, not wanting Yi Chen to make a scene. After all, the family still owed his aunt money. Otherwise, how could they have their land taken and still have to discuss it? Yi Jianjun's fiery temper wouldn't allow him to be bullied like this. Chapter 89, The Stubborn Father. However, due to Yi Chen, he had suppressed his temper over the years, refraining from raising his voice when speaking to others, and he had become a frequent target of ridicule. Mom, I'm going to find them. You all stay at home. It was merely a matter of repaying the money they owed her, but regarding the incident with my father, it was imperative to hold them accountable. After declaring this, Yi Chen strode purposefully towards the exit, exuding an air of indignation. Son, don't act impulsively. Your temperament mirrors your father's. He has improved significantly, and you mustn't escalate the situation. Li Xiulian, filled with concern, hurried after him. Qin Meiyan, cradling Tong Tong, followed closely behind. Yi Chun hastened outwards, prompting the nearby villagers to gather, intrigued by the unfolding drama. Listen to your mother. Don't make a scene. After all, they are relatives. It's better to maintain harmony. If you create a rift, how will you all coexist in the future? Li Xiaoying pleaded as she chased after him. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had already entered the Land Rover and rolled down the window, saying, "Mom, get in the car. Meiyun, you too." Qin Meiyun nodded, opened the door for Li Xiaoying, and then followed Tong Tong into the vehicle. "Mom, let me tell you, kindness can be mistaken for weakness, and honesty can lead to exploitation. You and Dad have been too naive. Yes, we owe them money, but we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied. I will repay the debt, but I must seek justice for what they did to my father," Yi Chun declared, starting the engine and accelerating towards the village chief's house at the eastern end of the village. "But we do owe them money," Li Xiaoying expressed her concerns. "I returned this time to settle the debt. You need not worry about it anymore," Yi Chun assured her with unwavering determination. "Really?" Li Xiaoying looked bewildered, struggling to comprehend. "Let Yi Chun handle this, Mom. He has turned over a new leaf and has already repaid his debts, even earning quite a bit of money. Rest assured and let him resolve this," Qin Meiyun comforted, placing a hand on Li Xiaoying's. After a moment, Li Xiaoying reluctantly nodded, still anxious but reassured by her daughter-in-law's words. Soon, Yi Chun arrived at the village chief's home, which was relatively well off, featuring a tiled house with a spacious yard. As Yi Chun alighted from the vehicle, a sharp female voice pierced through the air from the courtyard. "Yi Jianjun, you are utterly shameless. How could you forget the pitiful state you were in when you borrowed money from us? Now you act all high and mighty. Answer me, why the silence? Was your temper quite fierce before? When we lent you 20,000, you didn't wear this face." A stout woman, clad in a floral dress and adorned with gold rings, glared menacingly. "What's wrong with occupying a bit of your land? How much can you earn from that? It wouldn't even cover the gambling losses your second son racks up in a year. If you think we've taken your land, return the 20,000 first, and I'll gladly give you back a piece." A middle-aged man in the crowd shouted angrily. "The land was allocated by our parents. It belongs to whoever it was given to. As for the debt, I will find a way to repay it. Tomorrow, I will work out of town at the construction site, and I promise to settle it by year-end," a middle-aged man in a tattered hat declared indignantly. "Do you really think I don't know how much debt your family owes? Not to mention what your second son owes in the city. You have borrowed no less than 40 or 50,000 from these relatives. Spare me the theatrics. Either that land becomes ours, or you repay the debt. No more nonsense," the stout woman shouted, her tone domineering. "As long as I live, this debt will remain," Yi Jianjun firmly stated. "What's the point of your existence? Look at your children. Do any of them have a future? The eldest can't afford to marry and pretends to be grand while buying a house in the city. The money was probably lost through your second son's gambling. The second son is a notorious debtor, a pariah in town. Remember how arrogant your family was when you were preparing for the civil service? Now look at the downfall. You are destined for a life of poverty, and your 4 children will amount to nothing," the stout woman sneered derisively. Just then, the wooden door was kicked open with a resounding thud. Cutting through the clamor of voices, Yi Chun entered, his expression icy, filled with fury at witnessing his father being berated by a throng of relatives in front of the village chief and numerous villagers. His heart ached at the sight of his father, unable to retaliate, and he felt as though his own heart was being sliced apart. "Yi Chun, you have the audacity to return? Weren't you supposed to be hiding from your gambling debts and loan sharks, leading to your family's ruin?" The stout woman smirked maliciously. "Yi Chun, have you no respect for me as the village chief? Who dares to kick down my door after all these years?" The village chief stood up, his expression furious. Seeing Yi Chun arrive, Yi Jianjun frowned and sternly said, "What are you doing back here? This is none of your concern. Just go home." He understood his son well, recognizing his temperament despite the lack of blood ties. Their personalities were strikingly similar, marked by a shared silence and expressing affection, typical of many father-son relationships in Huaxia. The father seemed merely hot-tempered and obstinate. Chapter 90. Under scrutiny, Yi Chun, who had lived in fear of his father since childhood, grew to understand that deep down, his father genuinely cared for him, albeit in an unexpressive manner. It could be said that the once indomitable man had laid aside his dignity to repay debts and support his son's education, enduring ridicule and scorn. When borrowing money, he endured humiliation in silence, forcing a smile despite the disdain he faced. In both of his lifetimes, Yi Chun witnessed his father suffer under the exploitation and oppression of relatives, unable to retaliate, which magnified his feelings of guilt. If I don't come, they would bully you to death. Yi Chen declared, his eyes reddened with emotion. Ridiculous. Who dares to bully your father? I have never been bullied in my life. You should return home and stop meddling here. Yi Jianjun shouted, his eyes wide with anger. Just let him come back and take that little money to leave. Tell him what I am doing here. Yi Jianjun muttered as he saw his wife, Li Xiaoying. He believed his son had returned solely for financial reasons. Dad, I've grown up. There are some matters I can handle. You rest for now. I will resolve this, Yi Chen said, waving to Qin Meiyun not far away. She opened the trunk of her car and brought out a box, presenting it to Yi Chen. He placed the box on the stone mill in the yard, opened it, and pulled out several bundles of cash before striding towards the overweight woman. We borrowed 20,000 from your family. Including interest, I will give you 40,000. From now on, we are even. Stop using this matter to stab my father in the back. Turning, Yi Chen approached the village chief and handed over 30,000, saying, Uncle Village Chief, last year, my father injured his leg while working and borrowed 15,000 from your family. Here's 30,000, and the rest is interest. While this is too much, Yi Chen, where did you get this money? If it's not legitimate, I cannot accept it. The village chief stammered, astonished. He was bewildered by where the gambler Yi Chen had found such wealth. He feared that if the money was ill-gotten, it would be snatched away before it could warm his hands. As the village chief expressed his doubts, the surrounding villagers cast suspicious glances towards Yi Chen. Where else would it come from? He is a gambler without a steady job, surely not someone to be trusted. Indeed, it might even be counterfeit. Village chief, be careful. This lad is no good. He deceives his family, exploits his father-in-law, and abuses his wife. His money must be tainted. At that moment, Yi Chen's aunt, Yi Huiling, scoffed. The village chief turned and went into the house to fetch the village's designated cash-checking machine, verifying the bills on the spot. All of them were genuine. Even Yi Huiling checked the money in her hands, and the result confirmed they were all real notes. Even if the money is real, it must be dubious. Yi Huiling sneered. If you're afraid to take it, then give it to me. Yi Chen retorted coldly. Why should I give it to you? This is what you owe our family. If anything goes wrong, you'll be the one caught. Yi Jianjun, you foolish man, raising such a prodigal son who brings trouble. Just wait for the law to catch him. Yi Huiling cursed while pointing at Yi Jianjun. If Yi Chen's money is ill-gotten, he will surely be apprehended. Dad, don't listen to their slanders. This money is all earned by me. Yi Chen declared earnestly. He was not afraid of misunderstandings. He feared for his father's worry. Nonsense. Don't think we don't know about your sordid activities in the city. Gambling has led to the ruin of families. Spending money on female streamers. You've lost your job. You're a worthless gambler, a scoundrel, yet you think you can make money? Ridiculous. However, just as Yi Huiling finished speaking, the usually docile and virtuous Li Xiaoying stepped forward, pointing at Yi Huiling and scolding. You are the ones who are absurd. My son may have made mistakes, but he has his principles and would never be as you say. Close your mouths. Before Yi Huiling could retort, Yi Jianjun erupted in fury, grabbing a nearby chair and slamming it to the ground. Everyone be quiet. My son has made mistakes, but I, as his father, will educate him. It is not your place to point fingers. Even if he has committed any unlawful acts, I will personally take him to confess, not wait for others to come knocking. Besides, you have no evidence. Why slander my second son? I see you all are itching for a fight. The money has been repaid. Stop these nonsensical accusations. I believe in my son. His earnings are clean. With that, Yi Jianjun pulled Yi Chen away, ready to leave. Dad, wait a moment. Today, I will repay all our debts and favors. Yi Chen exclaimed, promptly opening the box to reveal a treasure trove of cash. This spectacle left Yi Huiling and her family utterly astonished. They had never seen so much money in their lives. A rough estimate suggested it exceeded 1 million. For an ordinary farming family, 100,000 would already signify wealth. Even the village chief could not produce such an amount in one go. The entire yard fell silent as Yi Chen stood impassively beside the box of cash, addressing the gathered crowd. Dear uncles, aunts, I, Yi Chen, was once immature and caused trouble for my family, inconveniencing you all. Today, I repay all debts, and I do not merely return the principal. For every 1,000 I owe, I will repay 2,000. For every 10,000, I will repay 20,000. Sister Zhang, Uncle Wang, Uncle Lu, Aunt Yu, come forward. As Yi Chen called out boldly. For humble villagers approached him. Yi Chen took the ledger from his mother, and according to the amounts listed, he repaid all debts in double. When the villagers received their money, smiles spread across their faces. As the villagers present received the amounts owed to them, satisfaction replaced their earlier doubts. If the money had truly been earned through crime, how could it be used to repay debts? He would have already indulged himself or fled. This simple logic dawned on the villagers, who had previously been misled by Yi Huiling's words. Dear villagers, although you are my elders, I have a few words to share. It is only right to repay debts, and those who have helped our family, be they relatives or not, will have their debts cleared. I not only repay what is owed, but I also promise that in the future, anyone who requires my assistance shall find me willing to help. I must make it clear, debts are settled and favors returned. However, if anyone dares to harm my father further, they should prepare for my wrath. With this declaration, Yi Chun's fierce presence commanded the attention of all present. Chapter 91. The Shocked Parents. As the words flowed, all the elders fell silent, nodding in agreement. They felt that Yi Chun was indeed a person of conscience and kept his promises, repaying debts in full. However, just as the villagers began to reassess their views on Yi Chun, Yi Huiling's son, Zhang Chu, swaggered out, shaking his head. Shut your mouth. You really think you're something special? Just because you have a little money, you act all high and mighty? Let me tell you, Yi Lauer, you were always a coward. A loser who ruined his family. Your wife ran off with someone else, didn't she? You were always bullied, and if you dare to act tough here, I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp. Zhang Chu sneered, his tall figure exuding arrogance. The last words even drew a dark expression from Qin Meiyun, who was nearby. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's face turned cold, his gaze sharp. His fists clenched so tightly that they turned white, on the verge of exploding. However, before he could respond, Yi Jianjun had already lost his temper. His son's return had brought him pride, and Zhang Chu's words unleashed years of suppressed anger and grievances. Unable to contain his fury anymore, he roared, "You little brat. Today, I'll make sure you regret crossing me. You won't be able to spit out ivory from that dog's mouth." In a fit of rage, Yi Jianjun rushed to the wall, grabbing a large iron shovel, charging menacingly at Zhang Chu. Zhang Chu, seeing this, panicked and fled, but he was still struck on the head by Yi Jianjun's shovel. After a few kicks, Zhang Chu screamed in agony, clutching his head and crying out. Yi Huiling rushed forward, but was knocked down by Yi Jianjun's slap. "Listen to me, Yi Huiling. If it weren't for you being my sister, I would have dealt with you too. Your unruly son? I'll take care of him. How dare he insult my son and daughter-in-law? Do you believe I want to chop you all up?" Yi Jianjun glared, filled with fury. Terrified, Yi Huiling rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Li Xiaoying hurried to embrace Yi Jianjun, fearing he might seriously harm someone. Yet, once Yi Jianjun's temper flared, no one dared to intervene. Even a stray dog that bared its teeth at him was sent flying with a kick. This proved that Yi Jianjun's bottom line was his son and daughter-in-law. At that moment, Zhang Chu lay on the ground, bloodied and wailing, too frightened to get up. Yi Chen approached him, delivering a few kicks before pulling his father aside. "Dad, enough. Let them learn a lesson. No way. These bastards dare to insult my daughter-in-law. I'll make sure they pay." Yi Jianjun bellowed, pushing Yi Chen away. The relatives around them dared not say a word, even shying away from mediating the conflict. "Dad, let us go home. We don't want to hurt anyone too badly. Your granddaughter Tong Tong is scared." Just then, Qin Meiyun appeared, holding Tong Tong. Tong Tong rubbed her mouth and softly cried out, "Grandpa, I'm scared." The shovel in Yi Jianjun's hand clattered to the ground, and astonishingly, his furious demeanor transformed into a smile in an instant at the sound of his granddaughter's voice. "Tong Tong, my dear granddaughter, I've missed you so much." "Meiyun, why did you bring Tong Tong here? Grandpa won't get angry anymore. Come here for a hug." Yi Jianjun rushed over, embracing Tong Tong with a radiant smile, his wrinkles smoothing out. Tong Tong's few words completely disarmed him. "Grandpa, I'm hungry." She pouted, rubbing her belly. "My precious granddaughter is hungry. Wife, you too. Why weren't you home cooking when Meiyun and the others came back? Hurry up and prepare a meal for my granddaughter." Yi Jianjun exclaimed, lifting Tong Tong onto his neck, his anger dissipating. Li Xiaoying sighed in relief, while Qin Meiyun smiled with satisfaction. As the family left the courtyard, the sounds of Yi Huiling and her son's quarrels still echoed behind them. Once home, Li Xiaoying busied herself in the kitchen. Soon, a meal of a hen, fresh vegetables, and a stew of ribs and beans was ready, filling the air with delicious aromas. Tong Tong had already grabbed a large chicken leg, her mouth greasy, delighting Yi Jianjun and Li Xiaoying. However, when Yi Jianjun turned to see the boxes of Mao Tai, Zhonghua cigarettes, and various expensive health products piled high on the floor, his expression gradually turned cold. Where did this money come from? He asked sharply. Of course, I earned it, Dad. Don't you believe me? Yi-Chen replied earnestly, putting down his chopsticks. Nonsense. I was just saving face in front of others earlier. Don't think I don't know your character. Where did this money really come from? Speak the truth, or I'll have no peace with your mother. Yi Jianjun questioned sternly. This left Yi-Chen feeling quite helpless. Dad, you wouldn't understand. I made my money from stock trading. Do you know what stocks are? Yi-Chen spread his hands, asking, what kind of stocks could earn you this much? Don't take me for a fool. Those Maotai bottles alone are worth tens of thousands if they're genuine. And the Zhonghua cigarettes, sea cucumbers, abalone, and bird's nest? These are all valuable items. Yi Jianjun's eyes narrowed, unable to tolerate any deception. After all, Yi-Chen had previously been a source of disappointment. It was no wonder a father would have doubts. He had once been deceived by a gambling son who squandered their life savings. After supporting him through school, he finally landed a good job, only to lose it. Dad, I can prove it. Yi-Chen's money is legitimate. He hasn't committed any crimes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come back with me to visit you too. Qin Meian interjected, explaining. She had only just learned that the elderly couple had initially planned to visit Tong Tong, but turned back upon hearing the news of her divorce, fearing it would disturb her. Qin Meian could imagine how heavy their hearts must have been on that journey. She felt a pang of guilt, knowing that the divorce had caused significant hurt to both families. Herself said it, so I believe it. But you, my boy, even if you sweet-talk me now, I won't trust you. You bought so many things, spent so much money, and this box of cash must hold hundreds of thousands. Was quite biased, believing his daughter-in-law, but not his son. This made Sai repeatedly, feeling helpless. After all, it was his past misdeeds that had brought such a heavy shadow to his father. There's $1 million in cash here, more than 10,000 was used to pay debts, so there should be 700,000 or 800,000 left. These things didn't cost much. Dad, I want to take you and Mom to the city this time, so I'm giving you this money. Pointed to the box and said, forget it. Go to the city? Your mom and I can't enjoy that kind of life. As long as you turn over a new leaf, stop gambling, and treat the kids well, your mom and I can rest in peace even in our graves. Shook his head and said, yes. I still can't accept that you and D. Li Xiaoying said this, suddenly realized she had said the wrong thing, especially with air. She quickly covered her mouth, but tears streamed from her eyes. We're eating. Why talk about this? Don't listen to your mom. Your parents didn't blame you for your decision, after all. Was too awful back then. I didn't raise my son well, and I apologize to you here. I'll visit your parents another day to apologize. Saying this, bowed to. Dad, what are you doing? How could I blame you? Even though, and I are already. I'm back now, and I haven't changed how I address you. Panicked and quickly tugged at sleeve. Seeing this scene, felt a pang of heartache and even more self-reproach. It's okay, it's all deserved, as long as you bring back often. Saying this, turned his head away, his voice already choked with emotion, unable to speak. To see a man of iron shed tears is proof enough of how heartbroken truly is. Dad, I'm sorry. It's your son who has disappointed you, but from now on, I will make sure you two enjoy your lives and no longer worry about me. Said with a firm tone, vowing. Nonsense, the family is gone. What happiness am I enjoying? Is it money that your mom and I lack? What is it that we want? Don't you know? Said with red eyes, turning back to scold. At this moment, Li Xiaoying also reached out, holding his hand, her eyes full of pleading. The old couple couldn't bring themselves to say it. After all, was a pit of fire back then, and as parents, they felt sorry for their daughter-in-law, but not letting them divorce would be too selfish. So, what they want to see most now is family reunited, living in harmony, no longer like before, with constant chaos. Living a steady life is better than anything. How could not feel her in-laws' intentions, and also understand their predicament, unable to say it? Mom, I know what you mean, haven't I been thinking about it? I'm also giving a chance, and he's changed a lot recently. You should be able to feel it from Aunt's relationship. But don't blame me for not accepting it so easily, after all. Saying this, lowered her head. Don't say any more. Mom understands your meaning. As long as you can give a chance to turn over a new leaf, Mom will be satisfied. She thought there was no chance for her and her son. But hearing her daughter-in-law's words, it seemed there was still a chance. Instantly, Li Xiaoying's face was filled with joy, grabbing his hand, smiling radiantly. You rascal, did you hear that? Put on a good show for me. If you lose such a good daughter-in-law, I won't recognize you as my son. As he spoke, kicked leg, grimaced in pain, clutching his leg, and said aggrievedly, Dad, aren't I trying hard? Don't worry, our family's daughter-in-law can only be surnamed Qin. It's good that you still have some conscience. Grinned after hearing this. Then he took the wine, drank heartily, and said, This good wine tastes good, but even though you've made some money, don't get too cocky. Too many nouveau riches end up losing it all in the end. You can't live off your laurels, you have to find a way to maintain your current wealth. It's wrong to indulge in pleasure, understand? As he spoke, took another large gulp of the 7 or 8,000 yuan Matai wine, and then said, return all these wines later. And give more to your wife and daughter to improve their lives. Dad, what are you saying? This is to show filial piety to you. If you return it, I'll buy more. Anyway, I'm not short of money now. Picked up a piece of vegetable and ate it with relish. His tone was also very bold. Listening to your tone, you've made a fortune, but you can't be so extravagant. Said in a deep voice. That's right, I've made a fortune, and it's a windfall. This little bit of stuff isn't even a fraction of a fraction, so even if you drink 10 bottles a day, I can afford it. I don't have any other abilities now, but in terms of money, Dad, Mom, don't worry about it, and don't save for me. Said very seriously. Hearing him say this, also became interested and asked curiously, how much money did you make? It's burning you up like this, making you look like a nouveau riche. Although looks a bit too arrogant now, his father is still very happy that his son is making money, and not by stealing or robbing. Hearing his father's question, grinned and mysteriously held up 4 fingers, frowned and slapped on the head. How much? I can't guess. Scolded with a smile. Ouch, Dad, your hand is too strong. You're going to break me. Rubbed his head and cried out in pain. Qin Meiyun, who was next to him, covered her mouth and giggled. Even his mother, Li Xiuying, showed a smile. Fatherly love is like a mountain. 40-odd million. Yi Chen said casually. As his voice fell, the atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down. The chopsticks in Yi Jianjun's hand fell on the table, and he stammered, How? How much? 40-odd million. It's not much money. You'll understand if I say it this way. If it's put in the bank, the daily interest is hundreds of thousands. In other words, even if I don't do anything, I still have hundreds of thousands coming in every day? Yi Chen said indifferently. At the moment his voice fell, Yi Jianjun swallowed. His whole person was already sluggish. His brain couldn't keep up with the operation. Chapter 93. The happiness of home and the joy of wealth. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Yi Chen casually picked it up. Yi Jianjun, who initially wanted to confirm if Yi Chen was merely boasting, had to wait until his son finished his call. How's it going? Yi Chen inquired upon recognizing the caller as Feng Tianhai. Brother, the BM stocks have skyrocketed. The bullish trend is astonishing. The authorities just announced significant price reductions across 3 car models. Following your advice, I liquidated my assets 10 minutes ago. Your investment of 2 billion has netted over 200 million in just 6 days. I've already transferred the funds to you. Please check. Feng Tianhai exclaimed excitedly on the other end. And how much did you and Qinping earn? Yi Chen couldn't help but smile at the news. Although the profit was only 200 million, it was still substantial, especially considering the rarity of such lucrative opportunities like oil trading. This capital would greatly aid his future endeavors. Everything he was doing now was laying the groundwork for his plans ahead. I made over 100 million. But Qinpeng earned somewhat less, around 70 to 80 million. By the way, brother, I'm off to find Qinpeng. He plans to sell all his hotels to fully dive into the stock market, claiming that making money is too easy. Feng Tianhai said with a laugh. All right, go ahead. But tell him to temper his excitement. It's not as rosy as he thinks. Focusing on tangible developments is the true path. Yi Chen replied, both amused and exasperated. Okay, brother. When will you be back? My uncle mentioned he has something to discuss with you. Feng Tianhai asked. In a few days. I'll let you know in advance when I return, Yi Chen answered before hanging up. Young man, tell me the truth. Were you just deceiving me? As soon as the call ended, Yi Jianjun pressed on eagerly. Dad, let me reiterate, it's not 42 billion. Yi Chen began, but before he could finish, Yi Jianjun's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by an outburst. I knew you were exaggerating. Dad, don't be impatient. What I meant to say is that I just made an additional 200 million, so my total assets are now over 44 billion. Yi Chen smiled. Instantly. Apart from Qin Meiyun, Yi Jianjun and his wife were left speechless at the dining table. The concept of billion was utterly foreign to them. They would have been shocked even by a few million or hundreds of thousands. Meiyun, is this boy trying to fool me? You know, I trust your word. Yi Jianjun said, his excitement making him nearly incoherent. Even Li Xiuying set down her chopsticks, her hands trembling slightly. Father, it's true. He isn't lying. If you don't believe it, you can check his bank balance. Qin Meiyun reassured him. As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Chen had already retrieved the transaction information from Feng Tianhai and presented it to his father. Old partner, go fetch my reading glasses. Hurry. Yi Jianjun shouted. Li Xiaoying quickly got up to put on her shoes, nearly stumbling, and brought back the glasses. Yi Jianjun took Yi Chen's phone and examined it closely for a long while before silently placing it down. He then raised his glass and took a hearty sip. Father, Yi Chen has truly changed. He is striving to be a good father, son, and husband, Qin Meiyan remarked. Yi Chen took a deep breath and said, Dad, I promise I won't disappoint you anymore. I will honor you and Mom and will no longer cause you worry. Yi Jianjun remained silent. Picking up a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, Yi Chen quickly retrieved a lighter and ignited it for his father. After taking a deep drag, Yi Jianjun said with a serious tone, I'm pleased you're making money. But what concerns me most is that I don't want to see you revert to your former ways. Money can be earned, but once you lose your humanity, it's hard to regain. You understand this better than I do. All these years, Meiyun has endured much. She followed you right after graduation, never enjoying any comforts and bearing countless hardships. You need to treat her and her mother well, especially your in-laws. They've been good to you. Now that you have the means, support them. That's the right thing to do. Remember this, son. Minor wealth comes from diligence, moderate wealth from virtue, and great wealth is determined by fate. With that, Yi Jianjun sipped his drink again, then turned to Qin Meiyun, saying, Meiyun, our family has not treated you well in the past. Whatever choices you make, we won't judge, but I do hope you can give Yi Chen another chance. I'm asking you. You can call me selfish if you like, but I have one thing to say. I'm dissatisfied with anyone else but you as my daughter-in-law. Let us keep an eye on this rascal. If he doesn't change his ways, I'll set him straight. What do you think? Dad, I'll think about it. Please don't say that. Qin Meiyun replied, her voice choked with emotion. And you, young man, if you don't win Meiyun back, your mother and I will never rest in peace, understand? Yi Jianjun admonished Yi Chen sternly. I understand, you can rest assured. Even if I have to pursue her relentlessly and swallow my pride, I will win my daughter-in-law back. She is not getting away, Yi Chen said with a laugh. Hearing this, Qin Meiyan wiped away a tear and shot Yi Chen a glance. By the way, since you've bought so many fine things, I can't drink them all. I'll send a few bottles to Uncle Yen later. He has helped our family a lot over the years. Remember, your college tuition was borrowed from him. Yi Jianjun said, looking at the bottles and cigarettes on the floor with delight. Got it. After we finish eating, I'll take care of it. Yi Jianjun then filled his glass again, his face glowing with joy and excitement. All right, old Yi. Do you know how expensive this wine is? It's several thousand a bottle. You're really treating yourself. Enough. Save the rest for tomorrow, Li Xiaoying exclaimed, snatching the bottle away. Of course. My son has earned so much. Why shouldn't I enjoy it? Yi Jianjun replied, pride radiating from him. These years had truly been a strain on him. The burden that had weighed on his chest was finally lifted, bringing unprecedented relief. Previously, he felt little motivation to live. If it weren't for his other children, he might have lost all will to continue. But now, with his second son thriving, it felt like a burden had been lifted from his heart. Plus, he had struck gold. His wish for his son to succeed was finally coming true. Mom, bring that back. My father is happy. Drinking a bit is fine. It's not about how much you drink, but about maintaining your health. This wine is harmless, so drinking more won't hurt. As he spoke, Yi Chen got up again, opened another bottle, and poured a full glass for his father. The father and son raised their glasses, filled with emotions. They reminisced about last year's New Year's Eve dinner, when Yi Chen had secretly returned to evade debts, chased home, and had to jump out of the window in the middle of the night. They hadn't even had a peaceful meal then. In contrast, their current situation was filled with happiness. Chapter 94, Future Plans, Acquiring a Gaming Company. As father and son engaged in a jovial conversation over drinks, Li Xiaoying cradled Tong Tong and exchanged pleasantries with Qin Meiyun. In the course of their reminiscing, both women unexpectedly found themselves brushing away tears. However, the evening grew somewhat awkward. For in the north, the traditional earthen kangs could hardly accommodate such a gathering, though another room was prepared with bedding for three. Yi Chen scratched his head and glanced at Qin Meiyun. Mom, why not let Dad stay in this room? It's more spacious, and I can sleep with you, he suggested. At that moment, Qin Meiyun opened the door and whispered from the threshold, There is no need, Meiyun. Your father and I are already settled in for the night. It's inconvenient to keep moving around, and we don't want to disturb Tong Tong. With that, the lights were extinguished. Yi Chen was acutely aware that this was his mother's subtle attempt to create an opportunity for him. Qin Meiyun, not oblivious to the situation, turned crimson and closed the door behind her. Let us just make do and sleep together. I'll share the bedding with you, and Tong Tong can have her own. Yi Chen grinned mischievously. Dream on. You sleep next to Tong Tong, and I'll take the other side. Qin Meian shot him a glare before removing her shoes and stepping onto the con. The sight of her, turning away to change clothes, radiated an irresistible allure. Having not shared a bed for 2 months, Yi Chun's eyes reddened, and he swallowed hard, feeling a wave of heat wash over him. He wished to transform into a wolf and pounce at that very moment. Yet, he understood the delicate nature of their current situation. Meiyun was a woman of principle. Until they were officially remarried, their relationship remained sensitive. Were it not for Tong Tong, she would never share a room with him. With a sigh, he lay back down. Unable to sleep, plagued by insomnia. Can't sleep? He murmured softly. Then go hit the wall or something. Just don't wake up Tong Tong. Qin Meiyan replied casually. Yi Chun grinned, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, as he watched his daughter sleep peacefully, feeling an unparalleled sense of contentment. In his past life, he had failed to appreciate what was truly precious, but now he understood its value. Listening to the croaking of frogs and the chirping of cicadas outside, he closed his eyes and drifted into a blissful slumber. The following morning, upon waking, Yi Chun picked up his vibrating phone and stepped outside. He was met with the laughter of Feng Tianhai. Brother, you've outdone yourself. After we cashed out our stocks yesterday, they've hit the ceiling today. I reckon it'll hold for a few more days, but not for long. I heard you bought 20 billion in short positions in the U.S. before this. You must have made a fortune. Feng Tianhai expressed his admiration fervently. Yi Chun was well aware that the stock market was in turmoil, with many lamenting their losses. He had seized the opportunity to profit, while others, especially the self-proclaimed stock god Zhang Liang, had suffered immensely after making poor investments in Tesla. By the way, Tianhai, I need you to run an errand for me in the next couple of days, Yi Chun said after a moment of contemplation. Investigate a person at Tian2 Entertainment. They're a gaming company and should be looking to sell some shares soon. Arrange a meeting for me. The price can be negotiated. Brother, are you planning to start a gaming company? Do you have another lead? Feng Tianhai inquired, his excitement palpable. Get on it. It's just the beginning. Once we acquire this company, I'll bring you, Chen Peng, and how go on board, Yi Chun urged. He was not merely fostering connections for others' benefit, but also laying the groundwork for his future. This gaming company was crucial for him and well suited for long-term development. Most importantly, its owner was a remarkable talent. In a time when such talents were overlooked, identifying and nurturing them would yield significant rewards. Understood. I'll take care of it. By the way, regarding that matter you warned me about, it was truly troublesome. If not for you, I'd have been in quite a fix. That woman tried to trap me, but it turns out she has a boyfriend and nearly cornered me at the hotel. Thankfully, I had a few friends with me. Otherwise, I'd have been done for. Feng Tianhai vented. Don't worry, she'll regret it. I suspect she'll reach out to you soon. How you choose to respond will be up to you. But this time, she's genuinely remorseful. It's up to you to decide if you can accept that, Yi Chun replied casually. Really? She'll come back for me? Feng Tianhai, who had just been venting, suddenly sounded hopeful. It's clear you still have feelings for her. If she returns with sincerity, after a period of testing her intentions, you could consider reconnecting. Just ask her what trouble she's facing, Yi Chun suggested before hanging up, as his mother called him for breakfast. Such pleasant moments were too precious to squander on Feng Tianhai. He had shared what needed to be conveyed and avoided further entanglement in matters of the heart, knowing that the girl indeed had her own struggles. At this moment, in Binhai City, at the Loading 4's boutique car dealership, the ribbon-cutting ceremony had just concluded amidst the sound of firecrackers, and Wang Chao was welcoming a stream of guests with a beaming smile. Mr. Wang, you're quite the achiever. Is this your 5th store? We must collaborate more in the future, the executives commented as they approached him. Just then, a security personnel approached. Mr. Wang, a number of guests with children would like to enter the play area. Should we let them in? The security officer inquired. Chapter 95. Repayment? No, absolutely not. This play area is not meant for entertainment. Guide them to the lounge area. Wang Chao's voice was firm and resolute. He had been explicitly instructed by Brother Yi to adhere to these directives. Though he was not superstitious, he held great respect for Yi Chun, who was undoubtedly a person of remarkable capability, consistently turning misfortune into fortune. Most impressively, it was Yi Chun who provided the critical clues that led to the resolution of the incident at Longzhou Primary School. For this reason alone, as a businessman, he deemed it prudent to prioritize safety, provided it did not compromise his interests. As security personnel began to disperse the crowd, many guests with children exited towards the lounge within the sales hall. However, a few remained, their children eager to enter and play. leading to disputes with the security staff. Wang Chao glanced at his watch, anxiety etched across his face, and made his way towards the play area. What is going on here? Did I not just say that no one is permitted to approach this area? Why has it not been cleared? Mr. Wang reprimanded upon his arrival, his expression stern. Ladies, this is Mr. Wang, our manager. As per his instructions, please vacate the area. The security personnel struggled to explain to the guests. One woman, clearly displeased, retorted. What is the big deal? It's just a play area. If it's not meant for use, then why is it here? It's an eyesore. Exactly. With such a business approach, you'll be out of business soon. Another chimed in. With this kind of attitude, can we expect any after-sales service if we purchase their cars? Avoid this place. The chorus of complaints from the group of women only heightened Wang Chao's irritation. He raised his hand and declared, Ladies, I have made myself clear. Please leave immediately. This is not a negotiation. My business does not depend on your patronage. We will manage just fine without you. His words provoked a backlash from several BMW owners present. In truth, they were not genuine customers, but merely there to enjoy the free play area that came with the new store opening. They were surprised by the owner's lack of emotional intelligence, which only fueled their indignation. Just as the commotion escalated, a sudden gasp cut through the air. Moments later, a thunderous crash reverberated from the play area. Everyone turned to see an electric vehicle crash into the play structure, airbags deployed, smoke billowing from the front of the car. Flames erupted instantaneously. A bloodied individual tumbled from the vehicle, collapsing onto the ground. Wang Chao stood frozen for a moment, stunned by the scene. What are you waiting for? Hurry and put out the fire. Bring that person over here. He sprang into action, rushing to the injured individual and dragging them to safety. In no time, the car was engulfed in flames, the play area likewise consumed by fire. Fortunately, the surroundings were spacious, and the play area was not extensive, which mitigated any damage to the vicinity. The mothers present were now filled with terror, instinctively clutching their children tightly. With the arrival of the fire brigade, the inferno was swiftly extinguished. The mothers, filled with shame, approached Wang Chao to apologize sincerely. He smiled, his gaze fixed on the play area, directly facing the storefront. Had it not been for this play area, the vehicle would have barreled straight into the store, and if a fire had ignited inside, the losses would have been unimaginable. Moreover, thanks to the play area, the driver sustained only injuries and fainted, but his life was spared. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. Reflecting on this, Wang Chao felt not relief, but profound gratitude for having heeded Brother Ye's advice. Otherwise, the financial repercussions could have been catastrophic, potentially exceeding 10 million. It was crucial to note that the showroom was filled with luxury vehicles, including Land Rovers, Navigators, and even 2 Rolls-Royces for display. The rest were predominantly high-end models from Mercedes and BMW. Moreover, a life was saved. In that moment, Wang Chao's gratitude towards Yi Chun was akin to a life-saving grace. Mr. Wang, have you consulted someone? This gentleman is extraordinary. Without the play area, our showroom would have suffered immensely. Mr. Wang, you are indeed blessed. Many security personnel and guests emerged to congratulate him. Yet at that moment, Wang Chao was eager to express his gratitude to Yi Chun. Meanwhile, Yi Chun arrived at Uncle Wu's house, carrying 2 bottles of Maodai. Uncle Wu was having a meal on the Kong and was pleasantly surprised to see Yi Chun. Isn't this the second son of the Yi family? What brings you here? Haven't eaten yet? Come, have a seat, Uncle Wu greeted warmly. Though his wife regarded Yi Chun with evident reluctance, rolling her eyes. Yi Chun, you never visit. You're not here to borrow money, are you? You still owe me the 5,000 from last time, Aunt Wu said flatly. We're not wealthy, and with Uncle Wu's health, if you have any money, please pay us back. Interest is not necessary. Be quiet, woman. Why bring that up now? Yi Chun hardly visits, and you have to say such things. You know Jianjun's temperament. If he truly had money, he would have repaid me first. Uncle Wu chastised before smiling at Yi Chun. He shared a temperament with Yi Chun's father and was his father's closest friend, often sharing drinks together. However, it was known that Uncle Wu had recently hurt his back at work and would likely struggle with heavy labor in the future. Yi Chun's father had always assisted their family with agricultural tasks. Uncle Wu, you're just pretending. It's a critical time, and you still care about face. Our kids are growing up, and even if you can't help, you shouldn't be a burden. Aunt Wu suddenly burst into tears. I've spent my entire life with you without enjoyment. Is it all just for show? That's 5,000. It's enough for our family's expenses for a year. Hearing this, Yi Chun placed the Maotai on the table and quickly raised a hand to calm Uncle Wu, who looked ready to explode. Uncle, let us not raise our voices. Aunt Wu is right. She has devoted herself to this family, spending her life with you. Please treat her well in the future. Turning to Aunt Wu, Yuchen handed her a bag he had brought along. Chapter 96. Greetings to my elder brother. I sincerely apologize for the 5,000 I owed your family. I've returned it all, principal and interest, Yuchen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Aunt Wu ceased her tears and, astonished, accepted the bag. It felt heavier than expected, and her expression changed. 5,000 yuan shouldn't require such a large bag. As she pulled out stacks of bills, placing them on the bed, her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth, staring at Yuchen in disbelief. Uncle Wu was equally astonished, struggling to comprehend. Young man, how can there be so much money? It was just 5,000. Where did you acquire all this? Uncle Wu. Aunt Wu, this is 100,000 yuan. Please take it. During our family's most challenging times, you helped my father. I won't mention interest. This is what you rightfully deserve. Don't hesitate to accept it. I've earned a bit and no longer gamble. We have enough at home. By the way, Uncle Wu, please accept these 2 bottles of wine. I'm leaving now, but if you both have time tonight, come to my house and enjoy a drink with my father. As Yi Chun turned to leave, Uncle Wu grasped his wrist and pulled him back. You young man, return this money at once. Just 5,000. And here you are with 100,000. Such generosity is unwarranted. I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept it. How can I face your father if I do? Uncle Wu insisted on returning the money, while Aunt Wu, anxious, observed the large sum, feeling overwhelmed. She dared not speak, fearing her husband's reaction. Uncle Wu, you speak as if my father intended to give you 200,000. He knows you well and anticipated you might refuse 10. It appears he was correct. Yuchen replied with a helpless smile. Such is the nature of people from the countryside, simple, honest, and possessing a pure spirit. Everyone desires wealth. Yet not all can refuse it. Uncle Wu, quickly accept this. It is your nephew's heartfelt gesture. This young rascal has earned quite a bit lately. Otherwise, I wouldn't let him repay you so generously. Did you see those 2 bottles of wine? Each cost 7,000 to 8,000. Do accept this filial offering before I lose my temper. At that moment, Yi Jianjun entered wearing a coat and smoking a pipe. He slammed the table and shouted. Uncle Wu, who revered his father's words, quickly wiped his tears away, turning his head aside. Aunt Wu's eyes were also red-rimmed, overwhelmed by emotion as she gazed at the 100,000 yuan. Father, Uncle Wu, you chat. I will visit elsewhere, Yi Chun said, making his way outside. Seeing his father finally standing tall filled Yi Chun with an immense pride, a joy surpassing any fortunes he could amass. Once outside, Yi Chun's phone rang. It was Wang Chao calling. Brother, are you still at home? When will you have time for a meal? I wish to treat you. Wang Chao's voice carried a tone of earnestness. How was the opening today? No unexpected events, I hope? Yi Chun inquired, diverting the topic with a smile. Brother, you are my savior. Don't say anything more. You saved me from a major disaster. You must allow me to repay you somehow, or I shall arrange for a convoy to come and fetch you. Yi Chun, feeling helpless, conceded. All right, I will find time in the coming days for a meal. Great. Brother Yi, I'll let you get back to it. Wang Chao exclaimed, clearly thrilled. After dinner, Yi Chun's father called him to the yard. Son, you have become capable and successful. I have witnessed your growth. Although you are not my biological son, understand that you are dearest to me, as is your elder brother. He has faced hardships we could not alleviate, but now that you have the means, could you assist him? I implore you. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a pang of discomfort, not because his father asked him to help his brother, but due to his father's tone. Father, what are you saying? Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have done so. My brother provided the down payment for a house to help me repay debts. I have never forgotten that. You just spoke of treating me as part of the family. Why the formality now? I am your son. You should praise me when pleased and scold me when displeased. Is that not how it should be? Why speak in such a manner? Yi Chun sighed. His words left Yi Jianjun momentarily speechless. Oh, it seems I was in the wrong. I see my son has matured. He chuckled. As long as you all are well, your mother and I can rest easy. Go help your brother. You are family, after all. With that, Yi Jianjun patted Yi Chun on the shoulder, a surge of pride swelling within him as a father. Reflecting on his life, raising these children was his greatest pride. Yi Chun nodded earnestly and then called out, Mei Yun. I'm going to visit my elder brother in Binhai. You and Tong Tong stay at home. I will bring him back. As Yi Chun spoke, Qin Mei Yun embraced Tong Tong, smiling. Be safe on the road. Daddy, come back soon. I want to hear you tell stories before bed, Tong Tong said, waving her little hand with reluctance. Understood. Daddy is going to fetch Uncle. I'll be back shortly. Tong Tong, be good at home. Yi Chun replied with a beaming smile before stepping outside. He got into his Land Rover and drove toward Binhai City. The journey would take just 2 hours, and by noon he arrived. Initially, he thought of visiting Wang Chao, but pressing matters awaited. That could wait for another day. Following his father's directions, Yichen arrived at an old, dilapidated residential building. This was not a typical 3-house-per-floor layout, but rather a structure with numerous units on each floor, leading directly to a long corridor. The corridor was adorned with drying blankets, socks, and undergarments, creating a somewhat chaotic yet charmingly rustic atmosphere. The corridor bustled with activity, filled with people. Several elderly individuals sat at doorways playing chess, sipping tea, and engaging in conversation. At the end of the corridor, Yichen spotted a slightly plump man dressed in a white tank top and loose gray shorts, washing clothes on the balcony. He looked amiable, with a hearty figure and glasses. Chapter 97. Brotherhood. Upon seeing the man before him, Yichen's eyes instantly welled with tears, reminiscent of his school days when he was bullied by his peers. This man, who stood before him now, had once been a chubby boy who silently shielded him from harm, enduring beatings in his stead. This was his elder brother, Yi Zhong, a man of integrity and honesty, truly living up to his name. In their childhood, Yi Zhong possessed an insatiable appetite but often went hungry due to their family's poverty, selflessly saving the meager meals for his younger siblings while watching them eat. The memories of those times overwhelmed Yi Chen, causing him to weep uncontrollably. Brother Yi Chen's voice trembled to the point of choking, the word escaping his lips like a reverent call to a father. At the sound of his brother's name, the plump figure, who had been washing clothes, dropped the garments in astonishment and turned around in confusion. When he laid eyes on Yi Chen, he was momentarily stunned, unable to process the transformation before him. Gone was the gambler and the destitute. Instead, he was now a man radiating confidence. The prolonged change in demeanor had altered his very essence. Yet, after rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Yi Zhong recognized his younger brother, and a smile broke across his round face. Little brother, what brings you here? Come inside, don't linger outside. The last time you sought me out, we got discovered and ended up getting beaten. With a gleeful expression, he pulled Yi Chen into his modest rented room. As Yi Chen wiped away his tears and entered, he took in the small space of roughly 30 square meters, with a shared kitchen, an independent bathroom, a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. Although cramped, it was impeccably clean and tidy, exuding a sense of grounded comfort despite its worn appearance. Have you returned home? I had planned to help our parents with the farm work, but since the factory didn't give us a break, I stayed back to work overtime. However, I sent the bonus back to our parents. How about you? Are you in need of money again? I don't have much left, but take this for emergencies. Once I get my salary, I'll give you more. Don't let Tong Tong suffer alongside you. After settling down, Yi Zhong handed him a glass of water and retrieved his wallet from under his pillow, pulling out a total of 2,000 yuan, 1,800 for Yi Chen, keeping 200 for himself. In that moment, the adage "a brother is like a father" resonated perfectly through Yi Zhong's actions. Overwhelmed by emotion, Yi Chen could no longer contain his tears, setting the glass down and kneeling before his brother. Brother, I'm sorry. I have disappointed you. In the presence of his parents, Yi Chen had maintained a faade, but now, having been granted a second chance at life and a reversal of fate, he truly understood the value of what was most precious: family, love, marriage, and the bonds with loved ones. Little brother, what troubles you? Is there something serious? Please don't tell our parents. They are too old to bear such burdens. Share it with me, and I shall help you find a solution. Remember, whatever trials fate presents, you will overcome them. What is insurmountable will not be placed upon you. Yi Zhong exclaimed, startled, as he quickly lifted Yi Chen from the floor. I'm fine, brother, truly. I just feel unworthy. I visited home and saw our parents. They are doing well. Yi Chen replied, noticing the hint of gray in his brother's hair. Despite being merely 2 years his senior, Yi Zhong had endured hardships, having sacrificed his own future to pay off Yi Chen's debts, leading to the dissolution of his engagement. Have you returned home? You frightened me. I thought something terrible had happened. How are you and Meiyun? I heard from our parents that you two divorced. You really must stop gambling. You're not a child anymore. You have a family, a wife, and children. Such a life is a dream for many. Don't take it for granted. Listen to me. I can help shoulder your debts. We'll pay them off gradually. As long as we're alive, there is hope. But don't let your family fall apart. Seize the opportunity to apologize to Meiyun and treat her and Tong Tong well. Yu Zhong placed a box of cigarettes on the table, revealing a pack of premium Zhonghua cigarettes. Yi Chen knew his brother seldom smoked, yet always had quality cigarettes saved from colleagues or events, waiting for his visits. Yizhong thought of everyone else, yet never himself. Brother, I'm fine now. I've stopped gambling and even made some money. All the family debts are cleared. Rest assured, I have turned over a new leaf and will never stray down that path again. I've come to take you home. Meiyun and Tong Tong are waiting for you. Really? That is wonderful. Just as I thought. You're my little brother. I had faith in you. Now, let us live well together. Otherwise, beware of my wrath, haha. Yizhong chuckled in delight, his heart simple and trusting, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding the nature of Yichun's newfound business and earnings. He mistakenly believed that Yichun had merely settled their family debts while neglecting his own. Brother, it's all my fault. You should have been married by now. You still haven't bought a home, and Meiyun Yichun's voice trailed off in shame. Meiyun was a wonderful person, but everyone has their limits. It was unbearable for her to marry a man burdened by his gambling brother's debts, leading to their painful separation. It's in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Besides, I still keep in touch with Ming Ming. Her family has always disapproved. Yet she hasn't found anyone in the last 2 years and has rejected every matchmaker. But I know she can't hold out much longer. Her family is pressing her, and she is getting older. Just yesterday, she called to tell me that her family has lined up a suitable match for her. And she might agree today. I can accept that we once loved each other, and I have no regrets. Yizhong said, removing his glasses to wipe his eyes. A bittersweet smile on his face. Yichun's heart raced at this revelation. He had thought Meiyun would have moved on by now. To his surprise, she had waited for his brother for 3 long years, standing against her family's wishes. Who knows how they had endured these past years? Yet as long as Meiyun remained unmarried, a glimmer of hope still existed. Chapter 98. Arranging employment for my esteemed brother. Brother, you must accompany me forthwith to retrieve my sister-in-law. Now that I possess ample wealth, I shall procure a residence for you both, and provide for the dowry and all other necessities. Let us hasten. What are you waiting for? Yichun exclaimed, rising to his feet with an expression of fervent urgency. Nay, I believe not. I am aware that you are attempting to console me. She has demonstrated admirable benevolence in awaiting my return for 3 years. I must not detain her any longer, for a propitious union is preferable to my own circumstances. Suffice it to say, prioritize your own well-being and live a fulfilling life. And do not concern yourself with my affairs. Yizhong responded with a gentle smile, shaking his head. Nay, brother, I was under the impression that my sister-in-law had already. Come, let us depart immediately and bring her back. Brother, heed my words for once, and allow me to lend my support this time. Yichun exclaimed, his eyes once again brimming with tears. These words moved Yizhong to tears as well. Yichun forcefully ushered him out of the house. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yizhong gestured towards a small electric stove nearby, saying, let us utilize this vehicle. Brother, if I recall correctly, you possess a driver's license, do you not? And you also harbor a fondness for automobiles. Yichun exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with newfound enthusiasm. Indeed, I obtained a driver's license long ago, but I have never possessed the means to purchase a vehicle. A colleague of mine acquired a second-hand Jetta, and I occasionally relieve him of driving duties after work, which provides me with a modicum of enjoyment. However, as I cannot even afford a residence at present, I have relinquished any aspirations of owning a car. Yizhong responded with a smile. Hasten, for she should be concluding her workday at this hour, lest we be compelled to visit her residence, where I am loath to confront her parents. Brother, what manner of vehicle do you fancy? A Mercedes-Benz or a BMW? I shall present one to you as a gift. Yichun declared with a mysterious smile. Cease your frivolous pronouncements, for our family cannot afford such luxuries as Mercedes-Benz or BMW vehicles, let alone second-hand ones. You yourself have yet to acquire one, Yizhong countered, shaking his head. Beep beep. Suddenly, Yichun produced a set of car keys and pressed a button. A black Land Rover vehicle in the distance illuminated and emitted a cheerful sound. Instantly, Yizhong removed his spectacles, his countenance filled with disbelief. Tell me, my boy, did you borrow or rent this vehicle? This is a Land Rover Range Rover, and even a day's rental would cost several thousand. Is it wise to squander your funds in such a manner, even if you have amassed a fortune? Yizhong inquired, though he approached the Land Rover with an air of curiosity, circling it with admiration. No man can resist the allure of a luxurious automobile, just as no woman can resist the allure of jewelry, handbags, and cosmetics, akin to how the Western world cannot exist without Jerusalem. This vehicle belongs to a friend of mine, who rarely uses it. He has bestowed it upon me as a gift, brother. Henceforth, this vehicle shall be yours, for I find it unsuitable for my own tastes, Yichun declared, tossing the car keys to his elder brother. He had initially intended to gift his brother a brand new vehicle, but he knew his brother's character all too well. He feared that he would not even be able to persuade him to visit a car dealership. Even if he drove the car home, he would resolutely refuse to accept it. This vehicle, while not new, was in excellent condition, with only 2 years of age and less than 20,000 kilometers on the odometer. Even this gift would be met with resistance. What? Do not attempt to deceive me, for I cannot afford to operate such an expensive vehicle. My boy, this vehicle belongs to your friend, and you must return it to him forthwith. Heed my words, Yizhong responded, shaking his head repeatedly. Brother, my friend has gifted me this vehicle, and you must accept it. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to sell it at a loss, incurring a deficit of at least several hundred thousand. I shall be returning to Longzhou in a few days, and the journey is too arduous. It would be unsafe to travel with your sister-in-law and niece, so we shall travel by air, Yichen insisted. But this, Yizhong felt uneasy, for he could not afford a Land Rover, let alone a second-hand Jetta. He could not even afford to fuel such a vehicle if it were parked at his residence. Enough, brother, cease your objections and heed my instructions. What time does my sister-in-law conclude her workday? Yichen inquired. In approximately 2 hours, Yizhong replied, glancing at his watch. There is still ample time. First, drive me to the Longting 4S store, the new one on Shihe Road, Yichen instructed. Opening the car door and leaping inside, Yizhong, clutching the car keys, examined them for a prolonged period before entering the driver's seat with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The sensation of sitting in the seat was akin to a dream for Yizhong. He had never dared to dream of driving, let alone owning, such a luxurious vehicle. This car, is exceedingly comfortable, far more so than my colleague's Jetta. It is indeed a luxurious vehicle, and I would not begrudge the cost of fueling it. Yizhong chuckled, his voice filled with contentment. What? Were you not concerned about the cost of maintaining it a moment ago? Now you are no longer concerned? Yi Chun inquired, feeling gratified by his elder brother's joy, curiosity, and excitement. I am indeed concerned, but I also derive immense pleasure from it. Let me consult the navigation system, Yizhong responded, retrieving his mobile phone, activating the navigation system, and slowly starting the car, driving out of the residential complex. Yizhong was exceedingly excited throughout the journey, and after familiarizing himself with the vehicle, he gripped the steering wheel with one hand and engaged in constant conversation with Yichun. Observing his elder brother's exuberant demeanor, Yichun felt immense satisfaction. This was true happiness. Approximately half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt. Yichun had made a phone call from the car, intending to meet with Wang Chao in a few days, but he had unexpectedly located him and requested his assistance so soon. At that moment, Wang Chao emerged from the store at a brisk pace, his countenance filled with excitement. After Yichun alighted from the vehicle, Wang Chao seized his hand and exclaimed with a smile, "Brother, I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. I had assumed that you would not be available for a few days. What matter has brought you here in such haste?" Yichun smiled and gestured towards Yizhong, who was approaching. "This is my brother, my biological brother. Our elder brother? A pleasure to make your acquaintance," Wang Chao exclaimed, extending a warm welcome, which made Yizhong feel flattered. He recognized this individual, as he worked at a car repair shop. This young man was exceedingly capable, and whenever he visited the factory, he was greeted by high-ranking executives. He was a major client of the factory. He rarely encountered the factory's executives, and when he did, they were aloof and indifferent, paying no heed to a mere workshop worker like himself. "I recognize you. I am from Aoqi Automobile Factory. You previously ordered a batch of joint venture vehicles from us," Yizhong stated hurriedly. "Ah, you are from Aoqi. What a coincidence. Brother Yi, why would you allow our brother to work in a factory when you are such a successful entrepreneur?" Wang Chao inquired, puzzled. According to Feng Tianhai, Yichun possessed a cash flow of over 4 billion. Such wealth could likely acquire the entire Aoqi factory. Chapter 99, Meeting Sister-in-Law. It seems that I, too, have blossomed late in life. Was it not a lack of ability that held me back before? It's as if I have wronged my brother, haha. Yichun chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Brother Yi is not that kind of person. Come, let us dine. Wang Chao eagerly seized the moment, speaking with enthusiasm. Let us save the meal for another day. I sought you out today for an urgent matter. I am unsure of your connections in Binhai City, but I trust you nonetheless. I hope you can assist my brother in securing a formal job. Ideally, it should be with a proper establishment. And he should be able to start today? Yichun suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao frowned, deep in thought. Yichun, noticing, smiled and said, "All right, I understand. I want to put you in a difficult position. We can discuss this another time." "Wait, brother, what are you saying?" Finding our brother a job is a significant matter. My concern lies in whether the job you find would meet his standards. If it doesn't, I would be in trouble with the Tianhai side. And that would be a predicament for me as well. What do you think I am? To be honest, brother, in Binhai, I still have some influence. However, if he needs to start today, the options will be limited. How about a position at a bank? Wang Chao quickly clarified. That sounds excellent. Yi Chen's eyes lit up at the suggestion. However, if you need him to start urgently today, I can only arrange for him to join the bank. If you weren't in such a rush, I could secure a better position with a formal establishment in Binhai within a week. Nevertheless, I can offer a green channel at the bank, allowing him to be on the roster without the need to actually work. Wang Chao, fearing Yi Chen's disappointment, continued to explain, no, simply being on the government payroll is already a privilege. Working for the public is a duty, and you don't understand my brother's character. If he doesn't get to work, he won't feel secure. It's settled then. Yi Chen concluded with satisfaction. Well then, brother. You and our elder brother should rest for a bit. I will make arrangements right away and strive to resolve this within the hour. With that, Wang Chao drove off in haste. Meanwhile, Yi Zhong stood by, utterly stunned. A bank job, a formal position, without the need to work, and starting this afternoon? How could it sound so effortless? Second brother, what on earth were you discussing just now? I understood, yet felt confused. Is it common for anyone to get a job at a bank? Brother, do not worry. This is a minor matter. I can arrange it for you. Helping you find a formal job is to put your in-laws at ease. Otherwise, I would have taken you to work with me. But they know of my past misdeeds and may misunderstand again. Once this is settled, we can go pick up sister-in-law. As Yu Chen spoke, Yi Zhong fell silent. He took out a cigarette, lit one for himself, and offered another to Yi Chen. I'll manage. Yi Chen quickly interjected, blocking his brother's hand with a lighter. Why are you being so polite with me? Yi Zhong remarked, pushing Yi Chen's hand aside to light the cigarette. The two brothers then sat at the entrance, smoking. Second brother, have you truly made it big? Yi Zhong inquired, inhaling deeply with a serious tone. Sort of. I've made a small profit, Yi Chen replied with a smile. Yi Zhong was no fool. He had noticed Wang Chao's utmost respect towards Yi Chen. The warmth Wang Chao displayed was clearly due to Yi Chen's current standing. Especially in arranging a job, he was notably proactive. It was evident that Yi Chen's status had changed significantly, suggesting that he had indeed turned over a new leaf. Tell me, how much have you actually earned to feel so confident? Yi Zhong asked. I must warn you, do not engage in illegal activities. I trust you. But you must assure me. Even when Yi Chen had been a gambler, Yi Zhong believed in his words without doubt. Despite repeated disappointments upon discovering the truth, Yi Zhong's sentiment remained. His younger brother could let him down many times, but as long as he did not fail him just once, it signified that he had risen above his past. Having risen above, it was indeed a good thing. It was merely a matter of spending some money. As long as it could steer his younger brother away from his former vices, it was worth it. Reflecting on this, Yi Chen felt a surge of emotions. Had it not been for his rebirth, perhaps this gambler would have squandered all of his brother's trust, leaving him in despair. Brother, rest assured. The money I earned is entirely legitimate. When our parents inquired, Mei Yun helped clarify everything. I timed the market perfectly and invested in some stocks, yielding a considerable profit. Yi Chen smiled. Stocks? I am aware of that, but the risks are substantial. How much did you earn? Yi Zhong finally relaxed a bit upon hearing this. Although stocks carried their own gamble, they were far less risky than Yi Chen's gambling days at the tables. At least there was a chance of recuperating losses. He was now keen to know just how much his younger brother had earned to feel so self-assured. Not much, just over 40. Yi Chen held up his finger. Over 400,000? Surely, they would not gift you a Land Rover or assist you with such a significant favor based solely on that. I can tell that, mister. Wang holds you in high regard. It cannot possibly be just because of your 400,000. Yi Zhong questioned, puzzled, unsure of how to explain. Yi Chen took out his phone and displayed the figures. Upon seeing a long string of numbers, Yi Zhong nearly burned his lips on the cigarette and almost dropped it in shock, hastily counting on his fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10 million, 100 million, 1,000 million. By the end, Yi Zhong's voice trembled with astonishment, his face a mask of disbelief. He could no longer count, and simply gazed seriously at Yi Chen. Second brother, you have earned over 2 billion. Is this real? Tell me. The balance was right there. How could it be fake? Besides, there was another 20 billion in a different bank that I want to show you. In any case, brother, do not be shy about spending money with me. You are my brother, and it is only right that I provide for you. After all, you once gave everything to help me pay off debts, so my spending on you is well-deserved. Yichen wrapped an arm around his brother's shoulders, resting his head against him. Ha ha, this is wonderful. My younger brother has finally made a name for himself. Over 4 billion. That is money that could last a lifetime. By the way, I must remind you, even with newfound wealth, do not squander it carelessly. Especially do not let money corrupt you. You cannot let our parents worry, understand? Yi Zhong, now completely certain that his younger brother had become a billionaire, felt an unprecedented sense of shock and satisfaction, yet he did not forget to offer a word of caution. Chapter 100, Women of Shared Fates. I understand, elder brother. Why do you act like our father, always assuming I'm up to no good? Leaf Chin jested, gesturing towards the Land Rover. Do you still perceive this vehicle as a burden? Not at all. Now that my rascal of a younger brother can earn money, I no longer need to fret. This car is not to be returned, Leaf Zhong responded with a smile. Not only will it stay, but once you and sister-in-law are married, I'll acquire a commercial vehicle for her as well. I'm aware she appreciates cars, and a woman driving a Land Rover is quite dashing these days. You can utilize the commercial vehicle to take our parents' and sister-in-law's family on trips. It's convenient. Leaf Chun had already meticulously planned everything. He intended to oversee all aspects of his elder brother's wedding. Upon hearing this, Leaf Zhong was moved to tears. Yet he still harbored concerns about whether Meng Meng would marry someone else. An hour later, Wang Chao finally returned, brandishing an employment contract and work pass, a beaming smile adorning his face. Brother, everything is prepared. All that remains is the signing of the employment contract. My brother can commence work whenever it suits him. Wang Chao said cheerfully. Thank you. I'm truly unfamiliar with matters in Bin. I appreciate your assistance, Wang Chao. Once I've attended to my affairs, I'll treat you to a meal. Leaf Chen expressed his gratitude. Brother, there's no need for thanks. This is the least I can do. The assistance you've provided cannot be repaid with such trivial matters. If you ever require my help, don't hesitate to ask. If you're being polite, I'll genuinely be offended. Wang Chao stated earnestly. It could be said that Wang Chao's character and demeanor were exceptionally agreeable, certainly more reliable than Leaf Chen's initial encounter with Feng Tianhai. Very well. There will be ample opportunities for future interactions. I won't be coy, Leaf Chen acknowledged with a nod. My brother is fond of this car. I'm gifting it to him. Prepare an invoice for me, priced as a new vehicle. Refrain from suggesting it be free of charge. Otherwise, I'll procure the car from another dealership, Leaf Chen declared, pointing to the Land Rover. Brother, I've addressed you as such. Please don't make things difficult for me. If you're amenable to a lecture, I'll commence forthwith. You intend to offer me money for a used car? Absolutely not. If you persist, I'll simply gift our brother a brand new car from the dealership, Wang Chao proclaimed, moving towards the showroom. However, Leaf Chen swiftly restrained him. All right, I yield. I won't pay. I'll simply drive it away. Why must you be so similar to Feng Tianhai? Leaf Chen lamented. Brother, if that's your stance, let's proceed with a new car. A used car is one thing, but to offer payment for it is an utter affront, Wang Chao reiterated with conviction. Fine. It's settled. This car remains unchanged. And I won't pay. I'll simply take advantage of you. Leaf Chen conceded, realizing that payment was futile. He ceased his pretense. After exchanging a few words with Wang Chao, he entered the car and set off towards Li Mingming's workplace, his elder brother's girlfriend. The journey took a mere 20 minutes. Presently, at an office building. As the workday concluded, numerous white-collar workers emerged. A woman wearing glasses and a floral dress exited the building. Mingming, wait for me. Why are you walking so quickly? A man in a suit hurried over and walked alongside her. Supervisor's son, my boyfriend is arriving to pick me up. I won't trouble you today, Li Mingming replied, gesturing towards Leaf Zhong, who was waiting below. Leaf Zhong approached with a cheerful countenance. You've been separated for years. Your parents disapprove. And I've met them. They wholeheartedly endorse our union. Ming, I simply cannot comprehend why you're choosing him. He's a factory worker with no car, no house, a rural background. Parents lacking in ability and no provisions for retirement. Marrying him would be your undoing. Moreover, I've heard he has a gambling younger brother, a gambler capable of anything. Are you foolish? Why reject a mid-level company employee earning a monthly salary of 30,000 with a car and a house to be with a pauper? Supervisor's son retorted disdainfully, unabashed even in Leaf Zhong's presence. He had voiced such sentiments countless times and saw no need to conceal them. He openly declared Leaf Zhong unworthy. Supervisor's son, please cease, Li Mingming sighed. In reality, she had nearly succumbed to her parents' urgings over the past 3 years, especially with Supervisor's son's relentless pursuit. As an older woman, how could she not feel pressured? She yearned for a stress-free family and a promising future. while Li Fezhong treated her well and loved her deeply. Marriage required more than affection. It demanded practicality and economic stability. Li Fezhong offered no such hope. Li Mingming had come to a resolution in recent days and decided to prioritize her own well-being. Perhaps Supervisor Sun was correct. They were, at the very least, well-suited for marriage. Mingming, I've come to fetch you. Are you warm? Here's some water. Li Fezhong offered a bottle of mineral water with a beaming smile. I don't want it, Li Mingming exclaimed, swatting the water bottle to the ground. She was torn, troubled, and anguished. Li Fezhong chuckled awkwardly at the fallen bottle and bent down to retrieve it. Li Fezhong, you've arrived on your little electric scooter to pick up Mingming again. As a man, do you possess any dignity? Have some shame and cease harassing Mingming. The last time she rode your electric scooter in the scorching heat, she suffered from UV radiation-induced allergies. Do you even know that? Furthermore, she prefers bubble tea, not mineral water. You don't even comprehend her preferences, you simpleton. Begone. You rural pauper. You dare to dream of being with Mingming? Take your meager earnings and provide for your parents. You're pathetic. Supervisor Sun interjected, his words laced with hostility. Li Fezhong, after picking up the bottle, lowered his head and stammered. She does enjoy bubble tea, but her stomach cannot tolerate it. It tastes sweet initially, but excessive consumption leads to severe stomach pain that keeps her awake at night. She suffers from acute gastroenteritis. He then raised his head and gazed at Li Mingming, saying, Mingming, I apologize. I've disappointed you once more. Li Fezhong, what purpose do these words serve? Do I merely seek an apology? I've waited for you for 3 years. 3 long years. You were even willing to sacrifice the down payment on our marital home for your younger brother. What am I to you? Leave. I don't require your escort, and don't return. I've promised my parents that I will marry this year. From this day forward, we are no more. I've been more than fair to you, Li Mingming declared, turning away, her heart wrenching, tears streaming down her face. The memories of her time with Li Fezhong, the 7 years of their relationship, overwhelmed her, and she could no longer contain her emotions. Tears flowed like a torrent from her eyes. Chapter 101. The overbearing Li Mingming. At that moment, Yu Zhong hesitated to speak. What do you mean I? Mingming has already told you to leave. Supervisor Sun approached, forcefully pushing Yi Zhong aside before offering a few words of persuasion to Li Mingming. She nodded in response. Soon after, Supervisor Sun drove a BMW 3 Series to the roadside and stepped out. Mingming, get in the car. The air conditioning is on, and it's quite cool. With a wave of his hand, Li Mingming glanced back at Yi Zhong, gritted her teeth as if making a monumental decision, and walked towards Supervisor Sunday. Once inside the car, she kept her head down. Supervisor Sun, brimming with satisfaction, rolled down the window and shouted at Yi Zhong. Fool. Ride your broken electric bike and go bother other women. Mingming won't fall for your tricks. She'd rather cry in a BMW than sit on your shabby ride. With that, he retracted his head, preparing to start the car and leave. Suddenly, a Land Rover barreled towards them, blocking Supervisor Sun's path entirely, leaving him no room to maneuver. Reversing would result in a collision with the car behind, while advancing would mean crashing into the Land Rover ahead. He rolled down the window and shouted, Hey, just because you have money doesn't mean you can block the road. Move aside. At that moment, Yichin slowly rolled down his window, smiling slightly at Supervisor Sunday. You're right. Having money is indeed impressive. He then opened the car door and stepped out, approaching the window to knock lightly. Your BMW 3 Series is arrogant. But my Land Rover could buy 3 or 4 of yours. So what's the harm in being a bit boastful? At your age, driving a 3 Series. What are you trying to prove? Yichin wasted no time in mocking him. I warn you, stop the nonsense and move your car, or I'll call the police. Supervisor Sun feigned calmness, pulling out his phone. A person who can afford a luxury Land Rover is undoubtedly not simple. He didn't want to provoke him. If not for Li Mingming being inside, he would have already come out to speak a few polite words. As adults, they must take responsibility for their actions. He would not truly argue with this man. Yichin felt similarly. If it weren't for his brother, he wouldn't waste words on such a minor character. Go ahead and call the police. I won't stop you. Yichin smiled faintly, unfazed. He then circled the car to the other side and called out to Li Mingming inside. Sister-in-law, can you come down? I have something to discuss with you. Instantly, Li Mingming lifted her head, staring at Yichin for a long while before recognizing him. She pushed open the car door and stepped out, her face filled with confusion and caution. What do you want with me? Li Mingming asked, her tone defensive. She had recognized him as Yi Zhong's gambling brother. Encountering him could only lead to trouble. Sister, don't be afraid. I'm here to apologize. Because of my issues, my brother and you couldn't buy your wedding house. Yi Chen began, but before he could finish, Supervisor's son poked his head out. Damn it. So you're that wretched gambler, Yi Zhong's brother, right? You did this on purpose. Move your car now, or don't blame me for being rude. After Supervisor's son's outburst, Yi Chen slammed his fist on the car roof, causing the man to retract his head in fright. Shut your mouth. Try talking back one more time. Yi Chen shouted furiously. At that moment, Supervisor's son had already rolled up the window, intimidated by Yi Chen's fierce demeanor. He dared not provoke him further. Enough. What do you want? That's my colleague and my superior. Please be mindful. Also, don't call me sister-in-law. It's over between me and your brother. I already made it clear to him. If you have nothing to say, I will leave. Li Mingming, seeing Yi Chen's fierce expression, felt no fear. Instead, it ignited the fury within her. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she and Yi Zhong would have been married long ago. At that point, regardless of her parents' approval, it would have been a reality. It was him, Yi Chen, this wasteful gambler, who had destroyed her family. How could she not harbor resentment? Then I will call you Mingming Jia. I know you must despise me. After all, I have caused trouble for the family and burdened my brother. But Mingming Jia, I came to repay my brother and you. Please give me one chance, just once. Yi Chen spoke earnestly. Do you expect me to trust a gambler? Are you insane, or am I? Li Mingming retorted. Forget it. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'm leaving. She turned to get back in the car, but Yi Chen stopped her by holding the door. Get out of my way. She shouted. If it weren't for you, my brother and I would have been married long ago. I hate you. You, a gambler. What credibility do you have? Can't you stop dragging your family down? Do you know your brother works as a delivery man after hours just to pay off your debts? You've ruined all his hard work for the first half of his life. How much longer do you plan to destroy him? Suddenly, Li Mingming broke down, crouching on the ground and sobbing. Supervisor's son dared not show his face. At that moment, Yi Zhong drove the Land Rover to the side, jumped out, and knocked on Supervisor's son's window. Get lost, or I'll beat you to death. Yi Zhong's fierce expression was frightening. Despite his seemingly innocent demeanor, his wrath was indeed terrifying, especially with his bulky frame looming. Supervisor's son felt inferior upon realizing he was in a Land Rover and that Yi Zhong was the man Li Mingming loved, making him hesitant to linger. He stepped on the gas and sped away. Mingming, I'm sorry. I didn't consider your feelings when I used the money meant for the house to pay off my brother's debts. I'm sorry, I don't deserve you. I've made you wait for 3 years and left you disappointed. At this moment, Yi Zhong approached, furiously slapping his own face repeatedly. Each strike reddened his cheek. Yi Chen, about to intervene, was pushed aside by Yi Zhong. After receiving a barrage of slaps, Yi Zhong's mouth began to bleed, yet he continued punishing himself. Yi Chen felt a deep ache in his heart. Suddenly, Li Mingming stood up, rushing forward to grasp Yi Zhong's wrist, shouting, Bastard! Who told you to hit yourself? Stop it! Bastard Yi Zhong! Weren't you always obedient to me? Why are you not listening now? Who told you to hit yourself? In an instant, Li Mingming collapsed into Yi Zhong's embrace, weeping as she pounded her fists against his chest. At that moment, Yi Zhong was also in tears. The woman before him had never looked down on him. Despite her fiery temperament and occasional irrationality, he knew she was the woman who loved him most, aside from his mother. At this moment, Yi Chen, witnessing the scene, was overwhelmed with joy and tears streamed down his face as he wiped them away. Upon observing the scene, Yi Chen was overcome with emotion and wiped away tears. 10 minutes later, Li Mingming disengaged from Yi Zhong's embrace, playfully glared at Yi Chen, and said with a hint of exasperation, All right, how much do you need this time? Don't make things difficult for your brother. He has to send money to your younger siblings and parents every month, barely scraping by on meager sustenance. Don't be greedy. I don't have much either. As she spoke, Li Mingming retrieved her purse, emptying its contents. At that moment, Yi Chen comprehended why his brother held Li Mingming in such high regard. She was deserving of his affection, akin to Mei Yun's devotion to him. Sister Mingming, I've turned over a new leaf, truly. My brother can vouch for me. I've come to repay the debt. Yi Chen hastily explained. Li Mingming, taken aback, ceased her actions and turned to Yi Zhong, inquiring, Really? He's paying you back? How much? Enough for a down payment on a house. If not, I have my savings from the past few years. Take them and put down the down payment. Then, inform my parents promptly. Otherwise, how much longer must I wait to marry me? Li Mingming stated earnestly. Yi Zhong's voice faltered, tears welling up. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Speak. How much more is needed? I've been saving every day for the past 3 years, hoping you'd marry me sooner. Let me tell you. Yi Zhong, if you dare mistreat me, I'll make you regret it. With that, Yi Zhong broke down completely, as did Yi Chun, who gasped for air, his scalp tingling. He sensed Sister Mengming's love for his brother, akin to Mei Yun's selfless devotion. It was a love that permeated her very being. He was genuinely elated for his brother. Mengming, we need not fear any longer. My brother has achieved success. He said. The burly Yi Zhong, wiping away tears, struggled to speak coherently due to overwhelming emotion. What did he say? Tell me. Li Mengming urged impatiently. Sister Mengming, allow me to explain. Let my brother rest. I've returned not only to repay debts, but also to express gratitude. I'll take care of your and my brother's wedding, the car, the house, and all the expenses related to raising children in the future. Yi Chen declared magnanimously. Li Mengming rolled her eyes, retorting, I don't trust you. Yi Zhong, tell me, is he telling the truth, or is he trying to deceive you and gamble away the money? Li Mengming turned, cupping Yi Zhong's face in her hands. Mengming, look, this is the job my brother found for me. Yi Zhong produced his work permit and employment contract from his bag, placing them in Mengming's hands, along with a Land Rover key. As Li Mengming examined the employment contract and work permit, she was stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief, tears welling up. Is this real? A government job at the bank? How is this possible? How did you do it? After a long pause, Li Mengming looked up, incredulous. Yi Zhong recounted the events, causing Li Mengming's perception of Yi Chen to shift. Coupled with the Land Rover key, it became evident that Yi Chen had indeed achieved success. Sister-in-law, this car was originally intended for my brother, but after your marriage, I'll gift you a business vehicle. This car suits you, and my brother can drive the business vehicle. Let's go meet your parents now, Yi Chen said with a smile. Have you really turned over a new leaf? Is this car not borrowed? Li Mengming asked, still in disbelief. Sister-in-law, leave everything to me. You handle the wedding arrangements, and I'll do whatever you need. I have money, people, everything. All that's missing is your marriage certificate. Hearing Yi Chen's confidence, Li Mengming began to believe him. She took the car key and got into the car, and they headed to Li Mengming's house to persuade her parents. En route, they stopped at a bank where Yi Chen withdrew 880,000 yuan in cash as a betrothal gift for his brother. He then went to a jewelry store and bought bracelets, rings, necklaces, and anklets, spending 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. The trunk was already filled with gifts prepared by Wang Chao. They continued driving. 30 minutes later, they arrived at Li Mengming's apartment complex. Yi Chen and Yi Zhong carried the gifts, making multiple trips. Motai liquor, high-end red wine, and various health products were piled up. Even the box of cash and jewelry were carried by Yi Chen. Li Mengming carried a pile of seafood gift boxes, appearing nervous but content. It seemed that Yi Chen was no longer the same as before, now exuding wealth and generosity. She had roughly calculated that the liquor alone cost tens of thousands of yuan, not counting the other gifts. Coupled with the Land Rover, which she had verified, and Yi Zhong's government job, it all felt like a dream. Upon reaching the door, Li Mengming unlocked it. Yi Zhong and Yi Chen stood behind her. Mengming, you're back. Help your mother stew the fish. She doesn't do it as well as you. A thin, gray-haired man approached, smiling. In the kitchen, a woman was busy at work. Living in the city, Li Mengming's parents were much younger than Yi Chen's, appearing to be in their early 50s, though they were actually almost 60. Li Mengming's father worked as a supervisor at a frozen food factory and was nearing retirement. Her mother was an after-school tutor, earning a decent income. They were an ordinary family, but not lacking in means. Mom, Dad, Yi Zhong, is here, Li Mengming announced, summoning her courage. Chapter 103. Taking charge of all wedding expenses, representing the Yi family, to propose marriage. Instantly, Li Datong, Li Mengming's father, who had been watching television on the sofa, wore a grave expression. Chen Meiwan, Li Mengming's mother, rushed out of the kitchen, ladle in hand. Why did you bring him back? For 3 years. We haven't stopped you from being with him, but we won't allow you to marry him. I'm telling you, Mengming, if you disobey and secretly get a marriage certificate with him, I'll disown you, Chen Meiwan said sternly. Li Mengming lowered her head, not daring to speak. At that moment, Yi Zhong entered, carrying gifts, and placed them on the floor. Auntie, I apologize for arriving late. I've prepared the money to buy a house. Please give me one more chance. I promise I will treat Mengming well, Yi Zhong said earnestly. Oh, money to buy a house. Is it a full payment? Or just a down payment? My daughter will have to pay off the mortgage with you. As an only child, she has no financial burdens at home. Why should she suffer with you? Yi Zhong, you're a good kid. I've never misjudged you. You're grounded, but you can't give my daughter happiness. She may be willing now, But once she gets married and faces the pressures of life, not only will she regret it, but you will also break down. Your uncle and I have been there, and we don't want you to end up divorced. So, don't come anymore, and don't even think about it. We won't agree to this unless you become successful one day or have a stable job. But by then, you won't lack a wife, and my daughter will already be married. Shen Meiwan said fairly. She was looking at it from her daughter's perspective, and there was nothing wrong with that. She was also stating the reality. Yizhong, we're both men. With your circumstances, you can't give my daughter happiness and security. We only have one daughter. How can we entrust her to you? Your family situation, do I even need to mention it? A family burden is one thing. But your second brother is a gambler, involved in debt and usurious loans. If you were considering my daughter, you should. She's naive, but are you also naive? Li Datong also came out, sighing as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yizhong didn't know what to do. All his confidence came from his second brother. Then, Li Mingming raised her head, took out her work ID, and said, Dad, Mom, Yizhong has found a job, a position within the bank. This is his work ID and his onboarding paperwork. He can start tomorrow. If you don't believe me, you can call to verify right now. As she spoke, Li Mingming took out her phone, dialed a number, and put it on speakerphone. Her parents were stunned, thinking they had misheard, until the call was answered. Then, Li Mingming verified her identity with the bank in front of her parents. Hello, miss, this is the third time you've called to verify. What's going on? I already explained it clearly. Yizhong, from Dawang Village, 31 years old, just completed onboarding today and can start work at any time. Our bank is a formal institution. What else do you want to ask? Please ask everything at once. I'm off work, and it's my personal time. A helpless voice came from the other end of the phone. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that it's true. I'm sorry, and I wish you a pleasant life. Li Mingming hung up the phone. This time, Li Datong and Chen Meiwan exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on? A position within the system isn't easy to get. Why haven't we heard about this before? How could a factory worker have this ability? Li Datong adjusted his glasses, asking in disbelief. Dad, Mom, it's Yizhong's second brother. He has turned over a new leaf and made a lot of money. The job was arranged by someone he knows. Yichun, you come and explain it to my parents. I can't explain it clearly. Li Mingming called out, then started changing her shoes. She grabbed the stunned Yizhong and dragged him onto the sofa in the living room, pressing him down. Let that brat Yichun solve the trouble he caused. He's been messing with us for over 3 years. It's time for him to contribute. Saying that, Li Mingming grabbed an apple, shoved it into Yizhong's hand, and glared at him. Eat, hurry up. Oh, I'll eat. Yizhong nodded obediently, taking small bites. But he was nervous. Usually, he would be driven away and scolded. But this time, Mingming didn't even let him change his shoes before sitting him on the sofa, which made him feel uneasy. Even if her parents didn't agree, he shouldn't be wearing shoes inside and eating an apple while sitting here. On the other hand, Li Mingming completely relaxed because she gradually believed that Yichun had indeed become successful. She hadn't waited in vain for these 3 years. Uncle, Auntie, I won't say too much. I caused trouble for my brother and implicated Sister Mingming. This time, I'm not only here to apologize, but also to represent the Yi family to propose marriage. After speaking, Yichun carried in a box. The old couple instinctively took a step back. Yichun placed the box on the dining table and opened it, instantly revealing a pile of red banknotes. Yizhong, who was eating an apple, suddenly widened his eyes and coughed dryly. Even Li Mingming, who inadvertently turned her head, gasped and shivered. As for Li Datong and his wife, they were stunned, swallowing hard as they looked at the money in the box. The impact of nearly $1 million in cash was indeed strong. It might be easy for ordinary people to earn $1 million, but it was very difficult to save it. People who could take out over $1 million at once were rare, even in the community where Li Mingming lived, with over 3,000 households. Away from the internet and back to reality, 100,000 was already a lot. Here is 880,000, which is the betrothal gift. And here is some jewelry. I was in a hurry when I bought it, so I just picked up a few things. As he said this, Yichun opened the jewelry box and placed everything on the table. A finger-thick bracelet, a necklace, and a plain gold ring instantly made Li Mingming laugh. Yichun scratched his head awkwardly. Here are the receipts. It's all real gold and silver, and there are withdrawal slips. If you don't believe it, Uncle and Auntie can verify the money. Also, this is all money I earned. If I had problems, I wouldn't be able to withdraw so much money from the bank. You really don't have to worry. We can have Mingming customize a diamond ring they both like. I won't buy one off the shelf. And as for the house, if you two are willing to live with them, I'll buy a detached villa. If you don't like that, I'll buy you two another one. It's too late today, but we can go tomorrow. After speaking, Yichen walked towards the door again, carrying in all the good cigarettes and alcohol he had bought, sweating profusely. Chapter 104. Full payment, 2 units. Upon witnessing this, Li Mingming hastened over, retrieved a soda from the refrigerator, and offered it to Yichun. Thank you, sister-in-law. Yichun said with a grin, accepting the soda and gulping it down in one go. Slow down. No one's going to take it from you. Li Mingming responded with a smile before returning to the sofa and nestling beside Yi Zhong, embracing his arm. Yi Zhong flinched, attempting to withdraw his arm. But Li Mingming held on tightly. Don't let your aunt and uncle see, or else. Yi Zhong whispered anxiously. What's there to fear? I'm not afraid. Especially with that rascal taking care of everything. Though my parents are decent folk, they're easily swayed by Yi Chen's gestures. They were utterly dumbfounded by the sheer magnitude of it all. Didn't you notice? Li Mingming said, leaning contentedly against Yi Zhong's shoulder. This was the most reassuring moment she had experienced in 3 years. The heavy weight on her heart finally lifted. At that moment, Li Datong inhaled deeply, finally regaining his composure. This money, did you truly earn it through legitimate means? Li Datong still struggled to believe that the stack of money before him had been earned by the younger brother of the gambling addict from the Yi family. Uncle, I can't explain the details, but rest assured, I haven't been apprehended, so it's certainly not from illicit activities. I earned it all through stock trading. I'm here on behalf of my family to propose marriage. Uncle, Yichen said, bowing deeply with utmost sincerity and solemnity. This gesture made Li Datong uneasy, and he quickly stepped forward to help Yichen up. There's no need for that, child. Li Datong's attitude had shifted, which was a positive sign. It's only proper. I was immature in the past and caused trouble for my brother. This time, I'm here to make amends and to thank you for raising such an exceptional Mingming. I also implore you, uncle, to give my brother a chance. Yichen said earnestly. Alas, those two are inseparable, impervious to scolding or separation. Your aunt and I are at our wits' end. We hope you can understand the decision we made back then. After all, who wouldn't want their daughter to marry into a good family? Li Datong said, leading Yichen into the room. They sat down and began to converse. Yichen was courteous, offering apologies and making numerous promises. Eventually, Li Datong nodded and said, Don't fault me for being pragmatic, but if the house can be secured tomorrow, you're welcome to take our household registration book to register your marriage at any time. A daughter is like water. Once she's grown, she's gone. In my ideal world, I could support her even if she didn't marry, but I refuse to let my daughter suffer. As Li Datong finished speaking, Li Mingming approached and embraced her father. Dad. Li Mingming wept. Li Datong wiped away his own tears. All right, stop crying. This is a joyous occasion. Yi Chun, Yi Zhong, remember, I've given you this opportunity. Don't disappoint me. Li Datong said earnestly. Rest assured, uncle, we'll go see the house together tomorrow. Yichen said, pounding his chest in assurance. Then, Yichen stood up, ready to leave. Originally, they had intended to invite him and Yi Zhong for dinner, but Yichen needed to prepare for the following day. Thus, he and Yi Zhong departed from Li Mingming's home. Upon arriving outside, Yichen spotted a roadside barbecue stall and suggested, Brother, fancy a drink? Let's go. We'll splurge a little today. It's on me, Yi Zhong said, wrapping his arm around Yichun as they headed toward the barbecue stall. The two brothers drank copiously and shared their innermost thoughts. However, fearing it would impede their plans for the next day, Yichun hailed a cab home for himself and Yi Zhong. As for the Land Rover, it remained with Li Mingming. The following day, Yichen arose early and contacted Wang Chao to inquire about reputable real estate companies. After obtaining the necessary information, he drove to pick up Li Mingming and his brother, and they set off for the Haitian real estate development. Riverside City Center, Scenic View Apartments. Li Mingming sat in the back, her heart pounding with apprehension and anxiety. Her greatest fear was that a problem would arise at the crucial moment of buying the house. Having finally persuaded her parents, she couldn't bear to have her newfound peace shattered. Yi Zhong, gripping her hand, was equally nervous, beads of sweat forming despite the air conditioning. Brother, sister-in-law, don't be nervous. The house isn't going anywhere. Rest assured, Yi Chun said with a smile, observing their anxious expressions in the rearview mirror. Stop being glib, you rascal. This time, your brother and I are going to fleece you good. We're going to buy a bigger house and make you, the nouveau riche, bleed a little. Li Mingming said through gritted teeth. Yichen recognized that she was joking. Of course, the bigger, the better. Let's buy 2 units, one for your aunt and uncle too. We can all live in the same complex, making visits to your parents' home more convenient. Haha. Yichen laughed. This lightened the tense atmosphere. Yi Zhong, too, began to relax. Finally, they arrived at the bank. The group exited the car and entered the sales center. Several sales representatives approached to greet them warmly. Just then, a saleswoman in a black suit, with long, flowing hair and heavy makeup, approached. Meng, what brings you here? She asked in surprise. Zhang Xian? What a coincidence. You're working here? What is this? Li Mengmeng asked, taking in the other woman's attire, complete with black stockings, high heels, and a name tag pinned to her chest. Li Mengmeng could surmise her occupation. Yes, I work here. After leaving my previous job, I came here. Selling houses can be stressful, but the pay is good. I don't want to end up like you, with a good-for-nothing boyfriend. I want to rely on my own efforts to earn more money. What about you? Is Yi Zhong still clinging to you? Let me tell you, Meng, don't be soft-hearted. Someone as beautiful and shapely as you could find a wealthy man in no time. As Zhang Xian finished speaking, Yi Zhong and Yi Chen approached from the model display. Sister-in-law, come take a look. Choose whichever you like, Yi Chen said with a smile. Okay, I'll be right there, Li Mengmeng replied. Then, she turned to Zhang Xian and said, that's all in the past. I'm getting married soon, and we're here to buy a house. Don't joke around, Meng. Isn't that Yi Zhong? You think he can afford a house? You silly woman. Have you been saving up all these years and giving it to him? How else would he have the money to buy a house? And even if you gave him all your savings, it wouldn't be enough. You'd be hard-pressed to even make the down payment. And after you get married, if his gambling addict brother comes to leech off you again, you might end up having to sell the house. You should be more cautious. Zhang Xian said earnestly after spotting Yi Zhong. Chapter 105. Why bother with a down payment when we can afford it outright? Oh, it's not as dire as you make it out to be. Yi Zhong loves me, and I reciprocate that affection. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited for him for 3 years. Besides, his younger brother is now thriving financially, a veritable rags-to-riches story. He's no longer the loathed figure he once was. He's quite obedient now, and utterly terrified of me, Li Mengmeng declared with a palpable sense of pride. I'm speechless. Forget it. I won't try to dissuade you, Zhang Xian relented. Since you're buying a house, allow me to assist you. I'll even cut you a break on the commission. Excellent. Since I've run into you, naturally I'll purchase through you. I still remember your affection for me back then. We're not just old classmates, but sisters, Li Mengmeng exclaimed. Come on, let's make you a tidy sum today. With that, she grasped Zhang Xian's hand and steered her towards the scale model. Hold your horses. Let's first ascertain if you have enough for a down payment. I have no intention of profiting from you. I'll strive to find you a favorable floor plan, Zhang Xian retorted, disbelieving. What's your budget? And how much square footage are you seeking? Our smallest unit is 45 square meters, and we only have one left. Zhang Xian was skeptical that Yi Zhong, a pauper, could afford a house. Moreover, she was aware that Li Mengmeng, the naive girl, had been scrimping and saving for 3 years, hoping to alleviate Yi Zhong's financial burden. However, Li Mengmeng's meager salary, even if untouched for 3 years, would barely amount to 100,000, an unlikely scenario. As for the size, it doesn't need to be too expansive, does it? Li Mengmeng inquired, now standing before the scale model. Our property prices are somewhat exorbitant. I'm uncertain if you can stomach them. Even the less desirable units fetch around 17 or 18,000, while the more coveted ones command 23 or 24,000. Zhang Xian proclaimed. Yi Zhong, I'm addressing you. Don't rely solely on Mengmeng. How much can you contribute? Zhang Xian called out to Yi Zhong. Yi Zhong glanced at Yi Chen, who smiled and inquired, pointing with a laser pointer at a central villa. Are there any move-in ready units in this building? Upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, Zhang Xian scoffed, making no attempt to conceal her disdain. Yes, but these are villas, and they're quite pricey. At least 29,000 per square meter. Are you certain? Perhaps you should consider these instead. Although they're all high-rise apartments, we have a 58 square meter unit. I can secure a discount for you, bringing it down to around 15,000 per square meter. However, the total cost will still be 8 or 900,000, with a down payment of at least 300,000, Zhang Xian declared, gesturing towards a poorly located building. No need. Just inform me if there are any move-in ready units in this building, Yi Chen reiterated. What's the square footage? Zhang Xian, growing impatient, glanced at Li Mengmeng. Mengmeng, who is this fellow? Is it you who's buying the house, or is it him? It's as if he's the one footing the bill, Zhang Xian inquired. Indeed, he's the one paying, Li Mengmeng clarified. Zhang Xian, just select a decent one for us, nothing too extravagant. He's Yi Zhong's younger brother, now reformed. Although he's made some money, it hasn't been easy. He intends to compensate Yi Zhong and me by purchasing our wedding home. What? He's that gambler? Is he reliable? Zhang Xian exclaimed, her face etched with surprise. Li Mingming nodded. She felt compelled to disclose this in advance, as she knew Zhang Xian's disposition. If she were to learn that Yi Chun was making such grand pronouncements, she would deliberately choose an expensive property to make things difficult for him. Although Yi Chun had prospered, it hadn't been effortless. In this day and age, making money was never a walk in the park. She was also considerate of Yi Chun, as he was, after all, a man of conscience. In that case, I shall arrange a suitable one for you, Zhang Xian declared. Marriage is a momentous occasion, and you should prioritize your own well-being, especially when it comes to purchasing a home. You desire a villa, correct? We have a 197 square meter unit here, lavishly furnished. If you can afford it, I'll calculate the cost for you. With that, Zhang Xian arrogantly retrieved her phone calculator and began crunching the numbers. Li Mingming grew anxious. Yi Chun, let's just purchase a modest one, she cautioned. That's too large. The property fees and heating costs alone will be exorbitant. Moreover, we won't even utilize that much space. It's nearly 30,000 per square meter. I understand that you've made money, but we shouldn't be so extravagant. Li Mingming earnestly advised Yi Chun. Rest assured, sister-in-law, it's nothing I can't handle, Yi Chun replied with a smile. It's fine, Mingming. This amount of money is a mere drop in the bucket for him, Yi Zhong chimed in, grinning. It's not as if he's buying us a mansion. What are you saying? Are you mad? A mansion? That Land Rover alone cost a fortune, not to mention his financial resources and all the miscellaneous expenses, plus the house. Li Mingming exclaimed. Wait, how could I forget the Land Rover? That vehicle alone costs nearly 2 million. Just how much money has this rascal amassed? Suddenly realizing this, Li Mingming grabbed Yi Zhong and anxiously inquired, how much exactly? This much, Yi Zhong replied, feigning mystery and extending 4 fingers. 4 million? No. Could it be 40 million? Li Mingming gasped. Good heavens, what business has he been engaged in to accumulate so much in such a short period? Could it be illicit? Li Mingming asked, her face etched with doubt and worry. Don't fret, I trust my brother. If he says he hasn't done anything wrong, then he hasn't. Besides, no business earns money that easily, Yi Zhong reassured her. Moreover, he hasn't earned merely 40 million. Yi Zhong added with a smile. Li Mingming's eyes widened, and she inhaled sharply, her breathing becoming rapid. Then how much is it? It couldn't possibly be 400 million, could it? As she uttered these words, Li Mingming dismissed them. The average person, let alone earning 400 million, would struggle to earn even 400,000. Let me tell you, his phone balance shows 2 billion, and he has another 2 billion deposited in the bank, totaling over 40 billion, with the odd change exceeding 40 million, Yi Zhong revealed. Initially, I was also concerned about the source of his wealth. However, last night, he invested in a stock, and in just one night, he earned hundreds of thousands. It's truly astonishing. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. So, cease your worrying. This lad is capable now. As he spoke, Yi Zhong grasped Li Mingming's hand, noticing that her small hand was icy cold, evidently startled by the staggering figure. Over 40 billion was an unfathomable sum. A number she couldn't even dream of. All right, the total cost is 571 million, Zhang Xian announced. The down payment is at least 2 million. So, is the down payment sufficient? Zhang Xian inquired, looking at Yi Chun with a hint of provocation in her tone. Excellent, we'll take this unit, 2 of them. And pay in full. Please draft the contract for me, Yi Chun declared without even inspecting the property, making a decisive gesture. At this price, the property was bound to be exceptional. If the furnishings were unsatisfactory, they could always be replaced. Don't jest with me, all right? It's 5 million, not 5,000. The down payment for 1 unit alone is 2 million. Are you spouting nonsense? Zhang Xian scoffed, crossing her arms. Chapter 106. A weight lifted. She had encountered many affluent individuals, yet Yi Chun, in her perception, bore little resemblance to a tycoon. The truly wealthy were typically escorted away by the manager, scarcely leaving them to her. Mingming, here's the bank card. Perhaps you could communicate with her. I'm finding it rather challenging, Yi Chun said with resignation, handing the card to Li Mingming. Li Mingming, now fully aware of the situation, accepted the card with a touch of trepidation. Brother, don't dawdle. Let's get a move on. We wouldn't want to keep uncle and aunt waiting. Yi Chun urged his elder brother. All right, I'm on it. With that, Yi Zhong led a bewildered Li Mingming to Zhang Xian, exchanged a few words, and proceeded to make the payment. As Zhang Xian sighed and reluctantly swiped the card through the POS machine, Yi Zhong entered the PIN, which Yi Chun had disclosed as his birth date. Beep beep. The transaction was approved, and the machine dispensed a receipt. All right, that's settled. Shall we view the apartment now? Yi Zhong inquired, his gaze fixed on Zhang Xin with anticipation. Zhang Xin, jolted back to reality, stared at the receipt. The sum of over 5 million having been debited. She was convinced she was hallucinating. Li Mingming, too, was in a state of disbelief. Despite Yi Zhong's prior assertion of Yi Qin's newfound wealth, the sight of 5 million being effortlessly charged left her utterly speechless. It was indeed a full payment. She struggled to reconcile herself with this reality. Madam, here's the purchase agreement for your perusal and signature, and here are the keys to the apartment. You and your husband may inspect the premises at your leisure. Should you find it satisfactory, we can finalize the handover at your convenience. A female sales representative responsible for contracts said with enthusiasm. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached. The sales team bowed in unison, greeting him with deference. General Manager. Good day, General Manager. The middle-aged man responded with a smile before heading directly toward Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, Mr. Wang has already notified me. We will ensure you receive the most favorable terms and the best available unit. Have you had a chance to view the property? If it doesn't meet your expectations, we have new developments available, the general manager said, extending a warm handshake to Yi Chun. Wang Chao had been emphatic on the phone, insisting that this client be treated with the utmost care. He was as dear as a brother. Naturally, the general manager dared not be negligent and rushed over at once. Greetings, General Manager. We've already selected an apartment and made the full payment. However, I'd like to purchase another one of similar quality, preferably in the same complex. I'd appreciate your assistance, Yi Chun said politely, acknowledging that this was Wang Chao's arrangement. Ah, you've already made the payment. Mr. Yi, please hold on for a moment. With that, the general manager turned and headed purposefully toward the office. Yi Qin and Yi Zhong followed suit. Zhang Xin and the female sales representative handling contracts bowed respectfully. Mr. Wu. Good day, Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu simply nodded, picked up the contract, and glanced at it. Apply a 30 discount to the base price and recalculate, Mr. Wu instructed, leaving the female sales representative dumbfounded. A 30 reduction. This was an unprecedented offer since the project's inception. After a brief calculation, the sum of over 5 million was reduced to just over 3.5 million, a total discount of more than 1.5 million. Zhang Xin was utterly stunned. As for Li Mingming, she was at a loss as to why such a significant discount had been suddenly offered. Mr. Yi, this is the maximum discount I could personally arrange. I apologize that my capabilities are limited, and I'm unsure if I've been of much assistance. While I'm aware that you're not wanting for funds, please consider it a gesture of friendship. Would you indulge me? Mr. Wu's words were like a bombshell, detonating in the room. Zhang Xin was numb with shock, unable to recover from the repeated jolts to her perception of the Yi family. How could General Manager Wu show such deference to Yi Chun? What was the explanation for this? That's already very generous. I'm quite embarrassed. My intention wasn't to seek a discount, but to secure the best possible unit for my brother. Therefore, Mr. Wu, please disregard the discount. We'll proceed with the full payment. And please assist me in securing another apartment of similar quality, Yi Chun said, unwilling to take advantage of the offer. He could afford the million-plus difference. He wouldn't jeopardize his relationship over a sum of money. Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. This discount is my way of expressing gratitude and attracting more clients. Please don't read too much into it. Mr. Wang has already contacted me, and your refusal puts me in a difficult position. Perhaps Mr. Yi feels that I'm not of sufficient caliber. If that's the case, I'll retract the offer, Mr. Wu said with a sigh. No. I didn't mean to imply that. Very well, I'll accept the discount, but the second apartment should be at the regular price. This is prime real estate in Bin. And you need to make a profit, Yi Qin said with a smile. Mr. Yi, you're very considerate. All right, I'll apply a 20 discount to the second apartment to ease your mind, Mr. Wu said with a smile. The two men conversed amiably, casually discussing sums in the millions, leaving Li Mingming aghast. She now realized that Yi Chun had indeed risen to prominence. It wasn't just about making money. He also had extensive connections. It seemed his wealth wasn't ill-gotten. Zhang Xin, on the other hand, was completely numb, her perceptions of the Yi family shattered by the repeated shocks. Soon, the second apartment was arranged. Li Mingming insisted that they only needed a suitable residence for her parents, with an area of 70 to 80 square meters being more than sufficient. However, after Su Ming's intervention, they ended up purchasing a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment of 100 square meters, much to Li Mingming's amusement and dismay, and it came with a 20 discount. The two apartments cost a total of just over 5 million. As she received the keys to both apartments, Li Mingming was moved to tears. This time, she wept uncontrollably. Yizhong quickly led her aside to offer comfort. Yichen smiled, relieved that he had finally settled a matter of importance. His parents could now rest easy.